Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 4 Saw 99. Nico Robin, the son of the devil that no one can rely on, Nami and Reka's careful thoughts on each other. Straw Hat Boy, the bounty is 50 million Baileys, Reka, 100 million Baileys. Is the captain stronger, or the crew is stronger? It doesn't matter, there will be these so-called pirate stars every year. The most important thing is to look at them. Can it be used by us? Pakistan Lock Work Agency needs more fresh blood. Yeah. Nico Robin nodded, then took his leave. Lock Doll looked at the back of Nico Robin leaving, and pinched the potted rhizome in front of him with his fingers. The whole potted plant withered in an instant. Nico Robin, what would you choose? I will find the historical text soon. You have always been a smart woman, I hope you can continue to be smart. Ancient weapon is the only way I can outrun those monsters in Whitebeard, no room for loss. D. There will always be pirates with this surname on this sea. What role did they play in the past history? Nico Robin also used to ask. She has studied many historical texts, but as time goes by, she gradually despairs. The history of this world does not know how many texts, and in order to find one of them, she spent several years in Lock Dar. If this continues, when will we be able to hope to see all the historical texts? It is very difficult to rely on her alone, but in this world, who can be trusted? She has been fleeing since she was 8 years old, and she has been betrayed constantly. She survived by betrayal, feeling tired and wishful. In the sea that Saren mentioned, there must be her own partners and friends, and she will not be alone, but until now, she is still alone. All these years, she has seen the dark side of people. If she doesn't betray them, she will be betrayed by them. The world government has been chasing and killing her all this time. As long as people who know their own situation, even good pirates, will want to betray her when the situation is not good. No one can really accept her, and she can't find anyone to rely on. If it weren't for the dream of studying history and O'Hara's long-cherished wish, she would be carried in the hands of a survivor. As early as many years ago, she had thought of committing suicide, but when she thought that her life was saved by Salong with great difficulty, she dared not die. Hopefully the historical text in Alabasta is the historical text, not the whereabouts of the weapons he wants. Nico Robin muses to himself. At the same time, there were many people who saw this wanted notice, not just Sand Crocodile and the others. New World's Red Hair, Fire Fist Ace and other people related to Luffy. The bounty issue has become the focus of attention of many pirates. Some captains who feel that the bounty is lower than their own crew members are a little ashamed, after all, in the normal pirate world. The low bounty means that the captain may not be able to restrain the crew, so sooner or later there will be a mutiny? But Moore is still amazed that Reka's first bounty can be as high as 100 million Bailey. Reka was also nicknamed the Sun Tyrant because of his brutality and arrogance when he fought like a scorching sun. The first reward is 100 million Baileys. It seems that the confrontation with Vice Admiral Garp should not be groundless. This world is your stage, just try to surpass me. On the Grand Line, Hawkeye stood on the coffin boat going up, looking at the newspaper in his hand, he smiled lightly. The bounty for the first time is even higher than that of my concubine, but he is just another despicable man. Boa Hancock, the most beautiful woman in the world, was flipping through the newspapers on Nine Snake Island to learn about some recent events in the world. Event. Luffy is finally out to sea, this sea might be lively. The seeds of evil must be pulled out as soon as possible. Marine Admiral also read the news at the Marine headquarters. This is not a small thing, but not too big, and it just happens to be something to talk about after dinner. Looks like they're all young brats, let's do it, and I feel like we can make a lot of money. When many bounty hunters saw the wanted reward notice, they were ready to move. It was the first time for a few people to be rewarded, and they looked very young and immature, thinking that they would be a very good hunting target. Advertisement: there is no shortage of bounty hunters in this world who live off pirate heads. On the sea, waves gradually rise. However, after a night of carnival, many people in Kokoyasi village fell asleep on the street, temporarily subdued. Reka doesn't resist this kind of life. When life is happy, it's hilarious instead of hilarious. But from the looks of it, Nami seems to have guarded himself all night, and can fall asleep while sitting. But it seems to be normal. Not long after, Luffy has developed a super skill that can eat while sleeping. In order not to miss every meal. As if aware of Reka's gaze, Nami frowned slightly, like a little princess awakened from a deep sleep, opened her eyes, and glanced around blankly. Then the eyes fell on Reka. Under the morning light, Reka, who was already extremely handsome, was even more like a dreamy fairy tale. Nami was stunned for a moment. You woke up. But soon this beauty caused ripples. Isn't it handsome? It's normal for you to be intoxicated by the upside-down face of all living beings. I allow you to like me. When Nami heard this, a red cloud immediately appeared on his face, and then he became angry and punched Reka on the head. I like you. You be asterisk 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 D. HMPH, I get angry when I see you. Woman, you are very courageous and hungry. If you fight, you will fight. What do you want? Nami is not a coquettish little woman, at least not by nature. Losing money. Reka deliberately raised the money. Whether you want money or not, there is one thing you need to do. When it comes to money, Nami is notoriously an iron CK and a miser. Fate, if you want to give it, that's fine. Reka knew that unconsciously, she really had some feelings for Nami. After all, When sailing on the sea and getting a long day and night, it is difficult not to develop feelings. Nami was stunned when he heard that. What did he mean by that? Could it be what I thought? But if it wasn't, wouldn't it be embarrassing to admit it rashly, or to follow up on it? No, nothing, as long as you're fine. I'll go back first. Nami got up and was about to leave. Reka's next sentence immediately made Nami stand there in embarrassment. If I remember correctly, isn't this your home? Where do you want to go back? Boom. Nami suddenly felt like a bolt from the blue. Yes, this is his home. What did he say just now? I. Nami, who was always cunning and agile, was speechless for a moment. I had no choice but to sit down again. In short, thank you for what happened before. Don't pay too much attention to it. After all, you were the one I recruited, and those who bully me have to ask about my acts first. Reka felt that he should think so. Driven by the sin of arrogance, it is impossible for him to admit that he has been dominated by emotions. Asterisk. Can't you put it another way? Nami was still flattered when she heard Reka say that she was his. Nami is not stupid. She has been struggling in the society for many years, and has a strong ability to observe words and emotions. She vaguely felt that yesterday's Reka was different from the usual Reka, but during the day it had a gentler tenderness than at night. Maybe he likes him, maybe it should be. Nami is not sure. After all, with his character, it seems unimaginable to say that he likes someone. Advertisement, but I definitely like him. Woman, don't lead me to say anything casually, but if you have something to say, why don't you say it? Reka also thinks that Nami is interested in him? Not the pure one, nor the one who only surrenders to his appearance. Will there be one? Maybe not, forget it, it doesn't seem to matter whether there is or not. Anyway, the future journey will be together. What can I say? For example, will you go to sea with us to be a pirate? We really need navigators on board. Nami already had the answer in his heart. Although she has always hated pirates, this group of pirates is the only one who can't hate them. Even this man with a rather bad personality. How do you want me to choose? But when the words came to his lips, Nami mischievously changed his words. Follow your heart. Stupid, at this time, shouldn't you say that you want me to come? You scold me. Just scold you. Why? Reka was really confused. That's what I wanted to say. Nami turned and walked out the door. Ahem. Well, you guys are busy. I were passing by. Nami just walked to the door, but found Nuo Kagao and a GN outside the door, seeming to be listening to something. Seeing Nami coming out, Nuo Kagao quickly waved his hand and said with a little embarrassment. This is our home. Nami was speechless and a little embarrassed, and directly threw Reka's words to Nuo Kagao. Hey. Nuo Kagao could only reply with an awkward yet polite smirk. Seeing this, Nami immediately understood that the two of them had been eavesdropping outside for a long time. Really, if there is anything to eavesdrop on, what do you want to hear? Just let Everbright prove that you can't hear it. What else can I talk to Reka in a whisper? Nami seemed to escape a little and left here, going to Belle Mel's cemetery. Before leaving and restarting a journey, she is going to say goodbye to Belle Mayer. Boy, you can't do this, our little Nami is not so easy to chase. Faintly, Nami heard a GN's voice, and almost staggered and fell to the ground. What are you talking about? Although I don't know what you're talking about, but if you say something related to Nami's childhood, it's not impossible to listen. What you said is quite special. After GN was stunned for a moment, he could see that this kid still wanted to know more about Nami. But he said it as if he had to tell him. This S*X is too strange. Nami will follow him in the future, won't he suffer? Sister Nuo Kagao, something is wrong. The big brother and the others have been rewarded by the Marine. Just now, I saw a patrolling Marine warship on the coast. He ran over in a panic and said. What? ADVERTISEMENT 100. Little Thieving Cat's Special Farewell Way, a new journey of smiling. Hearing this, Reka's expression froze slightly. Could it be that Garp came after him? After all, if you really want to speculate, it seems that it is not difficult to guess where you will be. After all, someone in Marine may still know about Kokoyashi village. Even if I take a trip myself, there will still be fish that slip through the net. It seems that you have to leave here as soon as possible. These nasty Marines are not doing their business. Finally, someone helps us eliminate the evil dragon pirates, but Marine wants to catch you instead. AGN felt very uncomfortable. Very disappointed with Marine. It's nothing, we are pirates in the first place, and there shouldn't be anything wrong with you here in the future. Garp knew about this matter, whether it was him or not. At least the tragedy that happened on this island, Garp already knows. He will have the corresponding precautionary measures. After all, he's a real Marine. Call my master, I'm going to run away. If Marine really stays here, it will be troublesome, Reka said lightly. Your injury? Nuoki Gaochong said worriedly, no problem. Boy, you must take good care of Nami. If you dare to make him cry, no matter where I am, I will definitely kill you, AGN exhorted. This farewell, I don't know when we will meet again, and this pirate road is destined to be full of dangers, 590. Don't worry, I assure you, she will always smile even when she is arrested. Boy, I didn't ask you to turn our little Nami into a wanted criminal. AGN's blood pressure rose immediately after hearing this. Originally, being a pirate is dangerous enough, and you have to be wanted by Marine and offer a reward. Nuo Chigao covered her mouth and smiled lightly. If Nami was really smiling even when she was wanted, then she must be very happy on this journey. At this moment, Zoro, Luffy and the others walked over noisily. I'm the captain, the captain. Damn it, why is the bounty only 50 million Baileys? Huh? Luffy was greatly shocked, looking at Zoro and the others with a pitiful face, listless.
Hey, Captain Stinky, do you know what the 50 million Bailey bounty means in East Blue? That's more than double the bounty of the dragon. It is estimated that Marine already knew that you were in the Krieg boss you got within the time limit. Sanji explained as he lit a cigarette.
30 million Baileys? Not bad, Zoro grinned, feeling pretty good. Without Luffy and Reka, he would be the highest bounty pirate in East Blue right now. Whether it is a good name or a bad name, he will be famous all over the world. This is what he once said, and now he has taken an extremely important step. Now Marine headquarters have begun to notice their strength. And the evaluation is not low. Is it really good already? When Luffy Sanji said that, his eyes lit up immediately. Of course. That's it, forget it, hee. But when they secretly took pictures, I don't know. Luffy thought with his head sideways. However, with his brain capacity, thinking was futile, and he gave up thinking decisively after a while. I tell you all, don't look so complacent, this is a wanted warrant, it's very dangerous. There will be many bounty hunters coming to trouble us. Usopp was very worried. He was one of the few normal people on board. After all, who is wanted, who is not worried, instead, he is entangled in why his bounty is lower than others. Isn't the bounty the lower the better? The more valuable the head, the higher the probability of being targeted. You haven't been offered a reward, don't worry, you are safe. Yeah, Usopp suddenly realized. Advertisement after that, he didn't care about it, and started discussing with everyone. But I didn't expect that Reka-san's bounty was 100 million belly. I have never seen so much money in my life. Really? That bag Nami keeps in the corner of the room has 100 million berries, haven't you seen it before? Really? Usopp was shocked, he really didn't pay attention. However, what did Reka-san do in Marine Base? If he just broke in to get money, it wouldn't be such an exaggeration to offer a reward of 100 million Baileys. Sanji and others just saw the arrest warrant. Haven't seen the content published in the newspaper by Marine headquarters. After all, Kokoyashi village is just an island in East Blue, and it is considered well informed that the arrest warrant can be issued here. Now is not the time to be so leisurely, Marine's warships have appeared on the coast, Chapo said worriedly. It doesn't matter, this island is not small, our ship has been hidden, there is still a little time, Sanji said lightly. Wait a minute Nami, then sail away, yeah, let's go to the Grand Line, Luffy said happily. Brother Zoro. Don't worry too much, we noticed it just now. Those Marines seem to be just patrol ships. They don't have many manpower. They shouldn't be specially here to catch you, but they can't stay for long, Johnny and Joseph said from a distance. As soon as they found out the news, they went to investigate. Brother, take care of yourself, it's time for us to return to being the original bounty hunters, Joseph and Johnny said goodbye reluctantly. Brother Zoro finally found the eagle-eyed man he was looking for. What we have to do now is to move forward all the way and surpass him.
You guys take care too. Let's go and prepare for sailing first, Zoro said. Isn't Nami here? Usopp looked around, but didn't see Nami. Will she not come? She will come to join us soon after getting the news, after all, that is our navigator. Reka said lightly, now there are many people.
Marine didn't come straight to them either, there was plenty of time, so all the supplies that should be prepared had to be prepared. Once out to sea, the boundless and vast sea makes it extremely difficult for Marines to pursue them.
And for such a voyage, they may not see new land for a few days or even a few weeks, which is normal.
Therefore, the supplies must be properly prepared, otherwise they will be the ones who will be in danger at that time, and they cannot underestimate this sea. Yes, Nami will definitely come, Luffy grinned. A group of people came to the coast where Going Merry was hidden while chatting and making noise. Even if it is a marine patrol boat, it is impossible to go around the entire island and search every coast carefully. That's too unrealistic, and an island, leading to the sea in all directions, wants to catch pirates on an island. The difficulty is not low, if it weren't for this, there wouldn't be so many pirates in the sea. Knowing that they were leaving, many villagers took the initiative to send various supplies. And Nami came to Dr. Nago's clinic after watching Bell Mel, and washed off the flag pattern of the dragon pirates. However, the scars left by tattoos cannot be completely removed. So Nami decided to get another tattoo. When Nami returned home, she only saw sister Nuokagao, and the others spontaneously went to the coast to see off Reka and others. Noki Gao stayed here to tell Nami the situation, I see. You will go. Do you think that Bell Mel will agree with me to be a pirate? Nami suddenly asked. Bell Mel was a marine, and died at the hands of the evil dragon and the pirates. Advertisement, you should know the answer a long time ago. That's our mother. As long as you are happy, she will be very happy. That's right, Bell Mel has always been like this. Nami has tears rolling in her eyes. Even without any blood relationship, they are a real family. I'll tidy up and salute, Nami said to Nuokagao. Nuokagao nodded, told Nami the location, and then helped. Nami wrote a note and left all the treasures here. The village is in dire straits and needs money more than she does. And that's what she calls tidying up. But this thing, why didn't he come to me to get it back? Nami took out the devil fruit, with a blank face, not knowing what Reka meant. Forget it, I'll return it to him when I'm on the ship. On the coast, people from the entire Kokoja village came, and it was overcrowded for a while. Hasn't Nami come yet? All sailing work is ready.
It will definitely come, but what about our navigator? Luffy said very firmly.
Reka sat on the mast, legs crossed, calmly looking towards the direction of the island. After a while, I really saw Nami's figure appearing, and she didn't seem to be carrying anything, and she went into battle lightly. Everyone, start the boat. Nami raised his head and waved in the direction of the boat. Why didn't Nami bring anything? How can I go out without money? Nami left all the money she saved over the years to the village, New Okagawa replied. How can that be done? This is her own hard-earned money. Ajien immediately disagreed. They can live poorly in the village, which is fine, but how can they not bring money when they go out? She said she would steal again. Wait a minute, let's start the boat now. We haven't thanked you enough, Nami. The people in other villages responded immediately. But Nami was already running. Nami, isn't she going to let us thank you and leave? Wait, even Ajien is not calm anymore. I don't know when we will see you again, so we have to say goodbye. Nami quickly shuttled 3.1 through the crowd, without a trace of her hand. One wallet after another was robbed by her in an instant, and everyone didn't know it. Until Nami ran to the shore, started off with a bounce, and landed firmly on Going Merry. The clothes on the lower abdomen were lifted, and the clattering wallet fell to the ground, and everyone suddenly realized it. My wallet is missing. Mine too. Nami took a 10,000 face value Bailey, kissed it, and said with a smile. Everyone, take care. You have so much courage, you brat. On the coastline, the crowd is excited, waving his hands. Nami had a smug face and a very sweet and intoxicating smile. You little thief, give me back the wallet, come back soon. Come back anytime you want, take care, thank you so much. This guy hasn't changed at all, he won't steal my wallet. Usopp touched his wallet subconsciously. It's okay, it's still there. Miss Nami, well done. Sanji gave a thumbs up. Luffy laughed out loud. Their navigator was still very interesting, and this was the first time he had seen such a farewell.
Amidst the laughter, Going Merry set sail again, heading for a wider sky and more fantastic islands. 101. The town of beginning and end, Loguetown, Monkey D. Dragon.
My sister is amazing. Nami, you must be happy. Nuoki Gao and others looked at the distant ship, feeling lost, but sincerely wished her that she could find her own happiness.
By the way, this is for you. The doctor suddenly took out a piece of paper and handed it to Jien. What? Give me the paper. Do you think I'm crying? It's just that I got sand in my eyes. Jien didn't want to take it, but saw that it was hard paper, not paper. Still half believing and half doubting, he took it over. What pattern is this? It's Nami's new tattoo. It says it's a windmill and an orange, and there's a circled symbol like P. She didn't say what it was, but judging from the expression at the time, it must be very important to her, so she added it, put it in the center. Now it seems that she can let go of the past, which is a good thing. The doctor said with emotion. It looks like a small axe. By the way, Jien, where is the windmill on your head? Nuochi suddenly found that the windmill on Jien's head was gone. Now, there is no need. Jien smiled slightly. Nami is no longer a child. In the past, Nami was still young, and Jien was also fierce. Every time he got close to Nami, the baby Nami would scream in fright. After he put on the windmill, little Nami smiled. Over the years, he has been wearing it like a great father, guarding her side. But now that she has grown up, she has a sincere and reliable partner by her side. So be sure to live happily. Nami is the group favorite of their whole village, and everyone wishes her well. After all, she has lived too hard these years. Since the arrival of the Dragon Pirates, today is the first time they saw Nami smiling so happily. From now on, I will keep laughing like this forever. The voyage is timeless and the weather is fine and sunny. 2 days have passed since I left Kokoyashi village. In 2 days, they encountered 2 or 3 pirate ships that were also on the route, sank them, and took away the treasure. Everyone was allocated some treasure, although it was not much, but once they landed on the island, it was enough for each of them to squander it. After that, for a long time, I didn't meet anyone again. Occasionally, a boat saw them from a distance, but was scared and fled. So on Going Merry, everyone is quite free, except for the life-threatening training time. Besides Zoro and Luffy, Sanji also volunteered to join the self-abuse training. Usopp felt his scalp go numb. These guys can't be judged by normal humans at all. And even if there are 3 people, when facing Reka, they are still in the state of military training.
But affected by this practice atmosphere, Usopp also uses the cannon and special slingshot in the boat to practice his shooting skills every day. Everyone's training time is relaxed, and the total training time in a day is not much. The rest of the time is their own free time. A newsbird with a satchel on one head and a hat with the letter N on it, with a cute face, flew over Going Merry, quacking a few times. Then it saw a guest waving on the boat, and it flew down with a whoosh, and then just when it thought it could sell a newspaper. But it suspected that it was alive. The girl in front of it was actually trying to bargain with a newsbird that couldn't speak human language. Has the price increased again? Is your newspaper a bit expensive? Get me a little cheaper? Nami clapped the newspaper in his hand, looking at the newsbird and bargaining. Advertisement: a newspaper costs 100 Baileys, even if it is inconvenient to buy because they are at sea. But there is no cost for other birds, whether it is sold on the island or sold at a big price, there is no need to stop.
It might even be better to say that it took the opportunity to make an extra business while it was on its way.
Newsbird shook his head when he heard that he was still haggling for a newspaper.
Forget it this time, I won't buy it if the price increases next time. Nami finished counting before putting a 100 Bailey coin into the small satchel hanging around his neck. Even if you are a pirate, you have to abide by some rules, such as this news bird, whoever hunts and kills it.
No matter where they are in the future, no newspaper office will sell newspapers to them. No one would hunt newsbirds for such a small amount of money. If they wanted to hunt them wantonly, the big man known as the king of newsbirds, Morgans, would not let them go easily. The newsbird stretched out its wings and stroked its head. It is a part-time worker. It has a lot of work and no commission. It works overtime when people are on vacation. So far, there is not even a female bird. The price of the newspaper is up to him. Male. Forget it, as long as this newspaper is sold, the newsbird who received the money flew away without thinking too much. Go back and tell the other birds to pay attention, there is a woman in East Blue who likes to bargain. 1 or 2 newspapers, why bother? Usopp said disapprovingly, mending the damaged things on the deck.
If you buy it every day, it will be great. Don't you need to save money to buy back the village from the evil dragon? Why are you so fussy about money? Usopp processed another super spicy pellet.
What nonsense, just because that matter is resolved, I'm going to make money for myself this time. I don't want to be a poor pirate, Nami said, pointing at Usopp. Okay, I'm developing the latest Nirvana pepper star, so be careful and stay away, Usopp said. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from above. It was the orange tree that Nami took care of Reka the night before. Luffy was sneaking over to eat the vigorous oranges, but was stopped by Sanji. When Luffy stealed the oranges, he was startled, fell down from above, hit the deck, and sent Usopp's specially prepared chili oil into the air, splashing directly into Usopp's eyes. Ah! Usopp's eyes spewed fire, and he ran around on the boat hot. What's the matter? I'll just eat one. Sanji is so mean, Luffy complained. After finishing training, Zoro lay down in the shade of the boat and fell asleep. Reka is sitting next to the orange orchard, enjoying a leisurely afternoon tea time. There are dozens of beverages to choose from, such as coffee, milk juice, etc. There are also all kinds of desserts, which make Luffy salivate. Exquisite life fully embodies the word, upper class. After kicking his own captain, Sanji returned to his appearance as a gentleman waiter. Reka-san, do you need anything else? No need. Whether it's the cooking skills at noon or the dessert in the afternoon, they are all excellent. Reka finally realized that having a chef on board is what makes a person live a good life. Eating is a major event in life, a life that is lived in a casual way and a life that is paid attention to. Their happiness index is completely different, and Sanji's cooking skills are really amazing. Even just making drinks and desserts, Reka is amazing. Advertisement during the day, he couldn't help admiring. Reka-san's praise is our honor, Sanji said politely. Sanji, you are too eccentric, I also want to drink and eat snacks. It's in the kitchen, take it yourself. Eccentric, Reka-san is better than women, Luffy. Have you noticed that Sanji is very positive towards other women, but seems to be very flat towards Nami? Why is that? Unless Nami calls him, otherwise he won't. It's so weird to come forward in person. Usopp asked as he came to Luffy with tears streaming down his face. I see, are you saying that Nami is not a woman? Hey, after saying this, Luffy himself had a look of disbelief, as if he had suddenly discovered a new world. Are you an idiot? Usopp looked at his captain with a disgusted face. What's his brain? No. Captain Idiot, what are you talking about? Don't answer yourself. Nami threw an orange and hit Luffy's face with precision. Then Luffy opened his mouth wide and swallowed the orange with the peel. It was delicious. HMPH, you ordinary people, how do you know what true love is? True love is the last thing a gentleman can get involved in. Besides, I want to live a few more years. Sanji smoked a cigarette and looked at the sky. Thoughts are flying. Okay, come here quickly, everyone. From the map, it seems that the Grand Line can only be entered from the upside-down mountain. Nami took out the nautical chart stolen from Buggy the clown.
They are already approaching in this direction, and as a navigator, she needs to tell everyone about this situation.
Nami pointed to a location on the map and said that it was the location of Reverse Mountain 883, and after passing there, it was the Grand Line. It's so troublesome, why can't we go directly from the sea? Zoro woke up, heard Nami say this, and asked directly. No, the old man told me that the only way to get to the Grand Line is through there.
Why? Usopp wondered. Because it's dangerous. Why is it dangerous? I don't know, the old man only said it was dangerous.
I know this. As a navigator, Nami knew about these things. Let's go from the front. It sounds interesting. Luffy wants to go directly from the front. He doesn't know what is the calm belt full of giant sea kings.
I said, did you listen to someone saying that it's dangerous there? Nami felt a headache when he heard Luffy speak.
Fortunately, Luffy changed his target at the next moment. Before going to the Grand Line, let's go get some more meat. Delicious meat, meaty meat. With Luffy around, the food on board is never enough. Then go here. Nami pointed to an island near the upside-down mountain. There is a very famous town on this island, Rog. What? Is that where the meat is famous? Luffy was puzzled. Alias, the town where it begins and ends, I remember hearing it that way. Looking into the distance, Zoro answered the question thoughtfully. Yes, this is the town where One Piece King Roger was born and where One Piece died. Shall we go? Nami asked. Go. I want to see the man who got the great secret treasure, the man who got everything in this world, the town where he was born and died. Luffy looked forward. At this moment, in Roguetown, the wind and rain were blowing, and a figure in a cloak was bathed in the storm. He stood on a high roof, looked at the execution platform in the square, and said calmly to himself, Roger, follow your footsteps, see the truth in a corner of the world makes me more convinced that the Revolutionary Army is going in the right direction. However, this road is not easy, but I still have to thank you for the confrontation with you. It made me see clearly the world. 102. Bartender Reka, shocked Revolutionary Army Chief Dragon, begging to subscribe. Straw Hat Boy, where are you? Do you know how I got here these days? Damn it, on a boat near Roguetown. Finally, after going through a lot of hardships, I finally found the clown Buggy in all his bodies. Talking with snot and tears, the more I talk, the more angry I get. After his body was blown away, he immediately searched for it, but some were taken away by birds, and some landed on islands where wild animals were rampant. If it is not because of eating this devil fruit, even the body has changed and the taste is not very good. On a small island, he became the meal of a large bird. All in all, blame the Straw Hat crew. Captain, haven't you seen East Blue's new bounty criminal recently? I think we should think about it again? Kabaji hesitated while looking at the bounty list in his hand. It's been a while since we saw each other, and they were offered a reward by the Marine headquarters. And the amount? All three are more than the defeated captain. Is this going to seek revenge? Or give away the head?
What kind of bounty? How much can it be? East Blue is the weakest. Buggy Oda said disapprovingly. Captain Buggy, look for yourself. Kabaji handed the arrest warrant to Buggy. 10 million Baileys and 5 million, 3 million Baileys. That's not too bad. Buggy glanced at it. This bounty is not bad for East Blue. Captain Ba, it's 100 million Baileys, 50 million, 30 million Baileys. Nani, it's a lie. How could it be so high? 1, 10, 100, thousands, really 100 million Baileys. This guy didn't look dangerous before. The first reward is 100 million Baileys. What a joke. This news shocked Buggy for many years.
Reports say he attacked Marine base, killing a Marine Rear Admiral, a Marine Colonel, and many Marines.
Also played against Hawkeye, Marine hero Garp, but against Garp these are rumors, not confirmed. Is he an idiot? To attack Marine base? Where's the Straw Hat and the Pirate Hunter? Buggy continued to ask.
The Straw Hats took down Chief Krieg in 5 minutes, the sinister guy who used to chase us all over East Blue. The Pirate Hunter has challenged Hawkeye before, and he has gone through several tricks, and his strength is not bad, so, Captain, we still. No. Who do you think I am? How can you be afraid of a kid who just went out to sea, and I have recently researched the latest secret weapon. Besides, our goal is only the Straw Hat Boy. Is it really okay? Kabaji expressed doubts about this. Pirates can betray, but they have to think carefully, the consequences are very serious. Now the captain wants to go, if he doesn't want to betray, he has to go. It's better not to find anyone. Kabaji could only pray in his heart. Town of Rog. Woohoo! What a big town, Luffy couldn't help exclaiming as he looked at the magnificent and wide streets with endless buildings in front of him. This used to be a town where pirates targeting the Grand Line gathered. Everything you need can be bought here. For the upcoming big adventure, I'm going to collect some equipment. Usopp is also eager to try. It seems that we can buy good ingredients. There are also beauties. Sanji looked forward to seeing the bustling scene in front of the street. I also have something I want to buy, Zoro said with his chin propped up. 2 of his weapons were destroyed in the fight with Hawkeye. Only Hidao's words are fine. During the battle, he can snatch 2 knives from the enemy's hands at any time and use them. But Zoro still wants to find 2 stronger knives if he can. Before, the craftsman responsible for repairing the knife told him that his body was in a stage of development at the moment, and his strength was changing rapidly. Common's weapon will not be able to withstand his brute force. After recent training with Reka, this strength increase is even more obvious. Advertisement. Oh, what did you buy? I remember you were penniless. Nami, who knew Zoro's financial situation, immediately shone like a profiteer in his eyes. Although robbing pirates' treasures, there will be a share, but Zoro had borrowed money from Nami once before, and the debt was repaid. I'm going to the execution platform, to see the place where One Piece was executed. Luffy also had a place he wanted to go, and as soon as he finished speaking, he ran out by himself. Hey, we haven't made an appointment yet, Usopp worried. There are many people here, and there are many pirates, but don't forget, you are a wanted criminal now, so be careful, Nami also warned. This kind of behavior of letting Luffy go out alone, Reka only said something naive in his heart. They haven't fully understood Luffy yet, otherwise they would know that letting Luffy out like this would definitely cause trouble. Nami and the others now naively think that Luffy will not cause trouble casually. But originally Reka didn't expect to get through it peacefully. It's okay to be a little noisy. Zoro, would you like to borrow some money? Nami approached Zoro and said in a thief-like manner. Then Reka heard a few intermittent words from Zoro. It's so expensive, are you a devil? This is usury? But in the end, the cash-strapped Zoro had to borrow money from Nami. After that, Yuyurin went to the commercial street to find a weapon shop. By the way, if you get lost, you can probably find Luffy by going to a crowded place.
Reka said before Zoro left.
Although I told Zoro about the meeting place, his current road disorder is not that serious. But it is still necessary to mention one thing. After all, his strength and Liu Kai seem to develop in opposite directions. Now that the progress of strength is so fast, the problem of Liu Kai may be more serious. Reka-san, I'm not a child, Zoro said speechlessly. He had a kind of self-confidence. Reka-san, Nami-chan, see you later, I'm going to prepare some ingredients. Sanji chose a direction and walked. I'll go shopping too. Usopp left carelessly. Anyway, he was not a wanted criminal, so even if he met Marine, he would be safe on the road.
Soon there were only Reka and Nami left. Reka wants to go to the tavern, use all the ingredients, and make some good drinks for usual drinking. The wine here, in Reka's opinion, is too ordinary, and only the wine he mixes is good wine. You can drink at any time. You don't want to go shopping in such a bustling street. Nami became more cheerful after unloading the burden of Kokosia village. No, let's go. Reka was dragged away by Nami before she finished speaking.
After a while, Nami tried on dozens of sets of clothes in a row in the clothing store, including fashionable clothes, sexy clothes, and chansong. The clothing culture in this world is really colorful 8-gate, there are only things you can't think of, and there is nothing you can't buy. At first Reka wanted to escape, but seeing Nami in cross-dressing was quite pleasing to the eye, so he didn't say anything more. After all, as a man, who can refuse such an ever-changing beauty, wearing a red chansong, which undoubtedly reveals Nami's perfect S-shaped figure. Guest, you are really elegant. This one is modified from the style that the world's most beautiful woman often wears. You have a real eye for it. Do you want to buy all of these? The boss watched Nami try several times in a row. 10 sets of clothes, I thought I met a big fat sheep. The face was full of smiles, until Nami said, neither, I want more casual clothes. Turn around and leave. Noble, elegant, these are not in line with Nami's aesthetics, although they are indeed good looking. Welcome to come again, the store owner said with tears, missing a big customer. Advertisement at the 5th store, Nami bought the clothes she wanted, and the price was directly reduced to 30%. The store hesitated, and didn't want to sell it at first, but it was helpless. Nami wanted too much, even if it was only 30% off, he still made a little money. It just belongs to the kind of price that makes you feel distressed if you don't make money, and feels like you don't make money when you make money. You are a bargaining wizard, and your boyfriend is also very handsome. You are really a good-looking couple. Can you give me a 50% discount? Okay. Nami, who originally wanted to cut down the price, suddenly smiled, so he stopped cutting and let this store go. Won't you help me with my clothes? You can handle it. Reka didn't realize it. I'm thirsty, I can go get a drink now, good. A business is neither hot nor deserted, and the atmosphere is just right in the tavern. Reka put down the axe, gave the store owner a list and a considerable fee, and asked him to prepare the materials on it. At the same time, lend him the bar for temporary use. Of course, since he troubled people in the industry like the boss to run errands, in exchange, he could also make drinks for others when he was resting. This is a trick that Reka thinks is not bad to increase the performance value, and it can temporarily put down the arrogant posture. Nami looked at Reka, who moved gracefully and carefully mixed the wine, and enjoyed this rare moment of tranquility and leisure. Brother, your wine is much better than old Neil's. Are you the new bartender invited by old Neil? If so, I will come to drink often in the future. Delicious. It's so delicious. What's going on with this dreamy texture? It's so delicious. The few customers in the store all got the delicious wine made by Reka. Everyone was full of praise, and they didn't even think that the bartender in front of them was the hottest pirate in East Blue. After all, this is the era of great pirates, and there are powerful pirates every day. Even bounty hunters don't necessarily remember to live that much. Only 1 in a million of them may be encountered by them. So most people don't specifically remember what a pirate looks like. It smells very good, give me a drink too. Suddenly, from an inconspicuous corner, a magnetic man's voice sounded. He was wearing a green cloak, and the cloak enveloped his whole body, as if he had just arrived, and he seemed to have arrived a long time ago. No one noticed when he was there, like a gust of wind, without any sense of existence. Hearing this, Reka looked over, paused for about a second, and looked away expressionlessly. But there was a storm in my heart, Monkey D. Dragon. The leader of the Revolutionary Army. It was such a coincidence that he was in a shop where he stopped at random. Right away, aren't you going to ask me what I want to drink? I'm not the boss. I just took a look at it temporarily, now they drink whatever I make, and so do you. No choice? No, oh well. Reka adjusted the wine 3 times, 5 times and 2 times, and put the wine glass in front of the dragon. Long didn't hesitate, picked up the wine glass, and drank it down in one gulp. Originally, he just took a sip, but he couldn't help but drank it in one gulp. Drink. Thanks for the compliment. What I didn't expect was that someone in East Blue recognized me. You young man, you have amazing powers of observation. 103. Long. The Revolutionary Army needs talents like you, please subscribe. Oh, 2 beauties with champagne-flavored appetizers, the streets are full of great ingredients. I don't even know where to start. Damn it. Sanji lingered among beauties and food, and he was so full of beautiful things. I don't know how to choose. That's right. There are too many good things in this town. The voice of Buggy Clown also came from the side. It's great. What are these things? They are all things that make the hearts of fanatics. Usopp walked into an equipment store and was immediately surprised. There are so many things here. Welcome. The items in our store are all used by the pirates who came back alive from the Grand Line. They are all special and precious products. The store owner's eyes lit up immediately when he saw Usopp. Are they props used by the Grand Line pirates? Usopp was shocked. That's right, sea warriors like you are most welcome in this store. Look, this is the gun used by Goldie Roger. Nani, Goldie Rogers, yes, I don't know what you want. Show me other products. Knives. These are too expensive. Zoro looked through the glass in Weapons Street and saw the weapons displayed in the store, which seemed to be well made. But he is so poor that the money he borrowed from Nami does not support him to buy these weapons at all. But in the end Zoro picked a store that looked relatively cheap and walked in. Meanwhile, Loguetown Marine Base. A Marine receives an update from Marine HQ. Colonel Smoker, something is wrong. There is news from the headquarters that the pirate monkey D. Luffy and his gang are heading to Loguetown. They're the 3 pirates with the highest bounty in East Blue. They're 100 million belly, Zhu and 30 million Baileys. Marine, who received the news, quickly opened the door and walked into room 640, which was filled with smoke and only vague figures could be seen. 100 million, 50 million, 30 million, the bounty is really high, with so many pirates appearing in East Blue all at once. The world is getting more and more difficult. Smoker's tone, although serious, but still some ridicule. Colonel Smoker, they defeated the leader of Krieg and the Dragon Pirates, and broke through Marine Base, the most vicious pirates. Marine made a special mention because he was afraid that Colonel Smoker would not pay enough attention to it. Be quiet for me, because you yelled and failed again. I have my way of getting nervous about a little thing. Smoker stood up, and the smoke around him dissipated a lot. Showing Smoker's strong and well-proportioned figure, short silver and white hair, and 2 cigars in his mouth at the same time. What did you just say? He was practicing, but he didn't listen carefully just now, and his attention was not fully focused. Yes, it's the pirates. I heard that they may show up in this town today. There's nothing to panic about. Since I've been in charge of this town, have any pirates who broke in escaped? No, then calm down, or you will disturb my pace. 11. Report. There are witnesses saying that there are pirates in the port. At this time, another Marine ran in to report. It must be the Straw Hat crew, they broke in. Maximum 100 million Pele. I hope it's a group of fun guys, Smoker said confidently. He is a disciple of Marine Admiral Zephyr, originally one of the most excellent Marine officers in the Marine headquarters, but because he refused to obey discipline, he often confronted his superiors, and was also called the Mad Dog in Marine by the outside world. Because of this, he was dispatched to his hometown Loguetown and became a colonel of the Marine headquarters. If he doesn't do his own thing, he is at least a Rear Admiral officer in Marine, and he is a top actual combat Rear Admiral officer. Coupled with Logia Demon Fruit Power, CBAF, he has a very high error tolerance rate and combat capability when facing more than 90% of pirates. Guarding a town in East Blue, even if this town is the only place to go to the Grand Line, is a bit overkill. Smoker-san, don't you look at the wanted notice? Marine paused. If you find one of them, you can find the others. Smoker glanced at the arrest warrant for 100 million Baileys on the top. This is the only way to catch him, but no matter how strong East Blue's pirates are, so what? Advertisement for many people, Logia is an unbreakable deadly ability. Colonel, please issue combat orders to all units. No, but considering the opponent's strength. It's really long-winded, don't tell me what to do. I'm very sorry, Marine quickly saluted and apologized. By the way, where did Tashigi go? She seemed to be out early in the morning, but she said she would be in training.
Where did that stupid woman go? Just as Smoker finished speaking, a little girl happily holding an ice cream accidentally bumped into Smoker's leg. Colonel Smoker. This startled the child's father.
Smoker looked fierce, but he didn't care about them. Instead, he took out the Bailey and handed it to the little girl. Sorry, my pants ate your ice cream. You take this and go buy a 5-layer ice cream bar. Thanks, let's go. Smoker continued toward the port.
Port. Ahahaha. Take them all away. This is the precious food that I, Mika Ujiali, used to be the pirate king. You just hand it over willingly. A group of pirates were robbing the coastline.
Who's your leader? But Smoker suddenly appeared behind them and asked. Who are you? Is it Monkey D. Luffy? Or the Sun Tyrant? But the pirate captain asked first. He felt that the person in front of him had a fierce look on his face, and even took the initiative to trouble the pirates. He looked very difficult to mess with.
It seems that I have found the wrong person, but let me see if you have the right to break into my jurisdiction. What are you talking about? Forget it, little ones. Kill him.
Oh, the pirates rushed forward, 10 seconds later.
Ah, Captain, help me, monster. What's here? Smoke. We're caught by smoke.
What is this, Mom? I want to go home. Colonel Smoker is really good. This solves Straw Hat crew. A Marine ran over and said. Are your eyes decorative? If such a small character is worth 30 million yuan, the world will end. It should appear soon. As soon as Smoker finished speaking, he saw a skinny monkey-like, harmless Luffy looking around not far away. It's so strange, why did I come to the port? I obviously ran into it. Hey, Luffy looked confused, but just in time to see someone not far away, he waved hello and was about to ask for directions. Is that their accomplice too? Smoker asked Marine who was in charge of monitoring this group of pirates just now. Probably not, I didn't see that they were in the same group just now. At this time Luffy had already stepped forward. How'd I get to the execution platform? Execution platform. Smoker didn't take the initiative to ask for directions, looking harmless young man as some kind of villain. I'm lost. Luffy said distressedly. I haven't seen you before. Smoker grew up in this town, and basically knew everyone in the town. I just arrived on this island. This town is really big, it's completely different from Windmill Village. Why are you looking for an execution platform? Advertisement. I want to see where One Piece died. Hearing this, Smoker was slightly taken aback, quite surprised. What, don't you know? Luffy saw Smoker stunned for a moment, thinking that he probably didn't know either. Wait a minute, right where the smoke drifts past. Is that over there? Thanks, Luffy said, running along the drifting smoke. Didn't consider whether the existence of this smoke is reasonable, brain, he doesn't need it. But Luffy ran and ran off again, and came to a sparsely populated tavern with Goldie Roger on the signboard. Instead of Goldie Roger, Luffy pushed the door open out of curiosity and walked in.
Another cup. The man in the cloak said calmly. If it were an ordinary person, he would be shocked by his words, and it is not impossible to be frightened to report to Marine.
Of course, it is more likely to be directly frightened and fainted. Because this is the most heinous criminal in the world, the #1 enemy of the world government. Dragon, the leader of the revolutionary army, is more dangerous than the 4 emperors.
Whoever recognizes it, can't go to the original speed.
It's like eating hot pot and singing, and you find that the opposite table is the most wanted criminal in the world. How did you find out? But Reka was very calm, and just silently refilled a glass of wine for Long. Reka felt that he had covered it up very well in an instant. A person's expression can be disguised, but the instantaneous change in the eyes cannot be hidden, and when you found me, the originally pleasing and extremely smooth movements stopped for less than a second. It's been a long time since I drank so much delicious wine, Long said calmly. Reka-san, what's the matter? Nami couldn't help asking when he saw that Reka hadn't returned after pouring the wine. Fine. Don't worry, I'm not some devil who wants to destroy the world, I just came in for a drink, Long said lightly. Looking up at Reka, a mysterious face that attracted the attention of all the powerhouses in the world was revealed in front of Reka. There was appreciation in his eyes. After this young man recognized himself, he adjusted his mentality in an instant, possessing extremely strong psychological qualities and abilities. If it wasn't for his movements getting stuck, the pupils would have shrunk. Long wasn't even sure if the other party really found himself. He is confident that his ability to disguise and hide is world class. But he didn't expect that the moment he opened his mouth, he would be spotted by a bartender in a tavern. After seeing it through, he could still pour himself wine without shaking his hands or heart. It is a talent. In terms of breath, it is also quite powerful. It's amazing. I don't feel it when I'm being watched by others. It seems that my practice is not up to par, Reka said with sincere admiration. Actually, I have also used the fruit ability. In other words, I am used to this kind of life. Others should not be able to find it. And after you admit it, I am completely sure. The dragon's tone is kind. Are you lying to me? Not really, it's just an extra level of certainty. With your ability, it's a little bit of a lack of talent here. I just said that I'm only temporary. When Reka heard it, he immediately understood that the dragon might not know that he was a member of the Straw Hat boat.
Otherwise, you won't feel like you're working here. May I ask, what do you think of our business? Is this a proposition?
104. Your grandfather and grandson, 3rd generation, are so accurate, please subscribe. Send a proposition? Just curious. Long shook his head, and then put the wine glass in front of Reka again. Reka couldn't see that Long Jing was also greedy for drinking. In his capacity, isn't he afraid of being drunk and sent to the Marine? People in this world are only strong if they are strong, but that refers to destructive power. Physically, they will still be the same as the common people who should get drunk and get sick. By the way, Reka, I bought you a few sets of clothes just now, do you want to try it? I see that you have always worn those 2 sets of clothes. Stupid women, men are like this, don't come here. Seeing Nami approaching, Reka stopped her. Even though he knew that Long was the only organization leader in this world who put people first and fought for them. But since he is the leader of the organization, he will always face various choices. Some choices are not his own wishes, but out of overall consideration. What did you say? Nami got angry all of a sudden, this B*******, unexpectedly, just refused. But soon Nami also noticed something. Under normal circumstances, Kaka would not write a strange common person and chat for so long.
Could it be that this man in the cloak is special? Or does he know him? In this world, if you just know some things, there may be troubles in the future, and they will be counted together when people settle accounts.
So Reka doesn't want Nami to have anything to do with people like dragons, it's better not to have seen them. Otherwise, it might cause some trouble. It's really careful, but I still really want to know the answer to the question just now. Long glanced at Nami, and then looked back. People-oriented organizations have never been a real evil, but in the face of the entire world, it is very difficult to survive, let alone succeed. Reka said a relatively pertinent sentence. There is nothing you can't say, even if you fall out with the dragon in some way, there is nothing to be afraid of. The performance value is improved, the arrogance value is useless, and there is enough self-protection ability. Little brother, you see it thoroughly. Have you studied our revolutionary army in depth? Long's eyes lit up immediately. In just one sentence, it is pointed out that the basis of the existence of the Revolutionary Army is the people. These are many pirates in the world, including the 4 emperors.
And the world government, Marine HQ, and his violent Garp father, things that can't be fully understood. Under the real ruler, the existence of their revolutionary army has long been discredited as the world's largest criminal gang. Even the people who have received their help, a large part of them will still have doubts at the beginning. After all, their ideas are too superficial for people who are still in the feudal Wong Quan era.
Only some people who have had a deep understanding of them know that they are just asking for a small amount of justice and fairness from this chaotic world. But it is only this understanding. Among the strangers who can meet for the first time, they can hit the nail on the head and point out that the purpose and significance of the existence of the Revolutionary Army are the people's. Only the young man in front of him, even the tyrant bear, Ivankov and the others couldn't fully understand it at the very beginning. It was only after getting along that I gradually understood the meaning of fighting for this career. People of the same path. Long just for a moment, this feeling arose in his heart. But he was still as calm as water, without any radical words or deeds on the surface. I didn't know much about it, I just analyzed it based on the rumors I heard, Reka said, and sat down opposite the dragon. He also poured himself a glass of wine and drank it leisurely. Looking at the dragon's face with a little curiosity, even though the atmosphere is not suitable. But Reka has heard some rumors that the blue tattoo on the dragon's face is more like Garp's shoe prints. Once this kind of thought exists, it can't help but emerge from time to time. Advertisement, I don't know your honorable name. Reka. Then Reka, why don't you become a member of us and change the world with us? In the era of great pirates, this world has always lacked true justice. The corruption of Wong Quan's nobles is the real source of disaster. The dragon's gaze became hot at this moment. Although the Revolutionary Army has achieved achievements in recent years, they have not come easily. People like Reka have strong psychological quality, not weak strength, and are good at observing and distinguishing right from wrong. He is an excellent talent. Once he becomes a Revolutionary Army, he will surely play a big role. Hearing this, Reka was stunned for a moment. He thought that Long took the initiative to reveal that he knew him. I hope that I will not reveal his traces, after all, a strong man like Long and the leader of the organization. Once their whereabouts are revealed, they will be followed by the Marine Grand Fleet, Marine Admiral, and CPO, the spy department directly under the world government. Then the whole East Blue could be buzzing. After all, in East Blue, there are several special kingdoms that the world government cares about, such as the most beautiful Goa Kingdom in East Blue, and the Kingdom of Bridges, where slaves have built bridges for the world government for hundreds of years. But I didn't expect to expose this point, because I want to pull myself into the gang. I said that your organization is already so short of people. Just a few words, you want to recruit people to join, and a certain sales are not as fast as you. Reka was a little speechless. I believe in my own vision. Long was calm, and full of wisdom. But in some things, there are similarities with Luffy Garp. It should be said that the 3 of them deserve to be orphaned as father and son. You never thought that your whereabouts were leaked, and I was sent by the world government to contact you, say something you like, and break into you? Reka suddenly said an extremely dangerous sentence at this time. Hearing this, Long's hand holding the wine glass stopped suddenly. In the deepest part of his heart, he had thought about this possibility just now. It's just hidden in the deepest part, but now Reka has pointed it out.
Is this unintentional, or intentional? If this is really the case, he is operating in reverse, deliberately pointing out what he thinks in his heart.
Do you want to win the trust of yourself again? Speaking of it, such an excellent talent is now a little suspicious in a tavern.
Long was silent for a while Reka was drinking leisurely. The initiative of the two, from the very beginning, Reka was found passive.
Up to now, the peak has turned, and the dragon has become passive.
What, do you still dare to recruit me into your organization now? Reka is like a noble scholar, polite in words, but vividly embodies the arrogance and self-confidence in his bones.
Long suddenly looked at Nami. Why don't you dare? I think, if there is an undercover agent, he wouldn't bring such a mediocre companion. Nami listened carefully, but didn't hear anything else, but she could hear the second half of the sentence clearly. As early as when Reka refused her clothes and didn't want her to approach. Nami felt an inexplicable feeling of anger in his heart. But considering Reka's character, I feel that there is something in it, and she may not be suitable to participate. Looking at the big picture, she still has it, but I didn't expect that she didn't take the initiative to participate. This man in the cloak who hides his head and tail looked at her and said that he was a mediocre person. This is probably a good thing to say, but if you don't understand it, it is useless waste. How could Nami endure this, and when he got angry, he had an outlet to vent. She strode over and made a move that made Reka's heart beat faster. Asking for flowers. She walked up to the back of the dragon, slapped it on the dragon's shoulder. I said it's hard to understand, don't you know that it's bad behavior to speak ill of people behind their backs? Look carefully, where am I? Mediocre? Have you ever seen such a beautiful girl like me? It's okay to say it in a place where Reka is not around, but how can I bear to say that I am mediocre in front of him? Advertisement as for why I was angry, maybe mediocrity has always been unworthy of excellent. Nami. Reka's expression was serious, the power in his body was already on the verge of firing. As Long has an aggressive move, he will act decisively. But the dragon didn't react too much, it was just that his shoulders were taken. But in Reka's view, after all, he is the most vicious criminal in the world. even if others are not vicious, he has been evading the pursuit of the world government for a long time. With Reka's words just now, Nami is very likely to be an agent, even if it is only possible. Judging from a cautious attitude, Reka thinks that the dragon will not let people approach him at will, let alone touch him directly. So Reka didn't stop Nami, but what Reka didn't expect was that the dragon didn't stop him, and Nami even took his shoulders. Point 0 If Nami is really an agent and holds the sea stone.
He might be in some trouble. Are you testing my sincerity? Long asked, looking at Reka.
No, I just don't want someone to take advantage of my partner. If you do, you have to bear the corresponding risk, Reka said in a deep voice.
With their strength, they must disturb the air and interfere with the transmission of sound silently.
It couldn't be more relaxed, but what the dragon said just now deliberately let Nami hear it. It's like looking at Nami's reaction. If he is a qualified agent, he probably won't have any reaction. But Nami was not, and the reaction was very strong, which made Long once again dispel the suspicion that they might be secret agents just now. But even if the suspicion is dispelled and Nami approached rashly, he needs a lot of courage to take this risk. Reka didn't stop it, just to make the dragon feel like it's on its own. If he escaped, their conversation would probably be over. This is a silent confrontation between the two about trust. Reka wins by a small margin, but Reka doesn't like the dragon involving Nami very much. I'm the one who was abrupt. If I avoided it just now, would you turn around and leave? Yes or no, the result is the same. Why? With your ability, if you don't do anything, it's too condescending. You didn't practice so far because you didn't do anything. Long was puzzled. Nami was even more dazed. What are they talking about? Nami, you go back first, I'll be right over. Then you have to tell me about your new friend. Nami was curious, but when Reka spoke, she would be obedient. Although the three of you, grandpa and grandson, have different personalities, there is one thing that is surprisingly consistent. Reka looked at the dragon and said with a little emotion. You know my origin? I've seen them too. Long was a little uneasy. It's not a good habit not to watch the news recently, especially in your line of business. Information is the most important thing. I'm on the road these days. You just said that there is something the same, wish? You guys are so accurate. A few days ago, Vice Admiral Garp also invited me to be Marine Vice Admiral, but in fact, I am a crew member on your son's ship. Huh? Long couldn't help but stood up. The amount of information was quite large. Point 105. Mr. Reka, you will be the beacon of the Revolutionary Army. Just knowing his true identity already shocked Long Chen very much. If it is an acquaintance or a world-renowned top powerhouse. With enough intelligence capabilities, Long won't be too shocked if he discovers this. But a person who is unknown in the world and sees himself for the first time knows that this is a secret thing in the world. What Long didn't expect was that in East Blue, he also encountered an old man who even invited him to become Marine Vice Admiral. Long passed by East Blue this time, although he came for the branch, but if the time is right, he will consider overthrowing the rule of the Kingdom of Goa.
If Garp is in East Blue, he's going to check him out when he's passing by. If you can, convince that old stubborn to join their revolutionary army.
It's just that I didn't expect that the man in front of me met the old man earlier than him, and the old man offered such a condition. No doubt he valued him very much.
You know, under normal circumstances, the old man would not open such a back door to any Marine. Even when he was young, when he was just messing around in the Marine, the boss didn't give him special treatment.
Although it is necessary to avoid suspicion, if it is excellent enough, there is no need to avoid these. After all, the strong are respected. During this period, the old man would occasionally open the 573 door to some promising young people. But that's because there is demand, like this time directly opened the door of Marine Vice Admiral. This is the first time Long has heard of it, but from the feeling after contacting it now, it seems that this is not too much. This young man named Reka is indeed very excellent. Looking at the whole world, he is also an extremely rare talent. Paying some price to get him is definitely blood money, not to mention, he is still very young and has a promising future. But they never expected that the talent the two of them longed for turned out to be the crew of Luffy who just went to sea. Grandpa can't, Dad can't, son and grandson get this world-class talent instead. You are. The Sun Tyrant? The pirate who recently offered a reward of 100 million Baileys. Long's heart was surging, and after clarifying the situation, he also had a complicated expression. Now it's not very easy to recruit, after all, poaching the corner of one's own son doesn't seem to be kind. Over the years, Long has worked so hard for the Revolutionary Army that he has no time to be with Luffy at all. Or dare not, all along, can only wait and see from afar. People who don't know think that his status as the leader of the Revolutionary Army can protect Luffy and his relatives. But in fact, if he has too much contact and the world government finds out the relationship between them, it will be considered that there is a relationship with Garp. It is also difficult for Luffy to escape the fate of being used against him. That's one of the reasons why Garp didn't really force Luffy to be Marine. Once Luffy becomes a Marine, one day in the future, apart from father and son killing each other, they will also be controlled by the world government. Dragon is indebted to Luffy, if there is such an excellent partner by his side. Maybe it's a good thing for Luffy. Hearing Reka's words, although Long really didn't have time to pay attention to the recent news. But along the way, on some islands, I have heard other people's comments. Advertisement. I immediately remembered that Reka was the tyrant of the sun, and the information was right. Fate is really amazing. Long sighed slightly. The three of them had encountered this man one after another. They are all optimistic about him. This fate really makes Long feel a lot. Since you are Luffy's partner, it's really not right to let you join the Revolutionary Army, but even if you are pirates in the future, we may not have opportunities to cooperate. Long smiled slightly. Just a moment ago, he was thirsty for talent, but now he has calmed down. If it were someone else's partner, or even the old man's disciple. He even dared to poach corners. In his Revolutionary Army, there are many cadres from Marine background. But only for Luffy, he felt indebted. Poor parents all over the world. Reka smiled slightly. Originally he could not have served the Revolutionary Army. He recognizes their ideas because he comes from a country where the people are the center. But working with them is too risky and tiring. He doesn't have a strong sense of belonging to this world. To be selfish, it's good that he can live a good life.
As for changing the world or something, I never thought about it.
However, in my dream, I have seen a country dominated by people. If you are interested, I can tell you about it. Then trouble you to refill another drink. Long felt that this was more like a friend of his own age.
Rather than an immature junior. He showed enough maturity in every gesture, especially in thinking.
In that world, the old have a place to depend on, the young are taken care of, stay away from wars, and are safe and secure. Everyone is born equal, who cannot be absolutely fair, but has enough fair channels to make people go to excellent. Everyone has no worries about food and clothing, can receive a good education, and the crime rate is greatly reduced.
Listening to Reka describing the so-called dream world, at first the dragon just intended to listen to it as a story.
But the more he listened, the more shocked his face became, and Reka spoke in too much detail. When you look at this world in detail, it seems that such a fantasy kingdom really existed. When Reka talked about one of them, he couldn't help but ask the question. For example, how to make it possible for everyone to read. You must know that in this world dominated by the sea, there are many pirates, and they seem to be relatively mentally retarded. The main reason is that most people have not received formal education. Even if Luffy is taught by Daiden and Makino, until now, there are still many words that are used incorrectly. Ace is slightly better educated, but also has no real literary background. Only some large islands can see schools, but most of them are places where noble children go to school. Reka will tell Long the process of how to realize it. Firstly, it must be free, and secondly, let the people of the world realize that reading can change their destiny. Even if not everyone can leap into the Dragon's Gate and soar into the sky, at least as long as they are willing to learn. There is a high probability that you will be able to find a suitable job in your future life. On this basis, all walks of life must also develop, so that people can live and work in peace and contentment, and have a sense of hope for the future. Advertisement. That's why I don't think becoming a pirate is the only way out.
It's amazing. Now I really doubt that such a country really exists. You tell me, is it true? Long seemed to see a bright future for the Revolutionary Army. They once dreamed of a world with true justice, where human life can be called life, not a casualty of the celestial dragons.
It is not their plaything, let alone let hundreds of millions of civilians live in the flames of war because of their selfish desires. That's not right. They want peace. I just never thought that after the fantasy of peace, the world dominated by the people can live so well. Everyone can eat enough, everyone has books to read, everyone can live with dignity. As I said, that is just a country I saw in my dream. Do you think it is possible for this kind of country to exist now under the world government? What they want is a kingdom that is subject to them like a slave, not this kind of independent thinking, kingdom. That is to say, all of this is what His Excellency Reka thinks. Your Excellency Reka, our Revolutionary Army really needs talents like you. Long could no longer maintain his composure and calmness just now. Standing up, excitedly holding Fuka's hands, he just asked Reka how he did it. In fact, he wanted to know how Reka did what he said. As a result, many of the answers Reka gave were beyond his imagination, but he has great wisdom. After thinking about it carefully, I found that those might really be achievable. He has the perfect answer in his mind about the laws of the people and what policies to implement. One person has such a timeless, rich, and soundly feasible plan. Even some of the programs and laws mentioned can, to a certain extent, supplement or even lead the current Revolutionary Army. Long suspected for a moment that Reka should actually be the founder of the Revolutionary Army. On this road, he sees farther than himself and is more realistic. If he leads the Revolutionary Army to a certain extent, they can go further. Didn't you give up just now? Besides, I said, this is just a dream. Reka didn't quite understand the dragon's thoughts. Reka has not yet realized that some of the knowledge she has mastered can change the world. Ideas will always be the most powerful weapon. By saying this, Reka just hopes to give those who dare to fight against corruption a little help and a little hope and yearning to a certain extent. Show them what the world might look like if they succeed. Reka won't be this kind of person, but he admires this kind of person, and within the scope of his ability, he can help with little effort. That was just now. Your Excellency is far beyond my imagination. 3.1 Luffy can do it by himself. Our Revolutionary Army needs a lighthouse like you to guide more compatriots. As long as you are willing to agree, I can give you maximum command power in the army. Long was still excited. The greatest command, right? Reka was also a little shocked. He didn't expect Long to be so optimistic about him, and even overturned his own decision just now. Are you so valuable? Reka was a little confused for a while. Luffy's future may be magnificent and extraordinary, but in Long's view, the world needs new light. Sorry. Although Long was full of sincerity, Sheikah still refused. That's right, many of your Excellency Reka's measures can only be implemented after the chaos is over. At present, our revolutionary army has not yet shown enough strength and ability to overthrow the world. That's why your Excellency Reka refuses to agree.
Don't worry, Your Majesty Reka, we will definitely end the chaos in this world. When the time comes, I will ask you to rule the world for us. Long's voice was full of respect. Reka doesn't know why Long is so excited, but this topic should not be discussed further, lest Long become more excited and tie himself to the revolutionary army.
So Reka just nodded lightly. 106. Little girl, you dare to come out to catch pirates by yourself. Aren't you going to see Luffy? Reka also changed the subject in a timely manner.
Will do. Ah, you are from Straw Hat Crew. At this moment, a girl with glasses walked in and looked at Reka in horror and said.
Marine. Nami was shocked when he heard this. Clang. Without the slightest hesitation, Tashigi quickly drew his sword to face each other, logically speaking. She should have kept silent and contacted Marine secretly, but when she saw Reka. Because of the strong shock in my heart, I couldn't help blurting out the words. After the words came out, it was too late to regret it, so I had to face it. Tashigi? Is the town of Rog so small? Reka doubted the size of the town of Rog. This town was originally very large, but encountered incidents with low probability one after another.
Reka glanced at Tashigi at the door, suddenly felt something, and then looked back to the opposite position just now.
The figure of the dragon disappeared long ago, leaving only the money for the drinks. Apparently the dragon didn't want to involve himself in these matters. Straw Hat Crew. The guests present were also surprised when they heard this. Someone watched Nami and Reka carefully. Nami and the others didn't see anything. But Reka, they looked more and more familiar, and then cold sweat burst out, soaking his clothes in an instant. Couldn't he be the Sun Tyrant of the Straw Hat Crew that has been so popular recently? The big pirate who offered a reward of up to 100 million Baileys for the first time. It's a lie, I thought it was a bartender and I didn't think about it at all. It's over for me. Guest 21 heard that Reka in front of him was the person on the arrest warrant. It's just that their previous preconceived ideas made them feel that a bartender, even if it is temporary, cannot be the hottest big pirate now. Everyone, the things I want haven't arrived yet. Please keep quiet, so that no one will be hurt. Reka didn't feel anything, but looked at the guests present and said. Are you still running? Why are you really acting like a pirate? Tashigi was so nervous that he didn't know what to say, but Nami spoke first. It has always been a habit of being a thief, no matter who the visitor is, as soon as he is discovered, he will run away immediately. I spent a lot of money on materials. Counting the time, the boss should have come back. It would be a big loss to run away now. Besides, it's just a marine. Why should I run away? Reka said arrogantly. I looked at the people in the store again. The expressions of the guests froze when they heard this, even though Reka was surrounded by a weak-looking woman. But they just dare not escape. 100 million bounty Bailey. In this East Blue where 10 to 20 million can be called a big pirate, it is indeed a bit ridiculously high. Even if Reka looks harmless to humans and animals, they dare not bet on it. Marine wanted bounty, but it has always been used by most people as a measure of strength. Come on, don't be nervous, I'm not a good person. Reka walked up to a table of guests, and refilled a glass of wine for them with terrified eyes. Hearing Reka's words, they became more and more frightened. Of course, I don't want to be a bad person. I just wait for the boss to buy the things and leave. Before that, please try not to cause a commotion. Otherwise, I will be very troubled and I will lose a fortune in vain. The money for the purchase, so, you understand? Understood. Understood. Everyone nodded hastily. At this time, whoever sees Mr. Lay doesn't bow his head, isn't it too life-threatening? Everyone turned into an old and understanding king, but at this time, a guest still couldn't help asking. You. The wine you gave us just now has no poison in it.
Advertisement. Although I am a pirate, I am also a bartender. Alcohol is not for poisoning, but for drinking. And are you overestimating yourself? It takes poison to bring you down. Reka frowned, feeling slightly dissatisfied.
I'm sorry. The guest immediately said from the bottom of his heart. Everyone, keep drinking. You're such a devil. Nami couldn't help complaining when he saw that Reka had stabilized the crowd who were about to flee and cause commotion with a few words. Compared to you, this is nothing. When you lend usury, you are more like a devil than me.
What did you say? Nami was instantly entangled with evil spirit. Then, little girl, what are you going to do? How long are you going to stay in this position? Do you want to make a move? Reka steadied himself in the crowd.
Looking at the door again, Tashigi of Shigur drew out the good sharp knife. She was in a dilemma. She is only a sergeant in the marine now, and then she is ensign, and her military rank is much lower than that of Fenbuddy who met in the sea restaurant Barati before. There is strength, but it is also comparable to common people. It is almost impossible to win this kind of pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries. Tashigi felt very regretful in her heart. When she saw it just now, she had a strong sense of justice, so she couldn't help but expose herself. Go. I feel like I'm going to fall into a trap. The most appropriate way to do it just now should be to contact Colonel Smoker. But it's too late to say anything now. What's the matter now? How should we go about it? After hearing Reka's contemptuous words, Tashigi, the glasses girl, felt ashamed of Marine. Regardless of whether you can beat it or not, you must not embarrass Marine, even if it is death. Mere pirates. Stop looking down on people. Tashigi shouted loudly, and the surrounding guests all had hope in front of their eyes. I feel that this girl has a good momentum. Tashigi slashed towards Reka with a stride. The shining light of the knife passed by, but was easily blocked by a finger. There was a crisp metal sound of a pin. It's blocked. With just one finger. How is it possible? Seeing this, Tashigi had an unbelievable expression on his face. He had practiced swordsmanship for so many years. It was outrageous that someone blocked it with a finger. Is this the pirate with a bounty of 100 million Baileys? Sure enough. Although seeing Tashigi's slash, the speed and strength are very good. But the pirates with a bounty of 100 million Baileys are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. And the result was as they had expected in their hearts, they couldn't beat it. It's just that this process is a bit scary, and fingers can block such a sharp blade. Impossible. Tashigi couldn't accept it for a while, raised the famous knife, and then slashed dozens of knives in an instant, all of which were easily blocked by Reka's fingers. Let's calm down first. As soon as Reka pointed at Tashigi's neck, her whole body softened immediately, and she fell into a coma in an instant, and fell on Reka. Seeing this, Nami quickly caught her. Is she a marine or a perennial gold hunter? Marine. Nami didn't ask why, her own observation skills are good, and she judged it in the same way after a preliminary look. Nami supported her, put her next to the bar, and let her sleep on her stomach. It looked like someone who drank too much and lay on her stomach for a while. Advertisement. After a while, Tashigi woke up leisurely, feeling severe pain in the neck. Did you have a nightmare? It seems that I met a bounty criminal with 100 million Baileys in my dream. It's outrageous. How could such a criminal be met by me? Superior. Little girl Marine, you dare to come out to catch pirates by yourself. Have a drink and calm down, Reka said, pushing a glass of wine in front of Inseki. Okay, thank you. Tashigi subconsciously took the drink, but when he looked up, he almost scared his soul away. No, it's not a dream. Reality is often more outrageous than dreams. During this time, please sit here honestly. Don't make any small moves. We will leave soon. You just pretend you haven't seen us. Are you kidding? Don't think. Tashigi refused to admit defeat, and wanted to say some harsh words. After all, there is Colonel Smoker in the town of Rog. As long as Colonel Smoker is there, even a bounty criminal with 100 million Baileys can't be caught. But before she finished speaking, Reka silently picked up the axe and put it in front of her. I'm not discussing with you, but asking you to do this. You. Tashigi bit her lips tightly. Her marine career has always been smooth. How could she have ever been friend like this? For a long time, even the mighty pirate 650 would only run away once they saw that they were marines. There is no one who detains marine like him, thinking that he is a marine detained by pirates. Tashigi was wrong to the extreme. If the last dignity was not still there, tears of grievance, aggrieved, and humiliation might burst out of his eyes. Nami saw that Reka's attitude towards other beautiful girls was worse than that of herself, and for some reason, she felt particularly comfortable. Picking up the glass, she drank it in one gulp, and made a sound of satisfaction. Drink wine. I don't want to drink. Tashigi of course resisted, who knows if the wine is drugged. As a marine, she has come into contact with and heard certain values. After the pirates drugged the women, they did this or that. Speaking of which, she was just going to send the knife to the store for sharpening. When passing by this tavern, she told the boss that she would like to ask for more of the goods that Marine Base usually delivers. How did it become like this? The wine I mix is not something that everyone has the opportunity to drink. It is an honor in your life to be able to drink it. I don't want to drink. What a joke, who cares about such an honor? Drink, Reka said again, pushing the axe forward. Tashigi's face froze. What does he mean? Will he kill himself if he doesn't drink? Helpless, Tashigi picked up the drink full of grievances, raised his head and gulped it down. At first, because of being forced, she was still full of displeasure. But 1 sip, 2 sips, 3 sips, cup, so delicious. It can't be seen that she can hold a lot of alcohol. Reka saw her drinking speed, and she was not much weaker than Nami, the king of non-drunk. It was enough to show that she should have a good drinking capacity. But when Tashigi heard this, his face was hot and he was extremely ashamed. I originally planned not to drink it, but I didn't expect that I not only drank it, but also took a sip. Woo. Marine's face was thrown at home by her. Point 107. Rogers Past, the place that bears 2 generations of One Piece. Tashigi was downcast, afraid that when he looked up, everyone would see Marine's weakness. It's just why in this world, anyone who is powerful is either a pirate or a bounty hunter. And she forgot, when she lowered her head, it was her glasses that were unlucky. She lowered her head very much, and with a click, the glasses fell to the ground. Oh, my glasses. Tashigi hurriedly got out of the chair to look for her, but she didn't have the glasses. But he couldn't see anything clearly. After groping around, Reka heard an ominous snap. Sure enough, the glasses were crushed, and Tashigi also knew that something was wrong at the moment of crushing, so he overreacted and wanted to lift his feet. Seeing if it could be saved, but the overreaction caused her to slip, her body lost her balance, and hit the table next to her with a plop. I'm sorry. Tashigi was proficient and subconsciously apologized quickly. After apologizing, he realized that he was facing pirates. Why is she apologizing to a pillar? Nami pointed to Tashigi and asked Reka puzzled. Probably because I can't see it. Isn't it because of stupidity? Now such a person can also be a marine? Marines' recruitment requirements are not high. That's right, it looks miserable, don't bully her later. Nami sympathized, listening to the natural conversation between the two. Tears are already rolling into Shiji's eyes. Daba, I can't cry, I can't lose face in front of pirates. Have I bullied her? She came up with a knife and cut me, and I was the victim. No, I mean, don't talk to her, your language is worse than a knife. This female marine looks stupid and cute, so I guess her psychological quality is not that strong. When Reka talks, he never knows what it means to be merciful, at least during the day, don't think about it. Reka was immediately speechless. Tashigi froze in place, as if nothing was right now. I even wanted the pirates to come to sympathize, because I failed. Bang! At this moment, the door of the tavern was kicked open, and another wave of guests came. 2 pirates, one fat and one thin, held weapons, kicked open the door, and scanned the tavern. Second brother, that woman took the boss away. Woman, hand over our brothers quickly. The 2 pirates immediately surrounded Tashigi. Tashigi could only vaguely see 2 figures walking towards him. As if there were countless double images, she was born with very severe myopia. But through words, she also knew that these 2 were here to trouble her. On the road before, she vaguely felt that someone was following her, but when she looked back, she didn't find anyone. Thinking that he is a marine, no one should dare to follow him, but this is not the case. Thinking about it, there should be only one person just now, but now there is one more person, and it is not in a busy area, so I am going to do something to myself. If her glasses are still there, she can easily deal with ordinary little pirates with one blow. After all, not everyone is as perverted as the man in front of me. Advertisement, but the problem now is that there is no if. She has to fight 2 pirates almost invisible. Let the horse come over, but as a marine, it is impossible to retreat. She stood up decisively. The enemy was at the 12 o'clock direction, and she drew her knife to face the 3 o'clock direction, with a serious look on her face. Both Reka and Nami were speechless. If they don't help, this stupid female marine will be hacked to death. If you don't hand it over, then go die. Seeing that Tashigi was surrounded by them, the 2 did not give up and planned to kill him. It's so boring. Looking at Nami's eyes, Reka said bored, but picked up a piece of ice with his fingers, and flicked it out. The ice cube shattered into many pieces, puffy. It hit the 2 pirates like a gunshot. The 2 pirates screamed and fell into a coma. What's going on here? My tavern, the damn pirate, has to spend money to renovate again. At this moment, the real tavern owner came back and looked at the 2 figures lying on the ground, said cursingly. Guest, everything you want is ready for you, it's on the card outside. Thank you, let's go. Okay, customers, go slowly, welcome to come next time. The shop owner was very happy, and he made a lot of money on this trip. What a big guest, pretty good money. Seeing Reka and Nami leave, all the customers in the store breathed a sigh of relief, including Tashigi who was still in a daze. What's wrong with all of you? Isn't it just a drink to see what you drink? Those who don't know think you just came back from the gate of hell. Old Neil, you have the nerve to say that you old guy is not some powerful pirate hiding in Loguetown. Do you know who the bartender was just now? Who is it? That's the big pirate with the highest bounty in East Blue right now, Sun Tyrant Reka. Damn it, old Neil was shocked and swears. He thinks he can talk about this for at least 5 years. If this pirate does not fall in the future, his reputation will be even greater. This bull, he can boast for a lifetime. Just leave like that? Tashigi realized later, with a blank face, ignoring himself directly? It's just that he seemed to have saved himself just now. What are these things? Do you want to notify them immediately? What a bad guy. But I don't feel like a good person either. What should I do? Should first be called Marine? When Tashigi was hesitant, simply distinguishing between good and bad, right and wrong, Reka and Nami had disappeared at the end of the street. She didn't track them down, which meant that it was not easy to find them again. And it has been discovered, under normal circumstances, you will choose to leave. The pirates are so strong, I have to work harder. Today, Tashigi doesn't want to encounter this kind of shame and humiliation again. When she didn't expect, she met again soon. In the middle of nowhere, Luffy walks into the tavern that says Gore D. Roger. This is a tavern without any customers, just an old tavern keeper who has lost all his teeth. Advertisement. He himself was looking at a huge skull, drinking wine alone. He has witnessed the rise of a generation of One Piece Gore D. Roger. One Piece is so fearless, full of longing for the Grand Line. When he was drinking, he said to go for a walk in the Grand Line. It didn't feel like it was too long before he heard that Roger conquered the Grand Line and became the One Piece. It's a pity that the current pirates are all scum and worthless, without real men. In addition, Smoker is sweeping up the pirates wantonly, so he doesn't even open the shop anymore. There are no good guests, but there are also guests. When Luffy came, he just opened his mouth to drive him away, but Luffy didn't care and sat carelessly in front of the bar, mentioning that he came in because of the name of the store. Maybe it's because he hasn't had a guest for a long time, and he was talking about driving people away, but when the name Roger was mentioned, he also became interested, and told the story of how Roger killed the Titan Killer pirate, and how Roger sobered up and went to the Grand Line come out. Looking at the huge skull in front of him, the boss recalled, this is the last fate of a guy called a Titan Killer. He was a villain who killed 100 pirates, but Gold D. Roger sent him away with just one blow. It's time to go to the west. It's like lightning. I didn't see it clearly. This guy was famous for using a huge knife, but the winner was decided in an instant. Did you see that bone between the eyebrows? The wound was caused by Roger's stabbing with a sword. This notorious guy, he said this before he died. Roger, I bow to you, and may the eternal pirate live forever. It's amazing. So handsome. Luffy trembled with excitement. This is the real story and adventure of pirates. It must be a happy thing to die for such a dream. Eric Dan, known as the King, Sharuba, the world's #1 shooter, the great evil monk, and the Conch brothers, they are all terrifying generals like ghosts and gods, but in front of Roger, they are all like babies. The stories are told one by one. Nowadays, there are very few people who are willing to listen to these things. Do you still want to listen? Let's talk. The boss talked. Luffy listened. After a long time. I'm going to the Grand Line too. Luffy said longingly, shaking her legs cutely. The excitement was uncontrollable. That's great. Goer D. Roger, you really have to be like him to be a pirate. That's why I went out to sea. I'm going to the Grand Line to find One Piece. And then become the Pirate King. Luffy is frank, fearless and yearning, said firmly. The boss looked at Luffy, and for a moment had the illusion of going back to the past. Okay Zhao. At that time, Roger seemed to be in his position. This fearless courage reminded him of Roger. There is a shadow of Roger on his body. Ha ha ha, since there are people like you, maybe my shop can close later. The boss laughed loudly. Let's have a drink. The two chatted happily. In the future, will there be another One Piece who comes out of my tavern? It's really exciting. After coming out of the tavern, Luffy came to the execution platform along the path guided by the boss. With an excited look, he began to climb under the gaze of many people in the square. But the execution platform is made of steel, very slippery, and Luffy couldn't climb up it all at once. Everyone watched curiously, and Smoker, who came to the tavern where Luffy was just now, met his colleague who was distributing wanted warrants. This time, he saw Luffy's wanted warrants. That stupid guy turned out to be the captain of the Straw Hat crew. That's right. The execution platform. Smoker immediately remembered the place he was going to ask himself for directions. Sure enough, after leaving the tavern that Smoker was full of nostalgia for, he came to the square and saw Luffy climbing the execution platform like a monkey. Are you the captain of Straw Hat crew, Monkey D. Luffy? Smoker asked Luffy standing alone under the execution platform. 108. Roger's Declaration of the Times, the Magnificent Era. That's right, I am. What are you looking for? Luffy asked back, holding the structure supporting the execution platform with both hands. I am Colonel Smoker, the Marine Colonel in charge of this town of Rog, and I want to arrest you. Smoker smoked a cigar, looking calmly, in his opinion. Luffy was already in his pocket. Arrest? I refuse. I'm going to Grand Line to become One Piece. Luffy also expressed very simply, not accepting Smoker's arrest. One Piece. Smoker's pupils shrank suddenly. Although he is a pirate, he will never forget the attitude that One Piece strode forward like a king when he was walking towards death. He didn't look like a man about to face death, more like the Admiral House where Guy came back. Then, as now, it was a sweltering afternoon. On that day, people from all over the world stood on both sides of the central street leading to the square, from the ground to the houses to the roofs. Still young, he squeezed out from the crowd and finally saw the man. The man who has wealth, fame, power, and the whole world, Goer D. Roger. That day, the man was handcuffed against him, but he was calm, with a smile that shook his life forever. That is a king with great courage, who can greet the imminent death with a smile. Smoker clearly remembered what the man said as he walked up the steps of the execution block. The will of the generations, the changes of the times, the dreams of people, as long as people continue to pursue the answer to freedom, all of these will never stop. The moment he stepped onto the execution platform, tens of thousands of people were looking at him, and he looked at everyone with a smile. Smoker witnessed firsthand how the era of great pirates began. 220 at that time, the executioner asked him if he had any last words to confess, but he just calmly said that he would let the executioner do it quickly. But someone couldn't help asking a question that opened up the era of the great pirate. Hey, One Piece. Where did you hide all the treasures you found? Is it really in the Grand Line? You got it? That legendary the big secret treasure in the middle, that unique big secret treasure, One Piece. Ah. When Roger heard this, he couldn't help laughing, and then opened the prelude to the era of great pirates. Do you want my treasure? If you want it, I can give it to you. Go find it. I put all the treasures are there. Execution. Hearing Roger's words, the executioners had already executed the execution in time, but no matter how fast, if you say it, you have already said it. Roger was executed in time, but people's attention is no longer there. The square with tens of thousands of people fell into an eerie silence in an instant, the silence that could be heard like a needle falling. Then a tsunami like madness and boiling erupted. Everyone in the world went crazy. Since then, all those who are a little confident in their skills have all set sail and headed to the Grand Line to find the big secret treasure. The era of great pirates is officially here. Although Smoker later became a marine, he only has respect for Roger, a pirate who is like a king. It can even be said that deep down in his heart, he admires the One Piece Goer D. Roger. Now he hears a young boy saying that he is about to become the One Piece so easily, and he feels somewhat displeased in his heart. One Piece. That's right, so how can I be arrested here? Then all you have to do is beat me. If you don't beat me, you can't go to the Grand Line. This is the rule of this town, but it depends on whether you have the courage to fight me, Smoker said indifferently, and the Kaba Kaba pinched fist. Advertisement. If I don't beat you, can't I go to the Grand Line? Then I'll beat you. Smoker has said it very clearly, and Luffy can hear it clearly. Since this is the case, Luffy has never flinched from this kind of battle. But it didn't work out, and Luffy waved his rubber fist on the execution platform, but his feet got stuck in the steel structure of the execution. I don't know where the punch went. What the hell are you doing, kid? Smoker couldn't help cursing when he saw Luffy's stupidity. Although he stretched his hand, he immediately saw that Luffy was a rubber man, but now he looks like Luffy. It's funny any way you look at it. I don't want to do this either, but my feet. Luffy pulled the bound feet away forcefully. With too much force, the whole body fell down all at once. The fast-reacting fist slammed at Smoker, but when it fell, the balance was not adjusted properly, and the arm was wrapped around the fountain beside him. The whole person was like a windmill. After spinning around the fountain for a few times, the whole person was directly thrown into the distance went. Smoker was stunned. Is this guy an idiot? Whoosh! The Luffy man flew through the air, passing through many towns. Luffy. Sanji, who was looking for a beautiful woman and stopped by to buy ingredients, saw Luffy flying from the sky and took a look. Then he felt that he should be fine, and it was more reliable to find his own beauty. Reka, the one flying in the sky, seems to be our captain. On the road where Nami and Reka were, they also saw Luffy flying through the sky. It's okay, I can't die, or do you want to throw away the clothes you bought so hard to see the situation? Forget it, let's move the things back to the boat first. Anyway, Luffy is not afraid of falling and hitting. Still matters at hand. Sanji never expected that on the way, he would meet a beautiful chef Carmen who was so enthusiastic and claimed to have defeated all the chefs in East Blue. In order to win Sanji, Carmen challenges Sanji. It started when she beat some of the East Blue celebrity chefs. I happened to see a report about Sanji, the sous chef, who was still at sea in Baratie. Sanji is called the #1 chef in East Blue by many chefs in the industry. Carmen came here admiringly, and she left after a verbal challenge. Sanji planned to ignore it, but when he was in the market, CBAJ, Sanji discovered that Loguetown, an island close to the Grand Line, caught fish from other seas, such as West Blue fish. And the elephant tuna that caught his attention the most. This is the miraculous ingredient that Sanji saw in the book when he was a child, and heard chefs mention it, known as the gem of the sea. As for this kind of fish, it is rumored that besides South Blue, it can only be found in all Blue, a miracle sea that gathers ingredients from all over the world. He finally saw one of these fishes, and Sanji felt for the first time that going out to sea, perhaps getting closer to the Sea of Miracles. Now just near the Grand Line, there are ingredients that do not match the region. Then in the Grand Line, there must be that Sea of Miracles. Sanji wanted to bid to buy it, but the uncle who caught the fish would not sell it, because the fish had already been decided to be a prize in the chef competition. Today happened to be the annual cooking competition. Sanji hesitated and chose to sign up. He wanted to get that fish, and learned its secret. He wanted to cook this fish known as the Jewel of the Sea. Advertisement: this is a chef's dream, and what he doesn't know is that this Carmen has seen him since he was a child for 10 years. Only unsurprisingly, Sanji won. And at the scene, I could also see two judges, Reka and Nami, who were eating and drinking later. At the same time, Usopp also got into an argument with an eccentric little girl because of a goggle. Finally, the famous bounty hunter, Duddy with the child, who is the father of the child, came out. Challenge Usopp to a duel, and the victor will be able to get this goggle. Duddy, with his children, once fought a duel with Usopp's father and lost. He has children besides. Never take the initiative to provoke pirates with high bounties, not because of lack of strength, but because of fear of accidents, and my daughter will not be able to grow up healthily. He was once the strongest in East Blue among the gunner bounty hunters. It's just that today he is the strongest, and lost to Usopp's powerful sniper talent. Usopp succeeded in relying on his talent to win this goggle, which he loves so much. Originally, he wanted to buy it, but because he put the money in his backpack, he forgot when he paid and was about to go back to get it. As a result, the little girl bought it first, and when Tashigi was walking to the knife shop in despair, he met Zoro, who was also shopping in the shop. Zoro looked at her in shock at the time. She didn't wear glasses, so she only had a rough look, and didn't recognize that Zoro was also one of the most wanted criminals. When she saw Zoro, she saw the store owner flicking Zoro's words of harmony. She was so simple and straightforward that she didn't notice the boss's ugly expression at all. Excitedly expressed his excitement when he saw the famous knife. If it weren't for Tashigi's arrival, he might be able to use 1 or 2 million, or even hundreds of thousands of Pele's, to win Zoro, a big knife with a conservative reserve price of 10 million Pele's. The guaranteed price is this price, but a real swordsman, is even willing to spend hundreds of millions of Baile, or even more, to buy this famous sword. Unable to succeed, the store owner asked Zoro to buy a bunch of cheap swords and weapons with some lack of interest. There are only 50,000 berries each, and Zoro, who only has 100,000 berries in his pocket, doesn't have a good choice. Rummaging in the wooden barrel containing the sword, and then my eyes fell on the 3rd generation ghost hidden in it. Zoro picked up the knife, his expression gradually becoming serious. This knife, I remember it is. The 3rd generation Onitsu, its predecessor, the 2nd generation Onitsu, is a big sharp sword, and the previous 1st generation Onitsu is the supreme sharp sword. Uncle, is it really only sold for 50,000 Baileys? Tashigi looked at the boss in disbelief and asked. The boss looked ugly and remained silent. It's really great, you should choose it, it's a good knife, Tashigi said pleasantly. No, this knife. Not for sale. The shop owner hesitated for a while, but finally he didn't want to sell this knife to harm people. Let me just say, such a good knife only sells for 50,000 Baileys. It's strange no matter how you think about it. The boss must have misplaced it, Tashigi said quickly. No, it's like that. The shop owner defended, but it was still a little hard to say. It's just that Zoro pointed out the characteristics of this knife. It's a demon knife. 109. The man who gambled with the demon sword. The approaching encirclement. Did you know? The store owner was extremely surprised, because from the previous point of view, Zoro should be a layman. Otherwise, how could he not even know the value of Hidayu's words just now? I don't know, but I can feel it. Zoro's perception ability has risen to a very powerful level since he comprehended the sword intent and slashed steel profound truth. Since first generation Onitoru's knives are all very excellent, but everyone is a demon sword. Many famous swordsmen have tragically died after wearing Onitoru. Now there is no sword in this world. How is using Onitoru's sword? Because even if you use it without knowing it, you will disappear from this world. I also want to get rid of this thing as soon as possible. It feels like I'm going to be cursed by it. The store owner's eyes and face are full of horror. Although he said he wanted to dispose of it, but when he really had to sell it, his conscience still couldn't bear it. If it was a vicious pirate customer, he might have sold it, but this guy with green hair doesn't look like that kind of person. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was such a scary knife. Tashigi apologized hastily. I like it, that's it. But after Zoro looked at it several times, it is indeed a rare good knife except that it is too evil. Stupid idiot. I won't sell it. If you die because of this, wouldn't it mean that I killed you? The shop owner was shocked. He had already explained the situation just now, but he still wanted it. Is he a commodity? That's good, my luck and its curse. Let's see which one is stronger. Zoro grinned slightly, then waved the demon sword 3rd generation Onitsu in his hand, threw it up, and stretched his arms in front of him. The knife circled and fell on the track. Stop it. It's very sharp. Your hand will be cut off. Seeing this, the shop owner almost had a heart attack. No way. Tashigi was also surprised. Hearing the sound of goosh circling and falling from above, Zoro didn't withdraw his arm, but closed his eyes, carefully feeling the difference of this knife. It exudes a prehistoric beast-like aura. When the 3rd generation Onitsu was about to cut off Zoro's arm, at the moment of contact, it seemed like a coincidence. Onitsu bypassed Zoro's arm, and with a clang, almost the entire knife sank straight into the ground, which shows that its sharpness is extraordinary. I've accepted him. Zoro smiled confidently. It seemed that his luck was even better. Pada. But Tashigi and the store owner were so frightened by this move that they collapsed to the ground. What an embarrassment to Marine. People nowadays are so fierce, with the sharpness of famous knives. There is a high probability that his arm will be cut off just now. Tashigi looks dazed. Choose another one for me, Zoro said to the woman who looked like Kuina. Although they look the same, they actually have completely different personalities. But in terms of knife recognition, she does seem to be a professional. Wait a minute. But at this time, the shop owner, who was deeply shocked by Zoro's courage, ran into the house quickly, and brought back his own treasure, the quick knife, snow away. Quick knives. My house is not a famous shop, but this is the best knife in my shop. I can't afford it, didn't you say? I have no money. Zoro was very aware of his financial situation. If he had money, he would use it to choose from a handful of promotional items of 50,000 Baileys. No money. Of course Goosh won't accept your money. I'm sorry for trying to lie to you just now. I haven't seen the eyes of a good swordsman for a long time. They say that the sword will choose a good master. I wish you good luck. 3 knives are sure to be more reliable. A moment later Zoro came out from the weapon shop, resting on the 3 long-lost knives with one hand, feeling a sense of security. It's a joy to be able to gather the weapons you need before entering the Grand Line. You're so stingy, you actually gave away all the heirlooms. The burly figure of the store proprietress appeared behind the boss, scaring him into a cold sweat. What's wrong with men entrusting their dreams to men? Hurry up and take out the trash. Advertisement? Yes. Of course, in the end Zoro took a loan from Nami and had to repay it 3 times, leaving the only 100,000 Baileys to the shop owner. Tashigi leaves with Zoro, and the two communicate a lot along the way. Tashigi's dream is to recover all famous swords in the hands of bad guys. For a moment Zoro thought Tashigi was challenging him. It was later discovered that she seemed to be a marine, but she didn't know herself at all, and she even got lost while walking. Really, people nowadays can get lost so easily. Hey, isn't that Luffy? Didn't I say I went to buy a pair of glasses, and the person disappeared when I came out? Forget it, we just met by chance. Tashigi didn't think much about it, but just rushed to the marine base and vaguely felt that Zoro's attire looked familiar. But I didn't wear glasses before and didn't look carefully. First wonder if marine base has the latest news about Straw Hat crew now. Luffy flew here before, so he lay down on the ground and took a nap. This made the uninformed people who eat melons wonder whether Luffy fell to his death. But after a long time, no one paid any attention to him. Woo, it's such a comfortable sleep. Yo, Luffy. Zoro. What are you doing here? Aren't you going to the execution platform? I'm lost. Luffy admitted generously. Why are you so proud? But it's great, I'm hungry, let's have dinner together. Good. Luffy never refuses to eat. A moment later, a restaurant. Damn it. That hateful Straw Hat kid can't find him anywhere, and he got the news that he is in this town. Buggy fiercely cut the steak on the plate and ate it. It's just that the current Captain Buggy is very low-key and still wears a cape. Speaking of Captain, why do we have to wear this cloak? Mochi asked puzzled. Don't you even know the basics of being a pirate? In this place, there is a troublesome guy named Colonel Smoker. If he finds out, let alone looking for the Straw Hat Boy, even we will follow, idiot, Buggy said angrily. In short, we must find the Straw Hat Boy as soon as possible, understand? Buggy became more and more angry, and angrily hammered the table, causing the money bag on the table to jump. Yes. The angry Buggy didn't realize it at all. Luffy and Zoro were also full of food and drink at the table next to them, back to back. I'm full. Before leaving Loguetown, I really need to have a full meal. I was starving to death just now. Luffy patted his round belly and said contentedly. Hearing this, Zoro poured a glass of fine wine. Actually, I am too. Although I'm starving to death, I don't have any money, so luckily I met you. Asking for flowers. I don't have any money either, Luffy said honestly. Nani? Zoro was surprised. This situation is not good. Don't you have any money? Luffy asked back. How could I have it? Zoro said speechlessly. He even borrowed money from Nami to buy the knife. Advertisement, ha. That's right. Luffy thought of the usual Zoro, who often borrowed money from Nami, and couldn't help but burst into laughter and patted the table. Then what about this meal? Zoro asked in a low voice. I don't know if the boss can let us go. That Straw Hat kid is so hateful. Damn. Captain Buggy became angrier as he thought about it, and kept patting the table like Luffy. Slapping and slapping, the money bag flew directly onto Luffy's straw hat. What? You want to invite us? I'm really sorry. Luffy took the money bag on the straw hat, and when he opened it, it was full of gold coins, and he took a bill in his hand. He naively thought that the guests next to him knew they were in trouble and wanted to invite them to dinner. And after asking, the other party was silent and didn't object, so Luffy paid the bill with the gold coins. Then walked up to Buggy and put the money bag back in front of Buggy. Thanks for the hospitality. Zoro also patted Buggy on the shoulder. It's a pity that Buggy, who was addicted to hatred, didn't care about the situation around him at all, and subconsciously said, You're welcome. He didn't know, when he looked back suddenly, others were right behind him. After a few seconds, Buggy woke up like a dream, the voice just now. Yeah, it's the Straw Hat B**************, D. Mochi replied. Mochi. You super idiot, hurry up. Yes, Marine Base. Colonel Smoker, all the men have been dispatched. As long as the Straw Hat Kid comes out again, we will be able to find him. He will definitely come out, he will come to the execution platform again, and let everyone get ready. Smoker could see Luffy's eyes and expression as he wanted to climb up to the execution platform. It was yearning and admiration from the bottom of his heart. He failed to climb up just now, and he will definitely come again. Because he had felt this way before. Yes, hearing this, the subordinate didn't say much. Colonel Smoker. Tashigi had also returned by this time. Where have you been? I met the tyrant of the Straw Hat crew, Reka. Although Tashigi thought about hiding it, because such an encounter was too shameful. But for her, Smoker is not only a boss, but also a relative of her father and brother. What? Smoker was taken aback, but he was relieved when he saw that Tashigi was safe and sound. Tell me about the specific situation. Yes, Tashigi recounted the encounter. The tavern, the bartender, that is to say, the Straw Hat Pirates, not all of them are idiots like the captain, but someone is collecting information. It seems that the Straw Hat crew is the most difficult guy to deal with. But it's normal, after all, the 100 million Bailey bounty is placed there. Smoker is not willing to believe that they are just drinking. The most reasonable explanation should be to collect intelligence. It's going to be windy. Reka stood on a high place, looking in the direction of the Grand Line. By the way, your devil fruit, do you want to exchange it for money here? Nami asked suddenly. 110, Reka Magic Modified Straw Hat Group, Luffy on the scaffold. Why don't you eat it? After eating this devil fruit, people will become slippery and extraordinarily beautiful, Reka suggested. In fact, if the devil fruit is very powerful, it's fine, but the slippery fruit can't improve the combat power, it can only improve the appearance. When I was looking for this item, Reka thought I got it, so I went to exchange it for a good value, and later thought that it would be good to exchange it for the arrogance value. But these days, Reka has never encountered a second devil fruit. Only then did I realize that this thing is indeed a rare item. If it is replaced by Bailey, or replaced by an arrogance value that can automatically increase and can be obtained through multiple channels, it does not seem to be worthwhile. But Reka doesn't want to use it himself, he already has enough. No matter how handsome he is, he will soon be able to conquer the world with his appearance. He doesn't want to become the most beautiful man in the world, so that others will not know and think that he has something to do with Hancock. In Reka's current system store, there is no devil fruit for sale. Reka's shopping mall system items are refreshed every once in a while, and there are many more things. And what appeared before will accumulate. However, if you want new items, Reka can spend some arrogance points to refresh, and the required arrogance points are not small before. But for Reka, who now has more than 10,000 arrogance in July 13th, it's nothing. Reka basically has everything he wants, so he took the initiative to refresh it. Because of successive encounters with Hawkeye, Garp, Dragon and other top powerhouses, Reka's performance value and arrogance value have risen rapidly recently. The exchanged intermediate conquerors Haki and advanced 6 styles, even though they are the most proficient, are like innate. But this is just the control of this single product. If you want to integrate all your abilities and use them together, you have to rely on Reka to study and develop this level of proficiency. With multiple abilities, only one ability is used at a time, and when used in conjunction with multiple skills, the effect is completely different. Reka is in no rush to redeem Advanced Conqueror's Haki as well. To put it simply, in the short term, the various abilities have improved too much, and Reka has not yet fully controlled it. This kind of happy trouble, Reka likes it very much, and wishes to come back several times. Anyway, there are foundations, and it will not take long to integrate them perfectly. During this period, the strength of Nami, Usopp, and Sanji should also be mentioned. Although Nami Usopp didn't say it, Reka could see that seeing his partners getting stronger all the time, they were very complicated. After all, they are true commoners, only gifted in certain ways. In the future, they will all stand alone, and for them to better integrate into this group, perhaps it is necessary to change their strength magically. Sanji's kicking skills, plus he has the modified genes of the Germa Kingdom, he is like a man of steel. There's 8 inner gates, gymnastics and 6 styles in the mall that are very suitable for him. As long as Nami told her before, the magic cannon, some methods of manipulating elements, maybe she can master it, and Reka himself is actually researching it recently. But there are still many books about magic in the mall, so how to choose is a problem. Reka is not afraid to spend the arrogance value, anyway, the arrogance value spent will be multiplied from them. This is the fastest way to earn arrogance besides colliding with top experts. Instead, choose the most suitable and best according to the characteristics of Nami. Advertisement: the strengthening of Usopp must have advantages in perception capture, and in addition, the equipment must be good, so that it can be seen, and the attacks it makes are also lethal. In terms of perception, observation Haki is a direction, but he is not as talented as Zoro and the others. If he wants to learn it, it may take a long time. However, if it is to improve eyesight, Reka Mall has a lot of products about pupil surgery. Even Luffy Zoro is still able to carry out the next step of training, the Wuji swordsmanship, which mainly embodies the mind, using oneself to move the power of the heavens and the earth, and at best, a set of Yufeng swordsmanship. Zoro himself has the talent in this aspect, no matter his no sword style tornado, or the future 3 sword style black rope tornado, they are all changes of sword moves that combine sword energy and violent wind. If the real technique of Yufeng swordsmanship and Wuji's intelligence are integrated, Reka believes that with Zoro's talent, it will definitely make the swordsmanship go to a higher level from the original level. As for Luffy, there is no need to develop other special abilities. He is the son of destiny in this world, as long as he squeezes out his own talents. It is enough for him to go to the top of this world. At present, armament Haki, knowledge color, and even conquerors need to be enhanced in many ways. And the development of devil fruit ability should keep up. It is best to be able to master the 4th gear without waiting 2 years. Although Reka doesn't care about the time, if they are separated for 2 years, it will probably be boring during this time. And if you want to stay together, you only need to increase your strength. But all these will be implemented after leaving Loguetown and when everyone gathers on the boat again. Unbeknownst to Nami, Reka already had a very complete renovation plan in mind. Hearing Reka's words, her beautiful eyes rippled. Can I become more beautiful after eating this devil fruit? Sure enough, no woman can resist this temptation. Even though Nami is usually very confident about her body and appearance. But after getting along these days, she already understood how magical devil fruit is. Yes. With Reka's affirmation, Nami became more and more excited. You are willing to give me such a precious thing? There is no conspiracy? Nami looked at Reka suspiciously. In her impression, it was impossible for Reka to suffer such a disadvantage during the day. We are partners. But Reka just said lightly. Nami was embarrassed and ashamed for a moment, and she even doubted him. Of course, the partner belongs to the partner. The price still has to be calculated clearly. It is cheaper, 99 million Baileys. You can owe it first if you have no money. Sure enough, you're right to suspect. After calming down, Nami carefully weighed the pros and cons, and Reka said it, but Nami knew what he wanted. It is true that he can eat it now. As for the money or not, if he doesn't pay it back, can he still let himself promise with his body? Can I become stronger after eating this? Nami asked a sentence that didn't quite fit her usual, although she played the most core and irreplaceable role on the ship. But Nami is a very strong woman. Her combat strength has always been her shortcoming, and she will enter the Grand Line soon. If you can become stronger, maybe you can think about it a little bit. A little bit, but not very noticeable. Will it turn into a landlubber? At the moment it will, and in the future there may be something that will eliminate this side effect. Then I don't want it. Although she was very reluctant, Nami, who was a navigator and loved the sea very much, found it difficult to accept being a landlubber. Then put it in your place first. Even if you want to sell it, you won't sell it here. There are too few people here who can afford hundreds of millions of belly. Go back to the Grand Line and sell it. By the way, see which night you are free these few days. I will make up your homework for you. Reka disappeared after leaving a sentence. Advertisement in the next second, it appeared on top of the tallest building in Loguetown. Leave behind a confused Nami. What did he just say? Did he come to find himself one night in the past few days? What is this? This B*********. D. In the evening, look for her, lonely man and widow. Nami is not a girl who is not deeply involved in the world. Nami wasn't really disgusted, and even had some indescribable pleasure, as if a certain wood had finally opened up. But wouldn't he speak euphemistically, nicely, gently, and more romantically? Good idea. Nami murmured to herself with a slightly red face. At this moment, on the execution platform, Luffy, who had finished eating with Zoro, blew his hat away because of a gust of wind, and Zoro got lost again while he was chasing the hat. And the hat was blown by a strange wind, and it actually floated directly to the execution platform. This time, Luffy finally used his ability to eject directly onto the execution platform. Look at the execution platform. Who is that? Many people in the square stopped to watch. That's where the death row criminals are executed, but since Roger was executed here 22 years ago, no pirate has been eligible to be executed here. It was today, 22 years ago. One Piece was executed here. Luffy stood on the execution platform, looking at the audience, the scenery in front of him, with a look of excitement. This is the scenery that One Piece saw before he died. It's really good. Unbeknownst to Luffy, many Marines have already been ambushed on many buildings around the square. The entire square, including the execution platform, has been surrounded. It's just that there is no order from Colonel Smoker, they just stay hidden. It's finally here, it's too slow. Smoker got the order 3.2, got up and went to the square. Colonel Smoker. Tashigi also held the famous sword Shigur and asked to fight together. Come on. At the same time, on the central street, a group of pirates wearing cloaks also approached the execution platform. Standing at such a high place, Luffy has long been noticed by the eyeliners of Buggy's group. Finally able to avenge this. B********* D Straw Hat Boy. This time, you must have nowhere to escape. They and a group of pirates are also rapidly approaching the execution platform. Hey, people up there, come down. A local policeman with a megaphone shouted to Luffy. Why? Luffy didn't understand. This is the execution platform under the special jurisdiction of the world government. Come down to me immediately. Don't say such unreasonable things, Mr. Police. Luffy also shouted from the air. If you don't come down, just wait to be arrested, Mr. Police shouted, but he didn't realize there was a group of people wearing cloaks behind him. Go away, Pung. This policeman was shot flying by a huge lion's foreleg. Straw Hat Boy, I finally found you. Who are you? Luffy looked at the group of unexpected guests in a daze. .111. The man smiling on the execution platform, please subscribe. By the way, it's normal that you can't recognize it like this. What about this? Buggy Clown sneered, and then took off the windbreaker on himself. Now that the Straw Hat Boy has been found, get rid of him as soon as possible, and then he can leave quickly. At that time, even if Smoker discovers the situation here and mobilizes troops to rush here, they had already fled away, and they didn't have so many scruples. The Buggy Clown naturally didn't know that the surroundings were already surrounded by Marines. The finale is a good show, and now it's a gorgeous debut, Monkey D. Luffy, since the day you beat me to the ground last time, I have finally returned to my companions with the strong will of revenge. It was really a big adventure, missing body parts one lived through the joys and sorrows and friendship of little Buggy's big adventure. No. What are you talking about? Buggy said, reminiscing about his big adventure stories, but quickly realized that it was useless to tell the enemy. Ah, what is your name? Wait a minute, don't say it, I seem to have an impression, Porgy, Boogie, it's not right, Bessie, by the way, you are called horse manure. Luffy clapped his hands together, said very confidently. What horse manure? What are you kidding? You are still so brave. You stinking lunatic. Buggy roared in hysterical anger. Buggy, it's the Buggy Pirates, run. Luffy couldn't recognize it, but passers-by in the square did. Ah. The lively crowd suddenly became commotion, and everyone started to flee. Seeing this, Buggy waved his hand. People, stay where you are, now let you 21 see how terrifying I am. It's Buggy. Luffy finally remembered when he heard the voice of a passerby. I didn't remember until now, Buggy said angrily. Luffy looked dazed and unguarded, just when he was about to say something. Kabaji touched Luffy's back at some point, and made a bang, before Luffy could react and was so innocent that Buggy attracted his attention. A shackle was stuck around Luffy's neck, directly pressing him on the execution platform. If this matter is replaced by any strength, even if it is only half of Luffy, it is impossible for the enemy to succeed. But if Luffy gets his way, even if Zoro, Sanji and the others are there, it won't be a surprise. What are you doing? Luffy's hands and head were firmly pressed against the execution platform with shackles, and Kabaji sat on the shackles. Long time no see, Rubberman. How is Noah Zoro? I thought I was going to die last time. This time it won't be so easy, Kabaji said coldly. Luffy tried to break free from the shackles, but couldn't, as if the shackles still had sea stone in them. He doesn't need much strength, ha. Well done, Kabaji, take a good look. My hundreds of millions of servants all over the world are about to start a gorgeous public execution, and now you can't move at all. It's an honor, Straw Hat Boy, you to be able to die in the same place as One Piece. Yahaha. Buggy laughed more and more wildly. By the end, I felt like I was about to faint from laughter. Along with Buggy's laugh, Nami in another part of town felt the barometric airflow become abnormal. Tiandi and Liuyan turned extremely fast. What an abnormal airflow. This is the first time I have encountered such a strange airflow. The wind is also very strange. The storm will soon descend on this island. I must tell them. It always feels like something terrible is going to happen. The weather is not normal. Zoro looked at the sky, where there were dark clouds rolling over at a very fast speed. At this time, Usopp, Sanji and others, who were busy with their respective affairs, all met Nami on the main street. We have to get the stuff back on the boat as soon as possible. Sanji was carrying the chef competition championship prize, like tuna. Pirates. It's Buggy the Clown. At this moment, there was commotion at the end of the street, and many people went crazy and fled. Advertisement. The news came here quickly. What? Nami was startled immediately when she heard that. She had a bad premonition. Why would this guy Buggy appear in Loguetown? When Zoro in other streets heard the news, he also frowned. Buggy is such a hero. Luffy can't be in that direction. Zoro suddenly remembered what Reka said when he first came to the island. If you can't find anyone and get lost, then go to a lively place, and maybe you can meet Luffy. At the same time, Smoker also rushed to the vicinity of the square. Before he had time to personally supervise the battle, he immediately received a report from his subordinates. In addition to the Straw Hat Boys, there are also the Clown Buggy Pirates, who are occupying the square. It's so rampant under my nose, you really have thick skins, Smoker said in a deep voice. What to do, Colonel Smoker? Send the first troop to the beach, the second troop to surround the square closely from the streets, and the others to stand by within range of the square. After a little thought, Smoker immediately issued a new order. Yes. Confess to the first team. Once you find a pirate ship, destroy it immediately. Any guy who claims to be a pirate can't escape from this island. Clear. And new news came out of the square. Buggy the Clown is going to execute Luffy the Straw Hat. What? Zoro, Sanji and others were shocked when they heard the news. Their captain has been captured and will be publicly executed. What a joke. But they dare not bet it's still fake. Luffy is going to be executed. Usopp was taken aback. That idiot. Nami was also speechless. Here, I leave it to you. After Sanji dropped his things, he quickly ran towards the square, and Zoro did the same. Let's go to the port as soon as possible and prepare the ship for sailing. Nami and Usopp went to the port to prepare the Golden Mary. Colonel Smoker, please come here. The situation seems to be a bit strange. From a tall building near the square, the overall situation of the square can be seen. What's wrong? Look. Smoker had just reached the heights where they could see the whole situation and decide what orders to issue. He took the binoculars and looked towards the execution platform, and immediately saw Luffy being pressed on the execution platform, and Captain Zhangji, who was already on the execution platform, stepping on Luffy. Zoro with a rampant face. What are they doing? Monkey D. Luffy, how come? He is about to be killed. Tashigi looked surprised. How did that kid end up like this? Smoker frowned slightly after seeing the situation clearly through the binoculars. Although the Straw Hat Boy is a pirate, he looks not only not cruel, but rather silly. If he is arrested, there may be opportunities for reform, but if he is killed, he will lose everything. Smoker couldn't help but think of the pure look in Luffy's eyes when he met him and said he was looking for the execution platform. Advertisement, I thought he was a little different from others, and that he was a man I cared about, but that's all. Smoker looked at quietly, with a rather disappointed tone. Colonel Smoker, all the troops are in place. Are we going to launch an assault now? Asked the officer beside him. Stupid, take it easy. But if this drags on, the prestige of our marine. I'm in charge here. Smoker sulked slightly. Yes. If the pirates want to help me deal with the pirates, wouldn't it be great if we don't need to do our best? Listen, when the head of the Straw Hat Boy falls to the ground, immediately surround the Buggy Pirates. No one will be allowed to escape. Smoker resolutely said. As the words fell, the churning dark clouds in the sky quickly swept from the coast to the center of Loguetown. The wind picked up, and the lightning and thunder continued. Everyone's heart is full of fear and anxiety. At the same time, on the execution platform, the triumphant clown Buggy began to read out Luffy's charges. Sinner, Monkey D. Luffy, for daring to annoy me, in this gorgeous HT. Oh. Buggy's subordinates immediately shouted excitedly, like a group of happy monkeys, shooting wildly into the sky. There are many bold people nearby, still haven't dispersed yet. They are all people who claim to have some strength. Like Rob's young mafia leader, Bartholomew. It's the first time I've watched the execution. Luffy looked at the bustling crowd below, feeling that he was as excited and happy as them, without considering his own situation at all. But soon Buggy's words broke his mood. You're going to be executed. Me? Luffy pointed at himself. Luffy was stunned immediately. His eyeballs were about to pop out. What are you kidding? Are you kidding me? Now it's time for a grand execution and public execution. Stop, don't, I'm sorry, I won't do it again, please save me. Luffy apologized unwillingly. He never thought that he would be executed. Fear is not fear, regret is not regret, just a symbolic struggle. How could I save you, idiot? Is there anything else to say in the end? Buggy was about to cry from Luffy's anger. What was this idiot thinking? The one who caught him was himself. How could he save him? It's rare that there are so many people watching. Whether you have something to say or not, you're going to die anyway. Buggy stepped on Luffy's head, holding a sharp knife in his hand. When Luffy heard it, it was the same, so he looked at the people below and shouted loudly, I am the man who is going to be the One Piece. I'm the man who wants to become the One Piece. The hearty voice spread throughout the square, echoing endlessly. Everyone in the square was stunned when they heard the words, and became the One Piece. Dare to say in this town, is it fearlessness, ignorance, or courage? Stop, Luffy, hold on. We're here to save you. At this time, the two main forces, Sanji and Zoro, came from the outside. Kill them. The subordinates of the Buggy Pirates swarmed up, Even if they met, they could knock down several pirates, but no matter how fast they knocked down the enemy. It can't be faster than the moment when the knife in Buggy's hand falls. Luffy struggled again, but in the end, he was still motionless and had no strength. Buggy's knife was already raised high. At this moment, Luffy has accepted his fate of imminent death. He showed his big white teeth and grinned. Reka, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Nami. I'm dying. 112. Everyone, the grand line ahead, let's send it here, please subscribe. From everyone's point of view, Luffy is hopeless and dead. Even Colonel Smoker understood that even if he shot himself, it was impossible to save Luffy from this distance the moment someone swung a knife. Moreover, he is a pirate, and he is a marine, so he has no intention of saving him at all. Get ready to fight. Seeing that the clown Buggy had raised the knife in his hand, Smoker immediately raised his hand and said to Marine beside him. In his order just now, as soon as the head of the Straw Hat fell to the ground, the whole army immediately attacked to take down the clown Buggy pirates, and no one was allowed to escape. Zoro, like a ray of destruction, slashed 3 times, bursting out with terrifying murderous aura and sword skills. Even the flying slash was swept out. He obviously couldn't accept the fact that Luffy was about to be executed just like that. Buggy's subordinates just came into contact with such a beast as Zoro, and they were swept away and pierced through in a very short time. Its powerful strength and magical beast-like aura made many people amazed. As expected of East Blue's famous pirate hunter, that's 3rd-generation Ghost. That man before was Loya Zoro. Damn it, it's the Straw Hat Pirates again. How dare you lie to me? Tashigi is wearing glasses and holding a telescope at the moment. Seeing the situation in the square clearly, when she saw Zoro's saber, she immediately knew Zoro's true identity. This is really embarrassing. As a marine, he actually helped a bounty criminal introduce weapons not long ago. Sanji's legs swept across, opening and closing, like a black windmill, kicking away one pirate after another, causing fear in the pirates' hearts. But this time is still too late. Reka, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Nami, sorry. I'm dying. Luffy smiled frankly. The two heard the voice of Luffy saying goodbye to them, and both subconsciously looked towards the execution platform. What nonsense, he laughed. Smoker looked horrified. The blade fell and approached Luffy's neck infinitely. Zoro and Sanji's faces became very ugly, crackling, but at this moment, the dark clouds that had been brewing for a long time in the sky resounded with thunder, and a dazzling lightning that illuminated the entire square boomed and struck straight towards the execution platform. In an instant, the execution platform's current surged, and there were several bangs, and the screws and other fixed metal objects of the execution platform cracked under the lightning bombardment. And the two people on the execution platform were shrouded in electric current, and Buggy Clown's complacent expression froze in an instant. Boom! The huge execution platform fell down, and at this moment, heavy rain began to pour down. Everyone was shocked to see this extremely strange scene. During Buggy's execution, he was struck by lightning. What's going on? It looks like the Scourge in Legendary. What happened to the two of them? Are they still alive? At the last moment, was Luffy's head chopped off. In everyone's shocked and puzzled eyes, a straw hat was flying in the air, and then it was caught by a hand. Everyone looked at it, and it was Luffy, while Buggy was lying on the ground with a scorched face. Ha ha ha. In the end, he is still alive, so he earned it. Luffy smiled happily. Advertisement. Everyone present looked at Luffy, who was still alive and kicking, dumbfounded. Even if Buggy failed to chop it down with a knife just now, the lightning should be able to cause some damage. But no, he's still alive and kicking. It's like a miracle, he smiled. At this moment, a little fan looked at the place where the execution platform fell, trembling with excitement. Bartolomeo couldn't believe it. Looking at that figure, his eyes were filled with admiration. The one who goes to death calmly and faces death with a smile. He is the real king of this sea. Hey, do you believe in God? Sanji asked Zoro with a surprised face. It seemed like a miracle. Stop talking nonsense. Get out of here. It seems that there will be a commotion. It's a pity that Zoro doesn't believe in God or anything like that. And it has also been noticed that there is a marine encirclement around it. Is this your ability? Dragon. Reka stood on a high place, looking at the rolling endless clouds. On the same tall building, a dragon wearing a cloak stood quietly, like an inconspicuous statue. But there are invisible air currents and strong winds surging on his body. Through the air currents and winds, the dragon manipulates the friction of the atmosphere, and controls the storm and lightning. This kind of natural disaster power and fine manipulation made Reka amazed, which is much stronger than the average Logia ability user. Long noticed where Reka was, and nodded slightly, but Reka pretended not to see, lest this fanatical guy pester him again. Go. Surround all the pirates. Although Smoker's heart was full of turmoil and extremely uneasy, he regained his senses immediately and issued a combat order. Oh. The Marines ambushing all around suddenly shouted and rushed out to kill the pirates. Here we come. Sanji's expression froze. There were many Marines, and as soon as they rushed over, they fought with Buggy's subordinates. The whole square turned into a chaos. Accompanied by the pouring rain, the sound of clashing swords, gunshots, and shouts of killing all instantly mingled together. It's spectacular, it's amazing. What's going on? Things seem to be terrible. Oh, hoo-hoo. Hiss. Luffy looked at the scene of the chaos in front of him, and he didn't feel like he was alive after a catastrophe. Instead, he looked excited, said. Luffy, There's no time to get excited now. Zoro grabbed Luffy's back collar, suppressing Luffy's eagerness to move and want to join the battle. Run away. If you don't hurry back to the boat, you will never be able to leave this island, and you won't be able to go to the Grand Line. Sanji also added a knife. What? That's not okay. What are you two doing? Run away. Luffy ran away, not forgetting to remind Sanji and Zoro in turn. The Straw Hat Boys are about to escape. Stop them quickly. A marine officer shouted immediately upon seeing this. Catch them. Many marines immediately surrounded the three of them, and the three counterattacked at the same time. These ordinary marines couldn't really block them at all. Soon one after another was beaten to the ground. Colonel Smoker, at this moment, still couldn't calm down in his heart. Why did you laugh? Did he know that he would be rescued? No, at that moment, he really thought that his life was coming to an end. He smiled because he accepted death. Yes, just like that man. Colonel, go and arrest the pirates, the officer beside him reminded. Hey, let me ask you, have you ever seen a pirate laughing on the execution platform? Smoker asked Marine beside him. How is it possible? No matter how powerful the big man is, his face will turn pale at the moment of death. White Zetsu looks extremely disappointed. But the man in the straw hat smiled. It's the same as the pirate king Gore D. Roger who smiled on that execution platform in this town 22 years ago. Advertisement, Ed. Where did the Straw Hat Boys go? Smoker didn't explain anything anymore. Ordinary people might not be able to understand, and immediately returned to the current facts. Running to the beach. Where is the First Army? Should blow up their ship. Here. All the gunpowder failed because of the sudden rain, and they're coming back to reload. What did you say? At present, there are backup teams preparing to attack, the officer quickly added. Colonel Smoker, if you let them go to sea, they will enter the Grand Line, Tashigi said hastily. The wind is blowing westward, and it is a favorable wind for their ship. Is this all accidental? As if God wanted to help them survive. But I swear on the name of White Hunter Smoker, Colonel of Marine Headquarters, absolutely not get that man off the island. Smoker sprang into action. Regardless of whether God wants him to survive or not, he will arrest him and bring him to justice. Speaking of which, the tyrant Reka has not been found in the square just now. I don't know where he is hiding, and the first unit on the coast did not encounter him, Marine said suddenly full of doubts. The Straw Hat Crew is indeed the core character. He is the captain, yes, but Straw Hat Crew, the highest bounty is not the captain, but the sun tyrant Reka. A pirate with a reward of up to 100 million Baileys for the first time. A powerful pirate that must not be ignored. Until now there is no latest news about him. This made many marine officers feel uneasy. In the open, they can prevent and take corresponding measures. But now I haven't seen anyone, so how can I really feel at ease? That man. When Tashigi heard this, his heart was very heavy, and there was a constant sense of shame pouring out of his heart. I slashed with all my strength many times before, but the opponent easily blocked it with a finger. And also defeated 2 pirates who came to seek revenge on her. For her who didn't have glasses at the time, it was no less than a life-saving grace, but when I think of these powerful guys today, they're all pirates. Tashigi, Li Jiao, was very angry in her heart. These famous knives must not fall into the hands of pirates. She wanted to defeat them and take back the famous knives. This is indeed a problem, but as long as their captain is caught, others will be able to force them out sooner or later. Smoker didn't ignore this problem, but the other party didn't show their traces, and they were extremely difficult to track. After all, not all pirates are as careless as the Straw Hat Boy. The captain almost died just now, and he didn't come out. Could it be that he is a coward? Will Marine overestimate Reka's strength? A marine officer questioned. At this moment, Smoker turned into white smoke and went down the stairs. When he was about to chase the Straw Hat, a calm voice suddenly sounded. Everyone, the Grand Line ahead, send it here. A handsome and masculine figure came from the sky, and a terrible sense of oppression fell on everyone present like a solid atmosphere. Reka is carrying a one-handed axe, looking down at everyone. Even if it is a stormy day, the sun will not rise anymore. But there is the sun in the heart. Anger is a fuel for combustion, and cards can use 10,000 areas. Not to mention that he has 6 styles, hockey, swordsmanship and other abilities. Reka stepped into the air from a high altitude, and there was a loud bang, and a terrifying airflow, like a white shockwave, landed directly on the square to celebrate. In an instant, hundreds of pirate marines were all blown away by the shockwave of the airflow from this foot. 113. Pirates and marines are all on show, and only the captain is being beaten. This is inappropriate, please subscribe. What? Smoker looked shocked, and couldn't help but stop chasing Luffy. Reka showed up, and such a high-profile presence. Could it be that he summoned the lightning just now to save the Straw Hat Boy? But he had been staring at the execution platform just now. That kind of lightning didn't seem to be controlled by people, but moved with the storm. He also doesn't believe that a pirate who has just been offered a bounty has a strength that he can't see through it all. What is this? Marine and the pirates all looked horrified, and just stepped on it, and this kind of airflow like a vertical shockwave was produced. More than 90% of the pirate marines present were blown away, without even making a move. All members were defeated. Seeing this, Tashigi breathed a sigh of relief for some reason. It turned out that it wasn't her own food, but everyone else's food, which made me feel much better. He's standing in the air, flying. No, this is not flying, this is simply standing in the air. Is this still human? How do you do it? This is unreasonable. The marine pirates who were blown away all had expressions of disbelief. Flying, that is a difficult problem that human beings have not yet overcome. Seeing it with my own eyes is quite shocking to the people of East Blue. Sun Tyrant, Reka. What do you want to do? Smoker was also shocked by Reka's strength, but he didn't think he would lose. He has roughly figured out the character of the Straw Hat Kid, but Reka doesn't understand at all. This is the first time we meet him, so he needs to figure out what he wants to do first. He knows how to deal with it. Ordinary people may not say it, but a strong and confident person often doesn't care that others know what he wants to do. Some people even take the initiative to promote it, in order to give themselves a great sense of satisfaction in their hearts. Oh, it's Reka. Luffy and the others ran not far away and noticed the movement behind them. 027 looked back and immediately greeted happily. Don't stop, hurry up and set sail. Reka-san will follow. Zoro is extremely convinced of Reka's strength. During the training, the three of them are now going together. They are still not rivals, and they will be trained by Reka. Now only Reka can hold off all the pursuers and give them enough time to sail. That's right, woohoo, it's time to go to the Grand Line, Luffy said excitedly. Even though there is a strong wind and rain at this moment and a big storm is coming, it can't extinguish his blood. Sanji Zoro also grinned when he heard the words. They are not far from their dream place. Let's go now, let's go now. What do you want to do? Isn't it obvious at a glance? Our captain is going to sail. Although he likes to be lively, how can he be happy if he can't even go out to sea, let alone the pirate marine is on show? It's not appropriate that only our captain is being beaten. Reka stared at everyone arrogantly. How could he miss such a stage where the value of his performance increased, but he didn't want to engage in unnecessary battles. Especially now that the sky is covered by dark clouds, although Reka has strength, he doesn't have the blood to fight with it. So I only plan to harvest a wave of performance points and then leave. This is a meaningless battle. Advertisement. Reka also wants to enter the Grand Line as soon as possible, to find trouble for the Sand Crocodile, ahem. No, wait for the Sand Crocodile to trouble them. After all, the acting value and arrogance value that a town can obtain are not at the same level as a country. You are pirates. Do you need a reason to take you down? Now that CBAF has appeared, let's take you down first. Smoker took off the 10-handed weapon inlaid with sea stone and rushed over quickly. Colonel Smoker has shot. Take him down. The Marines shouted excitedly when they saw this, and their morale was also boosted. The strength of the school is obvious to all during Rog's years. It's the guy who didn't make a move last time. I always feel bad. Seeing this situation, Kabaji always felt that it was not a wise choice to trouble the Straw Hat Boy this time. There are so many pirates marine, none of them are his one-shot enemies, and now they're the only way to escape this place safely. It's best if these two fight each other. Whoosh! Smoker has strong physical fitness and has also practiced Marine 6 styles, which used to be one of the required courses for Marine officer reserves. This physical technique can help them break through the limits of the human body. Smoker came to Reka in the blink of an eye. Don't even plan to use the fruit ability? It seems that our idiot captain made you think we are nothing more than that? There's a price to be paid for underestimating the enemy, Mr. Colonel, Reka said indifferently. Then the figure disappeared suddenly, flashing towards Smoker at an even faster speed. When Smoker saw this high-speed movement, his face was shocked. You also know the 6 moves. Pung. Reka not only understands, but also is faster. After all, the 6 styles are advanced, and it only needs to be upgraded to the perfect level. On the 6 forms alone, he doesn't even have to worry about Vice Admiral Garp. A Smoker who hasn't had time to use his abilities, although his eyes catch it, his body can't keep up with the reaction. Reka just took a step, and the axe with one hand directly slammed on the astonished Smoker and swept him away. Fluffy. I never expected that Reka would burst into such a terrifyingly fast Smoker, like a cannonball, piercing through dozens of buildings in a row before slowly stopping. The buildings collapsed there, the smoke and dust billowed, and Smoker didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Colonel Smoker, all Marines, Tashigi and others present changed their faces drastically, and they couldn't help but exclaimed out of worry. How is this possible? That's Colonel Smoker. How could it be possible to be sent flying by the opponent? The Marines felt that their gods were collapsing. In their eyes, Colonel Smoker, who was almost invincible, was blown away so far by such a terrifying force in just one meeting. This is like a dream, and they cannot imagine and accept such a fact. In Legendary, the demon of the pirates, the marine mad dog known as the White Hunter, lay down with one move. Captain Buggy, what kind of monsters did you bring us to provoke? I want to quit this pirate group. Kabaji, he was so frightened that he was trembling. If his legs were not weak, he would have run away now. B********D. How dare you kill Colonel Smoker? Tashigi drew his sword angrily. A pirate, indeed a pirate. Killing people like hemp. Smoker didn't even use his full strength this time, maybe he will. Thinking of this possibility, Tashigi couldn't help feeling sad, and decisively drew his sword at Reka. The weak draw their swords, but their lives are on the line. Reka flashed in front of Tashigi, facing the sword swung by Tashigi, flicked his fingers lightly, and there was a crisp sound. Advertisement. Tashigi was sent flying with his sword and hit the wall, and his whole body was embedded in it. The audience fell silent for a moment. Those who are powerful and capable of shooting are basically not the one-stroke enemy of this terrible tyrant, which is too terrifying. There is no one who can play. Sure enough, East Blue is no longer available. I hope Grand Line can have more fun, Reka said. After leaving a sheet back for everyone present, he walked away from here, one step at a time, hundreds of meters in a flash, and disappeared from the execution platform square in just a few blinks of an eye. Damn it, Colonel Smoker. Tashigi grieved and hated his incompetence so much. To get stronger, to be stronger. This feeling of powerlessness is too bad. Why are you crying? Am I such an easy-to-die person? Where's that guy? Whoosh. But at this moment, the slightly embarrassed Smoker turned into a thick white smoke and sprayed over. His face was very gloomy. He didn't underestimate the enemy. It's just that at the beginning of the battle, people are used to testing the strength of the enemy with the smallest effort. Only in this way can we formulate a winning method, but it is a pity that with this temptation, the opponent knocked himself out with one move. Run. Tashigi and the other Marines breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Smoker seemed to be fine. The main reason is that the power of Reka's axe is too terrifying. Colonel Smoker, who was knocked out, crashed directly through an entire nearby street. That's right, Colonel Smoker is a very rare Logia demon fruit power. How could he be defeated in East Blue? A Marine suddenly thought of something, and the fear just now gradually dissipated. Catch me up. Don't let one go. Smoker admitted that he still didn't pay enough attention to the Straw Hat Pirates. This guy should indeed be stronger than the Straw Hat Boy, that's why he suffered such a big loss. But now, this will not happen again. See you later, and take them down with all your might. Now that you know how strong they are, there's no need to try. Soon, the amphibious motorcycle powered by Smoker Smoke, Byron Motorcycle will be here. The Buggy Pirates were put down by him a few times, and they were all arrested, and then they chased the rest of the Marines to the beach. Nami, Usopp. In the distance, Luffy saw Going Merry driving around in a boat. Looking at the damaged ship and the fallen Marine on the shore, as well as the second-rate animal trainer of the Buggy Pirates, unconscious. I knew right away that they had put in a lot of hard work to protect Going Merry, and they had gone through a tough battle. Maybe these enemies are nothing to Luffy, Zoro and the others. But if there is no one to deal with them, no matter how strong they are at this moment, they will not even be able to get out of the sea. Everyone has a role to play. Where's Reka? Why hasn't he come yet? Nami asked anxiously. Everyone is coming, only him is missing. Boom. The storm, the lightning and thunder became more and more intense. This is a very rare and unprecedented storm. The figure of the dragon, appearing and disappearing, like a shadow hidden in the void, followed slightly in the direction Luffy left. Let the wind blow, the storm of fate is coming. Point 114. On-site teaching, this thing is called Logia's Devil Fruit. Destroy the enemy's ships and prevent them from going out to sea. Fire, on the coast, there's the deployment of the 1st Marine Corps. At first they planned to use gunpowder to sink the ship, but Nami and Usopp arrived just in time. It prevented the pirates Mochi and Marine from trying to destroy the ship. But Marine did not intend to give up. Since the explosives were not enough, they pushed the cannons to bomb them, but because of the storm, many of the cannons failed to fire. There are only a few doors that can be fired, but if used to sink a docked ship, it is completely enough. The premise is that there is no one to stop it. If someone stops it, it will not sink so much, but it can't stay for a long time, otherwise it will not be easy to calibrate the ship even in a storm. But if you leave it too long, a well-placed cannonball can sink this sailing ship. Nami asked Usopp to pull the anchor and began to cruise here with the help of the current and wind. Waiting for Zoro, Sanji and others to board the boat. Zoro, Sanji, Luffy arrived and knocked out the Marine who was firing from the bank with one blow. But from all directions, more Marines rushed up and they didn't have much time to win. Once the ship is sunk, it will be completely trapped on this island, even if the Marine on this island is not their opponent. But they are a huge system, and they can continuously draw strong men and troops from the nearby Marine base. Ultimately, they are the ones who are in danger, so when they are being targeted, it is wise to get rid of them and leave here. But Nami is ready for everything, and the wind direction is also in their favor. As long as everyone is here, she is sure to take everyone and ride the wind and waves to leave here, leaving Marine far away. But Luffy and the others came, but Reka didn't. How could this make her not worry? He's stopping the pursuers, and they'll be coming soon. Leave him there alone, Nami said angrily. Yes, Zoro nodded. Is there a problem? Sanji wondered. Nami, what's wrong with you? You're so strange. Luffy was immediately surprised. With Reka's strength, there was no need to think about it. It must be no problem. After Nami calmed down and thought about it, she realized that she was really in a hurry. If Reka is not safe, it means that the enemy's strength is terrifying. Then Luffy, Zoro and they would have already been arrested. There is no such result now, indicating that the enemy is not so strong that they are invincible. Oh, Nami, are you worried about me? A figure flashed, and Reka appeared on the boat. I'm afraid you're a big-headed ghost. You're just missing the boat. Nami blushed, and then raised her pink fist and hammered it. As a result, it hurt so much that I rubbed my palms. It was too hard. Stop them going to sea, shoot them, fire. At this time, Marines in teams came to the coast, and the neat musketeers fired at the same time. Cannonballs are roaring. Zoro and Sanji can intercept or cut off the flying cannonballs. Smoke Star. Usopp also took the slingshot and fired smoke bombs at the new shelling team on the shore. I can't see it. Advertisement. Don't fire indiscriminately. Don't accidentally hurt your own people. Get out of the smoke area and reload the shells. We must not let them. Straw Hat Boys, you can't escape. As I said, you can't go to the Grand Line until you beat me. White Snake. Smoker drove his motorcycle to the coast quickly. He had seen the Straw Hat cruise ship, under Nami's command, begin to turn around, once it was turned. With this favorable wind, they can quickly sail away from this sea area by opening the sails. It will be very difficult to catch them when the time comes. So don't let them escape. His whole arm turned into billowing white smoke, stretched out and hit the hull directly. It doesn't matter much to hit anyone, but as long as they hit the ship, none of them can escape. How could it be as you wished? 36 annoyed phoenixes. Zoro looked at the attacking white fist, and instantly knew it was demon fruit power. For this kind of people, Zoro never takes his guard lightly. He slashed out with one blow, the air roared and vibrated, and a sharp sword aura blasted out. Go straight to Smoker's white smoke fist. Flying slash. Smoker's expression froze slightly. Swordsmen of this level are not particularly rare in the Grand Line. But now appearing in East Blue, this new pirate with 30 million Baileys is not in vain. But it's a pity that even a good swordsman is still useless against his own Logia. The sword chi cut through the white smoke without any sense of obstruction, and it passed easily. The sword chi landed on the shore, and there was a bang explosion. And the white smoke that was cut by the sword energy quickly condensed together and became a fist that was no different from before. Keeping the posture of rushing forward, hit the ship. What's the matter? Can't hit. Zoro frowned in confusion. The knife should have been hit. Rubber, machine gun. Seeing this, Luffy quickly blasted out a shadow of fists, smashing the white fists to pieces, but the scattered fists condensed again. It's like hitting the air. It's so strange. It's obviously a hit. How could it be like this? Luffy and Zoro, who had never been in contact with Logia, frowned immediately. It's useless. You can't escape. Seeing this, Lu immediately understood, even if they are the strongest pirate group in East Blue. But there should still be no way to get a person with Logia ability. This time, Smoker was completely at ease, and must arrest each of them. No matter what means they have, he is in an invincible position. Elementalization, the characteristics of immunity to physical attacks, are enough to be hopeless for most people. Thinking of this, Smoker's other arm also turned into snake-like white smoke and blasted out. Is this really human? Luffy, Zoro's attacks are useless. Is this marine so powerful? Usopp saw that the attacks of the two didn't work. Immediately shocked and said, these are the strongest people on board. But there was nothing he could do about Colonel Marine. This is Logia from Devil Fruit. In addition to their abilities, only Haki and Seastone weapons can effectively attack them. Of course, I am an exception. The enemies Luffy and others were puzzled while attacking. Finger pistol Huang Lien. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Reka pointed out, the sky filled with finger shadows entwined with the sun magic fire blasted out. Fluffy. Fingers shot out all over the sky, and hit Smoker's white fists that were blasting forward and backward. There was an instant explosion, and then blood spattered. Advertisement Smoker was in pain, his brows frowned, his face was shocked, his own element was hit. And it's not Haki. How is that possible? Smoker's Logia is not very destructive, but once the Logia fruit is developed to ultimate, it will be a natural disaster for walking. Asking for flowers. But now it has been cracked in East Blue. Smoker has fought many marine officers in the past. I have also been trained by Teacher Zephyr, and I know exactly what it feels like to play Haki on elementalization. But the feeling just now is not Haki, but a more domineering energy than Haki. He never heard of it. Does this guy hold a power that is completely different from the existing sea? What? After possessing the ability of the Logia fruit, it's possible that he has never been injured before. Seeing Smoker's stunned look, Reka couldn't help but tease. Huh. Smoker didn't explain much. If he was injured by Haki, he would be in an accident. But I won't be too surprised. After all, this guy is a pirate with a bounty of 100 million Baileys, and there is indeed a certain probability of mastering Haki. Of course, if you practice by yourself without the guidance of a teacher and someone who understands Haki, it is impossible to master this power. Because to master this kind of power, you must first understand the concept of Haki and believe that this kind of thing really exists. Are there different types of devil fruit? Nami asked in surprise. What is Logia? Usopp was also very curious. 0. Why is almost the same attack? Luffy and Zoro have no effect, but the heavy card does. Demon fruit power is plentiful in the Grand Line. According to different abilities, it can be divided into Paramecia, Zone, Logia, and Logia. It refers to the ability to control natural disasters, such as flames, lightning, strong winds, magma, etc. People with such abilities can destroy it as an attack method that destroys heaven and earth, and it is immune to all physical attacks. Reka said calmly. But the smoker on the shore did not give up, and after a failed blow, he once again rolled up heavy white smoke to cover Going Merry. Covering the entire Going Merry, causing them to temporarily lose their direction, then a pair of white fists flew back and forth in the smoke, trying to find an opportunity to destroy the ship. But even in the white smoke, Reka can clearly capture Smoker's attack. Smash its attacks with one blow, leaving Smoker with no mercy. Immune to all physical attacks, only very few things are effective. Luffy, Zoro and others were shocked, feeling like they opened the door to the new world. It's too foul. Nami also saw how heaven-defying and fouling a person with this ability is. For ordinary powerhouses, Logia is indeed born with a huge advantage, but for the world's first and second-rate powerhouses, as long as Haki is mastered, the existence of elementalization is meaningless. Is it the color of knowledge you taught before? No, it's another one. I'll teach you later. Now, come out. He can't stop us, Reka said to himself. But now the smoke is shrouded and invisible. It's okay, leave it to me. Smoke can certainly interfere with our vision, but the humidity of the air and Hefun direction are all references for the direction, Nami said confidently, patting the majestic mountain peak. Going Merry quickly sailed out of the smoke under Nami's command. Don't try to escape. White smoke sprays. Seeing that he couldn't stop it and couldn't destroy the ship, Smoker couldn't help feeling a little anxious, and jumped up, wanting to jump directly onto the Going Merry. As a result, Reka just gently pushed out a merciless sun that was several times larger than usual, and it exploded with a bang, and Smoker flew out. And Going Merry took advantage of the wind and went away on the sea at a very high speed. When Tashigi arrived with Marine, even the shadow of Going Merry was gone. Into 115. Respective dream declarations, rushing to the Grand Line. You have more than one good partner. Luffy, it seems that I don't need to take action now. Go, if this is the way you choose to live. Looking at the fierce undulating sea, the dragon standing on the shore smiled slightly. It's just that some people laugh, and some have dark faces. Colonel Smoker. Tashigi, who had been defeated by Reka before, came to the shore and looked at Smoker, who was bathed in the heavy rain and had blood on his hands, full of worry. For the first time since Smoker came to Loguetown, she saw Smoker hurt. Prepare the boats to chase the Straw Hats, I'm going to the Grand Line. Smoker always felt aggrieved, and letting them slip away from him like this was undoubtedly an unprecedented blow to his career. It's also to keep my previous promise. How can I let them go to the Grand Line if I don't beat myself down? Coco. Colonel, this island is under your jurisdiction, just in case the higher-ups come to question you. A Marine immediately said dumbfounded. A Marine with a jurisdiction cannot leave the territory where it is located. Then tell them, don't try to order me, Smoker didn't care. I'm going too. Tashigi also said firmly, she couldn't even catch Reka's one move, she was also brooding and couldn't let go. On the sea. 483, Ahaha. The boat seems to be overturned. In the storm, even if the wind is favorable, it is still full of danger. Going Merry is heaving violently. The canvas had already been put away, and everyone standing on the deck could feel the strong shaking. From time to time, a sea wave beats over, splashing seawater washes the deck. The ship is like a flat boat, as if it will be submerged in this natural disaster at any time. However, under the command of Nami, the melee has always been strong, riding the wind and waves, and the speed is extremely fast. And in this dark environment, a bright light suddenly appeared in the far distance. Look at that light, Nami said, pointing to the distant light. Is it the lighthouse on the island? The guiding light, the entrance of the Grand Line is at the end of that light, Nami added and analyzed. Grand Line, is it just ahead? Luffy looked forward to that direction, they were so close to the land of their dreams. To celebrate that the ship is about to sail into the great ocean, let's have a launching ceremony, Sanji said with a smile. Nami, Usopp, Zoro, including Reka, all smiled together. Okay, come on, Luffy had the biggest smile on his face. I'm here to find all blue, Sanji said, and he was the first to lift his right foot and put it on the oak barrel. On this stormy day, he declared his dream. Luffy followed suit, and everyone followed suit. I'm here to become One Piece. I'm here to become a great swordsman. I'm here to map the world. I are to become a brave warrior of the sea. And finally, all eyes are on Reka, especially Nami. She was very curious about what Reka's dream was, she seemed to never know or hear about it. Advertisement, I want to make my wishes come true for my partners, Reka said frankly. Luffy, Zoro and the others all smiled when they heard the words. They were not surprised. Reka had already expressed his willingness to go to sea when he was fighting Hawkeye. But Nami heard it for the first time, and was stunned for a moment. My god, he is so gentle. Is it because there is no sunshine? No, even if there is sunshine, this is still what he wants to do, but the saying may change, but the original intention remains the same. Damn it, what if I fall in love with rainy days in the future? Let's go, to the Grand Line, Luffy shouted with his legs up. Oh, what they didn't know was that on this same stormy night, 4 or 5 marine warships were also sailing. The storm keeps all the marines busy, but luckily, the stability of the larger warship is better. A little girl looked at the storm outside through the transparent window of the cabin, thinking that she was captured by Marine. The purpose is to force her to tell the whereabouts of the Millennium Dragon. Suddenly a Marine was standing at the door with a meal, but after looking at it several times, he didn't see Abyss' figure. He got nervous and hurriedly opened the door, and Abyss, who was hiding behind the door, ran out quickly. After a few steps, he fell to the ground. Marine, who was being served food, picked up his back collar. Didn't I say that you can't escape? As long as you behave well, we won't do anything to you. Don't, let me go. Abyss heard the words, but she didn't believe it at all, and struggled desperately. Don't make trouble, Marine was talking, when he was suddenly punched and kicked by Abyss, who was hanging in midair, and the kick hit the fatal part. After a scream, his body froze for a long time. Abyss took the opportunity to break free from his restraints. Although she didn't know what was going on, she thought that the Marine understood her words, and silently gave him a thumbs up. I just don't know why his expression is so ugly. After a while, the alarm bell rang on the entire warship, and the Marines rushed out of the cabin. That girl ran away. Search every corner of the ship for me, find her and take her back to the room immediately. She is still a child, don't hurt her. Yes. As soon as the words fell, a certain cabin door was opened, and the wind was so strong that the little girl was blown away all of a sudden, bumped into the deck railing. Ah, it hurts. Found it. Grab her. Naturally, the Marines couldn't hide the news. Seeing this, Abyss ran quickly, but there were Marines everywhere. She had nowhere to run, so she could only run to the rope ladder connected to the canvas, and climb all the way to the observation deck on the ship. It's very dangerous, come down quickly. The Marines suddenly worried, this little girl has something to do, and the Admiral will definitely not let them go. As they spoke, the Marines quickly climbed up. The storm is raging right now. With the physique of a little girl, if you don't pay attention, you may be blown away by the strong wind. It is too dangerous. Seeing them climbing up, Abyss cut off all the rope ladders with a knife after she reached the top first. But once the rope was cut, it was originally stowed, and the good canvas was opened at once, and the whole hull began to tilt under the gust of wind blowing in one direction. Don't spread the sails in the storm. Many Marines on the ship suddenly staggered, and hurriedly grabbed what they could grab nearby. If the canvas is not stowed as soon as possible, the ship will suffer greater losses. At this time, Abyss saw a life-saving boat being thrown out under the shaking of the ship just now, and she was immediately moved. She shook her own necklace and prayed, "Bless me, Dragon Lord." At this time, the hull tilted even more, and the watchtowers gradually approached the sea surface, and the boats that were close at hand could be seen. Advertisement, what do you want to do? Don't do something stupid. But in the end, Abyss was still the moment when the Marine ship tilted to the bottom, and she jumped on the boat with a leap of faith. The boat was caught in the wind and waves, and all of a sudden, all the warships lost her trace. Stupid thing. What kind of reports are these? That girl may be the only clue we have been looking for a long time to know where the keel is. But how do you do it? On a luxurious main ship, a fat man of super tonnage, Marine Admiral Nelson Roy said angrily. I'm sorry. Eric, go and join the fleet in front immediately, and you must bring that girl back to me. Yes, but with all due respect, our contract doesn't seem to include finding someone. In the shadows, a man with an obscene appearance and a slender figure said lightly. That girl may be the only one who knows the clue of the Millennium Dragon. If you lose her, you will be very embarrassed. Go. Understood, Admiral Nelson Roy. Nami, hasn't the Grand Line arrived yet? Luffy sat on the bow and asked impatiently. We have only set out from Loguetown for 2 days, and we will arrive at the entrance of the Grand Line for several more days. Nami explained, and only in the dark, when the lighthouse lights up in that distant place, can they know the direction. But it will take several days to actually arrive, which is almost the same as Wangshan running a dead horse. After all, the speed of sailing ships in this era is really mediocre. The weather is so nice, that storm is just like a dream. Sanji looked at the clear sky and said with emotion. Zoro leaned against the railing of the deck, basking in the sun while sleeping soundly. Usopp always pays attention to the news on the sea, and Nami holds the nautical chart and constantly calibrates the position. Reka is at the stern, holding a fishing rod, fishing quietly to pass the time. What is that? I found a group of birds in the direction of the stone side. A flock of birds? There seems to be something on the sea, and I can't see it very clearly, Usopp said, ready to put on goggles to see if he could see more clearly. Is it fish? Luffy asked. Maybe it's a boat, not sure about 2.8 yet. I heard that on the sea, flocks of birds often gather where there are fish. It looks quite big, look at me, Luffy said, flung out his rubber arm, and subconsciously grabbed the thing gathered by the flock of birds. It felt like it was still a big fish. Grabbing something, when pulling his arm back, there was a slam, and Zoro, who was sleeping soundly, was directly shaken out of the boat. When Zoro was picked up from the sea by the rope, he had the expression on his face that he must kill the idiot captain if he had the chance. Look, it's not a fish at all. Sanji was stunned when he saw what Luffy pulled back. It's a girl. Seeing this, Nami recalled some bad memories. At that time, she was not much older than this, and she started stealing at sea. Strange, is it a murloc? Where's her web? Luffy was still immersed in the illusion that he should have hit a fish. It doesn't look too serious, it seems that he just passed out, he must have been shipwrecked, Sanji roughly guessed. After all, a little girl is in such a small boat, which is usually an escape boat. 116. In the evening, Reka said that she was going to make up lessons for Nami, would you believe it? In the meeting room of the melee, Abyss, who was lying on the bed, slowly regained consciousness and smelled the smell of delicious food. Suddenly sitting up in shock, Pum suddenly knocked down Usopp, who was sitting next to her and was about to check her physical condition. He hugged his head and cried out that it hurts. You are awake, you are more energetic than you imagined, Nami said with a smile. You must be hungry, I'm cooking soup for you. Because the melee is not big, the kitchen is in this spacious conference room, where everyone usually eats together. It's so lucky. Abyss looked at the surrounding environment, and found that it was completely different from the marine warship, and they seemed to be harmless to humans and animals. She immediately judged that she should have escaped from birth. Great. Are you in distress? You are in danger. What's your name? Nami is the most suitable for this kind of communication, and everyone else is rough. Before you ask someone, you should report your name first. Abyss turned her back on the customer and didn't make any distinctions at all. Nami smiled dotingly when she heard this. She doesn't dislike such strong-minded and strong kids. That's right, I'm Nami, and the one who cooks soup in the kitchen is Sanji, who looks scary. The one with the belly band is Zoro, the one you knocked over is Usopp, and there's a fisherman outside. I'm Luffy. I'm the captain of this pirate ship. Luffy couldn't help taking the words and reported his family. Huh? Pirate ship? Abyss was dumbfounded on the spot, dumbfounded, and remained motionless. We're going to 21 Grand Line, hee hee. What's the matter? She doesn't seem to be moving. Nami saw that Abyss was stunned, and she opened her mouth wide for a long time, but there was no movement. What's going to happen to the kid? Zoro asked. Well, what should we do? Let's think about it tomorrow. Luffy frowned and thought hard, but he couldn't think of a reason. This is really not easy to deal with. Now in the sea, there is no island that can be landed in a short time. Children, oh, so there is such a thing. Reka finished fishing and returned with a full load. When he saw the little girl in the cabin, he remembered the Millennium Dragon incident. The little girl also ate the fruit of whispering, can communicate with animals. But Reka didn't care, anyway, with Luffy's personality, it was just a detour to send her back to Gunkanjima. It's just an episode during the journey. As for the so-called governor of Marine, if you don't provoke him, let Luffy and the others handle it. Recently, he wants to find as suitable as possible for Nami, Sanji and them. And it is necessary to formulate a detailed practice plan, so that you can get twice the result with half the effort and make rapid progress, which is very labor-intensive. After a while, night fell. Going Merry was moored on the sea, the starry sky full of stars, very beautiful. Everyone went back to their own rooms to rest, and the conference room happened to be reserved for Abyss to rest. Why, after finally escaping from Marine, why did I meet a pirate again? What should I do now? Those originally kind faces were blessed by the identity of a pirate. All of a sudden it became hideous. Gulu. After thinking about it, Abyss was hungry, so she decided to find something to eat first. If she remembers correctly, there is a refrigerator next to the kitchen, which uses hydraulic power and the rudder mechanism to generate electricity. The civilian technology in this world is said to be backward, and it is indeed backward, but occasionally there will be some extremely unbelievable technologies that do not conform to the times. This is the charm of this sea, magic and magic. Abyss walked to the refrigerator and was about to open it, but suddenly heard a loud bang from Pung, which made her scream out loud. It hurts. Abyss heard a miserable cry in the darkness. Then the surrounding lights came on. Advertisement. It's you again, Luffy. You didn't listen to me after several times, please behave yourself. Sanji looked helpless, watching being trapped by a huge mouse, pressing his body tightly, thinking like a cockroach on the ground. Luffy, who was about to crawl, scolded. Apparently a certain captain got up in the middle of the night to steal food, and was caught by a huge mousetrap arranged by Sanji. What are you doing? Sanji looked at Abyss, who was sneaking aside. Ah, haha. Abyss immediately showed an embarrassed but polite smile. After a while, Sanji, who learned about the situation, prepared supper for the two of them. It's delicious. Luffy hugged a big steak and nodded happily. You tell me, and I'll help you make it, don't just think about the ingredients. Sanji looked at Luffy and said. He didn't dare to let this idiot captain arrange food by himself, otherwise the rest of the people on board would run out of food every minute. Who told me to be hungry? Gulu, hearing Luffy's words, Abyss' stomach groaned again. What's the matter? Don't you eat it? You didn't eat it during the day. Why endure it? You didn't poison it. Sanji looked at Abyss in confusion. Abyss still shook her head stubbornly. If you stay in a daze again, he will eat up your points, Sanji reminded. Since you don't want to eat it, give it to me. Luffy stretched out his hand directly, and on eating, Luffy was serious. No, Abyss was immediately unhappy, picked up the soup in front of her, and gulped it down. People who have been hungry for a long time cannot eat solid food all at once, which is dangerous to the body. Soup and porridge are the best, and this soup is carefully cooked by Sanji and is very nutritious. It's delicious, Abyss couldn't help exclaiming after finishing her drink. Of course, Sanji is my hand-picked chef. It's the first time I've eaten such delicious food. Abyss smiled contentedly. I finally laughed. At this time, Nami, Usopp, and Zoro also appeared at the door, apparently hearing what happened just now. Luffy, you're eating again. Usopp was speechless when he saw Luffy, who ate more than Abyss. Because I didn't eat anything during the day. Luffy also expressed his innocence. You obviously ate 2 pots. Usopp was ashamed. Really? Luffy scratched his head, always felt that there was no such thing. Did he eat so much during the day? You heard that we are pirates, so you were scared, Nami said softly. That's... Abyss didn't dare to say it. Hearing pirates in this era, of course there will be such a reaction. Nami explained for her. You won't sell me out? Abyss asked in a low voice. How is that possible? Usopp retorted immediately. Why do you all look so scary? Zoro smiled slightly. How dare you say it with your face? Usopp directly grabbed Zoro's face. B*********, D, what are you doing? Whoosh, whoosh, the two quickly started fighting aside. After getting acquainted, Usopp is no longer afraid of vegetarian. You two, stop arguing, Nami said helplessly, but they still didn't stop. Luffy laughed out loud when he saw this. Really, Zoro wasn't conscious at all. Advertisement, at least this pirate ship is not what you think it is, Nami explained. Would you like some more, miss? Sanji asked Abyss softly. One more game. Abyss also slowly let go of her guard. Obey. Sanji immediately turned into a gentleman. Me too. Luffy still wants to eat. You kid will fill it up by yourself. Too much. Ha ha ha. After a long time, Nami returned to her girls' dormitory, took a beautiful bath, her hair was wet, her figure exuded fragrance, and she was wearing an extremely fashionable pajamas with a heart pattern on her chest. The appearance of APIs reminds Nami of her own difficult past, and APIs is also a strong girl. She doesn't hate such kids. If I hadn't met Reka, Luffy and the others, maybe my current life would still be so gloomy. It was really great to meet them. She is also willing to help others within her ability. Dong dong. But at this moment, there was a knock on the door, and Nami froze for a moment. Although we are all good partners, Sanji and the others will not come to knock on her door when there is nothing to do during the rest of the night. After all, she is the only woman on the ship 777, and she still needs a private space. Who will come to her? If something happened just now, why didn't you say it in the conference room? Could it be Reka who didn't show up in the meeting room just now? Speaking of it, it seems that he spends more time in a daze these days than before, so there shouldn't be anything bothering him. Who is it? Nami asked after pouring himself a nightcap, walking towards the gate. It's me. Reka's voice sounded. Do you have something? After Nami's conjecture came true, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. She always remembered what Reka said in Loguetown, that one night, the sun would come to find her. It's something. Can we talk about it tomorrow? As soon as Nami said this, Nami felt a little lost, but let him in, and it seemed that he was not mentally prepared. Tomorrow is fine, but I'm afraid that during the day, I will put too much pressure on you, and then you will not be able to concentrate, and the effect will be much worse, Reka explained. During the day. It seems to be worse. It's just a lot of pressure and the effect is not good. Is there such a thing? Nami's face turned blood red, and even it's piping hot. She has only heard about this kind of thing, so she doesn't know what is going on. What's wrong? Reka was puzzled. Why didn't the door open? Reka searched for a long time, refreshed several times, and finally found 3 magic books. Not sure which one would work best for Nami, so I decided to let her try them all. It's okay. Nami hesitated, but subconsciously opened the door, and when she saw Reka, she was stunned. He looked at his hand blankly. Why was his hand disobedient, and went to open the door by himself? Your room is really not bad. Reka also went to Nami's room for the first time, and it was completely different from their male dormitory with only hammocks and ordinary space. This room has a writing desk, bookshelves, big bed, sofa, and even a bar, which is perfectly designed. What's the matter with you? Nami's voice was as thin as a mosquito. 117. Gradually intimacy. The magic mage Nami is born. Summon Tide Shark? Please subscribe, please subscribe. Nami kept rubbing her nervous hands, never had such a tense moment in her life. Wait until he really wants to have something happen to me, do I want to agree? If you agree, will it appear that you are too proactive? Equals, V equals underscore equals hash if he refuses, what if he gets angry? And if he refuses himself, can he really refuse? What if he comes to force it? Then do you still resist? Damn it, what should I do? Nami's heart was in a mess, and she was in a state of confusion. She had just taken a shower and was refreshed, but now she felt inexplicably hot. Even the complexion of the body turned slightly red. Did you just take a shower? Reka saw that Nami had just come out of the shower and her hair was still dry, and felt that the time for her arrival seemed wrong. But it's all here. Reka didn't think much, just looked at Nami, couldn't help but look a few more times. Ah, yes. No. Nami was full of things, and suddenly heard Reka speak, and was caught off guard for a while. You're too weird tonight, go change your clothes and come with me. Where are you going? Can't you stay here? Nami asked softly. On deck. You are too much, there are children on it. Nami felt that Reka's request was too much. Huh? Excessive. Not on the deck. If you test here, wait until you accidentally destroy the room. Where will you sleep at night? Reka was confused, but thinking carefully, could this be Nami's hint? Did I miss any good opportunity just now? Perhaps it should be tested in the room for magical talent? But this is not right. If Nami's room is broken, wouldn't it be more inappropriate to go to their male dormitory, where there is a hammock laid by Odori, and there are other people there? What are you talking about? Nami was taken aback. What are you talking about? Since just now, you have been very strange. Not only did you speak in a lower voice than usual, but you just put you on the deck, and you reacted so loudly? Could it be a relative? Come on, you big-headed ghost. Nami has actually realized that the test Reka mentioned should be to find something for him. That's normal. Reka nodded. This is just normal, Nami. You wait here, I'm going to change clothes. Oh, huh? How did you post my arrest warrant in your room? Why isn't anyone else's? It's up to you. Nami's embarrassing voice came from the side. The anger is so big, it must be here. A moment later, on the deck, Yi Feng was cool, and the bright and clear full moon exuded bright brilliance, and the whole sea did not look dark. It is more like a layer of silvery luster, and some phototropic fish can be seen on the sea surface, jumping out of the water from time to time. Advertisement: the sky is full of stars, bright and dense, a curtain covered with precious stones, beautiful and dreamy. This is a rare good weather on the sea. What do you want me to do? Nami wears cool, casual clothes, which can also outline her figure well. Especially these days, it seems that it is still developing rapidly. Some clothes seem to be getting smaller gradually, and in some places, there is a feeling that they are about to come out. Look at this thing, try to understand it, and then I will assist you to run it to see which one suits you. There are 3 books in total, each of which only tries the basic magic of that attribute. These magic books are not expensive, and generally have a value of 500 to 1000. In the past, it was naturally very expensive, but now it is only a common value. If a copy is given to Nami, the arrogance value Reka can still earn. But if you have 3 books, you won't make much money. But there are some things, even if you don't make a profit, you have to do it, for their safety, for their hearts no longer feel powerless. As this, your cheats? Nami's face suddenly brightened, these days on the boat, watching the training plan that Reka made for Luffy, Zoro and the others, and the effect is remarkable. She also thought about it, and Reka didn't refuse. He had given them observation haki before, and the others were not suitable for them. But the problem is that they can't master observation haki, although they can convince themselves that there is such a power invisibly. But I don't know if their talents are relatively average or because observation haki is not easy to control, they have achieved nothing so far. After that, Nami and Usopp never mentioned this matter to Reka again. Because Reka has given them something, but they just can't grasp it. It's not that Reka didn't help them. It's that they can't do it themselves, and if there is something more suitable, they also believe that Reka will give them. It's just that I didn't have much hope. After all, no matter how strong Reka is, there should still be a limit for a person to know things. Reka has revealed many things now. They also felt that that should be the limit of Reka's understanding. These days, Nami and Usopp are actually a little nervous. Although they know that they can't compare with Zoro and other superhumans, the farther they are left, the more they want to be more useful. Let's all work together, that's the best. But now, Reka has come up with something new. What moved Nami even more was Reka's next sentence. This thing is specially customized according to your talent. It should be useful to you. It depends on which one, and which one. Several attributes are more suitable for you. With the one that suits you, the rest will be easy. Nami had already said enough thank you. She didn't want to say any more, but just looked at this considerate and gentle man affectionately, feeling the impulse for a moment. She wanted to give everything about herself to him. What should I do? Nami asked quickly. Look first. There are specific text sentences in it. Read it afterward. The sentence pattern is usually divided into 3 parts. The first part of the text chant is to guide your own potential power. See what this power is more inclined to. The middle part of the sentence pattern is the generation of magic core energy. The third part is aiming and striking. After chanting a complete magic structure, it can affect the power of itself and the world to generate an attack. Listening to Reka's eloquence, Nami was stunned. Magic? Is there really such power in this world? A powerful attack can be generated just by chanting words? This is too incredible. Yes, does it really exist? Try it and you'll know. Reka didn't explain much. After all, the facts speak for themselves. I've finished reading. I'm coming. There are not many basic chanting texts in the 3 magic books, only a few dozen. With Nami's ability to perfectly survey and draw charts and super memory ability. Advertisement remembering these chanting texts is a piece of cake for Nami. Just these awkward words, will they really produce any power? Calm down and concentrate. Reka reminded from the side. After exchanging these commodities, Reka mastered this power without any training. Know where its elements are. Huh. Nami Wenwen did as he said, took a deep breath, and then let it out slowly, calming down his restless mood, and focusing on it. Then began to chant. King's Lander, the mask of flesh and blood, all things fly high, the eternity of light and heat, turn everything in front of you into scorched earth, the dance of fire. Halfway through Nami's chanting, he suddenly felt that the whole world was moving, and it was different from what he had seen before. In the past, Nami could clearly perceive changes in airflow and other elements with his body, and could predict the future weather. But now this feeling has become clearer, like countless elemental particles floating in her eyes. As the chanting continued, the fire element particles among these particles rushed in like a tide and poured into her body. The whole body was warm and very comfortable, a force flowed in her body, and following the chanting, she pulled this force to the palm of her hand, and pushed it out suddenly. Rub it. A group of flames only the size of a thumb was pushed out of the palm with a rub. It stagnated in midair for a second, then slowly drifted towards the sea outside, fell powerlessly into the sea, and then went out with a sudden click. I did it. I did it. This really creates flames out of thin air. Reka, you're amazing. What the hell is this? You're amazing. Nami is extremely excited. Even under the excitement, he directly hugged Reka and kept beating. His proud figure almost made Reka feel overwhelmed. I didn't expect to succeed just once. Even if Reka didn't give this to others, he still knows that this is absolutely extraordinary. Her affinity for the elements of heaven and earth is too high. Try the magic in the other 2 books, Reka also said impatiently. Okay. Nami also looked forward to it more and more. Even if such a method is not explosive, it is the difference between ordinary and extraordinary. As long as she works hard like this, she can become very powerful. Nami tried the good magic in the 2nd book with little response and failed to succeed once. After trying several second magic books in a row, it didn't work out. This made Nami, who was finally excited, was poured cold water again. But when it came to the water element magic in the 3rd book, both Nami and Reka were shocked. A super large water polo with a diameter of 2 meters condensed in front of the 2 of them under the magic chant. It's so amazing. With a wave of Nami's hands, the water polo turned into a stream of water flowing in the air, and then under Nami's control, it turned into a water dragon. Finally, out of curiosity, she directly turned into Reka. The arrogant face is lifelike. Are you sure this is your first time using magic? Reka realized the difference between a genius and a human. It seems that the third book is the most suitable for you, but I didn't expect that your affinity for water magic is so high. Try the other basic magic in this book. Nami became more and more interested. Beast bones, spears, red crystals, and steel wheels are dotted all over the place. When they move, they're like wind, when they stop, they're empty. The sound of long spears clashing fills the void, fiery lightning howl. Nami guided directly with the long handle in his hand. The body can aim at one direction and shoot the minister. As the chant fell, there was a crackling sound of thunder, and a white lightning the size of a thumb slashed towards a distant rock. With a bang, a lot of debris exploded from the rock. 118. The strength of all staff has been improved. Encounter the Marine Grand Fleet, please subscribe. Although the reef was not completely blown to pieces, the power of this force should not be underestimated if it hit the body. It should be able to kill or knock down ordinary players directly. For Nami, in addition to the improvement of combat methods, the more important thing is to open up a whole new world. Under any magic chant, she can see various elements floating in the air. It's an amazing feeling, allowing her to predict any upcoming weather more accurately than ever. After a round of testing, the third grimoire best suited Nami's talents. Among them, water elemental magic, thunder and fire magic, these three kinds of magic are the ones that Nami can control most easily. Among them, the water element is the most prominent. In the process of casting spells, Nami used to use the stick in his hand as a tool for aiming and enchanting. After all, if you use the palm of your hand to control it directly, once the magic elements are disordered and run wild, it is still very dangerous at the moment you hit it. And with a long stick, even if it explodes when it is hit at the end, it is just a scrapped stick. It's amazing too. Nami was so excited to be immersed in a new world. But it was too early to be excited. As soon as she took a step, her whole mind suddenly became dizzy, her body froze, and she fell to the ground in a daze. Magic stimulates human potential and needs to be controlled with spiritual power. Even if Nami is very talented, it is the first time after using so many magic continuously. There was an overdraft situation all of a sudden. Reka saw this, and quickly supported her. Under the moonlight, the two subconsciously looked at each other, and gradually became affectionate. Looking at this handsome face, Nami embraced it immediately. Last time at the restaurant on the sea, Reka was only stunned, but this time he reacted. In fact, he knows that he should also like Nami, but he has never had this kind of experience before, so he is not sure. Now Nami takes the initiative. He is not an idiot. As a man, he knows what to do. Reka also hugged Nami domineeringly. This picture is extremely beautiful. Under the moonlight, a lovely couple, hugging quietly, not only have the whole beautiful scenery, but also each other. Looking at Reka, I felt more and more shy, and Nami, who couldn't hold back his face, seemed to have left here. Reka left with a blank face. Didn't she take the initiative to hug me? Did I do something wrong again? Thinking about it, Reka smiled slightly. The feeling of being liked is actually not bad. The scenery is really nice. Reka sat on the side of the boat, looking at the sea covered with white glow by the sky and moonlight. Nami returned to the room. Her heart was still beating. Damn it, it's all because the man was so heart-thumping. I couldn't help doing this kind of thing again. What should I do now? What happened before? What happened in these days? After all, both of them had a tacit agreement not to mention it anymore, but under the excitement just now, Nami had no time to think about it. What will happen if we meet again tomorrow? Pretending not to know? Well, that's the only way. Advertisement, it's all your fault. Nami couldn't help but slap the Reka arrest warrant posted on the wall. The genius was bright, and everyone woke up. Last night, Zoro Sanji noticed movement outside and wanted to come out. But looking at Reka and Nami, they chose to continue to sleep with a tacit understanding. Anyway, with Reka around, there is no worry that the ship will be invaded by any pirates. Morning. Sanji got up early to prepare breakfast and lunch. And the lunch that is about to be prepared is the championship prize I got in Loguetown, elephant tuna. When the fish was first obtained, it was too big to preserve, so Sanji took some common parts and made a sumptuous whole fish feast that day, which was amazingly delicious. But Sanji hadn't figured out how to cook it the best way. Now those preserved are the most delicious parts of the elephant tuna. Today Sanji finally figured out how to make it. People came to the conference room one after another. When Nami saw Reka, he gave Reka a hard look. Reka has no expression on his face, although he wanted to mention it in public. You took the initiative last night. But even Reka, who is not particularly emotionally intelligent, knows it. I'm afraid you can't say this nonsense, otherwise Nami might start the random killing mode. He just quietly enjoyed the delicious breakfast. During the meal, Nami asked about Abyss's situation and learned that the warship island where Abyss is located is near Upside Down Mountain in Calm Belt. Although it is in a completely different direction from Upside Down Mountain, fortunately it is not very far. In the end, Nami suggested that APIs should be sent home before they set off for the Grand Line. On this point, Luffy et al. Have no objections at all. After all, it is impossible to ignore her after saving someone, and even if they want her to board someone else's boat, it is not easy. They are pirate ships, and when the general ships see them, they run as far as they can, and they are not so easy to approach. Thank you very much, Abyss said, very touched. When everyone knew that she was Marine, although they questioned whether she was a bad person. But more gentle, trusting and considerate. Especially Sanji and Nami, who take care of her, can be said to be considerate. It's decided, let's go to Gunkanjima. Luffy gave the captain's order, Usopp opened Shikai's rope, lowered the canvas, Zoro stowed the anchor, and Sanji was preparing the elephant tuna at noon. Reka stands on the top of the mast and looks around, acting as a lookout, while Nami holds a nautical chart and directs the whole ship, just like a real captain. And the fake Captain Luffy, sitting on the bow of the sheep's head boat at the moment, shouted excitedly, and the seawater splashed and remained in more than half. It looked as if the Mary was blushing at the careless captain. By the way, Sanji, this is the cultivation method formulated for you, CBAG, which are the high-level 6 styles and 8 inner gates. Usopp, this is yours. After you take this genetic medicine, it will improve your eyesight. If you develop it well, you may have the opportunity to awaken the talent called white eyes. Advertisement. This is the armament hockey promised to you. Reka started to take action on how to strengthen everyone's strength and fleece early in the morning. Is it really for us? Sanji and Usopp were surprised, especially after getting these things. They were extremely shocked. This stuff is amazing too. Hiss, Reka-san, why do you know everything? Luffy said with admiration. Armament hockey. With this kind of thing, can you kill the so-called Logia fruit ability user? Interesting, Zoro smiled. Give them armament hockey, which is also only primary and only costs 500 arrogance. After that, Reka may not even need to buy intermediate ones. Because they have basic things, with their talents, through self-cultivation, they are enough to go to advanced, or even perfect. Both Luffy and Zoro are monster-level talents. Reka is on this road, just leading them in. This is a swordsmanship about using the sword to control the wind. You can refer to it for study and research. With the support of Wuji Sword Intent, you already have the intention, and you need to improve your skills. Reka specially gave Zoro as a copy of Yufeng Swordsmanship. Yufeng Swordsmanship. Zoro immediately looked excited when he heard this, looking forward to it. Because he knows that products produced by Reka must be high-quality goods. Back and forth, Reka spent a total of 5,000 or 6,000 arrogance points in exchange for all the strengths. But after a whole morning of running in with the cultivation method, Reka's arrogance value was originally about 12,000 points, but after spending 5,000 or 6,000, it even rose to 19,000 points in the end. Mainly Nami, Usopp, and Sanji are the first to be plundered by Reka, and they earn relatively more arrogance points. The next time they want to pluck wool, they have to wait until their current stuff is almost digested before proceeding. Looking at the rising arrogance value, Reka felt that these days of thinking hard for them, looking for the most suitable cultivation method, was not a waste, but a big profit. With 19,000 arrogance points, Reka didn't hesitate, and immediately killed the advanced Conqueror's Haki he wanted most, spending a full 9,000 points. Currently, there are 10,000 points of arrogance remaining. Perfect Conqueror's Haki needs 20,000 points, and there is still 10,000 points left. Save it first and enter the Grand Line. Maybe you will encounter some unexpected situations. Although the items that can be exchanged for arrogance are limited, each of them has a great effect, and you have to get used to the advanced Conqueror's Haki first. If nothing else happens, you should be able to do Conqueror's Haki now. Although Reka has a lot of arrogance, I also spent half of it, but I still have a lot left. I don't need to spend it in other places for the time being. In fact, the perfect 6 style can be bought. But once you buy it, you will only have 3,000 arrogance points left. If you enter the Grand Line with this arrogance value, if you encounter some unexpected situations and need to exchange products, but you can't exchange them, it will be embarrassing. Anyway, the advanced 6 forms are enough for now. After Alabasta makes a lot of money, then consider talking about perfect Conqueror's Haki and perfect 6 forms. With millions of people available for him to harvest arrogance, Reka sees a good chance of earning enough to buy perfect Conqueror's Haki and perfect 6. And when the ship was sailing and gradually approaching the warship island, in the same sea area, a whole marine fleet appeared in Going Mary's field of vision. This marine fleet is composed of 7 medium-sized warships. They have been searching for Abyss in this sea area for many days under the order of Governor Nelson Roy, but there is no result. Report. A ship was found at 13 o'clock, and there was a skull flag on the ship. Marines standing on the observation deck suddenly reported loudly. Pirates. How dare you appear in the waters under the jurisdiction of the governor? A marine major said coldly. 119. Extremely arrogant. The pirate ship that reversely assaults the warship. The first naval battle. Please subscribe. Don't worry about them, they should be just some small characters. Major Marine didn't think much when the watchmen hadn't seen the pirate flag clearly. They chose to ignore it directly. If it was normal, they would kill the pirates to receive the reward. But now, they have more important things to do, if they can't find that girl. If the Governor General's dream of immortality cannot be realized, they will all suffer. No, that flag is not a small character, it should be the Straw Hat Kid Luffy. The guy with a bounty of over 100 million and over 50 million is here. But at this moment, Eric glanced at the location of the ship and recognized the pirate flag. Is that the Straw Hat Pirates that have been making a lot of noise recently? Hearing this, Major Marine's expression of relief on his face was no longer crazy. After dispatching a lot of fleets, we still can't find her. It is possible that she has already been captured by someone, let alone the other pirates. If I don't care, it may not be appropriate. Major, take that ship down. Eric has a head of blue sky-high hair, with his hands behind his back, and he said confidently and proudly. Hey, there's a ship behind, that's Marine's ship. Usopp took a telescope, scanned around, and found the ships of the Marine fleet behind. And not just 1 or 2. What? Nami quickly ran to the edge of the ship to check, and was startled when he saw it. Why is there such a large fleet here? What's the matter? What's the matter? Luffy, Zoro and others also ran out after hearing the words. Abyss was also taken aback when she looked at the serial number on the marine sailboat. The fleet is coming straight towards us. Are they coming to take my head? Luffy said expectantly. But this number is too much. It means it takes so many people to deal with me. I'm so good. Hee hee. Luffy was still smug. What's the matter? Sanji noticed that Abyss took a few steps back in panic and asked quickly. That's the ship of Branch 8. I escaped from those marine ships. What should I do? Abyss said in a panic. At this time, on many warships, there were watchmen with binoculars in their hands, observing the situation of Going Merry. Yes, I see that girl on deck. What? Major Marine was taken aback, but he didn't expect Eric to really say that. Have you hurt your self-esteem? However, if the clue to the keel of the elixir of life escapes because of your mistake, I don't know how furious Governor Nelson will be, Eric sneered lightly. The main gun is ready to fire. We must take down that pirate ship. After hearing this, Major Marine felt frightened for a while, no longer hesitated, and quickly ordered all the warships to dispatch to take down the pirate ship. Puffy. A round of cannon blasted out, densely scattered around Going Merry, splashing water one after another. Listen up, the pirate ship, stop the ship immediately. It was just a warning, and I will definitely hit it next time. A threatening voice came from the marine warship. How could it stop? Usopp wished that the Golden Beauty would grow a pair of wings and escape from here quickly. Which pirate can't stand such intimidation? How can you marines stop as soon as you say, so how can you hang around in the sea? Luffy, what's the matter? Do you want to fight? Zoro, a militant, took the lead in applying for a fight. Let's fight then. Luffy was indifferent. Idiot, fighting with so many marines at sea, as long as the ship is broken, we won't have enough lives. That's right, let's think about how to dance now. Nami also agreed with Usopp's proposal. Let's fight, look at them, they are obviously looking for Abyss, that is to say, if there is no fight, they will still chase us, and if they are in the opposite direction to the warship, we will be too aggressive. Near the calm belt, there are countless giant sea kings the size of mountain peaks, and they are in groups. Even Marine Admiral may not guarantee that they can survive from such a place safely. Advertisement, more importantly, this time let Zoro, Sanji and the others take you to try to fight head-on and increase your experience. Reka looked at Nami and Usopp and said. Reka is not interested, just like the original plot, playing with the group of marines. Hurry up to get this little girl off and meet some Millennium Dragons from Legendary. It's time to go to a wider world, but now their strength has improved, although this group of marines is large in number. For them, it is not a small pressure, but because of this, they need more training. Do you really want to fight? There are so many enemy ships. Usopp's legs trembled. Since you want to fight, let's fight, just try my new ability. With Reka around, Nami felt absolutely safe. Are you here for Abyss? Sanji asked thoughtfully. Haha. Let's fight. Luffy was gearing up. I won't make a move, you guys find a way to solve it yourself. Reka sat on the mast and didn't intend to make a move. Let us practice with these miscellaneous fish. Nami, bring the boat over. After Zoro has 3 good knives, he plans to try it out. Understood. Nami was a little nervous, but also a little expectant. This was one of the very few moments when she faced the enemy head-on. When first saw Marine before, they always ran as far as they could. Nami, you said you have mastered a new ability, what is that? Usopp asked curiously. Also curious are Zoro, Luffy et al. Look at. Nami took out his long stick and began to chant magic. Master Major, that pirate ship is approaching us. What? Are they crazy? A pirate ship, even if the bounty is high, how can it compete with our fleet? Do you want to commit suicide? Major Marine was dumbfounded. It was unlikely that they would stop. Now it doesn't just stop, but directly rushes over. What kind of operation is this? Have the current pirates expanded to this extent? You must know that they are just one of the fleets, the main fleet, and the fleet where the governor is located is not far behind. Their entire 8th branch, almost all the troops that the governor can use, have been used. The marine fleet of more than 7,000 people is divided into dozens of ships, searching around the sea. Isn't this just right? Tell everyone not to shoot, they will take the initiative to send the girls to the door, first snatch the girls, and then sink them. Eric was very happy. Because of some hiring money, he temporarily obeyed the orders of Governor Nelson, but once he got the little girl, the 1,000-year-old keel and the elixir of life could only be his own. Prepare for hand-to-hand combat. Don't hurt the girl. As for the pirates, life and death don't matter. Major Marine ordered, and Marine immediately drew his swords out of their sheaths, ready to fight. Run on the earth, the source of life in the sky, transform into an object, and pierce the enemy in front of you. After Nami chanted, the long stick was like a magic wand, and pointed at the marine starship in the distance referred to. Asking for flowers. Dense drops of water rose from the surface of the sea, and then condensed into a seawater axe several meters long. Circling and blasting away, there was a loud noise from Pung, and the deck of one of the warships was cut by the sea axe, and dozens of marines were swept away by the sea without being able to defend themselves. Advertisement. What is that? The number 3 ship was attacked by seawater. According to the information, the StrawHat Pirates don't have this ability. Major Marine was surprised. Demon fruit power. Interesting. Eric said with interest, and the ships of both sides continued to approach. Hot. Nami was interested again after a single blow, but this time she aimed at Marine's sailboat mast. The fire elemental magic was chanted by Nami, and a fireball with a diameter of about 1 meter blasted towards the main mast of one of the Marines. With an explosion, the main mast burst open and slowly fell down with a roar. Nami. What are you? Hissed Yi. Can Nami-chan control water and fire? It's pretty good. Sanji was also shocked. Reka-san taught you last night. Yeah, it's very powerful, and there are more powerful forbidden spells. Nami said happily, and now her strength is also very impressive. With your current mental strength, it's better not to use that thing, and practice these basics more. Hearing this, Reka frowned and said. I know. Nami had her own measure, but just now she couldn't help but share the joy. Major, the main mast is damaged, why don't you return the bombardment? A Marine said angrily. Pirates are so crazy right now. Idiot, if you hurt that girl, what's the point of catching the pirates alive? Hold on, let's move forward, and get closer as soon as possible, the Major said in a deep voice. They have so many ships and so many troops, even if they lose some, it should be more than enough to take down their small ship. You really are a brave pirate, a rookie pirate who doesn't know the heights of the sky and the earth. Let me teach you how to be a man. Now that someone is coming to your door, Eric doesn't intend to pretend. If you grab someone, go find the 1,000-year-old keel yourself. The ship quickly drew closer. Brothers, prepare for a sea battle. Woohoo! Luffy was standing by the side of the ship, already gearing up, and several warships approached from the side, and he could see the dense marine above. Is it really okay? Looking at so many marines, Nami felt a little unsure. Although your proficiency is not enough, it should be enough to add a light shield yourself, Reka reminded. That's right. Nami just remembered that the magic tome in her can be said to involve all the existing elements. Guardian of Light. A white light shield was put on him immediately. Nami, give us one too, Usopp said immediately upon seeing this. Now, it's not enough, I only mastered the individual. After all, Nami still has many shortcomings after studying for less than one night. Usopp, you are a sniper, you just need to provide cover, and keeping a distance is your strength, you don't have to rush with them. Understood. Usopp also reacted, strictly speaking. This is their first naval battle with the Marine fleet. There are still many shortcomings, and Reka needs to be in command. Soon the ships of both sides came to a close distance. 120. Really? Hitting someone with the face, one-sided advantage, please subscribe. Don't let them rush over. Zoro saw Marine take out the hook and immediately understood their plan. If you want to swing over to fight on the melee, you have to ask if they agree. We can't let them come and destroy the melee. Chili Star, Usopp shot more than a dozen shots in a row, and shot them precisely in the mouth of the front Marine. Rubber bazooka. Luffy directly pulled the mast and bounced himself over. Zoro jumped suddenly, and jumped onto another warship, and said to Luffy. Let's see who gets a warship first. I'm coming too. Sanji stomped on his foot, jumped over this insurmountable distance for ordinary people, and landed on a warship. Take them down. The Major gave the order, but Eric hadn't made a move yet, but chose to sit on the sidelines, and was not in a hurry to make a move. There are so many Marines here, he just has to find the right moment to make his move. Rubber machine gun. Luffy swung his rubber fists at high speed, and the elastic and impactful fists blasted towards Marine like a wall. Fluffy. At the moment of contact, hundreds of Marines were all kicked into the air, scattered around like a goddess. Luffy's fists are already fast, plus the elasticity of the rubber, as long as you are not an officer, if you get a random 420 punch from one of them, you will definitely lose your combat effectiveness and will never be able to fight again. First meet. Leg meet, shoulder meet. Sanji greeted with a combination of kicks, and it is still his own move now. After all, after half a day, he has only roughly understood how to practice 8 inner gates and 6 forms. If he wants to achieve results, he still needs to ponder, but his combat power is very strong in itself. Now these are just common Marines, not elites. One kick at a time, or even more than one kick at a time, is not a problem at all. No one can block him with 2 or 3 moves. Basically, they destroy the enemy with one move, but the most brutal one is Zoro, with 3 knives, like 3 whirlwinds of death. Wherever they passed, countless people fell under the knife. Although Zoro's men were merciful and did not cut deep, it was almost impossible to stand up and fight again. A medium-sized warship. Try it. Zoro looked at the warship, with a smile that made all the Marines feel very uneasy. After Zoro's blade storm harvested, many Marines felt a strong fear. I didn't dare to rush up blindly for a while. Wuji Yadao Luju, the lion sings. Zoro's footsteps sank, and his whole body was filled with a terrifying aura. He retracted 3 swords, only holding 1 sword, and drew the sword once, and the air roared. Zoro's figure ran straight from the deck, and as if flashing, plowed to the stern of the warship. Kachacha. A cutting mark spread vertically from the bow to the stern, but halfway through, at about 2/3 of the way, the crack stopped spreading. The strength is still a bit short, Zoro said regretfully. But the Marine beside him was frightened to death. Even if a ship is cut to 2/3, it will never be able to support the sea. The entire hull made a loud rumbling sound, the overall structure was collapsing, and countless Marines fell into the water in horror. This medium-sized Marine warship was sinking into the sea. Are you kidding? Cut the boat with a knife? How is this possible? This is a monster. Help. Help, ship number 4 is about to sink. Urgent help. Emergency help. Once the ship sinks to the bottom of the sea, if you don't notify everyone in time. Once other warships continue to approach, the vortex brought by the voyage will drop people into it. Advertisement at that time, not to mention being saved, it would be considered good if he could not cause secondary damage. Is Zoro so fast? I can't be behind. Rubber bazooka? Rubber pistol. Rubber machine gun. Rubber tempest. Puff puff. A string of Marines get kicked out by Luffy. An entire warship looks almost emptied. B********. The Major felt his scalp tingling. Why did the well-trained Marine soldiers clearly have a numerical advantage? But now it has just started, and the Marines of 2 warships were almost knocked down. The Straw Hat Pirates are ridiculously strong. Take down the others. So the Major turned his eyes away from this difficult bone, and looked at the other pirates on the pirate ship who seemed a little more bully. Of course, the most important thing is to get Abyss back. But there were already people who acted faster than the Major. After the battle started, Eric found that the pirate hunters were not easy to provoke. And there is absolutely no need to fight them. He is a mercenary, not a marine, he just needs to get Abyss. Taking advantage of the fact that they are all fighting now, although their combat power is terrifying, they are still entangled. For him, this is a rare and good opportunity. Hand over that girl. Eric was on the same warship as the Major. When the other warships were fighting with the 3 main forces of the Straw Hats, they approached from the side. Many Marines have swung the ropes in their hands. Stop them from coming. Reka sat on the mast, sipping special wine leisurely. Some secret Marines were going to shoot Reka, but before they shot, Reka looked over. Those Marines fell into an ice cellar one after another, and none of them dared to pull the trigger. At that moment, they felt that they were watched by a prehistoric demon king, and they would die if they pulled the trigger. 'Cause they would rather turn their guns and attack Zoro Luffy. Also unwilling to provoke a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. I didn't know how strong these pirates were before, but now they are only 50 million and 30 million, crushing them with absolute advantage. Then the bounty of 100 million Baileys is even more difficult for them to deal with. I still want to find a way to get that girl back, so let's leave. It's too unrealistic to take down this pirate group. Almost like non-human beings. These are not bounty criminals, take them down quickly, the Major commanded to Marine beside him. Oh. The Marines threw out their hooks. Nami and Usopp saw this, and immediately started to attack. Usopp's precise bursts can make rows of Marines lose their combat capabilities in a short period of time. The new Gunpowder, Pepper Star, and Oil Star look very low grade and very down to earth. Advertisement, but in this place where there is no land, once they fall into the sea, it will be difficult for them to form any combat power in a short time. And Nami's lethality and talent are even stronger. Fiery lightning hell. Nami swung his long stick, and a bolt of lightning struck out, piercing a part of the ship's hull. Several Marines lay on the ground before they had time to react. What's the situation with this woman? She was able to control water and fire just now, and now she can control lightning. Are there such diverse abilities? Never mind, it seems that the way of fighting is still very immature. Let's take her first. Sickle and Windblade. With a wave of both hands, Eric cut out 2 transparent air sickles. Fireball. Nami was startled when he saw this, but his reaction was still extremely fast. Boom. The fireball collided with the Windblade and exploded, affecting several innocent Marines. Not bad, little girl, although I don't know what devil fruit you eat, but how do you take this move? Scythe flutter. Swish swish swish. Eric waved his arms continuously, one after another airblades swept towards Nami overwhelmingly new past. Water surface. Nami's face turned pale, and it was still a bit difficult for her mental strength to launch this blow. A huge face exactly like Reka suddenly appeared in midair. But they are all composed of seawater, with huge faces, like a wall blocking the front. Avoid going merry from being cut off by the opponent's sickle, and also prevent yourself from being cut off. Seeing this, Reka was stunned for a while, he couldn't even tell whether Nami did it on purpose or not. Fluffy. Scythes all over the sky hit the surface of the water, splashing countless water splashes. It looks like Reka is being slapped in the face continuously. Even if it was virtual, Reka looked at Eric at this moment, and his eyes gradually became unfriendly. The scythe could not penetrate the seawater, so Nami took the opportunity to fire another white mine, aiming directly at Eric. Seeing this, Eric quickly dodged, and then jumped up high, heading straight for going merry. Usopp shot at a rotten egg, and he chopped it open with an air scythe, but the stench turned his stomach, and almost made him fall from midair into the sea. An eyesore. Reka looked at Eric who was about to land on the melee, and just said a word. When Zoro heard it, his body turned suddenly, and he cut out the 36 Vexed Phoenix with one blow, and knocked Eric back to the warship he was on. Then Zoro quickly ran towards Eric like a beast, moving between several warships, piercing through the marine all the way, and heading straight for Eric. The original pirate hunter, Noah Zoro. Eric's face darkened. It would probably be very difficult to be targeted by this kind of guy. He doesn't want to fight Zoro if he can. But Zoro has not forgotten, this is their battle. 3.4. It would be their downfall if Reka was allowed to do it. They not only have to defeat the enemy, but also protect going merry. Demon fruit power. It looks a little strong, let me play with you. Zoro bit the word, head out, in his mouth, knife left and right, and rushed towards Eric like the wind and lightning. You are worthy too. Go to hell. Scythe Dao long scroll. Eric looked at Zoro, and his eyes lit up. A burst of sickle-dow long scroll was chopped out by Eric. Regardless of the safety of his own people along the way, even if many Marines were torn apart, Zoro would be placed within this range. This practice of ignoring his own life and death made Zoro frown, and his face sank. I don't want to play anymore, it's boring. 3 Swords Ryu. Demon Slash. Scoff. Zoro's speed suddenly accelerated violently, his whole body was shot like a thunderbolt, and with a crisp crackling sound, the tornado sickle was easily chopped into pieces. Impossible. Eric was startled, but before he could react, Zoro's figure passed by him like lightning. The slash is complete. Peeved. Blood sprang up from Eric's body, he had an unbelievable expression on his face. How could he not even be able to catch the 10 knives of the pirate hunter Zoro after he has crisscrossed East Blue for so many years? This powerful combat force that should have been able to fight back and forth with Luffy in the original plot is extremely vulnerable in front of the new Straw Hat Pirates at this moment. 121. Beheading the Thief King. The Legendary of Millennium Dragon Bone and Elixir, please subscribe. How could this be? Even these guys who have never been rewarded are so powerful, are you kidding me? The Major looked at the Straw Hat Pirates in front of him with an unacceptable expression on his face. Even the woman who seems to be extremely easy to deal with has the strength to stop Eric, and has all kinds of magical abilities. And Eric was beheaded by Noah Zoro just now. This is a strong mercenary hired by the governor at a high price. He is very famous in East Blue, and there are even some rumors about him in other sea areas, and he is even more fruit capable. But now Noah Zoro has been hacked. This is the strongest force on their ship. Is Eric not strong enough? No. When he was recruited, in order to test his strength, he was surrounded by a large army of Marines. In the end, no one could stop him, but now he was taken care of by someone else. The Straw Hat Pirates are too strong. And so far, the Sun Tyrant with a bounty of 100 million Baileys has not made any movement. Judging from the bounty, his strength should be stronger than the captain of the Straw Hat Boy. Watching groups of Marines being beaten into the air, if this continues, they may soon be completely wiped out. Damn it. What should we do? As a Marine Major, he is naturally capable, but even Eric is no match for him. If he goes up, he might not be able to solve any of them. Master Major, the main fleet is here. At this moment, a Marine said excitedly, reinforcements are coming. It's really troublesome. No matter how many Marines are defeated, more will come. This is also the reason why pirates, no matter how strong or weak they are usually unwilling to fight Marines head-on. If you win, you have to face more and stronger Marines. If you lose, you will either lose your life or be sent to prison. Either way, it's not a good thing. Great. The Major was overjoyed when he heard that. After such a high-intensity battle, even the Straw Hat Pirates should have consumed a lot of energy. Now that the reinforcements have arrived, forming a siege, the Straw Hat Pirates cannot escape. The Major didn't know, he was too happy. A group of useless idiots, so many people have been counterattacked by the pirates, and they haven't taken them yet. Are you all trash? Governor Nelson sat on a huge cushion, surrounded by dozens of people. Marines struggled to carry him to the deck. Looking at the one-sided naval battle not far away, I am extremely angry. Governor Nelson only possesses power, but no combat power. His whole body is so obese that he needs many people to lift him up. Otherwise, it would be too strenuous and difficult to walk on your own. Governor, the strength of the Straw Hat Pirates is astonishing. We should quickly approach and surround them. Only in this way can we. A Marine officer said cautiously. Stop making excuses for yourself. All I want is that little girl, and the others. Cover the bombardment. While they are still fighting, Governor Dilson said angrily. All these guys standing in front of him will be crushed. Your Excellency. You can't do that. There are still a lot of our own people who fought against the enemy on the warship. The Marine officer said with a drastic change of expression when he heard the words. What's wrong? That little girl is on another ship. As long as it doesn't hurt her, the main force of the pirate group seems to be fighting with our army on the warship. This is the best chance to annihilate them. Miss this opportunity. Are you sure to win? Fire me? But, bang! The gunshot rang out, and the Marine officer who tried to persuade him was shot dead by Nelson. Advertisement. Then Governor Nelson looked at another Marine officer next to him and asked, Can you carry out the order? Coco can. Venture to get close to the pirates? Do you regard my life as despicable like them? HMPH, Governor Nelson sneered inwardly. As long as he gets that little girl, he will have a chance to get the keel of the elixir of immortality, and the power at hand will always be his own. It is even possible to go a step further, and it is entirely possible to control more than one Marine branch. So how could it be possible to get so close and risk your own life? Muzzle adjustment, aim and prepare. There are more ships in the general fleet than the Major's ships, and the warships are lined up, and the muzzles of hundreds of cannons are aimed at the Marine fleet that is fighting with Zoro and others. Are those Marines crazy? They still have their own people on this ship? Zoro and others immediately noticed that countless cannons were aimed at this place. This is unbelievable. There are not only their warships here, but also countless Marines. If you fire at them like this, aren't you afraid of accidentally hurting your own people? It seems that in order to eliminate us, the other party's chief is planning to use any means. What does this guy think of human life? Sanji took out a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled smoke rings, saying heavily. A hole. Luffy doesn't like this behavior very much. Fire. Puff puff puff. In an instant, countless shells blasted over. 36 vexed phoenixes. Zoro slashed out sword energy and bombarded the cannonballs, but he could only protect his own area. And if the shells continued to bombard him, sooner or later he would be overwhelmed. After all, it was a fleet bombing, it was no small matter. Sanji circled his legs, borrowed skill, and kicked one cannonball after another, but the cannonballs were pouring down like raindrops. Sanji didn't dare to stop for a moment. If they were covered and bombed, even they would be extremely dangerous. Rubber, balloon. Luffy took a deep breath, propped up his stomach, like a huge rubber balloon, and then caught a group of shells, so many that Luffy found it difficult. But in the end Luffy shook his body violently and bounced all the shells back. Fluffy. Although it was impossible to deliberately aim, the bombardment of scattered shells also caused several warships to be bombed more or less. Damn guy. Fire, fire, sink them. Nelson roared wildly. Just now, a shell fell on the sea beside him, almost threatening his own safety. Puff puff puff. Another round of artillery fire. The three of Zoro were fine for a short time, but the marines and warships that were fighting with them were blown up, some were killed, and the screams continued. Under the roar of artillery fire, warships gradually sank to the bottom of the sea with shattering whines. I can't go on like this. Luffy, Sanji, you guys go to protect the melee. Capture the thief first, and the king first, and leave that guy to me. Okay. Luffy and Sanji didn't talk nonsense, even if Going Merry wasn't the target of such bombardment. Advertisement, but still some shells will come. The track is the hull and mast. Clearly aimed at the shells here. The purpose is to damage Going Merry and make it impossible to leave. Usopp, come help. Sanji pulled Luffy. Let Usopp hold the other side of Luffy, using Luffy as a large defensive rebound spring device, catching the incoming cannon, and slammed it into the enemy. Seeing this, Zoro took a risk, and he spotted a few cannonballs that were flying at a relatively slow speed. He bent his knees and jumped up, touching the cannonball like a dragonfly on water. He had to control his body very lightly, otherwise the cannonball would detonate if he was not careful. Zoro stomped 3 times in a row, and quickly approached the huge warship where the governor was. It's a lie. The pirates fly with the help of shells and kill them. The marines here were all dumbfounded. The original safe distance suddenly became no longer safe. How is it possible? Nelson was also pale with fright. Is this something humans can do? Protect the governor general. You are the commander. You gave the order to fire. Zoro is full of murderous aura, and is the most terrifying opponent for the enemy. So what are you still doing? Kill him. Nelson growled, looking at Marine, who was frightened and hesitant by Zoro. Is this kind of person who bombs his own people worthy of your death? Zoro asked rhetorically, which stunned the Marines who were about to move. But just this is enough for Zoro. 3 sword style hyphenation point Tora hunting. The figure flashed, and the attack was completed. 580 puffs. A huge head was thrown high. The governor was killed. Marine exclaimed immediately, not knowing what to do for a moment. Zoro. At this time, Going Merry was quickly approaching the warship under Nami's control. Seeing this, Zoro pulled a rope and swung hard, and landed on Going Merry precisely. Is it worth wasting so many resources, ships and brothers' lives for an illusory legendary? The lieutenant colonel who temporarily took over the command looked at the ruined warships in front of him and reflected. Cease fire. Need to pursue. No need. Save all the people who can be saved first. The lieutenant colonel was in great grief, but Governor Nelson was there before, and the deep-rooted power made him have no real power at all. Good job. On Going Merry, Reka said lightly, this is the life he wants. Everyone will become stronger, and he can be more relaxed, just need to earn roleplay and arrogance at the right time. Hey. Hearing Reka's praise, everyone smiled sincerely. It is very rare to be praised by Reka. But Abyss, do you have something to hide from us? Nami looked at Abyss and asked. I. Abyss knew that these people were not bad people, but even good people might turn bad after hearing the legendary. Speaking of which, it's an exaggeration for Marine to dispatch so many troops just to catch you. Usopp felt that this was not an ordinary exaggeration. I have difficulties that I can't say. Abyss lowered her head in shame. Obviously they helped her, but she still couldn't say. It's because of the rumor of the elixir of life and the 1,000-year-old keel. Reka took the initiative to point out this point. Elixir of life? Millennium keel? Luffy, Zoro and others were shocked when they heard this. How do you know? Abyss looked at the most handsome man on board with a look of shock. Point 122, 100 Dragon Spectacle. Climb the upside-down mountain. Enter the Grand Line. Please subscribe. You have this kind of legendary in your area. There are often people who are facing death and longing for eternal life, and believe in all kinds of legendaries. Not to mention, some legendaries themselves may be true, yes, right? Reka pointed to API's Dragon Tooth Fragment Necklace. Legendary? It seems that East Blue has this kind of legendary, but no one is so stupid as to take this kind of thing seriously. Usopp likes to tell stories, so he often pays attention to some legendaries on the sea. This sea is very magical. Even East Blue, which is called the weakest sea, is one of the 4 sea regions in the world. It has a vast territory and countless kingdoms. There are too many secrets and legendaries hidden here. So what happened? Don't feel weird about it. Abyss, is this true? Do 1,000-year dragons really exist in this world? Nami asked in a soft tone as much as possible. Is there really an elixir of life? Usopp also felt very puzzled. If it wasn't for Reka's mouth, they would definitely not believe it just by listening to the rumors. Abyss hesitated, but seeing her like this, everyone already knew the truth. Don't worry about them being greedy for the 1,000-year-old dragon. Let's not talk about whether the 1,000-year-old keel really has the effect of immortality. At least they are not people who will deprive others of the right to live for their own selfish desires. Regarding this point, I believe you should have a deep understanding, and the Lost Island in Legendary should also appear, if the existence of the Millennium Dragon is true. Abyss couldn't refuse Reka's words. Really? Do you know where the Lost Island is? Abyss became energetic after hearing this. Because Master Long was still hiding in the cave before she was caught, it was very old, the old one was dying, and his memory was blurred, and he couldn't remember the location of the Lost Island. Its greatest wish is to return to the Lost Island, the hometown and festival of their 1,000-year-old dragon. Hearing what Abyss said, Zoro, Luffy and the others couldn't help looking at Reka. Obviously they all felt that Reka should have read the relevant records in this regard, otherwise it would be impossible to know such details. It's just a lost island that can't be found on the map. After hundreds or even thousands of years, does anyone really know where this island is located? Yes, I know, Reka gave an answer that never disappoints everyone. Going Merry continues on to Gunkanjima, but this time without any marine pursuit. When they arrived at Warship Island, they were warmly received and saw unprecedented miracles. The 1,000-year-old dragon really exists. When the Dragon Master flapped his wings and took off, the residents of the entire Warship Island were shocked. The rumor that Grandpa, the head of Bogadan village, has been telling is true. How is this possible? Isn't this legendary? The entire Warship Island was shocked. They had grown up under the influence of the Millennium Dragon Legendary, and they had a very deep sense of recognition for the Millennium Dragon. The folk customs on the island are simple and honest, and very few people want to go crazy to get the keel. Besides, the Millennium Dragon is a very powerful creature. If you want to hunt and kill them, you must first check whether you can fly and whether you are strong enough. Aren't we going to find the Lost Island? Why are we still here? At the port, Lord Long just flew a little distance, but his physical strength was exhausted, so he had to build a raft for it by going merry dragging. Then they all want to see the Lost Island in Legendary, which is the dragon's lair. This made Luffy, Usopp and others who had just seen the Millennium Dragon very excited. Abyss also looked at Reka very puzzled. Haven't you ever wondered why a dragon that only appeared once in 1,000 years in Legendary appeared on this island? Maybe it wasn't really lost, Reka said meaningfully. Wait, you're saying that the island we're on now is the Lost Land in Legendary? That's impossible, this island is actually not that big, Nami reacted the fastest. Advertisement, yeah, it doesn't look much different from the islands in common. Master Dragon, is this the place you want to come to? Abyss was on the raft, stroking the 1,000-year-old dragon, which is a dragon-shaped creature that is not exactly the same as a Western dragon. Master Long raised his head with difficulty, and shook his head slightly, expressing that he didn't know, its memory had deteriorated seriously. It's this island, but here. Reka stood on the shore, stretched out his finger, and pointed down. You mean? Under the sea? Good. Then let's dive in and have a look, Luffy said impatiently. You landlubber can't do it, let's look at us, Usopp volunteered. Do you know how deep the seabed is and how strong the pressure is? I'm afraid you will be crushed into meatloaf before you even dive, Sanji hit. Don't worry, if Legendary is true, maybe, just today, the island will float up. The island is floating. Everyone was shocked, is this possible? Listening to Reka's words, the aged 1,000-year-old dragon seemed to remember something. He raised his head suddenly, and let out a crisp and loud dragon cry, which quickly spread out. It was received by the Millennium Dragon who came from all directions of the world according to his instinct, and is currently in various parts of East Blue and nearby islands. Rumbling. Suddenly, the entire battleship island felt a strong earthquake, and it continued. People who didn't know thought it was a real earthquake. Then the people on the shore were horrified to find that other colors appeared on the coast that was originally connected to the sea. It's as if something is rising from the bottom of the ocean. There seems to be something flying over there. It's a dragon. A 1,000-year-old dragon, a lot of 1,000-year-old dragons. All the creatures in Legendary were summoned by the Dragon Master, and they flew over from nearby with flapping wings, and the scene was very spectacular. There are so many thousands of dragons. Everyone watching this scene was dumbfounded, even Luffy Zoro was no exception. They were already surprised when they saw Dragon Lord, a legendary creature. I didn't expect that there are so many 1,000-year-old dragons, there are probably hundreds of them. What are they doing? Sanji looked at those 1,000-year-old dragons, they started forming a circle over the sea, and started to spin. Reka felt a mysterious and powerful force emanating from the Millennium Dragon. As they circled, Gunkanjima felt a stronger earthquake. Fluffy. Suddenly, mountain-like things burst out of the sea. Advertisement an island several times larger than the Warship Island, full of corals and other marine life, appeared out of thin air, and connected with the existing Warship Island, as if it was a whole. Whoa, Luffy was extremely excited and exclaimed directly. This kind of spectacle that cannot be explained by common sense is exactly what adventurers are most eager to encounter. This kind of encounter, people who have seen it, will never forget it for a lifetime. The Lost Island really exists, it's so spectacular, it's the fossil of a 1,000-year-old dragon. Sanji looked at the mountain-like thing on the emerging island. Well, it should be the corpse of a 1,000-year-old dragon that gradually petrified after the millennium has passed. Such fossils cannot be used as medicine at all, and these 1,000-year-old dragons may only rest here for a short time, and will leave again until the next millennium comes. Gathered here again, all the people who have beaten thousands of years old bones, I am afraid that they will be disappointed. And I actually don't believe it, because I can seriously live forever. After all, even the Millennium Dragon itself does not have this ability. They die here and are reborn here. It is more like a brand new way of reproduction. If it is really immortal, it will not age itself. Of course, their life is long enough for us. Nami said with great emotion. Everyone set foot on the Lost Island, admiring the underwater island and countless 1,000-year-old dragon fossils. They saw Master Long die, and also saw Master Long being born from a new dragon egg. It's so magical, they watch it, keep it all in their hearts, and turn it into the most beautiful adventure experience. APIs returned to the island safely, and after seeing this spectacle, Luffy and others embarked on the journey to the Grand Line again. Not far from the Grand Line entrance, they waved goodbye. Thank you very much. Abyss waved her hands and said goodbye. Going merry embarks on a new journey. Even if half a day has passed, Yin's family is still a little immersed in the previous Warship Island incident. Weather, cloudy, heavy rain with wind. The Millennium Dragon, no matter how you look at it, it's still very spectacular and handsome. Luffy sat on the bow and sighed. It's strange. From the map, we want to enter the Grand Line, but it seems that we can only climb over the mountain. Is this, Wang Hao, going to have a seaway leading to the mountain? There is a sign. But if not, we will hit the red line, Nami said with a nautical chart, rather entangled. We are going to enter the Grand Line. Zoro looked forward to it. There, known as the Pirate Cemetery, has countless powerful people. Is that the red line? I didn't see anything. Is there really a road? The surrounding sea current has become turbulent. Help me out. The cabin can be moved. Usopp couldn't move it suddenly. Sanji, you went to help. I can't even think properly because of the noise, Nami said helplessly. But Sanji passed, still unable to turn the rudder, and they were already in the super strong current at the entrance near the Grand Line. So that's it, I understand. Keep going. Nami heard the current, and based on the fact that there was a red line ahead, he immediately judged that there was really a gap to climb the mountain. Otherwise, such a strong current would not have formed nearby. Is it really okay? Zoro doubted. It's a big problem. If we can't successfully enter the canal and sea current, we will crash into the red line and be smashed to pieces, Nami said earnestly. I knew it would not be so easy to succeed. No wonder it is called the Cemetery of Pirates. Do you have to take such a big risk just to enter? It's such a big mountain, it doesn't even enter the clouds. Is this the red line? Point 123, Laboon. One Piece's ship doctor? Unknown mission? Please subscribe. I see. There is really an ocean current climbing the mountain. Everyone listens to my command and must not make mistakes. Whether you can enter the Grand Line or not depends on the present. Obey. Correct. Mainsail, jib, adjust to port. Clap. The rudder broke under the strong current and strong rotation. Oops. Rubber balloons. The boat was a bit sideways, so it wouldn't be able to get into the canal's mountain climbing current, but Luffy reacted very quickly. Use your body to block the melee, which is loaded towards the red line, and bounce it back onto the current. Okay. Just go straight ahead. Rumble. Rumble. A rushing sea current is climbing up the mountain, and there is something like a door adorning the entrance. The sound of rushing ocean currents does not stop, and the storm intensifies, as if it indicates that this ocean is about to usher in a new storm. I didn't expect the seawater to really climb the mountain. It's incredible. Usopp was shocked when he saw the sea current climbing the mountain ahead and the situation they were in at the moment. Now we just need to rush to the top of the mountain in one breath, Nami said excitedly, waving his jacket. Are you going to the top of the mountain? I want to see, I want to see, I want to see. Luffy hurried to the bow. It's so spectacular. The rushing currents don't require them to operate the boats at all. They can carry them forward at high speed. The sound of rumbling and raging waves was endless, and they stood at the bow of the boat and looked out, as if they were looking at a canal with a 45-degree upward direction. The view is good. Reka was sitting on the mast, and the angle of inclination basically did not affect a strong man like Reka. Clouds, it's getting closer and closer, Usopp couldn't help saying as he watched the sky get closer and closer to them. Pung! Soon Going Merry went straight through the clouds and flew high, surprising everyone. They made it to the top. Fortunately, when it fell, it was a channel heading straight for 343, and they were not rushed out of the channel, otherwise they might be smashed to pieces immediately. So fast. Although the speed of going up is fast, it is acceptable anyway, and the speed of going down is even faster now. Mihawk is here. Zoro looked at the sea area below, where the world feared the Grand Line. All blue. It's in a certain sea here. Sanji lit a cigarette, full of longing for the future. I want to draw a perfect nautical chart. Nami lay on the edge of the guardrail, looking at the sea below. Proof of being a brave warrior at sea. Usopp wiped his nose with his finger. As long as he lives in this sea area, he can live upright. He is a true brave warrior of the sea. I see. This is the greatest sea in the world, the Grand Line. One Piece is somewhere in the sea ahead. Go. Luffy cheered and set off from Windmill Village, experiencing many things. At last he came to the land of his dreams, and as long as he circled the world once and reached Raftel, the final island, he conquered the Grand Line. Become the man who owns everything in this world, One Piece. Pung. The boat went all the way down. They broke through layers of white cloud, The feeling was even more exciting than bungee jumping. Marvelous. Yahoo! Hold on to the boat, don't be thrown out, if you are thrown out, you will die. Don't say such unlucky words at this time. Wow, but in the misty white cloud, amidst the cheers and joy, a grand voice called out. Did you hear anything? Zoro asked suddenly. What did you say? But now with the howling wind in everyone's ears, they couldn't hear what Zoro was saying. Zoro had to raise, CBBH, a few pitches. Didn't you hear something else? Advertisement. That's the wind, Nami. There is a black wall ahead. Sanji suddenly saw something. How is it possible? Go through here, and you will see Cape Twins in Legendary in front of you. It should be the sea. Nami was surprised. But there is indeed. Whatever, rush over, Luffy was fearless. No, that's not the black wall, that's a huge whale. In the ocean at the end of this current, there should be an endless vast sea. But a huge island whale with a length of hundreds of meters, like a black mountain peak, and its head covered with hideous cracks lay in front of it. There was nowhere to escape. It's too big, it's just like giant sea kings. Luffy, Nami and others, who had never seen such a huge creature, were shocked immediately. Just arrived at the Grand Line, and I met this kind of human invincible behemoth. Such a huge monster, even if Zoro hacked it for a day and a night, he might not be able to kill it. What are you going to do? Do you want to fight? This is simply not something that can be won. But it blocked the way. The ship continued to rush down, and if it continued like this, once it hit it, the entire Mei Li would be smashed. Wait, it grows so big, maybe it hasn't found us yet. Yes, I didn't see its eyes at all. Hey, there's a road on the left, we can go around there. Zoro found the way around this giant with sharp eyes. Full left rudder, but the rudder just broke, Usopp said nervously. Hurry up and figure out a way. Suo and the three of Usopp returned to the meeting room and tried to turn the remaining rudders, but the downstream current was more urgent than before. The three of them couldn't do it together. Reka-san, help me find a way. Nami could only look at Reka with helpless eyes. Don't worry, today is not our death day, after all, this whale is really big. Reka still sat still, as steady as Mount Tai, and was still in the mood to sip his coffee. Now is not the time to care about that. I have an idea, Luffy said. What way? Nami asked, but Luffy had already run into the cabin, and soon, with a bang, the cannon blasted out, hitting the whale directly. With the reaction force of the cannon bombardment and the shockwave of the explosion, the Mei Li gradually stopped. But the faces of Zoro, Nami and others turned extremely pale in an instant. Cannon? This idiot captain, he actually used a cannon on this huge whale. Isn't this the worst? When encountering such a mountain-like sea beast, the first thing that comes to mind is to slip away. Why would you think of bombing it with cannons? This time, the whales that should have not noticed them, maybe they can. It's over. Nami's face was ashen. As soon as he entered the Grand Line, everything will be over. The Mei Li did come to a slow stop, but with a click, the bow of the sheep's bow still touched the whale, and it broke. How? Did the ship stop? Luffy ran in from the cabin to claim credit. It seems that it hasn't found us yet. Let's go. After the shelling, Sanji found that the whale was still unresponsive and said hastily. And the ship was right under Laboon's eyes, and the eyes alone were many times bigger than the entire Mary. Looking at it makes people shiver, and a sense of powerlessness arises. But at this moment, Luffy just saw that his state seat had its head broken and was thrown to the deck. B*********D. What did you do to my special seat? Luffy punched the huge whale directly in the eye. Advertisement. Luffy, Zoro and others shouted in horror. At this moment, I really want to throw this idiot captain out to feed the whales. After finally escaping, what did he do again? The eyes did not respond for a while, and then the eyeballs sank suddenly, and when they saw Luffy and the others, they opened their mouths, and the seawater poured into the entrance crazily. Everyone let out a terrible scream. It's over. Zoro, Sanji and others were stunned. This time it's completely over. We were eaten. Luffy also had a look of horror on his face. Boom. Tons and tons of seawater poured into Laboon's body, and then Laboon's mouth slowly closed. The sea was calm, as if nothing had happened. And on the back of the whale, there's a line. Well, what do you think? Nami's voice full of doubts and life sounded. I thought we must have been swallowed by a whale, but... Sanji looked at the scene in front of him, and it didn't feel like it. Looking up, there was a blue sky and a white cloud. There is also a small island in front of you, and there is a small house on the island. No matter how you think about it, it can't be in the body of the whale. Is this a dream? Usopp asked blankly. Probably dreaming. Zoro also felt that dreaming was closer to reality. Pung. But at this moment, a giant squid with a height of tens of meters emerged from the water, ready to attack them. Then what is this? Is it also a dream? But it's so real. It's coming. Sanji, Zoro, Luffy immediately made a counterattack posture. But at this moment, several spear guns were fired from the island, directly piercing the body of the king squid, killing it. Someone seems to be there. Zoro looked at the room from which the spear gun had been fired. Sanji, Luffy and others also looked over. Someone came out. Flower? No, it's a human being, but with a flower-like decoration on the back of the head? It's so fierce. Everyone looked at the man in front of him who was wearing slippers, had a strong physique, and seemed to have a flower blooming behind his head, with a fierce face and a strong sense of oppression. Watchful hearts, mention the ultimate. Want to fight? Usopp said tremblingly. Crocus stared at Luffy and the others, with such a fierce look and eyes, anyone would think that he wanted to find someone to fight. As a result, he stared at Zoro and the others for a long time, without saying a word, went to the chair next to him and lay down, picked up the newspaper and read it leisurely. You should say something. Sanji felt speechless, looking like he was going to fight, but he didn't say a word. I'm telling you, we have cannons, Usopp said sternly. Hearing this, Crocus stared suddenly and became more fierce. I advise you not to, you will die. When Usopp heard this, he was startled immediately and dared not speak. Oh, who will die? Sanji was not convinced. Me, Crocus said matter-of-factly. So it's you, uncle, don't be scary, Usopp spoke again. The ship doctor of One Piece, the position of the few of you is really worth pondering, you don't have any special mission. At this time, Reka's words made everyone present change their faces. Crocus is no exception. Point 124. Sand Crocodile, haven't you woken up yet? Is Logi awesome? One Piece's ship doctor. This identity is quite amazing, since Roger's time. One Piece belongs to the pirate group, all the current living members, especially the former main cadres. Both became the great sinners of government-issued books, such as Pluton Rayleigh. Those who are still active in the sea are all famous big pirates in the world. And now this person in front of him is also a person on the ship of One Piece? It's a lie. I heard that people who were related to Roger the Pirate King were all sentenced to death. Only a very small number of powerful pirates are still active in the Grand Line. Sanji looked at this fierce-looking man in shock. Old man. It's really strange, I have never been offered a reward, and at your age, it is impossible to see me. How did you recognize me? Crocus looked at Reka with a puzzled face. There is no impenetrable wall in the world. Reka didn't explain much. Yes, but I don't know what you're talking about. Forget it then. Reka didn't get to the bottom of it, instead causing Crocus to frown slightly. Reka's words just now are somewhat intriguing. What is the position of the few of you? It is worth pondering carefully. Does this man know the position of Rayleigh, Jabba, and the red hair? Logically, no one should know. After the death of Captain Roger, they really want to help Captain Roger protect the sea. In other words, guide the pirates to where they should go. Be as clueless as a lighthouse, but have the courage to step into the Grand Line to guide the pirates. Like a guardian, guard those powerful and free seeds. He's at the entrance, Rayleigh is at the other, Jabba and the Redhead are at the very end. They did not allow the hopes raised by the captain to be snuffed out by the world government and marine headquarters. Is Age of Pirates really chaotic? To the people of this world, yes. But for the times they were in, it was too kind. There has never been a shortage of pirates in this sea. In the past, pirates did not have a clear goal, and they did more harm to people. And Roger gave them this goal in the new era. All pirates will go to the same place. There will certainly be damage along the way, but compared to the past, this era is no longer dark. Crocus thought Reka had asked this question. You should get to the bottom of it, and stop if you don't arrive. This instead makes Crocus itch, wondering what the hell does he know. But before he had time to ask, the group of young men beside the man were chattering and talking excitedly. Usopp looked at Crocus in horror. Uncle, you just admitted that you are a crew member of One Piece. I didn't expect there to be such an unknown person on the One Piece ship, Nami said with emotion. This is completely different from what they thought. They thought that everyone on the One Piece ship should be a world-famous big pirate. One Piece's ship doctor is really good, uncle, do you want to be my partner? Luffy generously invited. Crocus was taken aback when he heard the words, knowing that he had been on the ship of One Piece before. Would he dare to invite himself like this? Really willful and fearless, from this point of view, it is really similar to Roger, especially the hat. Wait, hat? No way, ha ha ha. I'm old now, and I don't have the strength to accompany you young people to toss around. That's not the point is, what exactly is this place? Although Zoro was also shocked by who this vicious uncle was, there was obviously something wrong with this place. Advertisement: the clouds and birds in the sky did not move, and there was no wind. The color of the seawater was also very strange, and the king squid even showed signs of corrosion. Where is this place, you ask? You are so arrogant to break into my private resort. Do you think this is the belly of a mouse? Crocus took an extra look at Reka. It was only later that I found out that this man had stopped paying attention to him. Hearing what Crocus said, Usopp and the others, who were not willing to believe the facts, changed their expressions slightly. We are indeed in the whale's stomach. It's over, it's about to be digested, this must be its stomach. Look carefully, the sky and clouds are all painted. Usopp was sad. No, I don't want to be digested. Nami also felt that this way of dying was too unacceptable. The exit is over there. Crocus pointed to a large iron gate not far away. So I can get out. Nami, Luffy and others looked behind them together, only to see the iron gate. This is too strange. There is a door in the whale, and these paintings. It's my kind of pastime, Crocus said disapprovingly. What the hell are you doing here? Usopp was terrified when he thought about it. The ship's doctor of the pirates lived in the belly of a whale. He could draw pictures, and he could open doors in his body. This person is primordial weird, and weirdness often means danger. Forget it, ignore him, get out of here quickly. Zoro stopped Usopp from asking the bottom line. Since this is a stomach, staying for a long time will be very damaging to the ship. That's right. Nami also wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. But at this moment, the ship shook violently, and everyone was a little unsteady for a while. What's wrong? Look, that's not an island, it's a boat. Nami saw the iron sheet wrapped under the surging tide. Have you started yet? Croca's face hardened. What's starting? Let me explain, Usopp asked. This uncle has lived here for a long time, if there is any situation, he should know. This whale, Laboon started headbutting Redline. What? Speaking of which, when I looked at it before, I found that this whale had many scars on its head, and it was still roaring to the sky. Nami remembered something. Why is that? Usopp didn't quite understand. It's painful, Nami affirmed. Could it be that this is his goal, to kill this whale from the inside? Several people present quickly came to such a conclusion. But this is none of our business, let's get out of here as soon as possible. Even if this is true, Zoro and the others are not people who protect animals. Really, the waves are so big, can they really get close to the gate? Usopp expressed doubts, but he could only do his best. And at this moment, in Laboon's body, there is a small door that enters two uninvited guests. Miss Wednesday and Mr. 9, Miss Wednesday has a head of water blue hair, and her real identity is Princess Vivi of Alabasta. But now she's an agent of Baroque. Finally sneaked in. Listen to Miss. On Wednesday. Behind the door is the stomach of the whale. I guess the old man is there. We must kill him. Everything is for the whale. Both sides of the face have 9 tattoos, wearing a crown and holding a rocket launcher. Mr. 9 has a cold voice. Yes, Mr. 9, after all, this whale is an important sweetheart to our town. I'll count 1, 2, 3, that's fine. Open the door anytime, Miss. Wednesday is also carrying a bazooka. Asking for flowers. But the moment they opened the door, Laboon's impact suddenly increased, throwing the two of them out, and they fell straight into the stomach acid. Advertisement, and at this time Crocus also jumped into the stomach acid, but not to save them, not to kill them. Instead, he swam straight in a certain direction, and then followed the iron ladder to the shore. Come to a small room, where there is a giant syringe, like a gun barrel. Laboon, don't hurt yourself anymore, you're running out of sedatives, it seems you need to make some more, Crocus muttered to himself, and sedated Laboon. Laboon slowly quieted down. What happened? Usopp looked at the two people who fell suddenly, not knowing why. Neither of them were capable users, and after falling, they quickly climbed onto Luffy's boat. Because only this ship is the nearest landing point nearby. Who are you? It seems to have calmed down. Some things don't change. It's interesting. Reka looked at the Princess Vivi and a miscellaneous fish agent who were dressed like little sisters, and smiled slightly. Her arrogance was worth looking forward to. But Reka is in no rush. Princess Vivi's outfit should be part of her dark history. When I mention it in the future, I don't know what expression I will have. Zero, it's a pity that I don't have a camera. I must buy one next time. In order to retain some interesting pictures of the journey. Mr. 9, they're pirates. Princess Vivi, who turned into Miss Wednesday, looked at the flag and knew she was on a pirate ship. I know, but explain to them, it should be fine, probably. Mr. 9 was planning to make up a story. But Crocus came out of the sedation room. So you're still here, villains, don't make me say the same thing over and over again. As long as I'm here, I won't let you touch a hair of Laboon. Seeing this, the two of them knew that they couldn't make up any more stories. Even if you say that, don't stop us from hunting this whale today. This is our task. Mr. 9 followed Vivi's words. As the two talked, they revealed their vicious looks, raised the bazooka, and prepared to fire. But at this moment, blue. From Vivi's body, the voice of a phone bug suddenly came out. Oh, Reka suddenly became interested. Just in case, Reka decided to pull a wave of hatred first. Before Vivi answered the phone bug, Reka grabbed the phone bug in her pocket with magic power and connected it. What are you doing? Vivi was stunned for a moment, unable to react. Miss Wednesday. A mature, calm, gentle female voice came from the opposite side. You got the wrong person. Who are you? StrawHat Pirates, Reka. Reka declared himself his family, just so arrogant. Hearing this, the other party was obviously taken aback. Wednesday fell into your hands? Our boss is very concerned about your rookie pirate group, Stop, I just wanted to ask, Loguetown, is the sand crocodile with you right now? As soon as these words came out, the other side was silent for a while, and then a deep magnetic voice sounded. It seems that you are not just a newcomer pirate, since you know me, it means that you are also a grandmaster with information about the underground world. Join me, how about we do something big together? Sand crocodile, haven't you woken up? You don't think that with Logia, no one can do anything to you. Wash your neck well and wait, see if our captain can do it or not. You're done, don't try to run away. If you run away, everything you run will be out of work. 125. 7 warlords of the sea who almost vomited blood, kneeling to subscribe. Loguetown never dreamed that he would be scolded bloody for just overhearing a phone call. Conversely, I was threatened by others, but said arrogantly, let myself not run away. Are you kidding me? The sand crocodile was furious when he heard the words for the first time. He had seen many trusting pirates who had just entered the Grand Line. But after recognizing his identity and even knowing his abilities, he still dares to shout like this. This is the first person. Even in the face of other 7 warlords of the sea, he has never been so underestimated. What does this guy think he is? Do you really think that the bounty is higher than the bounty before you stopped offering bounties? What a superficial view. Because of his anger, K-Log stirred up the surrounding yellow sand, and everything around him was quickly sucked dry. But after the initial anger, he tried his best to calm down, but his face was still very gloomy and ugly. This was originally just Nico Robin's understanding of a daily mission for his agents, and it was also for dispatching new missions. And this new mission happened to be related to the StrawHat Pirates, and they got relevant information. It is said that the StrawHat Pirates have already set off from Loguetown, and it will not be long before 027 is not unexpected. Soon to be on the Grand Line, and Twin Point is where it all starts. As long as he gets in touch with the StrawHat Pirates here, he can invite them to join in advance when he chooses which route. So Nico Robin's task is to check who is near Cape Twins. The strength does not need to be too strong, as long as they can negotiate with the StrawHat Pirates for the first time. But when Robin never expected, the other party called the phone bug first. Not only did he immediately find out that Sand Crocodile, whom he had never met, was behind the Lock Work Agency, but he also uttered wild words. You know, in order to avoid suspicion and a sense of mystery, Sand Crocodile has always been the boss of the Pakistani Lock Work Agency. But many advanced agents do not know his true identity. Everything is managed and delivered on her behalf. If the other party knows that the boss of Bar Lock is Sand Crocodile, what else does he know? This is not a very good signal for K-Lock Dar. If a person who knows too many secrets of him cannot use them for himself, there will be only one result. After all, would he know what he was planning in Alabasta? This thing, even the world government has been wanting to get it for so many years, but has no way to start. This information alone, once sold to the world government, I am afraid it will make a lot of money. This kind of thing is absolutely not allowed to happen. Robin, who is familiar with Lock's temper, knows that he has murderous intentions. This made K-Lock Doll more concerned than just scolding and threatening for no reason. But K-Lock Doll was indeed scolded and forced, because the other party is still making all kinds of sarcasm and ridicule. Advertisement, what a loser, a pathetic weakling. Nico Robin was taken aback for a while, and she even suspected for a while, this guy who speaks wild words. Is there any feud with K-Lock Dar? Even the Sand Crocodile himself almost thinks this way. Boy, do we have a grudge? No, I'm trying to make us feud. Puff. Hearing this, Nico Robin couldn't help but laugh again. This guy is really interesting. The Sand Crocodile immediately looked at Nico Robin with his cold eyes. Sorry, I lost my composure. Nico Robin instantly recovered his cold and capable appearance. You brat who doesn't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth, you don't know how vast the world is, Sand Crocodile said with a gloomy face. Anyway, you probably aren't as thick-skinned as you. Do you covet someone else's country, so that you can be complacent? It will be a waste of money after all. In these years, except for the fruit ability, I haven't practiced much. I hope you will fight back later. Hit me up. Reka was still arrogant, but said casually. Vivi's face changed drastically when he heard this sentence. This guy was actually talking directly to K-Lock Doll. Doesn't it mean that the identity of the Sand Crocodile is kept secret? Lock works throughout the bar. Few people know why this person who seems to be entering the Grand Line for the first time knows it. Luffy, Zoro and Nami and others looked at each other, not knowing who Reka was communicating with, and it felt like there was some personal grievance. But between the lines, it is said that they are just trying to create conflicts between each other. It looks like we can't talk anymore. The Sand Crocodile's killing intent soared to ultimate. He always felt that the guy opposite him was playing tricks on him. But there is no evidence. Is it because of the vision problem that these cats and dogs have the illusion that they can challenge themselves at will? Aren't you just talking? I'll try my best to make you hate me even more. By the way, are you ready to kill me? It's almost done, so I'll hang up. Talk too much, I'm thirsty. Hearing this, Sand Crocodile and Nico Robin were silent again. Is this guy a bit seriously ill? Is it necessary to let him wander on the line of life and death? Once you feel that the other party may have mental problems. Sand Crocodile decided to try again. For talents, our workplace is very inclusive. As long as your StrawHat Pirates are willing to join us, of course there will be no such things as hate and killing. It's really hypocritical. By the way, you couldn't have been a woman before, right? Reka continued provocatively. Robin was stunned. There was a huge amount of information in it. Speaking of which, Sand Crocodile has never really had any desire for women. As the leader of a huge organization, but he doesn't even have a few decent beauties by his side, could it be that he really has some difficulties and secrets? The Sand Crocodile's face was completely gloomy to the bottom, looking for death. That's right, courting death. You can do it for yourself. Sand Crocodile didn't want to talk anymore, and hung up the phone decisively. After that, Pung punched the huge conference table in front of him, smashing it into pieces, and was crushed into sand by his ability. Although Nico Robin was happy in his heart and even wanted to laugh, the majestic 7 warlords of the sea was actually irritated to such an extent by a few words from the mouth of a newcomer pirate. It's extremely rare. What should we do now? Nicole asked Sand Crocodile's opinion on how to deal with this group of people. Advertisement. Since they don't care about life and death and insist on provoking us, let them be fulfilled. Let them realize the gap with us, and then slowly subdue them. If they can't subdue them, they will be killed at that time. Some little ones who got some information by chance, it's just a minion. Sandy Crocodile tried not to let Nico Robin see his jokes. Originally in the position of 7 warlords of the sea, I was often challenged by many pirates who were new to the Grand Line and eager to become famous. He has long been used to hearing all kinds of arrogant, groundless words. It's just the first time to be despised like this, even poked in the heart. It's still infuriating. In Sand Crocodile's view, this is just a newcomer team that is slightly stronger than Common's pirate group and has an extremely arrogant attitude. After all, coming out of the weakest sea like the East Blue, how high can one's vision be? Do you think that the powerhouses of the Grand Line can be compared with the local powerhouses? Let them be beaten by the real reality. Most of the pirates will obey. It doesn't matter if they don't obey, they will be killed when the time comes. Understood. Nico Robin was instructed to contact many advanced agents for a new round of arrangements. The StrawHat Pirates, they seem to be a group of interesting guys. Robin smiled from the bottom of his heart after walking out of the room where K-Lock Doll was. When people call, they're either declaring war, threatening, or negotiating. It turned out that this was good, not for these purposes. The simplest purpose is that I came to build hatred. This is truly unique. I just hope that I can have some real skills, and don't be taken down so soon. This world and the Grand Line are far more complicated than they imagined. Well, we are actually not very familiar with them. If this is normal, Vivi and Mr. 9 will use the identity of the mysterious organization Baroque Works agency to threaten them. But now they seem to be talking directly to their big boss. This should not be what they're qualified to know. You know, there was an advanced agent before who seemed to investigate the real identity of the boss without permission, but was secretly obliterated by the organization. Now they also know that they won't be the next one. And this group of people in front of them looked very ferocious, and the more they looked at them, the more they became familiar, and they gradually recognized them. The people above ordered them to pay 4.1 more attention to this rookie pirate group. Once you enter the Grand Line, if you choose their route, please report as soon as possible. And such a pirate group, even if they are newcomers, their strength is not something they can deal with. After all, their rewards are quite gorgeous. Therefore, both Vivi and Mr. 9 are very interesting. First distinguish the relationship, and then talk about it after surviving. Besides, before this, Mr. 9 really didn't know their behind-the-scenes boss. It turned out to be one of the 7 warlords of the sea from the Megatron Grand Line. The bounty of 100 million Baileys. It's more than the bounty offered by Lock Doll when he was a pirate, but it doesn't seem like a lot. Vivi secretly looked at Reka. The handsome face made Princess Vivi blush slightly. Who were you calling just now? Nami looked puzzled. She didn't even know when Reka had a phone bug on hand. No one, don't worry too much. Even if Reka mentioned the name of the Sand Crocodile, Nami and Luffy, who just entered the Grand Line, still don't know anything about it. Oh, what should we do with these two people? Looking at them just now, it seems that they are going to kill this whale. 126. The Promise of a Man, Luffy who made another promise. Please subscribe. I said, who are these guys? Nami was still very concerned about Reka's phone call just now. Logically speaking, it should be the first time Reka has entered the Great Navigation Route, so how could he know a certain name? What are they called? Doll and Sand Crocodile? During the call, they could vaguely feel that the other party seemed to be an unusual guy. This is an opponent for Luffy and Zoro. As for the specifics, you should not know it yet. After all, it is a little bit happier now. Reka is afraid to say that Nami and Usopp will be worried all the way. It might be easier for them to accept it when things get to that point. Adversary. Sounds good. Luffy and Zoro. Sanji suddenly showed anticipation. Are you crazy? We are enemies with Pakistan, and even a few lives are not enough. Vivi saw that Reka underestimated the Baroque studio, and even regarded this as an opponent of other people. Didn't he already know that the black hand behind this organization is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Sand Crocodile, K-Lock Doll? Why do you dare to be so rampant? Is it really a pirate from a small place with no eyesight at all? This is not something you two losers should care about. These guys are thugs from a nearby town, and they're after the meat of this whale, and if Laboon is caught, it's enough to feed the town for 2 years, Crocus replied. Laboon? Nami asked curiously. It's the name of this whale. It's an island whale that only lives in West Blue. It's the largest whale in the world. How can it be used as food? The reason why this guy keeps crashing into the 21 continents of the Red Earth, and have been yelling towards the Upside Down Mountain, there is a reason for this. What reason? This guy is a whale with human emotions. It is just waiting for a certain group of pirates. It started 50 years ago. One day, when I was guarding the lighthouse as usual, a group of brave pirates came down from the Upside Down Mountain and entered the Grand Line. They followed them, and there was a small whale, that was Laboon. Those pirates had been carrying Laboon traveled with them, but because sailing on the Grand Line is extremely dangerous, they originally planned to let Laboon stay in West Blue. But Laboon followed secretly. The island whale is an animal that lives in groups with its companions. For Laboon, the group of pirates must be its companions. Because of the ship's failure, they stayed at Twin Point for several months, so I became good friends with them, and then, when it came time to depart, Crocus said with great nostalgia. He still has fond memories of pirates playing with Laboon, sitting on it drinking and singing. That is the sunset singing, the sea like wine, each has its own taste, it is fascinating. On the day of sailing, the pirate captain said to him, I like you very much, I want to ask you for everything, can I leave this guy with you for 2 or 3 years? We will definitely return after a week around the world here. After speaking to him, the captain also conveyed the meaning to Laboon. Laboon, we are going to go to the Grand Line now, and go around the world, but you can wait for us here, it is a very dangerous place, we can't take you with us, it's nothing, 3 years will pass in a blink of an eye, don't forget, even if we part, we are still companions. Then, they set sail again. Laboon wanted to follow, but was stopped by Crocus and could only look at their ship, disappearing into the sunset. That was 50 years ago. So, Laboon has been waiting for them for 50 years? This is already quite a long time for human beings. Advertisement. Everyone was deeply moved when they heard this story. A whale, in order to abide by the agreement with its partners in the past, has been waiting here alone for 50 years. This is something no human can do. That's why you keep yelling and hitting with your body, trying to get to the other side of the red line. Nami felt sad. After listening to the story, they returned with emotion, but they planned to leave the sore stomach first, lest the ship be melted. It's lucky that it has so many holes in its stomach and it's still alive. Usopp looked around, and there were large and small doors in this stomach, which were all the roads leading to the whale's organs and the outside. Crocus had climbed to where he could open the great iron gate. Don't look at me like this, anyway, I'm also a doctor. In other words, these are traces of treatment. Usopp and others have basically reacted. That's right. After it grows to such a large size, it's no longer possible to treat it from the outside. It's about to open. Crocus shook the wheel, and the door slowly opened. Going Merry suddenly drove out from the back of Laboon, and the fresh sea breeze rushed towards him. Come out, it's the real sky, Luffy cheered happily with outstretched arms. But it's been 50 years? That group of pirates really made it wait for a long time. Usopp and the others looked at the behemoth in front of them again, but this time, they didn't feel oppression and fear, only sadness, sympathy. Idiot, this is the Grand Line, he must be dead, no matter how long he waits, he will never come back. Sanji smoked a cigarette, exposing this cruel fact. If I were to say 50 years ago, this place is even more chaotic than it is now, and it's an uninhabited and terrifying sea. Nami has also heard the story of the Grand Line before. Why do you say these things that don't allow people to dream? It's still uncertain, maybe it will come back. What a touching story. I have always believed in the whale that I agreed with my companion, right, old man? Usopp knows what a precious thing hope is. Once the hope is shattered, that is the real despair, just like him, even if his father does not come back, but he has this hope in his heart, so he can live every day, looking forward to. Crocus stood at the gate, heard the words, and raised his glasses with his hands. Yes, but the truth is cruel. I have received accurate information, they're dead, or escaped, and fled this Grand Line. How? Did they leave this whale alone? Usopp said angrily. Escaping from the Grand Line, that is to say, they passed the calm belt alive. Nami felt a little unbelievable and disbelieving. Calm belt, that is the lair of the Sea Kings, how can it be so easy to escape? The strongest person in the world may not be able to say 100% that he can survive from that kind of place. Even if they are still alive, they will never come back here again. This season, the weather, currents, and directions are all messed up. The sea area where all common sense does not apply. The horror of the Grand Line will soon occupy the hearts of vulnerable people, Crocus said with emotion. Over the years, no, from the past, when he was guarding this lighthouse, he had seen too many brave and good-looking pirates, and was finally scared out of his wits by the Grand Line. Are you saying that those people with weak hearts fled from this sea area without even fulfilling their promises in order to save their own lives? Sanji said in a deep voice. Has this whale been abandoned? This guy has been waiting for 50 years? That's too much. Usopp thinks this behavior is too much. Luffy was listening silently, even quieter than usual, so quiet that people couldn't feel his presence all of a sudden. Advertisement. Since you know the truth, why don't you tell it? Isn't that whale able to understand human language? Nami asked puzzled. I said it all without reservation, but it didn't accept it at all, and that's when Laboon started yelling at the upside-down mountain and physically hitting the red line like it still believed they would. It's like coming back from the other side of the rock. What a whale that values affection and righteousness, it has obviously lost the meaning of waiting. Sanji said with emotion. Sometimes, family affection can't compare to this kind of affection. Thinking of the father who raised him as a killing machine since childhood, Sanji sincerely envied Laboon's pure affection. It is because it is afraid of losing the meaning of waiting that it will not listen to what I say. Losing the meaning of waiting is the most terrible thing for it. Crocus can understand Laboon's behavior. But this guy is indeed pitiful, but you must have been betrayed. Sanji took a puff of smoke, because he was waiting along with him. Ah. And at this moment, they suddenly heard Luffy's roar at 510 in the morning. What is that idiot doing? Have you started to enjoy the fun of mountain climbing without paying attention? Wait a minute, what is he holding in his hand? It's the mast, it's the main mast of the melee. Idiot captain, don't destroy the ship. Rubber, flower arrangement. Luffy hugged the broken mast, swung it suddenly, and inserted it into the crack of the whale's scar. Blood splashed immediately. After this insertion, even Laboon couldn't stand the pain. Tears rolled in his eyes, and he suddenly roared maniacally. What did you do? Nami, Zoro and others immediately turned into demon faces. Is your own captain a devil? The whale is so pitiful, and it hurts to look at its wound with a mast. So that's it. In this kind of matter, only our stupid captain has this kind of emotional intelligence and awareness. Reka understood. The stimulated Laboon immediately jumped up high, hitting the enemy on his head directly into the red line. Oops. Crocus horrified. Don't worry, our captain won't die even if he gets crushed, but what does he want to do? Hey, idiot. Luffy continued provocatively, and directly hit Laboon's eyeball with a rubber fist, which made Laboon go crazy again, and directly knocked Luffy out who had just got up. Luffy fought back, kicked hard, and was pulled back by Laboon. Luffy attacked again, Laboon counterattacked again, and Luffy was jacked up again. After several attacks, the two sides fought back and forth, and Laboon was also irritated. Just when Laboon was about to launch the next attack, Luffy said, "A draw." Laboon stopped when he heard the words, and was stunned. Luffy smiled confidently. "I'm strong, you want to beat me? We haven't decided the winner yet, so we have to keep fighting. Even though your partner died and escaped, I will always be yours opponent. We have to fight again to decide who is stronger. After we circle the Grand Line for a week, we will come to you again, and then let's fight again." 5 Saw 127. There are still people alive in the Rumba Pirates. He is waiting for you too. Shocked Crocus. Please subscribe. Listening to Luffy's words, everyone present reacted and smiled knowingly. This is their captain. He usually looks silly and likes to cause trouble, but he always has wisdom that others can't catch up with. At least, at this moment, Zoro, Nami and none of them thought about making any promises to a whale. Even if they also sympathize with Laboon. But it's just emotional. I don't know how to change this situation. To put it bluntly, how much does this have to do with them? But Luffy didn't think so. It wanted to help Laboon, and the way he thought of it that moment. It is Crocus, Zoro they have never thought of, this kind of wisdom, emotional intelligence, and sincerity. The most touching. Even Laboon was stunned for a moment, long-lost tears flowed from his huge eyeballs. It can feel the thin and small human being in front of it, make an appointment with itself for the future, and give it a new hope. Laboon has human feelings. In fact, he knew that Brook and the others might have died in the sea.
After all, it has been 50 years, if they are still alive, they will definitely come to find themselves.
It just doesn't want to accept the reality. Very well, this is my agreement to fight with you. Before we get back here, don't knock off this mark. Luffy was covered in all kinds of oil and ink. On Laboon's head, he drew a crooked pattern of the Straw Hat Pirates flag. And solemnly said to Laboon. Crocus watched with a smile. He didn't expect that the problem that had troubled him for many years was actually solved by Luffy. Wow! The whale raised its head and let out a joyful cry. At this time, Reka gave Laboon another surprise. Actually, Laboon and other pirate groups are not all wiped out, there is still one person alive. Nani? Luffy, Crocus and the others looked at Reka in shock. Even Laboon turned his huge body sideways and stared at Reka with tear-filled eyes. Is what you said true? Crocus was the first to ask Reka in shock, which seemed to be very different from the news he had received. The accurate news that Crocus got at the time was that Ban Byayanki, the captain of the Rumba Pirates, left the Grand Line from Calm Belt with the ship. The pirates you mentioned are the Rumba Pirates, right? Reka said calmly. That's right. How do you know? Crocus had told them about Laboon's story. But in Crocus's view, they finally fled to the Grand Line. In order to ensure the reputation of this former friend, they still did not say the name of the pirate group. Logically speaking, Reka didn't know, but now he accurately said the name of the pirate group. Hearing this, Laboon also swayed his body from side to side, splashing waves, looking at Reka expectantly. Advertisement hope Reka can tell more about it. That's what it's been hearing differently from Crocus over the years, a hopeful one. It knew Crocus wouldn't lie to him, but it needed too much hope, even if it was false.
It just wants to believe it. If it's other pirate groups, maybe I don't have much impression, but for this music-based pirate group, I have paid attention to all relevant information, and some people even ran out from the Grand Line and said that they met in a certain sea area. Born with an afro, humming a ghost of a rich song. All of this should start with the departure of the first captain. Crocus-san's information is indeed correct. The Rumba Pirates set off for a voyage. After nearly half a week of the world, a plague broke out on the ship. Captain Yankee got the plague. He delegated the duties of captain to Brook.
I left the Grand Line from the Calm Belt with my plague-infected subordinates and the old ship. This should be the news that Crocus got. He said he was leaving, but it was actually a funeral. But in fact, the inheritance of the Rumba Pirates still exists here. The pirates led by Brook continued to sail, but the good times didn't last long. They encountered a powerful enemy in a certain sea area, and the entire army was wiped out. Reka-san, you just said that the whole army was wiped out. Sanji was stunned for a moment. He thought it was Reka's wording mistake. Didn't it just say that there was only one survivor?
The person is indeed dead, but Brook survived after eating the fruit of the underworld. Don't ask me how I know. I didn't save some news, although it is a guess, but according to my understanding of their pirate group, the ghost that is rumored to have been seen in the misty sea mist must be him. The location matches the only appearance.
He hasn't come in these years, but I believe that he must always be thinking about the agreement with you. After all, Brook and the others are not pirates who are greedy for life and fear death. If it wasn't for keeping the agreement with you, maybe the Rumba Pirates group, no one will choose to survive. Choosing to go to the underworld with your companions is what they desire. I am willing to believe that they have been eager to meet you these years, but the situation does not allow it. But as long as you continue to wait, one day, he will come back. Reka spoke with certainty and carefully, as if she had seen it with her own eyes. If you make it up temporarily, you can't make it so perfect. And not only did he know the name of the pirate group. I know more about the relationship between the characters in it, this can't be made up. The only explanation is that this is the truth. Reka-san, are you a fan of the Rumba Pirates? Nami said unexpectedly. Probably, Reka didn't feel ashamed, and this was indeed a very suitable explanation. And counting, there are indeed quite a few people influenced by the Rumba Pirates, and even world-class powerhouses yearn for their extremely clean pirates. For example, the Red Earl Redfield who defeated the former Marine Marshal Kong. Is what you said true? Why are you so sure that the people who exist in that sea are the survivors of the Rumba Pirates? Because someone has heard laughter like that. Yo ho 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 ho.
Hearing Reka imitate the voice, Crocus also thought of Brook. Wow, moo, moo. Laboon couldn't doubt anymore. It flapped and leapt excitedly on the sea surface, the waves splashed, and one after another seemed to be full of joy. He must be waiting for you too, and you must be waiting for us too. Luffy grinned.
Laboon stretched out his huge head, and gave Luffy and others a slight nod, expressing his agreement.
I didn't expect. One day, I will hear such news. Crocus said with emotion. In this way, Laboon should not blindly hit the Grand Line again. Laboon was swimming happily in the sea. Crocus looked at it with satisfaction. Roger, could they be the pirates you have been waiting for?
How did you know what you said before? While Laboon was swimming happily, Usopp and Zoro were repairing the boat.
Advertisement. Crocus couldn't resist asking Reka the question. It's not that difficult to guess, is it? I just don't know whether you volunteered or Roger gave you the last task.
Forgive me for having nothing to say, boy, the road ahead is very hard. It doesn't matter, it's better to have fun while suffering than to have no fun in life. By the way, where are those two strange people? Usopp was holding the plank and was repairing the main mast. B. Seems to have escaped. Miss, Wednesday, what should we do now? Not far from the sea, two escaped people emerged from the sea. Let's go back first and make a report to the boss. The scheduled time for the task has already passed. If we don't report, we will be regarded as traitors.
There is no way around this, so let's go back first. Mr. Point 9 fumbled up and down, preparing to take out the permanent pointer and return to Whiskey Hill, but he fumbled for a long time. Lost it. We can't even go back to town without that.
And Luffy happened to pick up a bracelet with a ball compass on the boat at the moment, looked curiously. And this scene happened to be seen by Vivi holding a telescope. The record pointer is in his hand. You must get it back as soon as possible.
But at this moment, a bespectacled sea otter sitting on top of a sunglasses-wearing vulture, with a dynamite bag hanging from it, appeared above them. The sea otter is expressionlessly knocking on the flint and is igniting the explosives. It's an unlucky duo. Wait a minute, there is a reason why we didn't complete the task, we can explain it to the boss. The two were startled, and wanted to say something, but the explosive package was still dropped mercilessly, and with a bang, a strong explosion erupted. Twin Cape, a land foothold where the lighthouse is located. Nami looked at the people who were repairing the melee, stretched, spread out the map, and took out the needle. Okay, it's almost time to start making the Grand Line sailing plan, Wang Dezhao.
This is the last bit of elephant tuna left. I'm going to finish this delicious thing. This time I need to be more careful. Sanji cooks the last 10 points of elephant tuna. The delicacy of this fish even made Reka amazed. It is delicious and tender, and it is the ultimate delicacy that only exists in Legendary. Damn it, Luffy ruined the boat. Seriously, Zoro, you can help me too. I'm not the carpenter on the boat. Usopp looked at the sleeping Zoro. Come together if you don't get angry. If it is damaged, it will be repaired by him alone. The needle is broken, and I can't tell the direction. How could this happen? Nami, who was just about to make a sailing plan, changed his face. Really, it's been spinning. Luffy saw that it was indeed so. Is it broken? This is troublesome. Then you can't tell the direction, how to navigate, you will get lost. Looking at Luffy, Nami and the others, Crocus couldn't help but sighed. It seems that you came here without knowing anything. I can't stand you. Are you here to kill yourself? Sanji, eat. Luffy saw Sanji coming with delicious food. Listening to what Crocus said, Nami looked over with a dazed look on his face. I should have said that in this sea area, all common sense does not apply, the compass is not broken. 128. Farewell, go to Whiskey Peak, please subscribe. Then, is it a magnetic field? The clever Nami thought of something at once. That's right, because the islands in the Grand Line contain a lot of magnetic minerals, the magnetic field of the entire route is very abnormal, and the direction of the sea current Hefeng is erratic. If you are a navigator, you should be able to understand the horror here. Indeed, if there is no way to point the way, it would be too desperate. I didn't know it before, don't mind. Nami laughed, embarrassed. As a navigator, it is really taboo to not even understand the most basic common sense of the Grand Line. Nami thinks this must be the reason for spending too much time with a bunch of idiots. Delicious. Luffy was still eating, but as the captain, he didn't care about these things at all. Isn't this very bad? No problem. Usopp also heard the big problem. I said you guys, I beg you, can you be quiet for a while? Nami had heard Luffy gobbling his food since just now. The nose is delicious, the nose of an elephant tuna. Luffy held an elephant-like nose and expressed his opinion while eating, completely ignoring Nami whose blood pressure soared. To sail the Grand Line, you must have a record pointer, continued Crocus. Record pointer, what's that? Nami hadn't heard such a thing in East Blue. It's a special compass that records magnetic fields. Is it a weird compass? Luffy interjected. The look is very different, Crocus nodded. Is it like this? Luffy said, holding up the record pointer he found in his hand. That's it, it's impossible to sail the Grand Line without this record pointer, Crocus affirmed. I see, wait a minute, Luffy, why do you have such a thing? 307, Nami said, punching Luffy in the face directly. This is what the strange duo forgot on the boat just now. Luffy said aggrievedly. They dropped it. Why did you hit me? Follow the trend. Follow the trend? Nami walked over to pick up the record pointer. Is this the record pointer? A circular compass? Nothing is written on it. What we know now is that the islands scattered throughout the Grand Line are connected together by magnetic force according to a certain law. That is to say, you need to record the magnetic force connecting the islands with the recording pointer, so that you can find out where to go. Route to the next island. In this sea area where the exact position cannot be grasped, the only thing you can rely on is the magnetic force recorded by the recording pointer. First of all, you have to choose one of the 7 magnetic force lines extending from this upside-down mountain. However, no matter which island you choose to start from, the route will eventually be fixed on a line. The name of the island that will arrive at the end is Raftel, the final point of the Grand Line. Only one piece has ever arrived at that island in history, yes, islands in Legendary. Crocus spared no effort to popularize the common sense of the Grand Line for the Straw Hat Pirates. Otherwise, if you don't know anything, no matter how strong you are, you will easily die. Once the climate of this sea becomes crazy, even a strong man like Rayleigh will encounter shipwreck and distress. Then uncle, haven't you been to Raftel too? Usopp couldn't help asking. Usopp. But Luffy suddenly shouted, startling everyone in Usopp. I don't want to know, I have to go and see my journey by myself, Luffy suddenly said seriously. I know, Usopp said in a panic. Advertisement Zoro, Sanji and the others smiled when they heard the words, the journey to the unknown is interesting. Ha ha ha. Interesting, in fact, everyone chooses different routes, and everyone has different views on things, so everyone's experience is destined to be unique. Seeing this, Crocus laughed from the bottom of his heart. This Straw Hat boy is really interesting, and he is also very like his wayward captain, not bound by vain goals. Such a person may be the most free in the sea. I just want to have my own adventure and journey. Okay, the meal is over, let's go get ready for sailing, Luffy patted his belly contentedly. You ate it all by yourself. Hearing this, Sanji, Usopp and others realized that Luffy ate up all the food, the last bit of elephant tuna. There are no bones left. Usopp was stunned when he saw that even the bones had been chewed up and swallowed. Record pointer. It must be kept well. This can control our sailing destiny? Nami looked at the record pointer on Day's hand and said with care. Damn rubber B************************** D. I am. I hope Reka-san and Nami-chan can eat more. Sanji said angrily, kicking Luffy flying. Luffy, flying backwards at extremely high speed, flew past Nami's eyes with a strong wind, and then with a bang, the record pointer was shattered by the strong wind. Nami looked at the shattered record pointer and became a lifeless statue on the spot. You too, give me a good time to calm down. Nami's blood pressure soared wildly, and he was furious. This was their hope of sailing, and now it's gone. With one kick, Sanji and Luffy were kicked into the sea at the same time. Isn't this something very important? Usopp also said with a look of despair. The precious record pointer was. Looking at the empty bracelet on his hand, Nami was about to cry. Don't worry, I'll give you mine, as a thank you for helping Laboon. Crocus's words were like a disaster coming to Shigur. Crash. At this time, Laboon lifted all the people who fell into the water out of the sea and put them on the shore. In addition to Luffy Sanji, there's also a duo of Vivi. I thought I was going to die, Luffy said after the disaster. Ah, pretty lady, please get up, the cold land is not for a beauty like you.
Thanks. As soon as Sanji saw Vivi, he turned into the ultimate gentleman, got up as if nothing had happened, came to the side, CBBJ, stretched out his hand, and helped Vivi up.
Hey, we have something to ask. At this moment, Mr. 9 had no choice but to bite the bullet and said, although they looked dangerous, they had no choice. Without record pointers, they would be lost at sea. Whiskey Peak. What a strange name, what is that? Luffy looked at the two in front of him indifferently. After Sanji heard about their courtship, he brought the two of them here. It's the town where we live. Mr. 9 explained. Where's your own ship? It's broken, Vivi continued. You're too good at thinking about yourself, Mr. 9. You wanted to kill the whale just now. Nami showed a familiar profiteer's smile. Who the hell are you guys? Usopp thought they were still suspicious. I am the king. Mr. 9 shamelessly prepared to fool everyone. Advertisement, but Nami saw it right away, and Nami grabbed his face. What are you talking about? I can't say. Vivi knelt half kneeling, lowering her head. But we want to go back to town, and we don't want to be so sneaky, but our company's mission is to keep it secret, Mr. 9 explained. They also felt very strange, logically speaking, that man seemed to know the big boss behind the scenes that they didn't even know. How come he didn't even know which organization he and others belonged to? They looked at Reka, who was eating elephant tuna elegantly on the deck at the moment, and he knew Luffy's character in advance. Before the dish was served in front of Luffy, he ordered one himself. After all, this food is really delicious. Just thinking about it, his mouth is salivating crazily. The food can't live up to it, so we can't say anything. We are looking for your character, so we come to ask for help. We will definitely repay this kindness, Vivi said sincerely. Forget about them, no matter what they say, these guys are not good people, Crocus said angrily. By the way, our record pointer is broken, there is no more, even so, do you still want to board the ship? Nami smiled and raised his left hand, which was wearing a broken record pointer. What? It broke. Vivi and Mr. 9 immediately changed their expressions and attitudes. There's no record pointer, so let's not talk about a hammer. Isn't that our thing? It's a pity that we still humbled you, so you can't go anywhere in the end, the two said one by one, and their attitudes changed completely. However, we still have another one that Crocus-san gave us, Nami said with a smirk, suddenly realizing. Plop plop plop. The two of them changed their faces faster than turning the pages of a book when they heard the words. They knelt down and cast their bodies on the ground. We think you are good people, please help us. Damn it, this BCH is playing tricks on us, MR9 felt upset. Okay, you guys get on the boat. At this moment, Luffy spoke. The two of Vivi thought it was over, but unexpectedly they agreed. You mean to go to Whiskey Peak, so go there, Luffy said disapprovingly. Really, are you going to bring these two unknown guys with you? Usopp, Nami and the others were also surprised. It doesn't matter, don't worry about small things. Luffy didn't think it was a big problem to bring them along. But only at the starting point, can you choose the route? Crocus kindly reminded. If you are not satisfied, just go around again, Luffy said with a smile. That's it. Okay, it's almost time to go. I have an appointment with the whale. Luffy stretched himself and cheered up. Who the hell are you? Vivi couldn't help asking. Me, I'm the man who is going to be the One Piece, Luffy said as a matter of course. Hearing this, Crocus smiled even deeper, and Vivi and Mr. 9 looked at each other, covering their mouths and snickering. One Piece? Fairy tale like stories and dreams, does anyone still believe it, stupid pirate? The record pointer is full and is pointing to Whiskey Peak. Goodbye uncle, goodbye. Woo moo. The whale honked to send them off, watching the waves carrying the boats disappear from their sight again. Roger, maybe they're the ones we're waiting for, Shanks likes him too. 129. Snowy weather, walking humanoid solar furnace, terrible Grand Line climate, please subscribe. What's the matter with this heavy snow? It was very warm just now. Wrapped in a thick quilt, Nami looked at the heavy snow outside the window, and the whole world became a world of falling snowflakes. Nami couldn't resist the bone-piercing cold wind even with a thick quilt, and a thick layer of snow had already accumulated on the melee. That is to say, Luffy still has the energy to play with making snowmen, and it happened to be clearing the snow while playing. But at the last moment, the weather was very warm and sunny, and everyone was wearing short-sleeved clothes. With such a large temperature difference, it is easy for people to get sick. They just came to the Grand Line, and let the weather here teach them how to do it. There is also a bowl of elephant tuna in the kitchen, which is good for the body. Reka pushed open the door, and the cold wind and snow whizzed in. Nami was shivering from the cold. She listened to Reka's words. She was stunned for a moment. Didn't Luffy finish the fish? I stayed ahead of time. Aren't you cold at all? Speaking of which, when you walked past me, there seemed to be a gust of hot wind, an illusion, Nami said, and took a few steps forward. Standing side by side with Reka, she knew why the man in front of her was wearing thin clothes and why she wasn't cold at all. A warm, just the right amount of heat emanates from Reka. The magic power of the sun kept his body at a relatively stable temperature. Of course, this is also freely controllable. He can lower or raise his own temperature. It's so warm. Nami was pleasantly surprised. She felt like she was about to be frozen before, but now she warmed up all of a sudden. It felt so good that Nami followed Reka and the quilt could be put down. When Reka came outside, he had to jump onto the mast in one step, and he could have a wider view from a high place. But just when he was about to take off, Nami held his shoulder with one hand, seeing that Nami's face was red from the cold before, and he hadn't fully recovered yet. At this moment, I looked at Reka with pitiful eyes again. Reka temporarily gave up the idea of ascending. I see. It's great, what a beautiful snow scene. Nami smiled happily, dispelling the cold at this time. Only then did she have time to appreciate the beautiful scenery in front of her. Come on, this is the man who fell from the sky, Mr. Snowman. Luffy, who was wearing short sleeves, built a snowman about the same height as him. The snowman has an oak barrel on his head, and his arms are decorated with wooden sticks. Seeing this, Usopp chuckled a few times pretending to be very mature. Haha, your way of playing with snow is really low end. What? Luffy looked at Usopp in disbelief. Look, this is the art from the depths of my soul. The Snow Queen. Usopp moved away from his body, grandly introducing a lifelike snow statue of a beauty. This snowman is as beautiful as a work of art. Oh, hiss, Luffy said with great admiration upon seeing this. Okay, let's do a snowman punch, Luffy said, and slapped the wooden stick on his snowman, and the wooden stick shot out, blasting Usopp's snowman in the head, blowing it into snowflakes and falling down. What are you doing? Usopp shot back angrily, kicking through Luffy's snowman. Mr. Snowman. You really dared to kick. Look at me, snowball attack. Luffy launched a snowball throwing battle at Usopp, and Usopp fought back not to be outdone. In the end, the two even rolled a huge snowball and collided with each other, having a great time. It's so cold, but these two guys are still so energetic, Nami said speechlessly. Advertisement, they're all wearing short sleeves. Luffy is fine, but so is Usopp. Is he the weakest on the boat? She can use magic now, but she can't continue to use it. That would be too tiring. Otherwise she would have given herself a fireball to drive away the cold. It's snowing so hard. Sanji tried hard to shovel the snow from his position on the cabin. Avoid too much snow, affecting the speed of the boat, or even if it is not cleared, it will take a long time. It's not impossible that Going Merry was sunk. The climate of the Grand Line is really weird, with irregular spring, summer, autumn and winter. Is there no heating equipment on this ship? Mr. Nine was shivering with cold. It's so cold. Although Vivi had a quilt to wrap her in, she was still very cold. Ah, you are not guests. If you have nothing to do, go outside and help shovel the snow. Zoro, holding a knife and preparing to sleep, raised his head slightly. Yes, yes, yes. Mr. Nine met the eyes of Zoro, the god of sleep, and nodded quickly, saying, this guy is too scary. And the woman named Nami too, only the captain and the long nose and curly eyebrows seem a little easier to get along with. The two could only reluctantly come outside to help clear the snow. Boom. Suddenly there was a dense thunder outside, and lightning streaked across the sky one after another with bright white lights. There was thunder. First it was sunny, then it snowed heavily, and now it's thunderstorm again. The weather in this sea area is really messed up. Nami looked at this and said with emotion. Hiss, it's so cold, so cold. After playing for a while, Luffy Usopp stopped, and finally felt the bone-chilling cold. He quickly hugged his shoulders and shrugged his head. Oh, Reka is so warm here. Usopp, come quickly. When Luffy passed by Reka, he suddenly discovered some new land. Really? Well, it's really warm. Usopp was puzzled at first, but when he got closer, he found the warmth. Then, 2 minutes later, I said you snow sweepers, can you not just sweep one place? The deck will be worn out by you. Reka looked at Sanji, Vivi, and Mr. Nine who were in charge of snow sweeping, and said speechlessly. Even Zoro, who was sleeping inside, leaned against the edge of the boat closest to him, and continued to sleep soundly at some point. Nami, Usopp, Luffy formed a table with Reka. It's like treating Reka as a humanoid heating device. It's strange, his body emits so much heat, is it some kind of demon fruit power? Vivi asked curiously. It's just that MR9 doesn't know about this problem. They will not tell Nami to Vivi either, after all they're not real guests. It was only Luffy who agreed to give them a ride along the way. Reka glanced at it, but didn't care. Pay attention to the direction, this is an unknown sea after all, the snow scene. It needs to be matched with warm wine to be perfect. Reka poured a glass of warm wine for himself and Nami. It's delicious. Don't worry, I just confirmed the direction. Just confirmed it? In this sea area, you can't believe the direction, clouds, and airflow. Did you confirm it by recording pointers? Vivi felt bad when he came out and heard Nami's words. That's not. If not, you'd better take another look. In this sea, you can't trust any reference object. The only thing you can trust is the record pointer in your hand. It seems that you don't know anything. Vivi, directly interrupting Nami's words, reminded. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. Zero hearing this, Nami wanted to say something, but she subconsciously looked up, and was so frightened that she exclaimed. The direction has changed. When did it happen? Everyone, pull the sail so that the starboard side faces the wind, and the ship faces the wind. Turn left 180 degrees, Usopp, go lasso. Sanji, go to the helm. Nami, the direction has changed again. Usopp was just about to pull the sail, but found a gust of wind coming from a different direction. No way. Nami was startled, this happened too fast, but it was true, the dark clouds in the sky were torn apart at once, the thunder stopped and the snow stopped. When the sun came out and the sky was clear all of a sudden, everyone who entered Grand Line for the first time was stunned. A dolphin jumped up on the opposite side just now, let's go and have a look, Luffy said expectantly. Shut up. Nami, who was afraid that Luffy would cause trouble again, immediately gave Luffy a gag order. Zoro, when are you going to sleep? Usopp and Sanji were so busy, Zoro was still sound asleep. The waves are getting higher, and an iceberg is found in the direction of 10 o'clock. Usopp continued to report the latest situation. Nami-chan, it's foggy. The thick fog began to cover the entire sea area again. What the hell is going on in this sea area? Nami felt a little bit about to collapse. Hearing what Crocus said, it was completely different from his own experience. Oops, it's about to hit an iceberg, turn around quickly. Nami also had to help steer. In the end, although the iceberg was avoided, the bottom of the boat still scratched a little. Nami, the bottom of the boat is leaking, Luffy said hastily when he noticed this situation. It has to be repaired quickly. Usopp took the plank and ran to the cabin in a hurry. The clouds are moving so fast. The storm is coming. Nami saw another dark cloud approaching quickly, and there was no time to turn around. Hurry up and put up the sail, if you hit it head on, it will capsize, Nami commanded quickly. Vivi and Mr. Nine didn't have time to think, and acted quickly according to Nami's instructions. Hurrah, ha. The terrible wind was blowing crazily, and although the sail was already furling hard, it hadn't been fully furled. The sail is going to split. Usopp worried. Don't worry about it, you go to repair the bottom of the boat first, Nami said hastily. There's another leak in the bottom of the boat, Luffy reported again. Damn it. Usopp didn't have time to think about it, so he hurried to repair the bottom of the boat. Luffy also lends a helping hand. Under a series of precise instructions from Nami, going merry, riding the wind and waves, crossed the storm zone, and finally ushered in a fairly stable sunny day. Everyone was exhausted and out of breath. Sanji left the wheelhouse and made light rice balls for everyone to replenish their energy. Wow, I woke up. Zoro woke up leisurely at this time, looking at the group of tired people lying down. Looking at the sunny weather again, he was full of doubts. Even if the weather is good, you are too lazy. You. Hearing Zoro's words, Nami, Sanji and the others, who were extremely tired, frowned. They just didn't have the strength to praise others. Are you going to Whiskey Peak? By the way, what did you guys say your names were? Zoro suddenly remembered something, and asked Vivi and Mr. 9. 130. Beauties who are fake and real, welcome to the pirates' banquet and the murderous intention of the Moonlight Night. Looking at Zoro as born with a fierce look, both Vivi and Mr. 9 took a step back subconsciously. Especially the next sentence made the two of them even more vigilant. You are breaking the eyes of attention. Well, my name is Mr. 9. I'm Miss Wednesday. Both of them reported their names in a fierce battle. Really, it's no wonder why I cared so much when I heard your names for the first time. I seem to have heard of them somewhere, and I don't seem to have heard of them. Forget it, anyway. Zoro looked at the two of them, letting the two felt uneasy. But Zoro was handsome for only 3 seconds, and was directly hit on the head by Nami's fist. They were exhausted here, but this guy was sleeping soundly. After waking up, I am ashamed to say that they are too leisurely. It's a shame that you can sleep leisurely until now. No matter what you call you, you are asleep. Huh? Zoro was suddenly beaten, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body, but Nami frowned, and the aura on his body was even more terrifying, and he punched him down again. Zoro covered his head in pain. Zoro tried to resist tyranny for the first time, but it failed. Reka sat on the mast leisurely. It's not impossible to be lazy, like him is lazy. But laziness, in places where people can see, 647, with their heads up and down, that's a problem. Like myself, sitting on the mast, with no sense of existence, nothing. Zoro, it's still a little tender. Seeing this, Vivi and Mr. 9's fear of Nami immediately rose to the highest level. On this ship, this woman is the captain who holds the power of life and death. Everyone, don't let your guard down, you don't know what will happen next. Now I finally realize the horror of this sea area. I finally understand why this place is called the Grand Line, Nami said seriously to everyone. Even my navigation skills are completely useless. There is absolutely no mistake. This sea area is unusual. I actually admitted it generously, but is this really okay? Since even Nami's navigation skills are not very useful. Can they really sail on smoothly? No problem. Even if this is the case, there is still a way. The proof is, look, the first voyage is over. Nai pointed to 10 residential areas not far away. Because of the dense fog, they didn't notice it before, but only now. It's an island, Luffy said happily, sitting on the bow of the sheep's headboat. Is this Whiskey Peak? But it's amazing, all the peaks look exactly like cactus, Sanji said with emotion. Then let's say goodbye. Thank you for sending us back, sweethearts, goodbye, bye, baby. Seeing this, Vivi and Mr. 9 jumped onto the edge of the boat, said in unison. After finishing speaking, he jumped into the sea and left quickly. Gone. What the hell are they doing? What the hell, it's time to land. Luffy can't wait to land on this first island. There is a river right in front, it seems that you can enter the inland by boat. Nami immediately brought the surrounding geographical environment into his vision. There may be some monsters. Usopp looked at the canal covered with huge cactuses and appeared in the mist again, and the timidity and caution that had not been cured for many years fell ill. There are as many possibilities as this is the Grand Line after all. Sanji added a knife. If you encounter monsters, just escape from the island, Luffy said disapprovingly. Advertisement Reka questioned this sentence, there really are monsters, he might consider capturing one as a partner. Reka didn't forget that he was on Moria's territory and wanted to catch tree monsters as partners. Wait a minute, don't you forget, we have to stay on this island for a while? Nami refuted Luffy's statement. Why? Luffy looked confused. If the record pointer does not record the magnetic force of this island, there is no way to go to the next island, because the recording speed is different on different islands, so some islands only need a few hours, and some need a few days. That is to say, even if this is a monster island that must be escaped immediately, do we have to stay here until the magnetic recording is completed? That's it, Nami affirmed. When everyone heard this, except for Luffy, all of them looked heavy. This is not good news. Never mind him, let's talk about it when it happens, let's go, Luffy urged. Indeed, they're all here, they're going to land anyway, Reka said. So everyone agreed, and the Mei Li headed towards the direction of Yunhee. In the fog, the visibility ahead was very low, and Upso made prayers with both hands. What the hell is going to come out? Sanji also looked around vigilantly. But at the moment, there were many figures crouching on the bank of the canal, and they were spotted as soon as the Mei Li came in. It's a pirate ship. Something is moving. Luffy and others also gradually saw the figure appearing on the shore. Because more and more. Is it a person? Someone is here. Everyone be careful. Nami reminded. Sanji's face darkened slightly, but he hadn't forgotten that not long ago, the Creed pirate group entered the Grand Line for 7 days, 50 pirate ships and 5,000 subordinates were all finished. This is a magical sea, don't be careless at all. Damn it, since this is the case, let's go all out, no matter if it's a monster or something else, just let it go. Usopp's legs were trembling, and he took out his slingshot and looked around to guard his surroundings. At this time, the further you go to the island, the less hydrogen there is. When we came to a place where there was almost no fog, there was a burst of welcome from the mountains and tsunami. Welcome to the Grand Line. Welcome to our town. As far as the eye can see, the town on both sides of the strait in the front is full of people, Everyone has a happy smile on their faces, and cheers in unison. People who don't know, thought they were welcoming the return of heroes. This scene stunned Luffy, Zoro and others. Is it the way they opened the Grand Line? Welcome to hospitable Whiskey Town. Not only are there no monsters, but we are also welcomed. Usopp looked around in amazement.
Isn't this white tension? Pirates, welcome. Long live the heroes of the sea. The cheers continued.
Reflecting the increasingly confused expressions of Sanji and others. Advertisement. There are so many cute girls. Sanji was immediately attracted. Is the pirate really everyone's hero? Usopp was overjoyed, thinking of himself as a hero, and kept blowing kisses to the people on the shore. Hahaha. Luffy burst out laughing when he saw this. The ship docked quickly, and the person in charge here also came up to greet them. Huan, ahem. Well, laughter. My name is Ikaram, and I am the mayor of Whiskey Peak now, said an uncle himself with curly gold hair and a saxophone introduced. His curly hair has 3 rolls on the left and right, a total of 6 rolls, which is very distinctive. His laughter also impressed Luffy and others who came here for the first time. I'm Luffy, please give me your advice. Luffy also introduced herself with a confused face. Then he pointed at Ikaram's hair curiously and said, Uncle, your hair is too curly. Well, it's okay, this is a town famous for winemaking and music, Whiskey Peak, entertaining guests is what we are most proud of. There are as many good wines here as the sea. I will use everyone's adventure stories so far as the following. Come and enjoy the banquet with me. Come and enjoy the banquet. Cough cough. Well. Ikaram sincerely invited Luffy and others. How about enjoying the banquet with me? Luffy and the others froze for a moment, until Ikaram asked again. Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp responded excitedly and satisfied at the same time, very happy. 3 idiots. Nami whispered speechlessly, Zoro was calm, and Reka was even calmer. Although conflicts will happen sooner or later, there is nothing wrong with relaxing and enjoying before the conflicts happen. Well, by the way, how long does it take to record the magnetism of this island? Nami asked Ikaram. Records? Put aside such boring things for now, and go to relieve the fatigue of the journey first. Come on, everyone, let's prepare the banquet. Oh. Ikaram led Nami to the place where the banquet was held, half pushing and half inviting. Soon, in the big room, music started, singing rang out, wine glasses collided back and forth, and laughter continued. And Usopp is very used to such a banquet, and he is already bragging. Then I said, just don't touch my partner, Sea Kings, and knock him down. Master Usopp is amazing. A group of beauties surrounded Usopp and praised. The acting skills are really good. After looking around, Reka was silently mixing drinks, surrounded by more beauties. Among them, 4.5 several beauties have already taken the opportunity to attack themselves. At first, Reka thought they were just acting and flattering, so as to let himself and others relax their vigilance. But as the woman's behavior became more and more extreme, and there was affection in her eyes, Ka immediately knew it. These women, are not acting, but really want to eat themselves. Handsome, let's have more fun. Although everyone has a mission, but someone as handsome as Reka has such a high bounty. They were willing to make something really happen with Reka in the name of letting the enemy relax completely. After all, this is the first time they have seen such a handsome pirate. Go away, what are you doing? Just when something was about to happen, Nami, with a strong vinegar smell, pushed these coquettish women away one by one. Little girl, it's not good for you to occupy him alone, and let everyone have fun, an older beauty said very unwillingly. If you want to be happy, drink me down and you will be happy. Come together. Nami immediately challenged all the women present. After the women looked at each other, they agreed. There are so many of them, how can they drink a little girl? 131. The Swordsman Under the Moonlight, hundreds of bounty hunters, please subscribe. Ikaram looked like the scheduled drinking contest hadn't even started yet. Some people had a drink with the people on their side, and they couldn't help smiling. They look like residents of the common, but the women are all little-known bounty hunters. Having lived in the sea for many years, their drinking capacity has long been beyond the reach of ordinary people. And soon the women who drank with Nami realized what it means to never get drunk. Seeing that Nami was about to fall down, they drank more vigorously, but Nami always seemed to be on the verge of collapse. As a result, the people on his side fell down one by one. It's playing again. Reka had a rare moment of peace, looking at Nami, who was a little drunk. He didn't believe even a single punctuation mark.
With Nami's drinking capacity, even if everyone serves together, I'm afraid it may not be possible for Nami to drink. In order to make other people drunk and relax their vigilance, Ikalem still held a drinking competition.
I'll forget it, I'm almost dying. Nami has achieved his goal. At least on the surface, so Nami definitely doesn't want to participate in the so-called drinking contest again. The champion has a reward, 100,000 Baileys. Ikaram continued to hide in the atmosphere. Have another drink. Zoro, you come to participate too. Don't you have no money? Nami immediately asked the mayor of Ikaram to refill his drink, and did not forget to encourage Zoro. Zoro was stupefied. He drank as much as he drank. Why was there still a competition? The key point was that Nami, a money fan, was there for money.
Cheers. And Luffy was feasting on the table next to him. 21's terrible appetite made everyone around him stunned and distressed, but he still could only pretend to be hospitable.
It's amazing, it's the 10th cup. Someone looked at Zoro and exclaimed. This lady has 12 cups already. but Nami is better. I can't do it, Pung. A strong man fell down in response. One more plate. Luffy has already become a round and fat man. Oh. The captain has already eaten the food for 20 people, someone next to him kept shouting. Chef fainted. It's so pitiful. Reka subconsciously said, this group of bounty hunters didn't make money in the end, they didn't get caught, and they had to post so much wine, food and bonuses. But among other things, in this atmosphere, no matter how vigilant and suspicious pirates are, under the influence of the crowd and the lively atmosphere, they will gradually lose their due vigilance and reason. This little brother is wooing 20 girls at once. Amazing. This is of course Sanji, who is lingering on the beauty at the moment and is addicted to it. What the hell is going on with this group of people? Well, it's a very pleasant night. It's great to see everyone so happy. Yes, it's great. After the last few words, Ikeram's face has gradually changed to get insidious. Although the bounties of these guys are not low, but now I can be sure that this is indeed a newcomer. On this route, Shiitake can solve the problem and achieve his goal. Advertisement intelligence is also an integral part, so what if they might be pretty good? In a place like the Grand Line, as long as the mind relaxes a little, what greets them will be a hell beyond redemption. The banquet is still going on, still restless in a building not far from here at the moment. Because of the above reasons, although our mission to find food failed, we managed to lure the Straw Hat crew to Whiskey Peak, Cactus Island. I'm here to report to you. If you hand this over to the boss, it should be able to prove our clear. Mr. Nine quickly finished writing the letter. Yeah, put it in the unlucky box. They'll send it there for us, to the boss. Vivi didn't allow herself to fall down here, she still had a lot of things to do. The people of the whole country are in dire straits, she must not slack off, she must find evidence of the crime committed by the sand crocodile. Even if it is a bit unconscionable, a pirate is a pirate after all. I can't do it anymore, I don't drink anymore, I want to sleep, Zoro said, plopped down on the table. This green-haired guy finally fell down after drinking the 13th cup. What, Zoro, you are ashamed? Nami challenged disapprovingly. There are only 2 people left in the competition, it's already the 15th cup, the opponent is Shu Sui.
A nun with a physique stronger than a man was ashamed and a little stressed, and turned to Nami and said, it's about time for you to stop, for the sake of your body.
What are you talking about? I will never stop until I get the bonus. Nami was fighting now. Knowing that the other party is fishing, but still pulling wool, it's really too much. Reka felt that Nami's behavior of pulling wool seemed familiar. Luffy, Usopp and the others were really intoxicated in the banquet without crisis. But Nami is one of the few people who is very clear-headed. Thank you for the treat. At the same time, Luffy was full and fat as a ball. 3 chefs have also fallen. Others eat food, but Luffy also spends money on the cook besides the ingredients. I can't drink it. The nun finally gave up. Win? Nami successfully won a prize of 100,000 Baileys. So happy. Nami, who received the money, plopped down on the table. Finally collapsed. The people next to her seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. This woman's drinking capacity is really terrifying. What a nice town. Usopp also said, intoxicated, he was already feeling tired. This is paradise. Heaven. Sanji was intoxicated by the beauty. Gradually late at night, the banquet in the room calmed down, the lights dimmed, and it was no longer lively. Invisible murderous intent and malice began to germinate in the darkness. Tired from playing, fell asleep. I wish you a sweet dream, adventurers. Tonight, the cactus rock dancing in the moonlight is also very beautiful. Ikeram stood outside the room, looking at the moon and smiling slightly. Advertisement. You really look like a poet, Ikeram. No, Mr. 8. 2 figures suddenly appeared on the roof, it was Vivi and the others. It's you. Where are they? It's all gone down, into hell. Really, those guys are too drinkable. I added some high-strength alcohol to it, otherwise she might still be sober. At this time, the nun came out and said. However, is it really necessary to put on such a show? It's just a few weak-looking brats. It would be nice to beat them down at the port. Besides, our town is worried about food. I didn't expect you to get back the whale meat. The nun took off the nun's clothes, revealing the strong muscles that many men would be ashamed of. The whole person looks like a King Kong Barbie. That's too much, but we almost succeeded. Mr. 9 retorted, although he didn't know how much the near miss was, but it was embarrassing to be so outnumbered.
Calm down, I've already investigated them, and the notice above, didn't you pay attention to it? There are 3 bounty criminals in this group, the highest one is 100 million berries, and the other 2 have 5, 10 million and 30 million Baileys. So this scene is very necessary, a head-on conflict, I don't know how many people we will lose. Ikalem took out 3 Jong Tong warrants and explained. What? The nun was shocked. She received the task of welcoming these pirates in Ikeram temporarily, and she didn't have time to understand the specific situation. Just judging from the banquet, they all look like harmless little kids. I didn't expect the bounty to be so high. This time, I'm afraid I made a lot of money. It's stupid to judge the strength of a pirate by its appearance. Miss Monday. So ashamed. Sister King Kong Barbie touched the back of her head in shame on Monday. But forget it, the matter has been resolved. It seems that the good news can be reported to the boss. Hurry up and move the treasure from the ship. What about them? What to do? If you kill them, the bounty will be reduced by 200.30%, because the government wants to execute them publicly. Go ahead and capture them alive, Ikeram said coldly.
I'm so sorry, can you let them sleep well? Everyone is very tired from sailing during the day. But at this moment, a figure, holding a sharp knife in his hand, glowed brightly under the bright moonlight. The murderous intent was revealed. Sitting on the highest point of the building, it was Zoro. On the edge of the roof, Reka was drinking his own special wine, watching everyone silently. Mr. 8, Miss, on Monday, the most handsome man in the loincloth disappeared from the room. At this time, the door was opened, and some bounty hunters who had been keeping an eye on the situation in the room came out said. There they are. Vivi and others looked up to the heights. Shouldn't you be completely asleep? Ikalem said in a deep voice. As a swordsman, I can't be killed by you careless idiots no matter what. That's it, this is the lair of bounty hunters. To those pirates who came to the Grand Line triumphantly, let's loot them as soon as you come up. There are about 100 bounty hunters here. I will be your opponent. Baroque Works. Zoro grinned hoarsely. When Ikaram was speaking, all the bounty hunters of tonight had gathered below. Why do you know the name of our company? Ikalem and others were shocked. Vivi is okay, the most handsome one, even the boss behind the scenes knows. But she hadn't had time to tell Imram about this news, and even if Mr. 9 knew about it, he didn't dare to speak nonsense at all, it would kill someone. When I was doing your kind of work before, your company wanted to poach me. Of course, I refused. The employees don't know each other's origins in the company. They only call each other by code names. Of course, the boss is a mystery, is only a criminal group that faithfully executes orders. Baroque Workers, is this a secret, right? I wanted to capture him alive, but since you know our secret, I have no choice but to kill you. 132. If you can pull out my axe, I will play with you, seeking subscription. Will Reka-san warm up? Zoro looked at Reka and asked. No need, it's too weak. Reka glanced contemptuously, and it was this glance that made all the bounty hunters present furious.
They are the bounty hunters of the Grand Line, and their strength is not at the same level as other bounty hunters from all over the world.
These pirates who have just entered the Grand Line dare to underestimate them. So what if the bounty is high? Maybe he did something that made the world government angry, so he was offered a high bounty. It doesn't have to be strong, they would rather believe in the former, because they can't feel the fierce aura from Reka. On the contrary, Noah Zoro, the former pirate hunter, is full of shocking and terrifying evil spirit. Like a monster released from hell, at the moment, it is pointing its fangs at them. You seem very unconvinced. Reka smiled slightly as he looked at the unconvinced eyes that wanted to beat him up. If they are not convinced, their arrogance will not be used to them. Boy, you may have some strength, but don't forget, this is the Grand Line. We are different from the bounty hunters you have met before. King Kong Barbie said coldly on Monday, squeezing her sandbag-sized fist. Then I'll give you a chance. If any one of you can handle this axe, I'll play with that person, Reka said, loosen his hand, and the axe fell to the ground. With a bang, there was a dull loud noise, and everyone's expressions changed slightly. Just from the dull sound of falling from a high place, one can know that this axe must not be light. Reka's gorgeous axe has been seen before, even by a few of the bounty hunters. They have already discussed in secret how to distribute this one-handed axe that looks very valuable after they are all captured alive. But before, Reka looked very relaxed, and it seemed that there was not much difference from Common's axe. But now it seems that this axe is much heavier than they thought. But Zhou Yi, who can usually fight with a steel bar as thick as his waist, still doesn't believe that he can't lift it. After all, no matter what, it was just an axe, even if it was all forged with the highest density metal. There is no such thing as saying that a strong man will not be able to hold it. Just separate yourself from your weapons. Okay, arrogant brat. King Kong Barbie stepped forward, and other bounty hunters also drew out weapons such as knives and guns, ready to fight. But I also wonder if Monday can easily pick up the enemy's weapon, if it can be easily picked up. You can slap these big pirates in the face, which is very morale boosting. If you can't pick it up, how can you not pick it up? Monday's strength is great, but the whole Whiskey Peak knows it. Vivi, Ikaram and others watched. Zoro wasn't in a hurry to make a move, he just held his sword and looked at them mockingly. During this time, Reka-san's axe has become heavier and heavier due to the improvement in strength. Ordinary people can't even pick it up. Monday walked over and held the handle of the axe with one hand. She thought that one hand was enough, and she exerted a sudden force, but in the end, she didn't move at all. Her face was livid, and she clenched her teeth so hard that she was about to crush her teeth. The veins on her forehead and arms were bulging, but the result was still the same. Damn it. Degree. This made her face bluish, she didn't know whether it was due to excessive force or feeling ashamed. She roared in a low voice, didn't hold back anymore, and used both hands, and then she told everyone the result with an unbelievable expression on her face. Right. I see that when he holds this axe, Ming is very relaxed, said the bounty hunter in disbelief. Monday, did you drink too much just now? Get out of the way, let me do it. A strong man over 3 meters tall stepped forward and said. Advertisement his strength is not as strong as Monday's, but he suspects that Monday didn't use his full strength at all. He drank so much just now, although there was an element of acting in it, he pretended to be drunk in the end. But what they saw with their own eyes, she did drink a lot. Monday didn't speak, just quietly moved out of the way. I'm drunk, and it doesn't affect the use of power. You can do it. The result is of course not. The strong man also made a click due to excessive force. His arm was dislocated. This time, everyone was silent. It seems that no one can do it, so let me play with you. Zoro jumped from the roof. He landed on the top of the crowd. Cactus Rock. We need a few more tombstones. Great strength doesn't mean anything. Now that you know the secret, I can only invite you to die. Look, there are all tombstones. Give it to me, Ikaram ordered, and everyone put their fingers on the trigger, ready to pull it off. The next second, everyone showed shock. The person disappeared. Here, suddenly, Zoro's figure was found in the dense crowd. Let's fight, Zoro said lightly. B*******D, how dare you underestimate us? Shoot. They didn't even have time to think about it, and they were extremely nervous by this weird swordsman, especially since they couldn't even pull out Reka's axe just now.
It puts a lot of pressure on them. Fluffy. Hearing this, everyone subconsciously pulled the trigger.
Gunshots sounded, and among the densely populated people, all fell down, and Zoro moved away at high speed again. This group of idiots, they didn't even know how to shoot, Ikaram said in a deep voice. Disappeared again. Where did he go? Mr. Nine horrified, and Zoro disappeared from his vision again. Get rid of him quickly, he's just a swordsman, Ikaram roared and ordered. Oh, really? Zoro's knife suddenly came out from behind Ikaram, pressed against his shoulder, and stuck out against his neck. Don't. Seeing this, Vivi's face changed in shock. How many more tombstones do you think is enough? Zoro's question, like Shinigami's trial, caused Ikaram's heart to rest, especially the knife is so close at this moment. Found it, shoot, stupid, do you want to kill me as well? Ikaram said, his head jerked up, and many gun barrels emerged from his curly hair. Zoro saw that something was wrong, and left in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. A series of bullets shot out, knocking down all the bounty hunters who were about to shoot from behind. Ikaram just told them to stop, but they didn't. As long as Zoro can be taken down, it will be worth it, even the position of Mr. It's really dangerous. Is that a shotgun? I didn't expect this guy to carry such a dangerous weapon. Before mastering armament hockey, it is still very dangerous to fight against so many bullets alone. If it gets hit, no matter how strong Zoro's swordsmanship is, it won't work. But now the gunman basically fell a lot, no need to hide anymore. 3 sword flow. Crow. Demon hunting. Zoro jumped out from behind the wall, like an ominous black crow flying under the moonlight, slashing out dozens of knives in an instant, whoosh, to dance. Like the shadow of Shinigami, passing by bounty hunter after bounty hunter at a high speed. Puff puff puff. Blood splattered, one after another the bounty hunters started to fall. The first to fall is the gunman. Go to hell. Someone carried a rocket launcher and started bombing the entire area. 36 vexed phoenixes. The sword energy burst out, collided with it, and exploded. Advertisement, you're lying. The shell was intercepted. This guy, is he really going to fight all of us alone? Ikaram and others said in horror. The way of promise, 1 strike and 100 cuts. Whoosh whoosh. Zoro rushed into the crowd like a tiger into a flock of sheep, culling wildly, a bounty hunter with good strength, completely unable to parry. It's like a horror game for Vivi et al. This strength is too powerful. They also have swordsmen here, but the strongest one only blocked his 2 moves, and was chopped to the ground by the 3rd move. The power gap is too big. This pirate from East Blue is too strong. This guy is the strongest in the entire pirate group. Some bounty hunters were horrified. If such a guy is not the captain, it would be too strange. Very good after dinner movie. I knew that the town that welcomes pirates, there is no such good thing. It turns out to be the lair of bounty hunters. Nami appeared behind Reka with a spirited face. Aren't you going to take a break? I'm here, so it's safe. Reka handed Nami the flat flagon she had drunk. Nami took Reka's flagon without hesitation, and took a few more sips from Tun Tun. How can I still sleep? You think I'm those 3 idiots? I can't wake up no matter how much I scream, Nami said speechlessly. Then sit down and watch a movie together, Reka said calmly. At this time, without taking down Zoro, ordinary bounty hunters really dare not rashly attack Reka. After all, since they are so big, they come one by one, not all together. They first concentrated on hunting one person, and Zoro is now testing these powerful bounty hunters. It's such a light knife. After Zoro hacked people, who got money, with the snow walk, he found that the knife was very light. But the 3rd generation Onitsu is exceptionally sharp. Ordinary knives only become sharp when the owner needs them, but the 3rd generation Onitsu is not, but is always sharp. What a problem, child. Is the demon sword referring to this kind of thing? He went around the back of the house. Fire, it's gone. Ah. Although there is moonlight, the night is still a good cover. Zoro appeared in any place like a ghost. After a while, nearly half of the bounty hunters were knocked down by him. The agents also chose to shoot, but with little effect. They had a hard time capturing Zoro. Yeah. And just as Zoro was evaluating his weapon, a little boy took a dagger and shot Zoro from behind for a while. But Zoro easily knocked out the weapon. May God bless, may you show mercy and let us go. At this moment, a nun ran over to hug the child, begging pitifully. I hope Zoro can relax his vigilance. While talking, he opened the cross he was wearing, and a poisonous mist spewed out. With a blank expression on his face, Zoro took a step back, dodged the poisonous fog, and slashed out mercilessly with his knife, knocking the nun and the child to the ground together. This kind of clever move should be used on people with a purer heart. Watching the 2 fall down, Zoro calmly said to himself. However, no blood flowed from the two of them. After all, there was a child, and Zoro slashed with the back of a knife. 133. Reka called a stop, and Princess Vivi's black history was photographed to commemorate it. Please subscribe. Found him. Shoot. Bang bang bang. Ah. Go around and surround them. Over there, join hands and cooperate together, don't rush up one by one. The whole Whiskey Peak is extremely lively, bounty hunters lie down one after another. But the rest are more excellent and powerful. Some bounty hunters walked across the room, leaving footprints all over Usopp and Luffy. Did someone step on me just now? Usopp looked sleepily, looked around, found nothing, and fell asleep again. What are you going to do? Seeing that Nami suddenly turned and left, Reka couldn't help asking. I'm going to see if there are any good treasures in the bounty hunter's lair. Oh, Reka responded lightly, since the relationship is currently hostile. There is nothing incomprehensible about Nami's behavior of stealing a house. Zoro is smart, though he has more positive abilities than any bounty hunter. However, the strength of the team cannot be ignored. If a person accidentally reads the Tao, the one who has the problem is himself. Zoro jumped to the height of the building, so that the remaining bounty hunters could not rush up all at once, but could only climb up one by one from all directions. Two knife flow. Yingbo. A stream of air was swung by the two knife, and another 7 or 8 people fell down. Some people are not so good at bouncing, so they use a ladder to climb up to the balcony. I thought that in this way, Zoro will be completely surrounded. But Zoro had been waiting for them, smiled, and pushed down their ladder, and the people who had covered the entire ladder fell heavily to the ground. Go to hell. The bounty hunter with other roofs jumped over. Be careful, I cut it with a knife just now. Zoro's words fell, and the 823 ceiling under the feet of those people immediately collapsed. After dealing with a group of enemies, Zoro jumped towards the crowded place again. A 3 swordsmen killed 5 or 6 bounty hunters in response. Just when Zoro was about to finish off the other bounty hunters, a ladder was swept over at a very fast speed. Zoro dodged abruptly, and with a snap, the ladder hit the house and exploded to pieces. It is conceivable that the strength of the throw cannot be underestimated. Shot. King Kong Barbie on Monday. Don't be too complacent, so far, there is no man stronger than me. Zhou Yi put on his thumbs on both hands, while Zoro was avoiding other people's attacks. She swept out with one blow, and with a loud bang, Zoro was sent flying, smashing through 2 or 3 houses. Your end is here. Monday walks into the ruins to end Zoro. It's a waste. Well, time-consuming, but it's finally over. So far, no one who has been punched by Monday has ever stood up, Ikalem said confidently. Ah. But as soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Yi's sharp screams came from the ruined building. What's the matter? The guy who thinks he's very strong, in terms of strength, Zoro has never been afraid. His big hand directly pinched the entire face of Zhou Yi, and with a little force, she screamed out. Advertisement. She tried to open Zoro's palm, but she couldn't do it, and she was half kneeling on the ground under the huge force. Don't you want to compare strength with me? Zoro exerted a slight force, and Monday's head was hit, and Yishi passed out for a while. It's a lie. Monday lost to him in terms of strength. Now besides him, Vivi and Mr. 9, there are only less than 20 bounty hunters on Ikarim's side up. Everyone looked shocked. CBCI. When Zhou Yi was brought down. Zhou Yi was among them, but he was a very strong cadre. First see, Marine must have mistaken the arrest warrant, Ikarim said suddenly. So that's it. If he's the guy who offered a reward of 100 million Baileys, then it makes sense. This guy is the real captain. Mr. 9 also thinks that among these people, Noah Zoro is the most powerful. He is handsome and looks like a nobleman. It cannot be too strong. Although he is very strong, he may also be capable. But even if it is a capable person, I am afraid it is still not as strong as this pirate swordsman. It's not uncommon for Marine to be wrong about this kind of thing. That is to say, I wonder how such a weak guy can be the captain, worth 50 million Baileys. Vivi is also willing to believe this fact. But even so, how ugly is this, to be defeated by just a pirate swordsman? This is our responsibility entrusted by the boss to manage this island. Finally, it's our turn to play. Mr. 9 and other cadres were about to make a move. You should also know that the smaller the member code number of our Pakistani Lock Work Agency, the higher the level and destructive power. The 3 of us, Mr. 9, Mr. 8, and Miss Wednesday, all have only 1-digit code numbers agents, that is to say, we are completely different from the guys you just eliminated. Mr. continued to be complacent. He felt that after Zoro knocked down so many people, his physical strength was exhausted. You know, for ordinary people, a full strength attack lasts at most 10 seconds. It has been several minutes since the battle started, how could it be still in its prime? Isn't it meaningless to talk about titles when fighting? The strong will win, that's all. Zoro smiled slightly after hearing this. Whether it is strong or not, you will know when the outcome comes out. Cut. Mr. 9 snorted coldly, and originally wanted to bring him a little psychological pressure, but he didn't expect this guy's psychological quality to be so good. Saxophone shotgun. Ikarim suddenly launched an attack, blowing on the saxophone in his hand, and a bullet shot towards Zoro's position, punching thousands of holes in the wall. It's coming, Wednesday. Yes, Mr. 9, come here, run fast. Vivi put his finger in his mouth and whistled. a black-yellow duck that was about the size of a person and wore a hat and a small wooden barrel cup hanging around his neck suddenly appeared at a very fast speed, in front of the street. Hearing what Vivi said, he ran quickly and spread his right wing. Seeing this, Vivi was very speechless. I asked you to come here, not to shake hands. What a cute duck. Seeing this, Reka felt that this silly and cute duck was more interesting than he imagined. Come on, let them see your feet faster than a cheetah today. Vivi sat up and ran fast, and ordered. But running fast but squatting on the ground all of a sudden. Who told you to sit down? Vivi exhaled angrily. What kind of creature is this? Seeing this, Zoro felt like they were joking around. Ha ha ha. Do you still have time to look at others? You should worry about your own safety first. Can you keep up with my backflip? Mr. 9 shot decisively. He doesn't want to give Zoro enough time to recover. Blood 9 backflips, great perseverance. His strength is indeed there. On the building, he flipped back at high speed continuously, holding 2 metal rods in his hand, and flipped in front of Zoro at once. The metal rods touched Zoro's weapon and passed by. This is a metal rod. Be careful not to cut him with your knife and turn the blade. What's the matter? Did you turn pale with fright and can't move? Mr. 9 has a kind of self-confidence. Zoro turned around, and there was a burst of crazy stabs, suppressing Mr. 9 back again and again, unable to launch an effective attack. Advertisement: the power gap is clear at a glance. Why, aren't you going to perform your backflip? Zoro said disdainfully. Since you were so anxious to find death, let me show you. Mr. 9 jumped into the air and flipped back, completely forgetting that he had been forced back a lot by Zoro and was no longer in his original position. This time, it fell directly from the roof, and with a bang, it landed heavily on the boxes stacked on the ground, smashing them into pieces. Is there no decent opponent? There were too many people just now. Zoro had to pay attention to it, but now there are fewer people. I thought they were cadres, and they were somewhat capable, but I didn't expect them to be so weak. I can't even bring myself a little bit of pressure just now. If you want to be a decent person, I am. Be prepared, Mr. Bushido, come on, and indulge in my beauty. Vivi raised her hands, holding a deceptive perfume in her palm, ready to twist her graceful figure, to attract the attention of the enemy. Let the mist of perfume fill the past. Wait. But at this moment, Reka suddenly called a stop. What the hell? This is a princess of a country. Although her current attire is very lucrative, her appearance is not even a tenth of her usual appearance, present. But I thought that it was actually the well-behaved and strong Princess Vivi who wanted to dance. This is destined to become an amazing piece of dark history, and this time it cannot be missed. Vivi, Zoro, and others all looked at Reka in bewilderment. Just a few seconds. After Reka finished speaking, his figure disappeared in a flash, flashing continuously, and most people couldn't see his figure at all. Only a light and shadow was seen, flashing across many houses in an instant. What a speed! What happened? Zoro was stunned for a moment. He thought that Reka's words had ulterior motives, but he was not in a hurry to make another move. As for Vivi and Ikaram, they were shocked by Reka's speed. After a few seconds, they were taken aback, and the second room passed. When Reka reappeared, he was still in the same position, but with an extra camera in his hand. This is the bounty hunter headquarters. There are some useful things for intelligence, no less. You guys can go on. Reka fumbled for the camera, and it was easy. Indescribable. Everyone was puzzled. Come on, stupid man. Surrender to my beauty. Vivi squirmed a bit, looking rather stiff and overdressed. But the more this is the case, the more it is called black history. Crack, crack. Reka pressed the shutter, and the flash flickered, taking a picture of Vivi's dance. What are you doing? Vivi froze for a moment. It's okay, you continue. Forget it. Anyway, the confusing aroma has already spread. Ha ha ha. Vivi didn't continue to dance, feeling very uneasy inside, and the words fell. After waiting on the spot for a few seconds, Zoro smelled the strong poisonous mist-like aroma, and suddenly half-kneeled on the ground, extremely uncomfortable. Okay. Run fast, rush over. Give him the last blow, Peacock saw. Vivi wore a ring blade with his tail finger, and swung it at high speed, trying to cut Zoro. But, running fast, running really fast, even on places like the roof, he ran over in a whiz. Run past Zoro. Stupid. You overrun. Pung. Vivi and he ran fast, and quickly followed in the footsteps of Mr. 9, overrunning on the balcony and falling down. Suddenly I feel like fighting these guys. How embarrassing. Zoro couldn't help but speak out. 134. Mr. 5 and Valentine arrive. Princess Vivi, you run fast and sell it. His paralysis is only for a while, and he will recover soon. Just looking at these opponents, all of them seem to be joking, Zoro suddenly felt. It may not be an honor to defeat them, but rather a shame. But Reka didn't think so, at least for a moment. The perfume in Vivi's hand filled the air. Zoro was indeed affected, although only for a moment, during the battle. If the opponent is a master, this time is enough for the enemy to cause great damage to Zoro. After Mr. 9 and Vivi on Wednesday, there is only Equalim's MR.8 left, but his attacker Duan Yi is very single. It's just that Sax keeps shooting Zoro, and the range of shotguns is not small. When there are many people, it is really difficult to hide. But there are only a few of them left. The firepower can't effectively suppress Suolong. With the sound of gunshots, Zoro no longer dodged, and the three knives danced together to form an impenetrable sword wall, cutting all flying bullets into pieces. Then he slashed swiftly and rushed straight into the crowd. Blood spurted from Ikeram's body, and he fell down. The same goes for the remaining bounty hunters. Don't move, if you move again, your partner's life will be gone. But at this moment, Mr. 9, who had previously turned down from the roof balcony, escorted Luffy and acted as a hostage. Zoro froze for a moment. How dare you hurt me so badly just now? I can't get around you, Mr. 9 said angrily. That's what you fell for. Stop talking nonsense, fly, make a bet. Mr. 9 was threatening to take Luffy as a hostage. When Zoro didn't know how to deal with it for a while. The top of the metal bat in his hand burst out, linked to the iron chain, and wrapped around Zoro's arm at once. Wednesday, now, get rid of him. Mr. 9 is in charge of controlling Zoro, but he still thinks too highly of his strength. When Vivi also thought that Zoro would throw a mouse trick, he rushed forward and prepared to kill Zoro. Only the big duck that runs fast is left, imitating what Vivi did just now, putting its 2 wings on Luffy's neck. Use this as a threat. At least take him as a hostage when he wakes up. Zoro suddenly exerted force. If Vivi didn't rush over, he might be really afraid. Now rushing over, no one on their side could threaten Luffy's life anymore. Zoro swung Mr. 9 up with all his strength, and then flung it to Vivi with a bang. With a loud bang, the two collided, and Luffy and Rankue suffered together. The person fainted instantly. It's over, it's finally back to a quiet night. Zoro sat on the roof again, looking at the high moon. The noisy night full of gunshots and swords was completely quiet. Grand Line, Whiskey Peak, this lair of bounty hunters that ruined many pirates at the beginning of the route, more than 100 bounty hunters with good skills have been eliminated. Only a few scattered people saw the situation was not good and sneaked away. Why am I outside? Forget it, I'm so sleepy, sleep. Although Luffy was hit, it didn't hurt, but the sound and vibration were not small. He woke up leisurely and looked at, sleep again. Advertisement. Is this still the lair of bounty hunters? It's too shabby for such treasures. Based on his own experience, Nami quickly found the place where they kept their funds and treasures. It just looks too shabby, logically speaking, it shouldn't be an organization with so many people. If there is not enough funds, how will it continue to operate, or, they're not actually the headquarters? Run faster, run faster. That guy is terrible. I didn't expect that all the agents within the 10th would be defeated by one person. On the streets outside the coast, several Chongjin hunters reveled. However, you say you want to run away, but where are you going to run away? Anyway, find a place to hide before they leave the island. But at this moment, a vulture and sea otter appeared in front of them. Unlucky duo. When they saw these two creatures, they were terrified. Wait a minute, we're not running away, that's not it. Please, don't report to the boss. So all the agents know that this is the monitor of the headquarters and a little expert in reporting. Even agents under 10 are quite afraid of the unlucky duo. Let alone them. Once they are stared at, it is absolutely unlucky. But the unlucky duo are smart enough to see right away that they're lying, and they've basically seen the situation. Sea otters put on metal gloves, vultures use their beaks as weapons, and rushed to deal with these deserters. But was suddenly stopped. Wait a moment. Although it is midnight, this town is really lively. The voices of a man and a woman sounded. Really, entrust us with such a boring job, and specially send us to this kind of front line. Mr. 5 with an afro head and Miss Valentine with fair complexion holding an umbrella appeared at the end of the street. They called the unlucky duo not to save these deserters, but to learn some news and execute them. Boom. A powerful explosion suddenly sounded, and all the deserters were covered in the explosion range. Huh? Zoro noticed something, but the explosion was an explosion. As long as he didn't make trouble for himself, he didn't care what happened to the island. Holding a bottle of wine, facing the moon, drinking happily. Damn it, how can I die here? I still have a very important mission. Next to Vivi and Mr. 9, Ikeram, who had been stabbed by Zoro before, woke up leisurely. It's just that the injury was not minor, and he couldn't stand up at all, so he could only run towards Vivi's position weakly. It's so pitiful, to lose to a mere swordsman. Mr. 5 wore sunglasses at night, put his hands in the windbreaker, and looked at Ikeram and the others with a proud face. They already knew the basics of the matter from the unlucky duo and the deserter. Of course, his behavior of wearing sunglasses is not really strange. There is also a big umbrella at night. Mr. 5, Mr. Valentine. Seeing the two, Ikalem was startled. Why are they here? Advertisement. I haven't received any news before. Agent Advanced appeared so timely. Apparently this was before what happened tonight, and they were already on their way. Are you kidding me? Hearing Mr. 5's words, Valentine couldn't help laughing, sarcastically. After all, this is the difference in our level. Are you here to laugh at us? Ikeram said in a deep voice. It does have this purpose, Mr. 5 admitted generously. Of course it's here to carry out a mission. Valentine went on to say the real purpose. Thank you so much. If you are here to help, those guys must not be your opponents. Hearing the voice, Mr. 9 woke up leisurely and said, Vivi also woke up. Yeah, please quickly defeat that swordsman, Vivi said with her head lowered. Although she had already been disguised, she was not sure about these advanced cadres. Have you ever lived yourself before? If you have seen it, once you are recognized, you will be in big trouble. Stop making such silly jokes, we are here to help you. Do you think we came to this remote corner of the Grand Line for such a trivial matter? Mr. 5 sneered. What mission is that for? Hearing this, Mr. 9 was taken aback. These guys are really arrogant. If you don't help your own people, you won't say anything, and you're still cynical, it's really annoying. You don't understand at all, the sinner that the boss specially sent us to deal with is here. Mr. Dollar walked towards Ikaram. .00. That's what the boss said, my secret has been known. Of course I don't know what the secret is, but the company's corporate motto is to be mysterious. No one in the company can trace their origins. This is the rule. If anyone finds out the boss's secret, there is only one way to die, Mr. 5 explained. So we investigated carefully to find out who knew the boss's secret. The result was really terrible. We found out that an important person from a certain kingdom had sneaked into our Baroque Work agency, Valentine said in surprise. And behind the house not far from them, Nami is sneaking around the corner. Wait a minute, although I wear a crown, I am not a king, Mr. 9 quickly explained. It's not you, Rangia said speechlessly. The sinner is Alabasta who is now missing. Oops. It's been exposed. Hearing this, Ikaram and Vivi already knew that these two people were coming for them. Go to hell. Curly cannon. Ikaram stood up abruptly without waiting for Mr. 5 to finish speaking, pulled the tie around his neck, and stretched out 6 small cannon barrels from the 6 curls at the same time, and the 6 cannonballs were fired at the same time. Photo 2 cover bombing. I won't let you touch a single hair of the princess, bet on my name as the captain of the Alabasta Guard. Ikaram said righteously, with the pride of seeing death as home. It is completely different from the previous appearance. Alabasta Guard Captain Ikaram, and the princess, Nafarutali. Vivi, I am ordered by the boss of the Baroque Work agency to kill you. Mr. 5 and Valentine survived the explosion unscathed. He even took out a picture of Princess Vivi. Nami was shocked when she heard this, princess. Oops. Luffy has been left on the spot. Zoro drank his wine, looked at the street not far away, and suddenly remembered something. Hearing the words of Mr. 5 in this photo, Vivi knew that everything was exposed. Your Highness, your situation seems to be very bad. You run fast, should you sell it in advance? Find a new owner for it in advance? But at this moment, Reka's voice rang out. .135. I don't allow others to be more arrogant than me. This is my arrogance. Ah. When Vivi raised her heart to her throat, her eyes were full of despair. A figure appeared silently beside the dazed duck who was running fast. Looking at the eyes of this man, I couldn't help shaking my body. This human being probably wants to eat it. Who are you? That pirate swordsman. It doesn't look like much. Mr. 5 always had his eyes above the top, and didn't bother to read any wanted notices. He will understand the task only when it is assigned to him. Mr. 5, this guy looks familiar. He seems to be the guy with the highest bounty in the StrawHat Pirates, but Valentine's voice sank immediately. After all, for women, handsome men are still very easy to remember. What's more, the bounty is not low. Is he the guy worth 100 million Baileys? Mr. 5's expression darkened when he heard that. Bounties can sometimes explain a lot of things. For example, before he joined the Baroque Work agency, the bounty offered was only 10 million Baileys. Although he now asks himself that he is no longer what he used to be, the 100 million Baileys are still worth their fear. Of course, the most important thing is that this is not the mission of their trip. Reka ignored Mr. 5, just watched Vivi, waiting for her decision. But Vivi and Ikaram, how can 763 have time to care about such things? Princess Vivi, hurry up. Ikaram stood in front of Mr. 5 and Valentine alone. Continuously shooting, but the Mr. 5 in the explosion flicked his finger, a small piece was ejected by him, and fell on Ikaram. With a bang, the strong explosion submerged him. It's useless, none of you can escape. If you escape, our mission will fail. Valentine said, jumping high and kicking Vivi. Vivi hastily dodged, but her feet, still brushing shoulders with Vivi's hair. The tie that tied Vivi's hair was broken, and Vivi, whose hair was hanging down, suddenly became a gentle and virtuous lady from a young girl. Especially the waist-length light blue long hair, very shiny and beautiful. Vivi didn't intend to catch her without a fight. She wore a metal blade ring on her little finger and circled to attack Valentine. Forget it, you seem to be very busy. Let's talk about it after you finish your work. If you die, I will adopt this thing. Reka said, pointing to run fast, and then pulled Luffy to stand aside. Wednesday, so you are a princess. Mr. 9 said in surprise. Ikaram, how are you doing? Vivi was only worried about Ikaram's safety at the moment. Master Vivi, leave me alone, hurry up, run away, for the sake of the motherland. If we lose you, our Alabasta will, quickly, let's go. Ikaram said angrily. Do you think you can escape from my palm? Mr. 5 said, holding his booger at the same time. Don't underestimate people. Vivi knew that it would not be so easy to leave. But at this moment, Mr. 9 took the initiative to stand in front of Vivi. Although I don't know what's going on, but since we've been together for so long, I'll buy you some time. Hurry up, Miss. Wednesday. Mr. 9. I'm a pretty good man. Hot blood number 9 does a backflip. Mr. 9 backflips and rushes towards Mr. 5. What we need is only the will to complete the task. A boring companion will only lead to death. You should experience this trick well, Nikong. Want to shoot? Mr. 5 buckle out a booger, pop it out like a stone. Explosion with a bang. Light and fire soared up, and heat waves and gunpowder smoke rolled away. Mr. 9 collapsed to the ground with a scorched face. What a horrible booger. Zoro frowned when he saw this situation on the roof not far away. Advertisement: this booger is more powerful than cannonballs. It's dirty, Reka said in disgust. Mr. Point 5 frowned when he heard this, but he didn't want to make any troubles for the time being. Complete the mission first, and then clean up these pirates. The task is the highest priority, even for them. If the task is not completed, it will be quite troublesome. Is there any trouble? Zoro took a look and walked over. He looked at Reka and said, "No, you take Luffy back. Remember to explain it carefully when you wake up, lest Luffy think that you have killed such a group of hospitable and good people for no reason. Of course, if you want to learn from him, then no necessary to explain. These guys, for Reka. Not a threat at all. Indeed." Hearing this, Zoro thought about it and realized that it was indeed possible. That naive and needless captain, until now, probably thinks that everyone in this small town is a good person. Slap. Ikaram suddenly grabbed Zoro's feet with both hands. "What are you doing, you B**********, Zoro asked calmly. If it wasn't for the fact that Ikaramu looked dying, he would have died at any moment. Zoro wanted to make up for it. After all, they were still enemies at the last moment. "Master Swordsman, seeing how powerful you are, I have a heartfelt request. Don't grab me, who cares about you, let go. The two groups are all demon fruit power. I can't stop them. Can you protect the princess instead of me? Please, if you can send the princess to Alabasta safely, you will definitely get a great reward. I beg you, please save the princess." Ikaram had no hope at all, so he went to the doctor in a hurry. Looking for the person they wanted to kill at the last moment and making such a request. Run fast, run fast. Vivi knew what he was shouldering, and he must not die here, so he jumped on his back and rushed out like an arrow off the string. Chasing. Mr. 5 and Valentine hurriedly chased after him. "Stop kidding. You still wanted to kill us until just now. Do you want me to cut you again?" Of course Zoro couldn't agree. "Is the great reward you said true?" But Nami came out of the alley at this time and asked, eyes full of money symbols. "Certainly, I agree to your request. Can I be rewarded with 1 billion Baileys?" Nami boldly put forward his request. "Nami." Zoro looked over. 10 billion. Cough cough, blah blah. Ikalem was also startled by Nami's lion's big mouth. "Aren't you asleep?" Zoro asked puzzled. "You thought I was Luffy? Then, can you promise to reward me with 1 billion Baileys, guard captain? If you don't ask us for help, the princess will die." Nami asked again. "Nami, don't scare the old man. He's not dead yet, but he's about to catch up. I hope I'm all right." Reka mentioned that his observation hockey followed them all the time. "A soldier like me can't promise you such a large amount." Ikalem was still very sincere. When ordinary people encounter such a situation, no matter whether it is a lie or appeasement, they will agree first before speaking. "Do you want to say that the princess of a country is not worth the price? Promise? Aren't you threatening?" Zoro was speechless when he saw this. Advertisement. Since you said that the princess can be sent to Alabasta safely, then you can negotiate with the princess directly, so you can be sure. Ikaram kicked the ball to Nami. "Do you mean to save it first?" But Nami also saw through Ikalem's plan. "When we were negotiating, the princess's life was at stake. Of course, Ikalem hoped to save the princess first." "Okay, I'll help you save the princess's life first." Nami still didn't want to miss out on this big deal. Zoro looked left and right, suddenly feeling bad. Sure enough, the next moment Nami bossed him and said, "Okay, let's go, Zoro." "Who will go, idiot? Why should I do what you promised yourself?" Zoro was furious. "Really, you are so stupid. Although my money is mine, the contract I made is the contract of all of you. What kind of nonsense is this? What's the matter? I just told you to go up and chop twice, and besides, don't you still owe me money? Where is the debt?" Zoro felt more and more bad. "In the town of Rog you said you wanted to buy a knife and I lent you 100,000 pele. Didn't the 100,000 be returned to you later? But we should agree to repay 3 times, so you should pay me back 300,000 berry. There is still 200,000 berry. But I paid it back on the same day. Do I need to pay it 3 times? Of course. Can't you even keep a promise? You. This sentence directly pierced Zoro's heart. The pride of the swordsman never allowed him to fail to keep even one promise. It's this kind of overlord agreement. As long as you do what I say, these can be written off. You devil. Zoro couldn't find an excuse to refuse. Pee. Luffy squinted her eyes, with her big belly puffed out, got up and walked around, looking for a place to pee. Reka-san. Zoro knew that he was already the fish on Nami's sticky board, but whether to do it or not, it would be better to ask Reka-san for his opinion. Because Zoro knows that on the whole ship, only Nami can survive, not even 5.5 Captain Luffy. And this subtle movement made Ikaram's expression suddenly startled. A powerful swordsman like Noah Zoro actually needs the advice of this most harmless man in matters of business. Could it be that Marine's bounty is not mistaken? This man is the strongest? Otherwise, how could the attitude of the strong swordsman be like this? Please ask for instructions with respect. This is your dead relationship, I don't care, but since the contract is signed, let's do it. But these two guys, leave it to me. Luffy wakes up, you deal with it. The one who used the cannonball had an arrogant attitude just now. Now that the contract has been negotiated and there is a reason to act, then no one in this world is allowed to be more arrogant than me. 2 capable people, can you please make me happier? Although it was night, Reka just had to let himself feel angry. The sun in your heart can be touched. As he spoke, Reka took a step forward, and there was a boom in the air, and terrible flames erupted from his whole body. It was as if he had turned into a god. Stepping on the ground with one foot melted the ground. Ability user. Logia. Seeing this, Ekalem was stunned immediately, then he was overjoyed, because he was done. The princess is saved. 136. The shocking Straw Hat Pirates. All monsters, please subscribe. Hurry up, run fast. Vivi sat on Run Kue and quickly evacuated towards the shore. Useless struggle. Mr. 5 and Valentine quickly caught up. Although the running speed is indeed very fast, but Valentine mastered the light lion fruit. She chased it in the air with an umbrella, without obstacles, and saw Vivi at once. There's a boat parked behind the cactus rock, let's leave from there, Vivi said to the sprinter, who can understand people's language. And for this unexpected situation, Vivi and Ikaram were not completely unprepared. As long as it is out to sea, even the company's advanced agents will not be so easy to pursue. Boom. The street in front suddenly exploded. With both hands in the windbreaker, the sheep Mr. 5 appeared from the flames of the explosion. Seeing this, Vivi quickly changed direction and fled from another direction. But Valentine happened to be right in front of her. Don't struggle, at worst we'll be quicker to save you from suffering, you won't be able to escape anyway. Suddenly, a strong figure stepped out from the corner, she was holding a horizontal wooden beam. Come on, you can get on the boat after passing here, I'll take them here, King Kong Barbie said on Monday and walked towards Mr. 5. But, although it's not the same ship, as long as they can get out of here. But, Agent advanced, how could Monday be able to block it? Thanks to that strange swordsman, we will be punished for mission failure no matter what. Since we are going to die anyway, I am willing to die to protect my friends. Monday has already accepted his fate. Why are you standing still? If you die, the sacrifice of Mr. 8 and Mr. 9 will be in vain. Let's go. Seeing Vivi's hesitation, Monday urged. 21. Thank you. Vivi gritted her teeth and could only continue to run forward. Is it you after Mr. 9? Mr. Monday? Mr. 5 looked at the strong woman in front of him indifferently. I won't let you pass here. Monday turned the big beam in his hand and suddenly swept towards Mr. 5. You traitor from the Baroque Works. Mr. 5 reacted extremely quickly, dodged the sweeping attack of the wood, and punched Monday. A violent explosion with a bang drowned Monday in the sky-high flames. He is the explosive man of explosive fruit, whether it is booger or even exhaled air, it can produce an explosion. No matter how strong the body is, the person touched by his body cannot withstand such a strong explosion. Hearing the explosion, Vivi couldn't help but look back. But saw Monday slowly falling in the flames of the explosion. Now use my light lion fruit to bury Mi. No, Princess Vivi, and bury you in the ground. I am a person with the ability to change my weight at will. Now I am so light that I can float in the air. Now I want it's getting heavier. Valentine floated above Vivi's head. Now no one can block the attacks of the two for her. Vivi also knows that it is too difficult to escape from these two people. 1 kilogram, 2 kilograms, 10 kilograms, 1,000 kilograms, 10,000 kilograms. Valentine fell from the sky, faster and heavier. Princess Vivi dodged the heavy pressure in a nick of time, but there was a loud bang on the ground. Under the impact of 10,000 kilograms from Valentine, the entire street was cracked, and the destructive power was astonishing. How about it? Do you still think you can escape now? You can't escape every time. Valentine laughed, enjoying the pleasure of playing with a mouse. I will live on, Vivi gritted her teeth and said, if she died, she would not be able to pass on the matter of the domestic mastermind, let alone pick up Tianshan. Advertisement in that way, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions will be involved in the war. It's good that you are a princess, but there is no prince like you in this world. You'd better suffer death obediently, Valentine taunted. Now you have nowhere to go, within my range, I'll send you on your way, nasal cannon. Mr. 5 fired a booger bomb at Vivi. Extremely fast. Vivi wants to run and dodge, but it's too late. This distance is too close, is she still going to die after all? At this time, no one can come to save her. It's over. Everything is over, I still can't do anything. It doesn't matter if you die, but Alabasta, there are bigger problems that have not been solved. Is there anyone? Can you help me? Vivi's eyes widened, even if it was the last moment, even if it was death, she never gave in, and she didn't want to give in. It's really noisy. Hoo-oh, suddenly there was a tremor in the air, and then a fire rose in front of Vivi. The moment the booger bomb touched the fire curtain, a more terrifying explosion sound than before exploded like thunder, shattering the glass of the nearby windows. Who is it? Mr. 5's face immediately became very ugly, and someone dared to stop him from killing. Vivi was also stunned. At this time, there are still people who can save her, who can come to save her. You kid who plays demolition, your attitude seems quite arrogant. Reka appeared at the end of the street with an axe in his hand, looking at Mr.5 with contempt. The Straw Hat Pirates. You want to stop me too? Do you want to be an enemy of our Baroque Works? Valentine looked solemn, and how many people can easily stop the Mr.5 explosion? Calendar. It would be foolish to add extra details when the task is about to be completed. Straw Hats, are you still lingering at this time? After Vivi saw who was coming, she thought that Reka had come to settle accounts with her. After all, not long ago, they had a conflict. I'm here to save you. Reka just said lightly. Save me. Vivi looked confused. What's the situation? They were still enemies before. Is there any reason to save yourself? Could it be to run faster? But even for this reason, it would be uneconomical and unwise to be enemies of monster-capable users like Mr. 5 and Valentine. You also want to save her. You were planning to deal with you after you deal with them. I didn't expect you to be in such a hurry to seek death, Mr. 5 said coldly. As he said that, he rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Reka step by step, preparing to blast Reka into his big explosion. With the ability to explode fruit, he has never been unable to complete the task. Even if this guy is strong, so what, can he stop his explosion? Oh, when did ants become so confident? I don't know, Mr. 5 is crazy, and Reka is even more crazy. After hearing this, Vivi and Valentine immediately understood. I'm afraid that just based on this sentence, there must be a winner between them. Mr. 5, you will deal with Princess Wei first, and finish the task first, then leave this to me. Valentine floated up to the sky again, aiming at Reka and preparing to press Reka into the ground with terrifying speed and strength. Advertisement: if it goes well, she can even win, even if it doesn't go well, as long as Mr. 5 completes the task. It's not too late to unite again at that time and take down this guy. But it looks so handsome, it would be a pity to simply kill it. After you win it, you have to have fun. Then let's deal with you first. Mr. 5 walked towards Princess Vivi. Ignorant B********. D. What makes you think it can stop me? Reka said coldly, walking towards Mr. 5 step by step. Such arrogance will be punished. 1,000 kilograms, 5,000 kilograms, 10,000 kilograms. Valentine suddenly attacked Reka. The whole person is like a human-shaped meteorite, falling down with a bang. The extremely high weight makes the air roar endlessly. Boom! There was another strong vibration from the ground. Within tens of meters of Fang Yuan, the ground cracked again. Hit! Seeing this, Vivi immediately exclaimed, with such a blow, whoever receives it will probably be killed on the spot. Since you don't even hide, you deserve it if you die. Mr. 5 glanced back, disapproving. But before the billowing smoke cleared away, Valentine's terrified voice came out from inside. How is it possible? You're fine. No, let me go. 10,000 kilograms, that's all, nothing amazing, really disappointing. It seems that it can't please me. When the smoke cleared, Mr. 5 Vivi saw in horror. The slender legs that Valentine kicked were directly grabbed by this harmless-looking man, and he froze in midair. Can't move. 627, Valentine, what are you doing? Don't look at other people's handsome looks, just show mercy. How many kilograms of force did you use just now to hit? Mr. 5 felt that Valentine was careless because of his mercy, and was only caught at this moment ankle. 10,000 kilograms. A full 10,000 kilograms. Help me quickly. Valentine begged for help with a terrified face. Her weight is power, such a terrifying strength, even if it is a strong person who ranks higher than her in the agency. Can dodge, but no one has ever dared to shake so hard. Falling from a height is not as simple as a weight of 10,000 kilograms. But this little monster caught it with only one hand, it's so calm. This scares her, so after reacting, immediately asked Mr. 5 for help. It's very boring. Reka grabbed Valentine, hovered in the air, and then slammed her into the ground with a loud bang. Blood spattered all over her body, and after a scream, she couldn't move anymore. Valentine, beat north. Looking for death. Nasal space cannon, foot space cannon. Mr. 5 was furious, and the booger shell first blasted out, and then kicked to activate the explosive fruit ability, sweeping towards Reka's waist. Explosion. Coincidentally, I am also good at it, so I will defeat you in the field you are most proud of, so that you can experience it more deeply. In this world, only I have the right to be arrogant, and other arrogant people are nothing but scum. O merciless son. Boom. With one hand in Reka's hands, a great fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters emits amazing heat, which seems to melt everything around it. What is this? Are you an ability user, or Logia's Mara fruit? Mr. 5 looked at the scene in front of him, horrified.
Then what was even more frightening was that this fireball was gently pushed by Reka, and it was crushed directly towards him.
The fireball occupies the entire width of the street, he can't escape at all, and he himself is sprinting with all his strength, and he can't stop at all. I can only watch this fireball hit in despair. Boom. The explosion sounded like a sky-shattering, earth-shattering. 137. Desperate Explosive Man. 1 billion rewards. Luffy vs. Zoro duel. How could there be such a person? I'm the one who exploded. Are you kidding me? In the burning explosion, the figure of Mr. 5 was crumbling. He is an explosive man, and the explosion of ordinary shells or explosives is not a threat at all to him. It can even be said to be a kind of enjoyment, but now this kind of explosion is not. Even if his anti-explosion property is unimaginable by ordinary people, he has suffered an unprecedented explosion injury at this moment, and he feels that his internal organs will be shattered in this instant. Shock waves and flames tore at his body. He looked dark and embarrassed, but because he was the fruit of the explosion, he did resist the explosion to some extent. You're chic. What about your self-confidence just now? Hey, don't be so useless, it's just a random attack, it won't really just fall like this, it's too disappointing, Barlock Society, but that's it? Reka arrogantly despised Mr. Point 5. In the previous moment, Mr. 5, who had hardly been subjected to such a terrible impact, would have charged forward and killed this lunatic under his own explosion. But now, only the infinite fear in my heart is rapidly increasing. This guy is a monster. All along, this is what other people call them. I never thought that one day I would see others that way. You can still attack, come on, show what you have learned to your heart's content. You only have one chance to strike. After all, it is our tolerance and kindness to give ants a chance to resist. Reka spread his hands, signaling Mr. 5 to attack. B*********. D. Go to hell. Mr. 5 heard this, his heart became colder, and he quickly made a decision, and shot a booger bomb in the direction of Reka, then turned and fled quickly. Mr. 5 escaped. Vivi looked at the scene in front of her, and couldn't believe it was real. This is an advanced agent in the work agency. He was scared out of his wits the moment they fought. Would you rather accept the punishment of failure of the company's mission than face this man? Moreover, his partner, Valentine, was not only easily resisted under the pressure of 10,000 kilograms, but was also smashed into the ground with one blow, and his life and death are unknown at this moment. It's too strong, it's simply not the strength that ordinary people can have. Maybe even stronger than that pirate swordsman. That's boring, I still like to see you as the only boss in the world. Reka's eyes showed disappointment. Seeing the bombardment of booger bombs and Mr. 5 showing his back to himself, Reka curled his fingers, and a flame condensed in his fingertips. Then flicked lightly, and with a whoosh, a beam of light burst out, piercing the booger bomb. Immediately afterwards, it directly penetrated the body of Mr. 5, and there was a monstrous bang. Fang Yuan was raised to the ground within tens of meters, and Mr. 5 also fell down. It's not even enough to warm up. I hope there will be some more valuable opponents in the next journey. This is also the reason why Reka seldom makes easy shots. One is that non-recognizable dragon suits do not provide much arrogance. The second is that Reka's strength is getting stronger and stronger, and now the performance value progress has automatically increased to more than 23 points. A player who is as good as a Grand Line is not his enemy at all. So a normal shot also means the end, which is quite boring, but this kind of relaxed life is also what he yearns for. You can earn a bit of acting and arrogance, so Reka can do it easily. After all, earning arrogance is not a shame. What are you still doing in a daze? It's done, let's go back. Reka looked at Princess Vivi with a circled face and said. Oh. Princess Vivi responded quickly as if waking up from a dream. For her, it was a life and death crisis. In the hands of this man, it was solved lightly. The StrawHat Pirates are too strong, but why? Advertisement. With this doubt in her heart, Princess Vivi naturally asked. It's just a deal. When it's here, let them tell you. Now, you duck, can you give me a ride? Oh, well, let me ask about running fast. Princess Vivi asked about running fast. He ran fast and squatted twice, motioning for Reka to sit up together. Can you do it? Apparently running fast is very righteous. Although he agreed to let Reka ride, he was not willing to let go of Princess Vivi as his master. So let them come up together. It's just that Reka expressed doubts about this. He doesn't look very tall when he runs fast, and he is only the size of a common adult. Can those two calves support the weight of two people? Hearing Reka's voice, Vivi looked at his axe subconsciously. If she remembers correctly, this axe is super heavy. Even if she went down and asked Run Kue to carry him, it seemed that she might not be able to support him. Feeling Princess Vivi's eyes, Reka smiled. Don't worry, this weapon is in my hand, it can be weightless. Those two people are fine. Hearing this, Vivi said directly. The weight of two people, excluding the axe, can still be easily carried while running fast. Then you're welcome. Reka wanted to try it out a long time ago, what it felt like to sit on a big duck. He jumped lightly, and with a whoosh, he appeared on the top of the running fast. It's just that the position is a bit narrow, and when we met Princess Vivi's body stiffened obviously. But it soon returned to normal, and she found that this man seemed to be more interested in running fast than in her. He got on the back of the sprinter, stroked the wings of the sprinter. I didn't expect to sit comfortably, let's go. Gah. He ran quickly and rushed out. It's just that when the two returned to the place where Vivi had fled before, they saw a dumbfounded scene. The swordsman and the Straw Hat captain, the one named Luffy, fought for some reason. Originally Zoro was going to knock Luffy unconscious, but after being blackmailed by Nami just now, he forgot about it all of a sudden. Luffy woke up and saw that so many people had been cut, and Zoro was there again. Luffy couldn't be more familiar with those familiar 3 sword wounds. He also asked the person who was asked to be cut, and it was indeed Zoro. Luffy, who was in a dazed sleep, thought that Zoro was angry at the previous banquet, so he chopped them all off. That's okay. Luffy finds Zoro and starts a duel right away. Zoro also tried to explain, but Luffy, who was obviously sleepy, couldn't believe it. At least, he was a fool. He didn't believe that the enemy would greet them with good wine and good food. But it is a fact that Zoro cut down so many people. Second gear. The more the two fought, the more angry they became, and Luffy even directly entered the immature second gear state. Because Zoro is very strong, if he is not serious, it may be difficult to take down Zoro. Rubber jet machine gun. Luffy's big belly quickly shriveled up in second gear. Bang bang bang. Advertisement in the next second, with a jet, the powerful rubber pistol rushed out. Seeing this, Zoro ran away quickly. But the entire street behind him didn't have such good luck. With the continuous explosion, the street was completely shattered under Luffy's terrifying punch. Captain Idiot, you haven't woken up yet, are you trying to kill me? Zoro's heart trembled when he saw this. Yeah, that's right. Even if the food they cook is not to your liking, you can't kill them all. Damn it. Luffy rolled his eyes. He had already lost his mind, only anger remained. You thought I was you. Since you are serious, I have no choice but to be serious. Don't regret it until you die. Zoro was so angry that his liver hurts. This idiot captain obviously didn't wake up, and was furious up. That would only wake him up completely. Zoro puts on the hood. Let's see whether your martial arts are better today or my sword skills are better. Zoro also has some expectations in his heart. 3 swords style hyphenation point ghost slash, rubber jet pistol. Pung. The two blasted out with one blow, and Luffy's fist just happened to get stuck at the weak point of the 3 swordsmanship. The two forces collided, and with a bang, within 100 meters of Fang Yuan, because of the battle between the two, the ground was cracking and buildings were collapsing. Rubber jet bazooka, 72 troubled phoenixes. Boom. Wherever the two of them passed, everything was turned into ruins. Ah. Ikaram, who was lying on the ground, opened his mouth so surprised that he could swallow a few eggs. The strength of this captain is definitely not weaker than that swordsman, and even that swordsman did not fight them with all his strength before. What are they doing? What strength is this? Vivi watched the duel between the two, like monsters fighting each other. Shatter the surroundings into ruins, the terrifying fist and superb swordsmanship make people frightened. Just what happened? They weren't buddies. Why did they fight themselves? Probably the sleepy captain thought you were good people, Reka said. Wang Zhao, so slow. Vivi couldn't help complaining. Until now, the captain of the pirate group has not realized what is going on. The two of you are making a fuss. You won't be able to help with business. Do you want Reka to do it alone? What are you doing here? It's fine for you to play casually just now, and you're really serious. During the collision, Nami suddenly appeared behind the two of them like a phantom. With 2 punches, Peng Peng knocked them down completely, and said angrily while holding up their back collars. The 2 people who were carried were still punching and kicking each other, and Nami beat him down again, and the 2 were completely honest. This scene was so frightening that I ran so fast that my legs kept shaking. What a scary woman. After a while. Ha, so that's what happened. Zoro, why didn't you tell me earlier? Luffy couldn't help laughing after knowing what happened. You idiot fell asleep, I explained. Did you listen? Zoro frowned. Well, don't worry about it. I thought you didn't like the food they cooked, so I chopped them off. Don't confuse me with you, you big idiot. You two stop arguing. That's how it is, Princess Vivi. I want 1,000,000,000 Baileys. Nami glared at Luffy and Zoro, and then made a condition to Princess Vivi. 138. Escort Princess Vivi to Alabasta, please subscribe. You see how strong these guys are. I think this deal is not a loss. Nami looked at Vivi and suggested very sincerely. It's just that Vivi's expression didn't feel relaxed, but said decisively. That's impossible. I'm very grateful to you for saving me. Why, you are a princess, right? It's only 1,000,000,000 Pele. For individuals, this is of course a huge amount, but for the country, this should not be a fortune that cannot be spent. Of course, it's still a bit too much, but at least it should be negotiable, and a part of it can be reduced appropriately. Nami is also acceptable. Instead of asserting that it is impossible at one bite. Do you know the country of Alabasta? Vivi asked back. I don't know. Nami just arrived at the Grand Line, so of course she doesn't know. That is one of the few countries that can be called a great civilization, but that is in the past. In the past, what about now? Originally, when he heard about a great civilized country, Nami still had a glimmer of hope. After all, a country that can be called a big country should be very rich. In the midst of civil strife, in the past few years, some people have begun to plan revolutions, the people have rioted one after another, and the country has become more and more chaotic. One day, I heard about an organization called the Loguetown Club. Vivi's tone was obvious. Become angry. We learned that this organization has been instigating the people, but if we want to find out more information, we will find that all the clues have been cut off, and we can't do it at all, so I asked Ika, who took good care of me since I was a child. Hang. I wonder if I can find a way to sneak into the Baroque Works agency, so that I can know the identity and purpose of the mastermind behind the scenes. What a brave princess. Zoro couldn't help but praise. As a princess, she didn't hesitate to risk herself and go deep into the enemy's camp. This kind of ideological awareness alone can defeat at least 99% of the nobles of the kingdom in this world. Then did you find out their purpose? Nami continued to ask, feeling that things were getting more and more complicated. 407. Establishing an ideal country, although that is what they say, but it is a big lie. Their real purpose is to capture Alabasta. They must return to the country quickly to tell everyone the truth and quell the riots of the citizens. If this continues, the people behind Vivi are already hard to tell. Once that possibility happens, she dare not accept it. So that's the case, that's what happened. This way I finally figured out the ins and outs. Since there is civil strife, there must be no money. Nami was very disappointed, but without money, everything would be very difficult. Who is the mastermind behind the scenes? Luffy asked curiously at this time. Hey. Vivi's face became horrified, but then she looked at Reka again. It turned out that they didn't know yet, but only this man knew. Did they feel nothing when the phone bug called before? No, maybe they just don't know the basic faction of the Grand Line yet. Except him. Don't you know? Seeing Vivi's hesitation, Luffy couldn't help asking. It's better that you don't know about it. Don't ask me. Vivi waved her hand quickly, since the man named Reka didn't tell them, she couldn't say. It's just that what's in her mind at the moment is Keldar, 7 warlords of the sea, one of the world's 3 powers. Forget it, after all, he is someone who wants to take over a country. He must be a very dangerous person. Nami decisively cut off this curiosity. Years of living experience in the sea told her that there are some things that you shouldn't know, so don't be too curious to dig, and there are often no good results. That's right, no matter how powerful you are, you can't beat them. Face one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. Vivi subconsciously answered Nami's question. Who did you say? Nami asked with wide eyes. Vivi reacted and quickly covered her mouth. She really didn't mean it, but just now her mind was full of this guy's shadow. Nami happened to ask, and here he blurted out immediately. Advertisement, didn't you say it? Zoro was also speechless. Luffy looked at Vivi indifferently, looking at Vivi, 7 warlords of the sea. What is that, as if he had heard it somewhere. And now, the cool, unlucky duo, Vulture and Sea Otter, have appeared on the roof. Hearing this, they looked straight at Nami and others. Nami and others also noticed the sight, and the two looked at each other. Fall into a brief dead silence. Then they flapped their wings and flew high, and left here quickly. Nami sensed something was wrong immediately, and quickly picked up Vivi's collar and asked viciously. What happened to the bird and Sea Otter just now? Did they report to the boss that you told us about this? I'm really sorry, I'm sorry. Vivi kept apologizing. Zoro, she said Shichibukai. It seems that Johnny said before that they are similar to Hawkeye. Luffy still remembers this. But I can only remember this point, I don't know the specific name or something. Sounds good. Zoro smiled slightly. Apologize, why did you drag us into the water? Aha. Just entering the Grand Line. I will be hunted down by Shichibukai or something, it's too much, my life is too hard. After Nami got angry, she suddenly covered her face with sadness and felt sorry for herself. It's good luck to meet Shichibukai so soon, but Zoro doesn't see it that way. Only by fighting against these real powerhouses can he become stronger and advance towards the #1 swordsman in the world. The same is true for Luffy, looking forward to it. I don't know what kind of person he will be. Shut up. Seeing the two chattering and getting more and more excited, Nami couldn't help but want to run away. Thank you for meeting, but before we reveal our appearance, let's run away from here and I'll make preparations for sailing, Nami said angrily. As he said that, he walked directly towards the ship, but just about 10 steps later, he met CBEB, a sea otter who was painting, and the vulture. Nami froze for a moment, and then the sea otter turned the portrait over to show Nami. It was the 4 of them, Reka, Nami, Luffy, Zoro, who brought the painting to life. Nami couldn't help applauding. The painting is really good. Quack. The vulture and sea otter flew away again, and Nami began to chant magic to knock them down, but it was a step too late. What does this mean? Isn't it impossible to run now? Nami said sadly and desperately. A world-renowned strong man, a truly world-famous big pirate, how could they be able to deal with them now? I'm sorry. Vivi lowered her head, feeling more and more guilty. She's really interesting, Luffy said looking at Nami. In the final analysis, where does she want to escape to? All in all, we will also be on the kill list of the Baroque Works agency. It's emotional. Luffy grinned. Nami squatted in the corner and drew circles in frustration, while Vivi comforted her. Actually, the situation hasn't changed much. We were targeted by the Pakistani Baroque Works agency before, but we haven't sent any killers yet. I'm a little surprised. Maybe it's because we thought that with the power of Whiskey Peak, we could be killed. Got it? But at this moment, Reka said something that made even Nami Luffy puzzled. Advertisement. What does it mean to be targeted? Nami had a bad feeling. It was when I was in Laboon's belly before, didn't I answer Vivi's phone bug, that man's voice as their boss. Ah. Nami, Zoro, and Luffy were stunned, didn't expect that they would meet with Baroque Works agency long before? At that time, they thought that it might just be a small boss of Vivi. Reka also provoked him crazily. Thinking about it now, even though I entered the belly of a whale at that time, I was in a trance. But Reka seemed to mention Locke and the sand crocodile at the beginning, so it was him. Hearing what Reka said, Vivi immediately felt better. No matter, this is still her fault, because at that time, they had no portraits, but now they heard them on the spot, and they have specific portraits. Nami is also on the kill list. I see. Luffy clapped fists and palms together, suddenly realized. Is this our opponent? Nami is still depressed. If my savings, about 500,000 Baileys, are enough. Vivi carefully comforted Nami, and also used her own money to subsidize Nami. It takes many of the best ingredients to make a single bottle. Master Vivi, please listen to me carefully. If you are targeted by the Pakistan Baroque Works agency, there will be new pursuers to catch up immediately, you should understand. Huh. Nami snatched it with one hand, and drained the small jug in one gulp. She wanted to drink away her sorrows, but the sorrows were even worse. Uncle, you look pretty good, ha ha ha, Luffy walked over and said, then slapped up and down, left and right. Hearing this, Nami was dumbfounded and shut herself up. What the hell, can 1,000 people come here casually? Well, don't worry, it's okay. I already have a countermeasure. At this time, Ikaram came over and said. It's just that the money is really pitifully small. I can't take it anymore, a bunch of idiots, Nami said speechlessly. Wait a minute, who said that the princess will be escorted back? The contract has not been established yet. but at this time Nami stood up and said, Ikaram, what is your outfit like? Vivi looked puzzled when she saw this. Not only is Ikaram wearing women's shorts and women's clothes, but he also made his curly hair the same as Vivi's ponytail. Escort the princess, what's going on? Luffy was confused. Don't be angry, it's all like this anyway. Reka handed Nami a small wine jug, which was an excellent wine that Reka was reluctant to drink usually. It would be nice to be able to save her life for free. So just like this, I will pretend to be a princess, and then take 4 dummy, and return directly to Alabasta by boat. When the pursuers are attracted by me, please leave Princess Vivi and everyone from other routes and go to Alabasta. Is that so? It's okay. Luffy agreed immediately. There will be about 1,000 pursuers. Vivi estimated the strength of the nearby branches. The length of the hair can still keep up, and there are 4 or 5 dummies mixed in his arms. Didn't you hear what we said? This uncle said that we should send her back to Daxia. 139. Bait, Big Bang on the coast, here comes Nico Robin. It's been said that Lock Dar will come after you, Nami said speechlessly. Is Clocadar that powerful? Luffy asked, looking up at Ikaram. He is now one of the Shichibukai. Because he is a recognized pirate, he has not been rewarded. However, his previous bounty was as high as 80 million Baileys. 80 million Baileys, isn't that 4 times the size of the dragon? Say no. Nami was dumbfounded when he heard that. Hey, from the point of view of bounty, I'm higher. Reka looked at Nami puzzled, pointed at himself and said. But Nami didn't care about it. The bounty of his own people was high, so he didn't feel it at all. But the enemy has a high bounty, so it is easy to think how terrifying he is. That was the bounty he got when he was a pirate. In the following years, he did many evil things, but because of his status as 7 warlords of the sea, he would not be given a higher bounty. If the bounty is really counted, I'm afraid that's worth hundreds of millions of Baileys. Ikaram didn't want the Straw Hats to underestimate K. Lockadar. Are you still willing to send her back? Ikaram asked, looking at Luffy. Okay, because it feels like it will be fun, Luffy nodded. Thank you so much. Nami bowed his head resignedly. Reka, stop them quickly. Don't worry, although Locke is strong, we still play at home, but we are stronger. What you said has no basis at all. Despite this, Nami calmed down a lot. Because he is there, it can still give people a sense of security. Then I, Vivi, will set off now, Ikaram said after laughing twice. Haha, uncle, you are so amazing, you are exactly the same, Luffy, who is face blind, said with a sincere smile. Then princess, please give me the eternity pointer. Listening to Ikaram's words and plan, Vivi was worried, but it was indeed a good plan. And Equilem has made up his mind, so he can only give him the eternal pointer. Permanent pointer? Nami was puzzled when he heard this. Don't you know? Simply put, it is the permanent preservation version of the record pointer. Unlike the record pointer which always points to the next island, the permanent pointer will never lose the magnetic force of the recorded island, and will only point to one island forever. This is Alabasta's perpetual pointer is recorded, explained Ikaram. Master Vivi, please go through one island after another, and then go back to Alabasta. Although I haven't gone through it, I should be able to get there after passing through 2 or 3 islands. Then, princess, I'm counting on you. Ikaram. Vivi worried. I think this will be a difficult journey, please be careful along the way. You too. The two shook hands and bid farewell, even though they were very reluctant and worried. But for the sake of the country and the suffering people, they can only take risks. Because of Alabasta's hope, they are the only ones left. Ikaram boarded a ship in the harbor and put some dummies beside the ship. Looking at the few people on the shore, he prayed. See you in peace in the motherland. The kingdom depends on you to save. He's gone, he's such an interesting uncle, Luffy said with emotion as he watched the boat gradually go away. He is very trustworthy. To Vivi, Ikaram is not just a simple guard, but more like a family member. But at this moment, countless hands suddenly appeared in the darkness, especially on the ship where Ikaram was. Then, boom! The ship where Ikaram was on had a huge explosion in an instant. The whole ship was instantly submerged in flames. The soaring flames illuminated the darkness that was approaching the dawn. The ship, the dummy, and everything were instantly swallowed up in the flames of the violent explosion. Advertisement reflecting the shocked expressions of Nami, Luffy, Vivi and others. How could it be? How is this possible? The pursuers are here now. Nami had an unbelievable expression on his face. The pursuers came too fast. The ship Ikaram was on just set out to sea, just. Several people stared blankly at the center of the explosion for a while. Luffy picked up the straw hat that was blown away by the blast, and shouted, "It's amazing." That's a compliment, the best compliment words Luffy can think of. Nami, how is the record pointer? Zoro asked hastily. The current situation does not allow them to relax. The faster the chasing soldiers come, the more it shows that the organization's strong execution ability is terrible. No problem, it's been recorded. Bring her quickly and set sail. Vivi, hurry up, if we are discovered, his efforts will be in vain. Nami came to Vivi's side and pulled her, only to find that Vivi bit her lips so hard that blood flowed down. Seeing this, Nami felt a pain in his heart, and hugged Vivi into his arms. No problem, we will definitely send you back. How many of them? Don't look like they always look like that, but they also saved East Blue. What about Lock Works? What about Lock Dar, Shichibukai, etc.? We didn't pay attention at all. Luffy. Go get the other two to go. Yes. Luffy ran all the way back to the house, grabbed Usopp's nose and Sanji's ankle, and dragged them all the way to the boat. It hurts, it hurts. Luffy, what are you doing? The two of them woke up from their sleep and found themselves dragged and running on the ground, which was no less than a criminal law. The nose is going to break. Then the two bumped all the way and passed out again. But Luffy just ran all the way, they can't be spotted by any pursuers now. Otherwise, Uncle's sacrifice would be in vain. Hurry up, Vivi. Nami and Zoro are also running fast in the direction of going merry. What a fool, what kind of bait are you doing? But at this moment on the sea, a woman's faint voice sounded. Hey, I brought them. Luffy quickly reached the boat. Zoro is already weighing anchor. Get aboard, we're ready to go anytime. Eh? These two guys are still sleeping. Luffy looked back at the two people he was holding in his hands, as if they hadn't woken up yet. There's no time to find it now. Nami and Vivi also came, but they were arguing. What's wrong? Zoro asked immediately. She said the duck was almost gone, Nami explained. It would come if you whistled, but it didn't, Vivi said hastily. Zoro heard the words, subconsciously looked around. Is it this guy? Beside Zoro, there's a big duck standing. Upon hearing what Zoro said, it raised one of its wings to say hello. There, Vivi and Nami roared in unison, earlier than me. If you go upstream along the river, you can enter the Grand Line as soon as possible. Vivi and Nami also climbed onto the boat one after another. Asking for flowers. Okay, let's go. When all the staff arrived, Luffy raised his arms, put down the canvas, and set sail immediately. How many chasing soldiers will come? Zoro asked. If he needed to fight, he must at least know some basic information. Advertisement, I don't know, but there are about 2,000 employees in the Baroque Works agency. I heard that there are several strongholds similar to this small town nearby. Vivi told the district what he knew. Could there really be 1,000 people? Nami worried. Hey, the boat is moving. Usopp's voice suddenly sounded. Finally woke up. Why are we leaving? Such a nice town, let's stay another night. That's right, there are so many beautiful beauties here, it's like heaven. I don't know when we can meet again in such an interesting town. Usopp and Sanji woke up and found that the ship was sailing, and strongly suggested to stay for another night. Don't know anything, how dare you say it? Hey, explain to them, Zoro said to Nami. Then I heard the voice of the two being beaten by Nami. I explained. So fast, Zoro sighed, should be able to leave this island soon. Hey, it's foggy, because it's going to be morning soon. Going merry drove along the canal to the sea outside. Ah, it's great to be able to escape from the pursuers. Suddenly a warm, sexy female voice sounded slowly. That's right. Nami answered subconsciously. Be careful not to let the boat hit the rocks. Leave it to me. Nami answered again, because she is a navigator and she subconsciously answered nautical questions. Was it Vivi who spoke just now? After Nami answered a few words, he realized that the voice was not right, sweating on his forehead, and looked at Vivi. In the past, this woman was the only one who knew the identity of the boss. We found out the identity of the boss by following her. Clock-eaters. Nami's heart pounded with fright. She is beautiful and generous, with a scholarly temperament, sensible and intelligent. While present, no one seemed to notice when she boarded their boat. What? Vivi was puzzled. A bad guy? Luffy asked. Except for Reka on the mast, but he just watched calmly. She is the partner of the boss of Mr. Zero. Who is it? Everyone felt something was wrong no matter how dull they were. They quickly followed the voice and looked up. Miss. Sunday? What date is this partner? Nami asked hastily. On the melee, under the orange grove, at the exit height of the meeting room, a slim, sexy and mature figure is sitting on the railing of the ship. After all, this is not a real chase. You are, Miss. Sunday? Vivi's face was full of horror. This is the big man in the Baroque Works agency, second only to the boss. To be precise, I asked you to follow me. What a nice boat, the voice rang out again. She has a healthy weed complexion, wears a cowboy hat, covers her face with one hand, and looks at Luffy and all of them through her fingers with calm and peaceful eyes. Vivi was so frightened that he turned pale when he saw the person coming. 140. It's great that the sand crocodile didn't escape. Set sail for a new journey. What, he's a good guy, Luffy commented. I knew about that kind of thing a long time ago. Tell the boss that his identity has been exposed. You must have done this. Vivi was not surprised at all. That's right. Nico Robin admitted with a smile and nodded. Sure enough, he's still a bad guy, Luffy pouted in disgust. You give me a little quiet. Zoro couldn't understand Luffy's erratic attitude. What exactly is your purpose? Vivi asked loudly. Who knows, I thought you were too serious, so I accidentally helped you. The princess who is against the Baroque Works and wants to save the country is really stupid, Robin said lightly said. People couldn't tell her true attitude. Hearing this, Vivi immediately thought of the explosion just now, thought of Ikarim, and burst out with anger like fire. Don't underestimate me. Vivi immediately drew out her weapon. Usopp, Zoro, Nami and others also instantly entered the fighting posture, ready to fight at any time. Even the dazed Sanji pulled out a pistol and pointed it at Robin. But I didn't see Robin's face. Sanji, are you ready to do it because you know the situation? Usopp asked very confidently. To tell the truth about 430, He didn't know what happened, but it seemed that this was the enemy. No, I just saw the cute Miss Wednesday in danger. Before Sanji finished speaking, Robin's expression froze slightly, and the smile on his face diminished a lot. Can you stop pointing those dangerous things at me? As the words fell, Usopp and Sanji beside her were suddenly thrown out of thin air, and the stick in Nami's hand was also knocked out by something. Zoro was holding the moral text, which was also knocked down. Could it be demon fruit power? Everyone came to their senses immediately. This strange method could only be demon fruit power. What kind of ability is this? Nami panicked. Although her own strength is quite good, it is not so easy to change things like courage. It hurts. Wow, look carefully, doesn't this look like a pretty sister? Sanji woke up belatedly. Okay, don't be so anxious, I didn't receive any orders, I have no reason to fight with you, I just want to see what kind of pirate group can make K-Lock Doll angry like that. You seem to be short of one person. Robin said, waving his hand lightly. The hat around Luffy's neck was thrown into Robin's hand. Are you the Straw Hat Captain in Legendary? Monkey D. Luffy? Give me back my hat. Do you want to fight? You be *****D. Luffy was furious when his hat was taken away. I've seen you're the enemy, get out, Usopp yelled from behind the mast. Sure enough, whitening is 3 times weaker, and blackening is 3 times stronger. I didn't expect an archaeologist to have such strength. Reka's calm voice sounded. Robin looked up with a calm face, but his heart tensed instantly. This man has always been on top of me. I didn't see it just now, let alone notice it. Although I don't know what he meant by saying this, I can roughly guess it. Advertisement, and he also knew he was an archaeologist. After all, this sea is very cruel. Robin just brushed aside this question lightly. It's just that Robin took a closer look at this rookie pirate who was offered a reward of 100 million Baileys from the very beginning. Sending eye makes people not see the slightest hostility. Even her first impression, isn't this a noble young man who is harmless to humans and animals? Could it be that he knew some secret of the world government? Just like her, just because she was a survivor of Hahaha, when she was 8 years old, the first reward was as high as 79 million Baileys. However, you were really unlucky, whether it is you who picked up the princess who was hunted down by the Baroque Works agency, or the princess who was guarded by these pirates, but the most unlucky thing is the forward route indicated by your record pointer. The next island is called Little Garden. You guys, even if we don't make a move, we won't be able to reach Alabasta, and we will definitely be wiped out. Nico Robin reminded that under normal circumstances, almost no one can survive by taking the conventional route. As he spoke, Robin put Luffy's hat on top of his own. I don't care, give me the hat back. If it wasn't for fear of breaking the hat, Luffy would have already done it. Are you a kid? Don't you think it's a stupid thing to watch yourself go to perish? Robin pushed his hand, and the straw hat and a permanent pointer flew out. They fell into the hands of Luffy and Vivi respectively. Permanent pointer. Vivi froze for a moment. Use this to bypass Little Garden. This indicates that it is only 1 step away from Alabasta, and there is nothing on the island. Because it is a route that none of our company's employees know, there will be no pursuers, Robin explained. Nami was stunned when he heard this. Whether this is true or not, shouldn't this be an enemy? What? Is she a good person? Why did you give me this? Vivi didn't understand, she couldn't see through this woman at all. It must be a trap. Zoro thought things were not so straightforward. Who knows? Robin didn't explain it. Believe it or not, that's up to them. What should I do? I don't want to accept this from this kind of person, but since they let me on this boat, it's better to take a safe route. Vivi hesitated in his heart, and now he is not sure. Yes, I just don't know if it's true or not. But after thinking about it, it seemed that she didn't need to lie to them, otherwise, she would not be alone on their boat, but a group of pursuers. You don't need this kind of thing. But Luffy walked up to Vivi quickly, grabbed the permanent pointer, squeezed it hard, and burst it directly. Are you an idiot? As a result, Nami punched him. If this is true, it's not for no reason. They lost a safe route to go. At least figure it out before deciding. What if that woman is a good person? You don't have to decide the course of this ship, Luffy said while lying on the ground, looking at Robin. Really, what a pity. Robin stared at Luffy carefully and smiled. That guy blew up Uncle Curly, so I hate her, Luffy explained. As soon as the words came out, both Vivi and Nami fell silent. I don't hate people with guts. If you survive, we'll see you later, Robin smiled. No, Luffy flatly refused. Advertisement, come on, bunch. Robin jumped onto a turtle with a plush seat next to it. Did the sand crocodile guy not respond? Didn't he send anyone to hunt us down? Or did he think that with the strength of these strongholds, he could take us down? Reka asked when Robin was about to leave. How is it possible? You made him very angry. It's just that several top agents have only recently freed up time, and this time, they joined forces to attack. Probably, it will be difficult for us to meet in the future. I wish you all the best. Good luck, Robin said, waving his hand. That's great. Reka finally felt excited after hearing this. Didn't you hear what I said clearly? Those guys are all very powerful. Those don't matter, at least the sand crocodile is still very arrogant, not sure, this is good news. How could he run away because of a rookie pirate team? If you underestimate him because of the bounty, I'm afraid you will suffer a lot, Robin reminded. She felt that the man in front of her was paying attention, something was wrong. Ordinary people being targeted by 7 warlords of the sea are extremely frightened. But this guy is actually worried about whether the sand crocodile will run away, he is too confident in himself. Gone. The sand crocodile will lose, maybe you can think about the future in advance. Reka looked at Robin's leaving figure and said calmly. Well, can I really get on this boat? Will it cause trouble for everyone? Vivi said with her head down. Quickly explain it, will I lose? But, what future do I have? Robin laughed at himself, and then put the words behind him. As the melee was advancing, Usopp, Sanji and the two quickly understood the situation. Vivi looked at Reka subconsciously, maybe it was saved by him, maybe it was Zoro Luffy's attitude towards him, which made Vivi subconsciously feel that. On this ship, maybe this man is more normal and worthy of relying on. There's one of these guys on board, Zoro said, looking at Luffy. Could it be Miss? Did you become our partner on Wednesday? Hey, why is there a big duck on board in 0.7? Is it an ingredient? Sanji didn't quite know the situation. Thinking like that is useless. Nami comforted. That's really a pity, but this means that I have a chance to perform, no problem, since my sleeping knight has awakened, I will definitely guarantee your safety. That woman, I don't understand what she's thinking at all. After Robin left, Vivi collapsed on the ground, this feeling of being played by someone, difficult. Could it be? Reka God tier, what kind of Kamui is showing again? Sanji noticed Vivi's little move, and was shocked in his heart, like a thunderbolt from the blue sky. Just explain the situation, I don't understand at all. Usopp scratched his hair anxiously. Great, it's a good thing I didn't wake up. Usopp said luckily after avoiding a fight. What's that? Sea kings? No, it's a big turtle. Zoro and others looked at Robin's mount curiously. Sanji is like a deep night, looking at Princess Vivi and talking slowly. It's just that a person who is immersed in beauty and doesn't even know that he was attacked by the enemy, speaking this way, his persuasive power is really mediocre. 141. Blackbeard Trail. Vivi Nami is greedy, Vivi's envy. What are you talking about? Our identities have already been known by them. If you don't want to cause trouble for us, then do it from the beginning. Nami pressed her little finger between Vivi's eyebrows. Like a big sister reprimanded softly. Sorry, that's right, Luffy. Nami asked Luffy. Oh, I'm hungry. Luffy paid no attention to these details. Can he do anything? Vivi was ashamed, the captain was too casual. In short, the next destination has been determined. Little Garden. Is there any problem? Forget it, let's go, brothers. Oh, during this time, Robin was on his way back when he received a phone call from Locke. How about those guys? I heard that the stronghold of Whiskeytown has been completely uprooted, miss. Are you around on Sunday? I found a ship and it has detonated. If there is no accident, it should be wiped out with the ship, Robin replied calmly. Solved? Is that all there is to the StrawHat Pirates? Solved it before the advanced agents arrived? Sand Crocodile frowned slightly, although it was not impossible. But after all, the other party offered a reward as high as 100 million Baileys for the first time, and Clock Doll was somewhat looking forward to it. I didn't expect the latest information I got to be like this. Lived to see people, died to see corpses, Mr. 3 and Mr. 2 are already on the way, let them conduct a detailed investigation, and we must not let go of any clues. However, if they really die in such pain, 21 it's cheaper for them. Sand Crocodile lit a cigar and said in a deep voice, if that arrogant guy just died like this, he might not be able to vent his breath in a short time. Understood. Robin nodded calmly and didn't say much. Sand crocodiles are suspicious by nature, and it's normal not to believe themselves. In fact, his instincts and paranoia were also correct. Robin didn't hide it too much, because she knew that it would be impossible to hide this matter sooner or later, and she didn't say it for sure. It is also giving yourself room. Can you guys come out of Little Garden alive? After hanging up the phone, Robin murmured to himself with full expectation. And on the route from Little Garden to Drum, on a floating bamboo raft, there was a middle-aged man with a mouth full of missing teeth, a rough appearance, thick hair, a dark complexion, and several strange-looking people, drifting with the current. Captain, we seem to have lost our way. It's so strange. I remember that this is the route to the Drum Kingdom, and the record pointer is also pointing in this direction. Blackbeard looked puzzled. Don't worry, as long as there is a record pointer, even if the storm takes us off course, we can still go back. However, Captain, I've heard some bad news recently. The news report 2 days ago mentioned that Fire Fist Ace appeared in the first half. This is aimed at you. Oh, Captain Ace, we still have to try our best to avoid conflicts with them now, and I don't know how many of them came. If there is only one person, even if he finds it, it's not sure who will catch who. Thief hahaha. Continue go to the Drum Kingdom. Blackbeard laughed disapprovingly. Advertisement. This sea is bound to set off the tide of the times because of us. I didn't expect the legendary ability of divine grade devil fruit to really exist. It's great to be able to follow you, Badger said excitedly. Whiskey Peak. I'm still alive. On the edge of a deserted beach somewhere, Ekalem woke up in a daze, and for a moment it was hard to believe that he was still alive. On the inaccessible route to Little Garden, Luffy, Reka and the others never saw a single ship on the same route. Obviously, some people with a little bit of common sense know that this route passing through Little Garden is very dangerous. Given the choice, most of them chose the safer route. The sky is clear and the weather is relatively stable, and Going Merry is moving forward according to the established route.
Will it snow? Luffy sat on the bow of the boat in a daze. It's impossible. Zoro leaned against the side of the boat, sitting leisurely, just waking up. It will be played, you didn't know it because you fell asleep. Luffy said, then looked at Vivi and continued to ask. I said, will it still snow? It's not that you can't go down, but the first section of the sea is quite special, because the 7 magnetic forces from the inverted mountain make everything messy.
Even so, you can't be careless, although it is rarely as rough as the first section of the sea, but there is no doubt that it will be much more difficult than ordinary oceans. Never underestimate this sea area, this is the iron rule. Vivi warned earnestly. Brothers, do you want to drink the special drink I made? At this moment, Sanji came to the deck with a plate and cups of Green's frozen drink in his hand and asked. I want. Luffy was the first to run over, and Zoro also rushed over. In terms of food, Sanji has never let them down. Even if he ran fast, he ran over cleverly. Hey, big duck, don't worry, let's go together. Reka smiled slightly, making the runner shiver suddenly. This human has been occupying it from morning to now, constantly pinching its wings, although there is no malice. But it didn't dare to resist. This man gave him the feeling that it was super dangerous. Usopp, help me make some fishing tackle. Luffy took an iced drink and sipped it off in one gulp. Fishing? It's pretty good. Zoro was also quite interested in this. Okay, then let me help you make an artistic fishing rod. Usopp was obliged. Reka-san, don't you have to practice today? Sanji asked Reka, who was running fast to drink. There will be actual combat soon, just integrate what I have taught you in the past few days, save your energy. Not bad. Reka praised with a sip of iced drink. He quickly ran around in front of the iced drink, fiddled with the straw with his mouth, and tried for a while, but couldn't get it right. It's like this. Reka pressed its head against the straw and bit it into its mouth. Then he ran fast and took a deep breath. A glass of iced drink was suddenly drunk. You can still drink. Sanji was surprised. Sanji put the second cup, took a sip, was wiped out again, then continued to put the third cup, and drank it in one gulp. Oh, hiss. Luffy exclaimed when he saw how fast he was running. This drinking speed was even faster than him. It's amazing, run fast. But Vivi couldn't help frowning seeing their leisurely appearance. Do they understand what's going on now? Advertisement at this time. Nami came out of the conference room. Vivi couldn't help pointing at Luffy Reka and said, is it okay, they look like this. Here, this is for you. Nami handed Vivi a glass of iced drink. It's okay, if there are killers coming, they will deal with it seriously, even they don't want to die. Nami has long been used to it. Having said that, it feels exhausting. Vivi felt that she couldn't get nervous anymore. Such a boat will let you leave your troubles behind, Nami said with a smile, and Vivi took a closer look. Drink. Encouraged by the crowd, he drank too much and got too drunk, fell down with a plop, and became dizzy. Seeing this, Luffy and others couldn't help laughing out loud. Fools run fast. Ha, yeah, it's a lot easier. Vivi flicked her hair, and suddenly felt that she was no longer restless. Nami-chan, what's your relationship with Reka? Vivi suddenly approached Nami's ear and asked. No, it's nothing. It's nothing to do with it. Nami shook her hand, her ears turned red, and she quickly explained. Really, I noticed that you peeked at him a lot. Vivi smirked. No way, besides, once you relax, you can't use my 947 to open it. However, it feels a little strange. When I saw him in the morning, he seemed not as easy to talk as last night, as if he was the greatest, and I always have to wear a respectful title when I speak. Vivi feels strange. Looking at it last night, he should be a very considerate and gentle person. At least only when facing the enemy, his attitude will be quite bad. Don't worry about him, he's like this during the day, there's nothing malicious about it anyway, he's very narcissistic, but he's the most reliable person on board. Most reliable? Did anything happen between you? Vivi asked curiously. That's what happened in East Blue, Nami said something. His methods are so cruel. But those Murlocs are even more hateful, they deserve it. What, after killing all the Murlocs, it's not over yet? He wants to get back your money, went to Marine Base alone? Is he desperate? Vivi listened to Nami's story. It was shocking for a while, and the Marine Base, which is directly under the jurisdiction of the Marine Headquarters, has no existence that ordinary pirate forces can provoke. And this man, just to regain the Bailey confiscated by Marine for Nami, dared to single-handedly go to Marine Base. This is too desperate. It should be because of this, that's why he was offered a high reward. You are so lucky to have such a knight guarding you all the time. Vivi said enviously, about the biographies of princesses and knights, princes and so on. When Alabasta was still at peace, she often imagined that she might meet her prince one day. But now it seems that Nami is more like a princess than she is, with so many excellent partners and this knight-like man guarding her. Hearing this, Nami felt sweet in his heart, and subconsciously blurted out. Now he is your knight too. With him around, all problems can be solved. 142. Primordial Island, Little Garden, land on the adventure. There are dolphins. Sanji stood at the bow of the boat, drinking an iced drink while looking at a figure leaping from the sea in the distance. Real? No, it's so big. When the dolphin jumped towards them, everyone realized that something was wrong. This dolphin is too big, although it is not as big as the giant sea kings, but it seems to be a piece of cake to swallow going merry in one bite. Brothers, run away, Luffy shouted immediately upon seeing this. Everyone went from a leisurely state to a tense state in an instant. Everyone performed their duties, got busy, and cooperated with each other tacitly. I leave it to you to take the helm. Give it to me. Raise the sails to the fullest. Very well, we will throw it far away by taking advantage of the waves it raises. It is not safe to encounter this kind of sea beast in the sea, even if it is a dolphin that looks harmless to humans and animals. After all, it looked like it was hunting now. Boom! The huge dolphin leapt high, plunged into the sea again, and splashed a wave of fierce waves. Under Nami's command, Going Merry rode the wave and instantly distanced himself from the dolphins. This kind of indifferent battle, of course, can be avoided if possible, otherwise if you encounter it several times a day. That would be a lot of work. Nami, is the boat heading in the right direction? Luffy asked after escaping from the dolphin hunting range. Wait, let me see. Full left rudder. Nami took a look and corrected the course. Obey. After a while, an island shrouded in mist gradually appeared in front of everyone. That's right, it's connected to Cactus Island. Our next destination is that island, Nami said with certainty, pointing to the island ahead. That's it, the second island on the Grand Line, Luffy said with great anticipation. From a distance, there seemed to be two unusually tall mountains on the island. At the same time, a leisurely vacation on a small island. Mr. 3. A little girl's voice sounded. What's the matter? Wait a minute, I really have to drink Earl Grey tea for black tea, Mr. 3 said intoxicated. So boring. It's boring all day long, but you hate work, don't you? Then enjoy the happy time before this mission. How can you enjoy the vacation leisurely like this? It's the privilege of an advanced agent. And don't call me by my codename casually in such a public place, or my identity will be exposed. Really? The little girl looked calmly at the big 3 on Mr. 3's head, expressing that she didn't quite understand it. Actually, I want to tell you that the boss called again to inquire about the mission. What? When did it happen? Just now. It's just that Mr. 5 was defeated. If possible, I would still like to hear that Mr. 2 was defeated.
That way you can break through. It's just that Mr. 5 was defeated.
It's nothing to be surprised about. After all, that man is just a fool who believes too much in his own status. No matter how powerful the ability is, there is nothing worse than not being able to fully utilize it. It's a waste, because excellent criminals rely on their brains to achieve their goals. Let me teach them. Mr. Point 3 gracefully drank the cup of black tea. Advertisement. Going Merry, slowly along the coast, the group finds a suitable landing place. Is this the little garden? Luffy said looking at the tall, majestic and dense trees on the shore. How small is this? Zoro looked at this huge, dense forest island exuding the vicissitudes of life, and expressed that he could not understand why it was named Lil Garden. It doesn't look like a place as cute as the name. Nami also expressed his opinion. Yeah, this place is simply a secret place, full of dense jungles. Usopp looked at it, always feeling very uneasy. Be careful, I care about what Miss said on Sunday, Vivi reminded. Yes, will there be monsters coming and going? Usopp also heard it at the time, and said that if they came to this island, they would not need to take action. They will also be wiped out. It sounds like a very dangerous island. I don't know. Luffy replied indifferently. Otherwise, don't land. Let's go to the next island, Usopp strongly suggested. But the magnetic power won't be stored so quickly. Nami wanted to do the same, but he couldn't go to the next island until the magnetic power was fully recorded. And had to go to replenish the food. I didn't buy anything in that town before, Sanji added. I see an estuary over there, Zoro said suddenly, pointing in a direction. Really? Everyone hurried over to see. It would be much more convenient if the ship could only go in. If only there was a kebab shop, Luffy said expectantly. How can there be such a place? What are you thinking about, kid? The Merry sailed along the mouth of the river. I feel that landing will be very dangerous. Look, I haven't seen that kind of plant in the illustration book, Nami said, pointing to the plants on the shore. Quack. At this time, in the dense forest, there was a strange cry of some animals, which startled Nami Usopp. What was that just now? It's nothing, it's just a common bird, Sanji said. A huge bird swooped down from the sky, getting closer and closer. Nami and Usopp were so scared that their faces turned pale. Hot. Nami even subconsciously swung a fire elemental magic directly, and there was a loud bang, and the strange bird instantly scorched black and fell down. What monster? Can it be eaten? Luffy looked at the big bird lying on the water, smelled the aroma, and couldn't help asking. Nami. What did you just do? Vivi was taken aback. What did Nami just do? She manipulated the flames. How is this possible? Could it be that she is also an ability user? No. Vivi has personally seen Nami during the voyage, and once went swimming in the sea. For a long time, Vivi thought that Nami was a wise man, and his fighting power should be equal to none. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. I didn't do anything, I just blasted it with fire magic. Nami didn't quite understand why Vivi was so shocked. From Nami's point of view, since Reka understands this so-called magic, there should be other people in Grand Line who understand the same thing. This should come as no surprise. Magic. Could it be that Nami-chan is actually the most powerful on the ship? Vivi thought about this period of time. It was Nami who was in command, and no one had any objections to meeting Nami for the first time. Can't help but have some kind of association between the two. Ahaha, there is nothing. No, Nami touched the back of his head shyly, although he enjoyed the compliment, he still replied humbly. Nami is amazing. Vivi said sincerely. Boom. But at this time, there was a violent roar on the island. Advertisement. Is this the sound that the common forest will make? Nami began to raise his heart again. Only when he was holding a long stick in his arms and was in a state of being able to shoot magic at any time could he find 10 o'clock. It sounded like a volcanic eruption just now, Usopp said in horror, covering his head. And at this time, a huge tiger suddenly appeared on the bank, staring at them eagerly. Tiger? This is too big. This is half the size of the melee? Roar. And this fierce tiger, who could be called the king of the jungle on other islands, suddenly screamed and fell to the ground. What's wrong? What happened? Nami couldn't understand why such a ferocious giant tiger suddenly fell down and died violently. Unusual. This is so unusual. Why did the tiger king of the jungle suddenly fall down with blood all over his body? Nami was flustered, and even Luffy, Zoro and others gradually became serious. Okay. I have decided not to land on this island. Usopp was also frightened and his legs trembled. Just wait quietly on the boat for the magnetic recording to complete, and then leave. Nami also thinks this is a good idea. That's right. Got to Alabasta fast, Pung. In a suitable place, the anchor is lowered. Unlike Nami Usopp, Luffy was already trembling with excitement, looking at the island. Sanji, bento. Convenient. Yeah, to replenish energy. I want a bento with all meat and no vegetables. I smell adventurous. Luffy smirked. Wait a minute. Where are you going? Nami asked immediately. Adventure. Do you want to come too? Adventure and adventure. Luffy danced excitedly, his whole body bursting with stars. Sanji, give me a bento. Well, can I go too? Vivi suddenly suggested. A primordial island with dinosaurs, it's so cool, Reka said, jumping off the boat first. Can you prepare some drinks for Run quickly? Hearing what Vivi said, he was so scared that he yelled out, why did he want to go to the island by himself? Isn't it good to stay on the boat? It's okay, I'm running fast, I see, wait a minute, Avlees. Don't worry, you are not weak now. Ordinary ferocious beasts are not your opponents, they're just a little timid. Remember to use magic to prevent mosquito bites, Reka reminded. Now with Nami's strength, he should not be bitten by any poisonous insects up. Then I'll prepare a bento for Vivi too, Sanji said thoughtfully. No way, there are monsters here that can defeat tigers. Usopp opened his mouth wide. Is this going to be an adventure? Stay on the boat, it's safer at least. Reka, do you want to go too? Reka, go. Nami suddenly lost all sense of security, and looked at him pitifully. No problem. Why do you say such things? Nami couldn't understand at all. No, I can't stop him, he's too motivated. Seeing this, Nami immediately showed a helpless expression. No, let's not talk about Luffy for now, it's too dangerous for you, Nami worried. Look, it's too scared to speak, Nami said speechlessly. If you stay here, you will feel cranky, so you want to go shopping and relax. Vivi said that in many cases, waiting is more tormenting. This proposal made Usopp and Nami dumbfounded. Did they know that Vivi's strength was similar to theirs, maybe a little weaker? 143. Conquerors, the biological dinosaur that men yearn for, block a blow from Titan. Okay, 2 pirate lunches, and the special drink made by running fast, all are ready. Sanji finally tied a can of small wooden barrel drink around Fast Running's neck. Then let's go. We'll be back after we've finished our shopping. Vivi rode and ran quickly and followed Luffy into the jungle. Miss Wednesday is so brave, Usopp admired him sincerely. As expected of someone who infiltrated the enemy's company, in terms of courage, Nami is also willing to admit defeat. Anyway, I'm free, so I'll go for a walk too. After twisting his lazy neck, Zoro also walked towards the jungle. Walking. Usopp was startled, how could Zoro have to walk? Wait a minute, Zoro, there's not enough food, if you see an edible beast or something, grab one. Sanji took the opportunity to remind. Okay. I get it, I'll catch some prey you can't catch anyway. In the first half of the sentence, Sanji didn't seem to have a problem. But the second half of the sentence ignited Sanji's competitive heart. What does it mean to catch some prey that you can't catch? Stop, I can't pretend that I didn't hear you, you said you can catch bigger prey than me? Sanji's face was full of displeasure, this guy, who do you look down on? Of course, Zoro said to himself, since it was something he dared to say, there was nothing he dared not admit. The two stared at each other for a while, neither of them convinced the other. Finally Sanji made a suggestion. Let's have a hunting game. Saying that, Sanji also danced going merry. Listen well, how many kilograms of meat do we have to buy? It should be how many tons, Zoro said disapprovingly. Wait until you catch your prey before talking big. It's just what I want. The two entered the jungle from 2 directions. Only the timid duo are left. 1 or 2 are like this, why are these guys all 987 virtues? That's right, what should we do? There won't be any monsters coming to attack us, Usopp felt even more frightened. Originally Luffy Reka left, and with Zoro Sanji around, they still felt somewhat safe. But now it's all gone, Nami, it's all up to you. That's what I should have said. Why, but wait a minute, I seem to have seen Lil Garden somewhere. Nami came to the conference room and flipped through the bookshelves. Not this one, and not this one, In the jungle, there are tall and lush trees and clear lake water everywhere. You can see the colorful mater of fish swimming. If you just look at the scenery, it definitely has the most original style. Oh, it looks like a squid. Vivi, Luffy, and Reka temporarily went together. Along the way, they didn't encounter any danger, but the scenery along the way made them very satisfied. Advertisement. Luffy suddenly saw a hermit crab-like creature with a human head by the river. It's just that there are mollusks inside, so Luffy fished it out curiously to see if he could eat it. Strange, why does it always feel like something is following me? Illusion? Sanji didn't go far, and suddenly stopped. Then there was saliva dripping from my head. Sanji looked up, stunned for a moment. Dinosaur? Following behind him was a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Drooling at the moment, staring at Sanji, opened its bloody mouth wide, ready to swallow the prey in front of it in one gulp. Impolite guy. First meat kick. As a result, Sanji kicked the Tyrannosaurus Rex under the jaw and kicked it to death. This guy seems to be able to produce a lot of meat. On the other side, Zoro also encountered a Triceratops, with 3 sharp horns and a body, sea bad, with thick muscles and fat, which is huge, although it cannot be compared with sea kings. But you must know that this is on land, and there are few such huge animals on land. Most sea kings live in the sea. What is this? Can it be eaten? Zoro looked at the big guy in front of him, and was evaluating whether the guy had enough meat. Then saw this guy going to attack himself. Oh, you guys are also 3 sword style. Zoro didn't think much, drew his knife and chopped the guy down. If no more suitable prey is found in the future, a lot of meat should be produced with this size. Why are there sea kings on land? The 3 of Luffy continued to move forward, and Reka took a lot of picturesque photos with the camera. And soon, Luffy saw a huge monster with its neck stretched out, chewing the young leaves on the treetop. Seeing Reka holding the camera, Vivi seemed to remember something, but now he forgot. Scared by the huge monster in front of her, Luffy has little knowledge, but Vivi is not. She is a princess of a great country and has received a good education. Of course I recognize what this is in front of me. Dinosaur? Dinosaurs? One is amazed, the other is only surprised. So, this is the island of Primordial. This is still in the age of dinosaurs. The islands of the Grand Line, because of the difficulty of navigation, there is no communication between many islands, so each island has developed its own civilization. There are islands with a high degree of civilization, and there are thousands of years, 10,000 years, without any progress and completely maintaining the original appearance. The chaotic climate of the Grand Line made this possible, so the island is exactly what it looked like in the age of the dinosaurs. It's amazing. Before Vivi finished speaking, Luffy couldn't wait to stretch his arms and jumped up, hanging on the long neck of Brachiosaurus. I found it, the book about Lil Garden. Nami walked out with a look of horror. But before he could elaborate, he heard earth-shattering footsteps in the jungle. Big trees were pulled down by a pair of big hands. Nami Usopp was tens of meters tall and had an unusually strong physique. He was wearing a metal helmet with a pair of sharp horns, a small round shield on his back, and held the Axeman has appeared on the shore. So, what do you guys think? Brogy's tall and majestic body was several times taller than the entire Going Merry. He leaned down and stared at Usopp and Nami, who were trembling, and hadn't spoken yet, but their mouths were already trembling. Their hearts at this moment have long been filled with shock and fear. Titan. It turned out to be Titan. There is a Titan in this world. A real Titan, not a Titan that appears in any biography. But the real Titan, to them, this is as wonderful as a myth. Advertisement. But after seeing them, they began to worry about their own safety. What? Please say it again, Nami asked tremblingly. She suspected that the Titan was looking at her with his nostrils. The nostrils are too big. And what he said at the beginning, they didn't hear it all, and they were terrified when they saw him at first sight. I was asking if you had any wine. Brook had a kind smile on his face. Usopp. Nami nodded hastily. Ah, but at this moment, Titan suddenly let out a cry of pain. He suddenly turned around and saw a Tyrannosaurus Rex biting his back. Looks like today's meat is available. Brogy turned around and chopped off the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head with an axe, holding it in his hand. Let out a hearty laugh. Kababa. I am the strongest warrior in Elbaf, Brogy. But Nami and Usopp were frightened and didn't dare to fight back. Such a big Titan, if any fireball hits it, it should only burn a small red spot. It's better not to PS him off. The two immediately lay down and pretended to be dead, hoping it would be useful. Oh, the scenery is really nice. I really want to eat lunch here. There are volcanoes and mountains with big caves. Luffy stood on the head of a Brachiosaurus, looking around. Now is not the time to say these things leisurely, Vivi horrified. Sure enough, only such scenery is worthy of my tour, Reka also said confidently.
Well, can I discuss something with you? Luffy hangs the Brachiosaurus, head on his feet, and hangs his body upside down. He came to the Brachiosaurus, eyes and made a request. Can you take me to the other side of the mountain? Okay, don't be so stingy. Take me there. Seeing that Brachiosaurus was unmoved, Luffy kept persuading.
Brachiosaurus has been ignoring it all the time, and I don't know if it didn't understand, or it didn't want to pay attention to Luffy, and continued to eat the young leaves. A long sword the size of a giant tree swung forward, and it was about to cut off the neck of the Brachiosaurus that was about to swallow Luffy just now. All the huge dinosaurs froze when they met Reka's eyes, and the biological instinct told them that among them, there was a overlord, warning them. But Reka gently held it with one hand. This is the biggest one, I haven't taken a picture yet. But they were all dodged. Luffy jumped up and down on the Brachiosaurus heads, and sometimes used a slide along their long necks. Reka, Vivi, why don't you try it? It's very interesting. Oh, that end is bigger, and the vision should be better. Luffy jumped up and down on the Brachiosaurus, having fun, and the Brachiosaurus saw this and attacked Luffy one after another. And at this moment, a huge shadow rushed over like a black curtain. Seeing this, Luffy stretched out his arms, wrapped them around the Brachiosaurus' neck, twisted its neck violently, and adjusted its direction. It's this way. That's it, Titan. He blocked Titan's slash with his bare hands. Seeing this, Vivi almost fainted. Roar. The Brachiosaurus, which had a good temper, immediately let out a dissatisfied cry. And when he heard the Brachiosaurus cry, there was a burst of footsteps around him, and a group of even bigger Brachiosauruses approached. Sorry, but that. Luffy was apologizing to Brachiosaurus, but was soon surrounded. Scared Vivian ran fast, his face turned pale. It's very dangerous. Vivi looked worried, fearing that Luffy would be eaten by a dinosaur accidentally. She looked at Reka, and found that he didn't even look at Luffy. He was not worried at all, but was looking at some plants and dinosaurs taking pictures with great interest. Dinosaurs are the fantasy objects of countless men when they were young. This is the first time Reka has seen a living one, so he will naturally have a lot of interest. It's all stopped. What's going on? Vivi was stunned when he saw this. These powerful ancient dinosaurs actually stopped their hostile behavior under the eyes of this man. Luffy, a careless ghost, really wants to be swallowed. Although it is estimated that he can break out of his body, but a good spring outing, if it is too bloody, it will be a bit of a disappointment. And when Luffy was about to be swallowed by a Brachiosaurus, Reka's eyes narrowed slightly. It's almost enough to play dinosaurs. 144. The Burning Sun at Noon. Boiling. Challenge the two titans with over 100 million bounties with your own strength. Humans actually blocked my slash with bare hands. A slender titan Dory with a giant sword in his hand and a long beard and a shield in the other looked at this man standing in the air with a look of surprise on his face. Flat man. From a human point of view, this should be a handsome boy. Not to mention a handsome man, even a muscular man of 4 or 5 meters, it is impossible to block his attack. He is a titan, and his strength is born hundreds of times stronger than that of humans. After all, his huge physique is there. The strength is absolutely unmatched by others, and there may be some strong ones who are not weak or stronger than them in terms of hockey, swordsmanship, and abilities. But purely in terms of strength, there should be no one in this world who is their titan's opponent. They are not ordinary titans, they are the strongest among titans. 100 years ago, he was one of the captains of the giant pirates. The bounty is 100 million Baileys. Although very few people take this route now, there are still many unsuspecting people coming every year, and they have never met such a powerful human being. Human, your strength is really good. Titan admired the strong and courageous, looked east at Reka, and said with respect. Even though the blow just now was just a random blow from him, but it is already incredible that ordinary human beings can block it with only strength.
This is this Titan. Luffy and Vivi looked at the sudden appearance of the unexpected guest. Both of them were stunned.
Luffy's expression was full of excitement after being horrified. And Vivi was excited and frightened. What is going on this island? Not only are there dinosaurs that should have been extinct long ago. There is even a Titan. This is too outrageous. It's not bad. Reka weighed the strength of Blue Ogre Dory just now, and he felt really good. It's been a while since he fought against a real strong man. Reka's rising power needs a catharsis, especially now it's noon. Terrible sun magic is boiling inside. These two Titan pirates had a bounty of 100 million 100 years ago. Once they join forces, the attack they can unleash may be able to match the general attack of the top powerhouses. Judging from the fact that they teamed up to use Hikoku and exploded the combat power of the Bird Eater, they know hockey. That's not surprising, since they're from the New World, where there are as many hockey users as there are fish in the river. Naturally, I know a lot about hockey. After so many years, I have mastered it for granted. Giagiagi. You dare to fight the long necks in this forest, you are really brave. There has been no guests for a while. Dory then looked at Luffy and let out a hearty laugh. It's so big, are you really human? Luffy looked up at Dory and asked. You actually asked me if I was human? Giagiagia. I am the strongest warrior in Elbaf village, Dory. Dory laughed again when he heard that, of course he is human. I'm Luffy, a pirate. Luffy was not at all afraid, but felt very fresh. Pirate? That's really good, I'm sorry, just now I thought you were going to be swallowed by the monster with a long neck, so I took the shot. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful partner. You don't even need to look at me, Shu Dongying said. Because he is also a pirate. Run fast, wake up, let's run away. Vivi ran fast, shaking and fainted from fright, with a look of panic. It's also the first time I've seen Titan, although I've heard of it before, but when we actually meet, the sense of oppression brought by such a huge body is too strong. But when Vivi tried not to attract Titan's attention, Luffy took the initiative to introduce. There's Vivi and running fast, please take care of me. Luffy, what are you talking about? Vivi wanted to cry, but she didn't want to be targeted by this kind of Titan who didn't know good or bad. I invite you to my house, Dory said warmly and hospitably. Yeah, Luffy said happily, without the slightest bit of vigilance. But Vivi hesitated. Advertisement, don't worry, it's okay, I just happened to have something to do with them. Although Reka had a fighting spirit in his heart, he was alone, and he didn't want to make a move. Anyway, the volcano will erupt soon, and their duel will begin. When the time comes to single out the two of them, the duel with them will be considered fair. After all, it is a duel that has been observed for 100 years, and proper respect must be given. Hearing what Reka said, Vivi felt a little relieved. But soon she noticed something wrong in Reka's words. Wait, you said, them? Well, there is more than one Titan on this island. Logically speaking, Little Garden is not too far from Alabasta. You don't know any of this information? Usually when we go to specify the destination, we use more permanent pointers. After all, it is convenient, and we don't have to wait for the record pointer to be full in the middle. That's true. But how do you know? Vivi asked curiously. Perceived, there are many magical powers in this world. Like what you taught Nami? Vivi asked hastily. She was also eager to become stronger. But she couldn't think of what qualifications she had to ask others to help her. After all, they have taken a lot of risks to let them send themselves back to Alabasta. Roughly the same. As for Nami and Usopp, they were brought back to his residence by Buggy, and he felt that they couldn't be left unconscious on the boat. It would be very dangerous if it was targeted by a beast. Buggy was grilling dinosaur meat. Nami and Usopp secretly opened their eyes, always wondering if the Titan was going to roast them. Otherwise, why bring them who pretended to be dead? Nami, blast him with your magic. Don't. If we offend him, we are not worse, and it is not sure whether he has malicious intentions towards us. Look around, there are all skeletons. They must have roasted us when the heat is almost ready. Huh, my uncle's life is too miserable. Keep your magic power, let's escape when you find the right opportunity. Compared to fighting head-on, Nami still thinks it is better to escape when you find an opportunity. Approved. Usopp thought, this is also right. By the way, when you are running, you must call, Reka-san. Come and save me. Maybe he can hear you, Usopp strongly suggested. I know. You don't need to remind me. Nami's face was a little unnatural, but she nodded. Oh, you're awake. Oops, we were discovered. It's over, we must be eaten. Usopp asked Nami to look sad. The grilled dinosaur meat is ready. This is the most delicious meat in the world. You should try it too, Buggy said enthusiastically. But this enthusiasm, in the eyes of the timid duo, has become extremely terrifying. Let us eat. It's over. It must be that we are too thin, and we have to gain weight before eating. That's right, that's it, Nami, you must not eat it. If you eat it, our end will come. But this barbecue smells really good. I don't know how long it will last. We can run until the magnetic force of the record pointer is full, and now is not a good time to run. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. However, how long should the record pointer be recorded? Have no idea. What are you muttering about? Come and try the barbecue. Buggy laughed happily, biting the dinosaur meat bit by bit, devouring it. It's just that in the eyes of Nami and Usopp, that look is too cruel. Nami plucked up the courage to ask Buggy a question. Buggy-san, can I ask you a question? How long will the island's magnetism last? 1 year. Huh? Nami and Usopp heard the words and almost died on the spot. At this moment, the volcano on the island is gradually emitting billowing smoke, and is about to reach the critical point of eruption. And Dory also grilled dinosaur meat. This is the easiest food to get on this island. And it tastes extremely delicious. Luffy and Dory exchanged a friendly bento. The two chatted happily and kept laughing loudly. Vivi was dumbfounded. Others didn't know that they thought they were old friends who had known each other for many years. Uncle, your meat is really delicious. Luffy sat on a huge piece of meat and ate it. A piece of meat from Dory Common was enough for Luffy to eat. Your pirate bento is also good, but it's a bit small. Zero, of course, this is a special bento made by the chef on my ship. If you dare to say it's not delicious, be careful, I'll beat you to the ground, Luffy said carelessly. Dory's expression froze. He picked up his weapon, and looked in one direction. His fighting spirit exploded at this moment. Dory was also stunned for a moment, and then he laughed. Gia, you little dwarf is so funny, you even said you want to beat me up. What's wrong? Is Titan angry? Vivi was puzzled. How could this happen? Wasn't it fine just now? But just as the two Titans were looking in each other's direction, Ka appeared in the air where both could see, between them. A ring-shaped sea of flames spread in all directions, covering the sky of half of the island in an instant. Reka burst into battle, holding an axe and looking down at the two Titans. Let's fight, again. I think, I am qualified enough. The sun at noon. Let it boil, Reka said, with a bang. A terrifying conqueror's haki erupted from his whole body. And even fainted with a thud. Oh, there's even a Titan, the signal for war is sounding. And Dory's expression froze slightly. He knew that this human being had a lot of strength, and what he wanted to see was Elbaf's strength. Boy, who are you? If you want to see the power of Elbaf warrior, then just stay aside. This is not a battlefield you can interfere with. Buggy stepped up to a high place, and his position became more prominent. Let Luffy et al. See it too. Boom. Pung. Suddenly the whole island shook violently, the volcano began to erupt, and magma flowed out. Same goes for Buggy on the other side. It's completely mingled with each other. Vivi felt very amazing, and didn't even take this kind of words to heart, so he was already a good friend. 2. Please let me see the power of the Titan, Elbaf warrior. Reka spread his hands and directly challenged the two Titans. Vivi and Run Fast heard the words and were stunned. It's almost time. Reka finished eating a piece of barbecue in his hand, looking at the tall volcano and the sun gradually approaching noon. What's the matter? Vivi and Luffy were stunned, not quite understanding. The hometown they are proud of has a reason to fight. 145. Arrogant King. Seek pleasure, crazy provocation. Please subscribe. The vigorous and strong fighting spirit is like a sword that goes straight into the sky, making the sky tremble a little. The scary conqueror's haki, just a little bit, made Blue Ogre, Dory and Brogy look shocked. They naturally know Conqueror's haki, and they can feel it even more, the man whose body is covered with flames. How powerful it is, it brings them an unparalleled sense of oppression. They haven't seen such a powerful human being for a long time. It's Reka, great, we're saved, Usopp said happily. But, he also has a titan. Why challenge two titans at once? Usopp still doesn't quite understand this point. Regardless of whether the titan is good or bad, such a huge guy should be avoided as much as possible. It is safe to avoid conflicts. But Reka didn't. Under such circumstances, he openly provoked the two titans to fight. Although Reka-san is very powerful, this is a titan. In many biographies, they are almost a symbol of invincibility, requiring a strong protagonist to use strategic planning and the like, for the regiment to be able to win. It seems not strange, although Nami was still surprised at first, but after thinking about it, this, 887, is very Reka. It's not surprising at all. Especially during the day, he has always done this kind of thing a lot. The battle with the titans? Not bad. Zoro Sanji dragged a dinosaur each, looking up at Reka in midair and the titans on both sides. Expressed interest. Why? Why do you want to provoke the titan? Of all the people present, only Vivi felt the most unreasonable. You were fine just now, why did you suddenly provoke titan? And it's two provocations together, no matter how you look at it, it's dangerous. Such a huge titan, how can it be possible to win? Titan's power, Reka-san's power, I'm really looking forward to it. Vivi looked at Luffy, but found that Luffy had no desire to stop him. Instead, he had already chosen a seat, sat upright, and looked at Reka with great anticipation. What kind of fruit ability user is he? Vivi looked at the flames gushing out from Reka's body, like Wang Yang, and looked like a god of fire descending from the sky. The primordial beasts all around suddenly became agitated and ran towards the outside frantically, which made her look shocked. Those ferocious beasts that she was not sure of taking down, did she feel the danger? A powerful human kid? Needless to say, Dory, now that the red ghost Brogy saw this, he also put away his contempt. Okay. Since you are so eager to fight, let me show you the power of Elbaf warrior. Brogy could feel the fighting spirit among men. It is also their honor as warriors to be able to fight against such a strong man. And the other party asked to see the power of their Elbaf by name. If you refuse again, it will damage their title and courage of being the strongest warrior in Elbaf village. However, I alone is enough, but their strong self-esteem made them unable to save face and beat Reka alone. As Brogy said, he charged at Reka with an axe and a shield in hand. Advertisement: the earth was running rapidly under him, constantly roaring and shaking, causing Nami and the others' faces to change drastically, and with the erupting volcano, the entire island seemed to usher in the doomsday. Big trees were directly trampled down under his running. Be careful. Nami, Vivi, and Usopp saw this terrifying titan charge, and their hearts were in their throats. Can't help but worry aloud. Although Reka defeated Mr. 5 easily, in Vivi's view, a single titan is stronger than Mr. 5 by many times. The two cannot be compared at all. No matter how you look at it, this titan is still stronger. With such a disparity in body size, it is impossible to equalize in terms of strength. One is not enough. Reka's magical power shot straight into the sky, and it became more and more turbulent, stirring up the clouds and airflow in the sky to continuously produce new changes. An axe, wrapped in lightning flames, greeted it. Boom! Like high-strength explosives, concentrated in a square inch, there was a terrifying explosion sound in an instant, and a shockwave, from the confrontation between the two, quickly spread outward, and many big trees were instantly shattered and burst. Reka remained motionless, while Brogy took 3 or 4 steps back. In the power competition, he didn't take advantage of the slightest bit. It's a lie. Titan lost in the competition of strength. Vivi was horrified, this newcomer pirate group met by chance. Someone's strength is so terrifying. Is it so strong that even a titan can't match it? Wouldn't it be possible to be compared with K-Lock Doll? Brogy. Dory watched from the side, his heart was extremely hot, such a human warrior, it is only once in 1,000 years to meet. Not bad. Brogy also showed joy. Over the past 100 years, he has experienced more than 70,000 battles, so he is already used to fighting. The blow didn't get any benefit, and there was no pause at all. Instead, he raised the shield, bent his arms and drew the bow, and blasted out with a heavy punch. Pung! Reka used one hand to block the terrifying shield attack that hit like a mountain peak. It's very powerful, Reka said truthfully. The force generated by this kind of impact was so strong that his palm was a little numb. It actually blocked it. Brogy was terrified. This impact, without any sharp weapon, was the purest force impact, and it was the strongest and most prominent advantage of their titans. In the end, this man just blocked it with his palm. How can this not make him horrified? It's a lie. This can also be blocked. This is the attack of the titan, which affects and drives the whole body tissue, and strikes with all its strength. Is his strength really so exaggerated? Vivi couldn't believe it. What are you talking about? Reka-san's strongest ability is the ability to control the sun. Strength is not the strongest. Luffy, a straightforward boy, directly refuted Vivi's statement. You mean, he hasn't exerted all his strength yet, and Vivi's expression is a little dull. Of course, Reka-san, it's very strong. Luffy nodded in affirmation. Well, I would venture to ask, who is the strongest person on your ship? Although Reka's bounty is the highest. But since Luffy is the captain, the difference in strength shouldn't be too big. But looking at it now, it seems not necessarily. Of course it's Reka-san. Zoro, and Sanji have teamed up, and they haven't won once, Luffy said, wringing his fingers. Advertisement, the three of you went together, and you haven't won yet? Vivi was even more surprised, among other things, Zoro's strength, when he was at Whiskey Peak. She has already deeply realized that Luffy's strength was also fully reflected in the previous battle with Zoro, not weak but strong. She doesn't know Sanji's strength, but she shouldn't be weak. None of these three teamed up has ever won against Reka, this is too exaggerated. What made Vivi even more puzzled was, well, he is so strong, why isn't he the captain? Although this is very impolite, Vivi, who already knows the general character of Luffy, thinks that Luffy will not care about this. And as soon as this doubt surfaced, it was as if there was a curious cat in my heart, constantly scratching and scratching. If you don't ask, I'm really not happy. Bang bang bang. And during Vivi's interrogation, Buggy launched a full attack on Reka, shield strike, axe slash. Although he was big, he sent out a violent attack like a storm. The sound of the sonic boom kept rumbling, and a small mountain exploded immediately after being hit by his shield. He is like a god of destruction from the wilderness. The combination of shield and axe is exquisite, ferocious, domineering and integrated. But Reka blocked all his attacks, feeling the power and axe skills from the Titan. It's really good. It really makes me happy to choose you as opponents. You can also go together, Dory. Dory frowned, but he still couldn't pass the test in his heart. If the two of them go up together, isn't that bullying? It doesn't quite meet the basic qualities of a warrior. If you are strong, do you have to be the captain? Faced with Vivi's question, Luffy asked directly without thinking. Vivi was stunned for a moment. This seems to be right. The captain is always the strongest on a ship? There has never been such an iron rule? That's just the law of the birth of this world where the jungle preys on the jungle. You can't bear it anymore. If you can't bear it, then shoot. This kind of strength alone is still not enough. Let me be more happy, more happy. Ahahaha. Reka laughed out loud like crazy. Boom. Boom boom boom. With Reka's maniacal laughter, even more terrifying power continuously surged out, full of provocative fighting intent, like a raging tide, and kept slapping towards the two of them. Well, has he always been like this? Vivi was dumbfounded. Why, suddenly there is a feeling that they have become villains. No, it should be said that Reka has become a bad guy. That's right. This means that Reka-san is excited. Luffy touched his fists, his excited shoulders were shaking. Vivi is helpless. Reka may not be the only one who is excited. But one Titan is so powerful, it's really true to challenge two. Vivi felt that it's better not to be too arrogant in front of Titan. Pung. Reka said, and kicked Buggy in the stomach, knocking him flying. The inverted plow turned over half of the forest before it stopped. Don't wait for him to be completely defeated before choosing to take action. That would be a lot less fun. Buggy. Dory worried. Kabababa, brat, don't underestimate Elbaf's power. Buggy stood up again. His whole body was filled with terrifying power, and his whole body seemed to be shrouded in a hazy layer of heat. The power is climbing. Gun of Elbaf. 146. Conqueror's winding. Sun body. Secret hostility. Bang. Accompanied by Buggy's roar full of fighting spirit, the axe slammed. An axe with a height of nearly 100 meters changed the color of the world, and rushed towards Reka with an unstoppable force, smashing the trees and low mountains along the way. Danger. With the sonic boom of mountains roaring in tsunami, and the sound of energy shaking, Nami couldn't help but exclaimed worriedly. The faces of the others also changed drastically. This Titan is really powerful. The power it exerts now is no less than a small natural disaster. Well done. Moat slash. Reka also uttered a roaring battle roar. His physique grew taller and stronger, and he could split it with an axe. For Reka, the feeling of being able to vent this power is really exhilarating. Boom. The two shot out and collided in one place. A soaring energy wave shredded the surrounding air and broke through the thick clouds in the sky. The billowing smoke that could be called a sandstorm was set off. Looking at the billowing smoke, Buggy gasped heavily, and the hand holding the axe trembled slightly. That blow, but his housekeeping skills, although it is not as good as the combined attack of the two, but after such a powerful attack. His battle axe, which has been around for 100 years, is also a little loose at this moment. It shattered, and cracks spread. Oops. Don't use too much force, just kill him. Although in a battle between men, even if there is no hatred, dead people are normal. Nothing to be sorry about, but if it is possible not to kill, it is better not to kill. The smoke and dust dissipated, and at the place of the explosion, there was a lake with a diameter of more than 521 meters, and groundwater surged out. Reka stood in midair unscathed, only her hair was slightly wet. It's all right. The eyes of the two Titans widened at the same time. If this is the power of Elbaf, then I will be disappointed. Is this the only place in Legendary that has produced countless warriors and great warriors? Reka is satisfied in his heart, but a Titan, at this moment, can be said to be the victory and defeat have been divided. So what he wants to fight is the power of 2 Titans. Hearing this, Dory's heart, which was already a little ready to move, became more and more unbearable. They can't embarrass Elbaf. The other party has been provoking them, just to force them to go to bed together. Of course they can see it. Since you are embarrassed to fight together, let me take the initiative. If you don't fight back, you will die. The sun without mercy. Annihilate the earth. Pang great fireball, slowly gathering around him. The terrible high temperature filled the air, instantly making Luffy, Vivi and others sweat like rain. Some dry plants and leaves were ignited in the air. Reka slashed out with an axe, and 2 small suns of various colors flew towards the 2 Titans. Dory can perceive what a powerful and terrifying power this fireball contains. If you don't fight back, if you receive such a blow, you may not die or be seriously injured. Then do as you wish. If you die, then blame your own arrogance. Dory stepped out suddenly, stepping on the ground into a huge pit. The giant sword wrapped around Haki, and slashed across the sky. With a scoff, the little sun that blasted towards him was detonated in the air, and the flames that exploded were like a world-destroying meteor. Lots of dinosaurs nearby. Dinosaurs, shouldn't they be extinct? Vivi watched the battle like a god and demon, and couldn't help worrying about those primordial species. It's okay. Reka-san has kept the destructive power to a minimum. Luffy was not worried. This is already under control. Vivi suddenly felt that he had underestimated them all this time. Advertisement, come on. Buggy, HMPH, I didn't expect that we would fight side by side for 100 years. Buggy didn't refuse, and the victory was already decided. But the glory of Elbaf cannot be lost in their hands, let alone be looked down upon by others. And since it was this man who took the initiative to attack them, no matter what they think, it doesn't matter anymore. With swords and swords, the total score wins. This is the glory of the warrior. It's as if the 2 of them have been fighting here for 100 years. The reason or something, they have already forgotten. Only the glory of warrior continues. Ordinary people can't understand, but this is their pride. Mountain Axe. Hao Shang Zan. The 2 Titans waved their weapons from 2 different directions in an extremely tacit understanding. Under the weapons they swung, the whole air trembled in the air, and gusts of wind rang out, blowing in all directions. Conqueror's winding. Body of the sun. Reka's body suddenly rose, becoming stronger and more fierce. Vivi couldn't take his eyes off the masculine majesty rushing towards him, and his heartbeat couldn't help but increase rapidly. So handsome. So brave. A strand of dark gold's conqueror's Haki wrapped around the divine axe, sweeping in a circle, and sweeping in an all-round way, wrapped in dark gold energy as the main body, wrapped around lightning, and a circle of magic fire quickly spread around. Dory and Buggy's axe slashed down, but was blocked by the circle of destruction, and the huge force that exploded at any time directly knocked them all out. When the flight was about to leave the entire island, one person grabbed a giant tree, and the other grabbed a mountain peak before stopping the charge. It's amazing power. The 2 turned around with their strength, kicked suddenly, and attacked Reka with all their strength as if they were flying close to the ground. Come on. Reka is like a world-destroying demon king. The difference in size between the 2 seems to have disappeared at this moment. Clang clang clang. The battle between weapons began. The 2 cooperated tacitly, and attacked Reka from all tricky directions. If it is a normal battle, common humans usually choose to dodge and then attack in the face of their attacks. After all, common humans are small, and in their view, they have more than enough flexibility and not enough strength. But the man in front of him is not like this. He does not dodge every blow, and has the most positive force and force collision with them. And stronger than them, it is hard for them to imagine how that small body burst out with such power. But I have to admit that this kind of head-on collision is their favorite way of fighting. Have fun. They went all out, and even launched an attack beyond the limit. The opponent was still able to catch it, and launched a fierce counterattack. Often knocked them out, or knocked them to the ground. Reka-san, Kagoi. Luffy saw stars popping out of his eyes, and his blood was boiling with excitement. Titan. One hit 2, and he still has the upper hand. It looks like he will win soon. Seeing the power emanating from the 2 Titans, Luffy knew very well that he couldn't do it now. Advertisement. And while Reka was fighting ferociously with Titan. On the island, somewhere surrounded by dense forests, a white building made of candles sits quietly in the forest. A Tyrannosaurus Rex who had fled here looked at the building curiously, then opened its mouth and bit it down. Just the next second, there was a clattering sound, and its teeth shattered into pieces. Stinky lizard, get out! Behind the Tyrannosaurus Rex, Mr. 5 and Valentine, who were wrapped in straps, came with a gloomy expression. They found no sign of the StrawHat Pirates at all on other routes. They inspected the blown-up ship again, but they didn't find even a single bone, so it was concluded that they were still alive. So through time inference, it is guessed that they're very likely to be on this island. The intelligence capabilities of the Baroque Agency should not be underestimated. And they received news that not long ago, Mr. 3 had arrived on this island and found some traces. That's why they are called to come to help and support. Mr. 5 I feel bitter about my defeat at the hands of that noble man. After recovering a life, he planned to cooperate with more advanced agents and prepare to take down that guy. There are not so many choices in the Baroque Works Agency in Pakistan. Either complete the task or die on a very difficult task one day. As Mr. Point 5 said, he kicked the Tyrannosaur and exploded it. Since just now, the island has been rumbling non-stop. Could the volcanic eruption be so strong? Valentine was a little puzzled. The big trees that covered the sky for 603 days prevented them from seeing the whole island. But they could all see the highest volcano erupting. I thought that the noise on the island at this moment was caused by the volcanic eruption. It's important. Mr. 5 has no time to pay attention to these things now, looking at the white room in front of him, and walked over with Valentine. Pushing open the door, I saw Mr. 3 was reading the newspaper, drinking coffee, and casually greeted them. You are here, Mr. 5. Che, what an amazing ability, to actually build a house in the forest, but speaking of which, the task of Princess Vivi is still ours. I hope you don't interfere. Mr. 5 still had his eyes above the top, disapproving said. We won't make the same mistake again, Valentine said seriously. Wrong. No, you guys are too weak, miss. Valentine. Mr. 3 said relentlessly, pointing out the problem. When the two heard the words, their faces sank, but they dared not speak out because of their class. Hey, don't look so ugly, I'm just telling the truth. Let's take a look at this, Mr. 3 said and took out 2 reward warrants and put them on the table. Before the volcano erupted, we found something interesting on the island. Now I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to come to this island. This is, said Blue Ogre Dory and Red Ghost Brogy TMR. S of the County Pirates picked up the wanted warrant. I've heard about them in Legendary before, isn't this a reward order from 100 years ago? Valentine said in surprise. But they live on this island now. At that time, the bounty was 100 million Baileys for 1 person, and 200 million Baileys for 2 people. An object worth 200 million Baileys. But the opponent is a titan. Mr. 5 was surprised, and he was even taller than the man before. The criminals of Excellent all rely on their brains to commit crimes. As long as you follow my instructions, no matter how high the mountain is, as long as you use your brains, you can level it, Mr. 3 said confidently. 147. The highest etiquette of the Titans, Hikoku, trembling advanced agents. It's noon, you two, please lose. Reka roared. The soaring flames swept across the entire sky, and the incomparably spectacular flames were burning fiercely. You're lying. This human being can continue to grow stronger, Dory and Brogy exclaimed. The two of them fought back just now, but in the end they were still no match for him. It is simply unbelievable that a single person can beat them in terms of pure strength. Even looking at the whole world, few people can resist the joint attack of the two of them. Could it be that in the past 100 years, the outside world has undergone some earth-shaking changes? That's amazing. Vivi was dumbfounded, unable to believe it. Such a powerful titan, under the strength of Reka, lost his composure. It is the highest honor for us Elbaf warriors to fight against such a strong man, so let us respond to you with the highest etiquette. Blood flowed from the corners of Brogy and Dory's mouths. In the confrontation just now, they suffered a disadvantage. In a head-on confrontation, the strength was suppressed and injured. Today Reka is even stronger. If they don't come up with something stronger, they will definitely lose in the next move. It's not that they can't accept defeat, it's just that I can't accept the defeat after not going all out. After the two looked at each other, they raised the weapon with cracks in their hands. Zhao Chen, whose spirit was unprecedented. Hockey, will, strength. All the power that can be mobilized is condensed on the weapon by them, and the air and energy where the two are located are distorted. The two of them are like two gods and demons exuding a terrible breath. Reka laughed wildly, but his expression was not careless. In fact, he was not sure that he would be able to continue with this blow. A blow that can almost penetrate the island. 2 strong men from the Titan tribe gathered together to attack the King of Power. He cannot be underestimated, but precisely because of this sense of crisis, Reka feels the excitement that has not been seen for a long time. Grand line, the strong are really like clouds. These 2 titans are stronger than I thought. Dory and Brogy's eyes suddenly glared. Their spirits had been raised to ultimate, and they exploded suddenly. The axe and the sword slashed out with all their strength, enveloped with overwhelming power. Peng Chang made a loud noise. It was like the sky burst open. The two collided, and a terrifying shockwave, carrying hockey, brute force, vigor, and shockwaves, merged into one ball, turned into a shockwave air column, and hit Reka. The shockwave was wider than a whole mountain range huge. Reka is facing it, there is nowhere to run, and Reka never planned to escape. Advertisement, Hikoku. W. With the hysterical battle roar of the two accompanying weapons exploded. The earth-shattering shockwave struck, and wherever it passed, no matter if it was a mountain peak or a dense forest, everything was shattered into dust. Its power is so great that even large sea kings will probably be pierced and torn to pieces. Axe Rita. Endless release. Reka slashed the axe, shaking the atmosphere, lightning, hurricane, magic fire, hockey, everything surrendered. The axe slashed with all its strength along with the thunder. The fan-shaped shockwave rushed out, it was faster than lightning. Wherever it goes, everything is razed to the ground. The world turned pale. Zoro Sanji Luffy looked at this blow with a shocked face. Only then did they realize that this is Reka's strength. It's just that at this moment, they all have a doubt in their hearts. Is this really Reka-san's full effort? Boom. A shocking explosion. The entire island was shaking violently, and it lasted for half a minute before it stopped. This doesn't look like a volcanic eruption. What happened? Mr. 3's candle house is still very strong, but the movement doesn't look like a volcanic eruption at all. What could be more terrifying than a volcano? They do not know. The voice is coming from the southeast. Do you want to go and have a look? The little girl, who was eating dessert during the golden week of Miss, asked with a blank expression on her face. Go and have a look. If you don't look, MR3 always feels uneasy. And find the Straw Hat Crew's ship as soon as possible so his hunting plans can begin. Find the Straw Hats as soon as possible, and make them regret being our enemies, Mr. 5 said coldly. Just after coming out of the candle house, after walking for a while, I saw a forest that was bombarded by a world-ending storm. What happened? Was there a storm just now? The agents were a little dumbfounded. I don't know, it's strange, and there is no magma flowing here. What's going on? Valentine also looked confused. The scene in front of them made them feel inexplicably uneasy. The entire huge forest was wiped out like this. There is still Mars on the ground, high temperature. If this is not caused by magma, what could it be? Could there be any strange creatures on this island? Mr. 3 frowned. He didn't expect to be in a duel between people for a while. After all, this kind of destruction is really amazing. Who wins? Luffy, Zoro, Nami and others were all nervous, looking at the area filled with gunpowder smoke. All three of them were shrouded in that terrible explosion. They don't know who will have the last laugh. No way. Nami's eyes narrowed, and suddenly there was an unprecedented look of panic on his face. She saw two tall figures standing upright. Advertisement. Could it be that it was Reka who fell? Is he still alive? Convinced. But as soon as Nami's voice fell, Dory's admiring and weak voice sounded. The moment the sound sounded, two tall figures swayed and fell to the ground back and forth with two bangs. Not bad, I am very satisfied, it is worthy of praise. Reka's clothes on the upper body were torn, and his body was blue and red. Obviously suffered a very strong impact, but in the end, the body was not blasted by the shockwave, breaking through all defenses. Win. Reka-san won. Luffy cheered excitedly. You really won. Vivi was also surprised, and at the same time breathed a sigh of relief. If they will help themselves, perhaps, Clock Dar is not an insurmountable mountain. But what reason do they have to help themselves, and they can't afford a high price of 1 billion Baileys? They are doing their best to send themselves to Alabasta. That's great, you idiot, always messing around like this. Nami finally let go of his heart. 200 million Baileys are coming soon. Look, my prey is bigger, Sanji said happily. The tail of his dinosaur was much longer than Zoro's. Huh? The two frowned at the same time, and then changed their words at the same time. You lost. Who would eat your prey full of tendons? HMPH, what's the point of comparing this kind of small prey? I'm going to catch a monster that makes you speechless. It's just what I want. The two of them are unwilling to obey the other. Since the two prey are similar, let's catch the more obvious one. HMPH, the key lies in how many dishes you can make. For prey like yours, which is full of bones, the amount of meat that can be used for cooking is less than 5 grams. It seems that this has long been a matter of course. One day, I will become as strong as Reka-san. Now, win that stinky cook first, Zoro said with firm eyes. He was not even surprised that Reka could win. What did you say? There is no proof. The two put the two dinosaurs in their hands neatly in parallel, de nuo. What? This competition is about how many tons of prey can be hit. Obviously, my prey is bigger. Zoro felt that his Triceratops was even bigger. Titan fell down, isn't it? Is this God helping me? As soon as Mr. 3 and others approached, they saw the two Titans lying on the ground after exhaustion, and they were very excited. As expected of Reka God tier, Sanji said with sincere admiration. The two looked at each other and then said confidently at the same time, I won. He was also dragging a dinosaur, sighing, and then met Zoro, who was also dragging a dinosaur, at a corner. Regardless of what happened to him just now, maybe the Titan had internal strife. Now this is a big surprise. 148. Grab the opponent? The harm is not high, and the insult is extremely strong. Please subscribe. Originally Mr. 3 was intended to be in the leftover wine that Nami gave to Buggy. Let Mr. 5 sneak apart inside him, like Booger, and wait until Titan starts drinking. Just detonate it, even if it is a Titan. If the explosion occurs in the body, even if it does not die, it will be seriously injured. At that time, let the volcano on the island erupt at the right time, so that one person will fall in the battle of Titan. Even if the other person can win, it won't be easy. When the time comes, he can attack them and finish them off together. And if all goes well, Straw Hat Crew is likely to be the target of the Titan because of the explosion of the explosives. At that time, they will have the last laugh. But Mr. 3 never expected that the Titan would lie down on his own at the very beginning of his plan. It's wonderful. Then just take off their heads and take out the Straw Hat Crew by the way. This trip, he made a lot of money, and he also completed the task perfectly. But don't worry yet. Judging from the intelligence, the Sun Tyrant with a bounty of 100 million Baileys is also quite powerful. There is no need to confront them head-on. Use tricks to introduce traps one by one, and then eliminate them all. After all, his motto is big crime with little cost. It takes minimum effort to take down the target. There is no need for a head-on conflict. Anyway, he has a variety of package plans. Get ready to implement our plan. Lead them into our trap. Mr. 3 pushed his glasses and said sinisterly. Chasing soldiers. I don't have time to waste time with you little fish. Let's solve it together. Reka breathed slightly, and then sensed a few more breaths nearby. Among them, 2 of 087 are familiar. They should be Mr. 5 and Valentine, and the other 2 should be of Mr. 3 who have never met before. If there is no war with the Titans, Reka is willing to play with them, but compared with the Titans, these guys are not even qualified to play. What chaser? Vivi was slightly taken aback when he heard Reka's voice talking to himself. Baroque Works. Come out, Reka said, looking in one direction. What? Vivi was surprised when he heard that. The pursuers from Lockworks had already arrived. That's too fast. She doesn't think Reka is wrong. Oh, are the pursuers here? Luffy looked around curiously. Did they find us? Mr. 5 frowned slightly. Their plan has not been implemented yet. How did they get discovered? Their location, logically speaking, judging from their direction, should be invisible. Maybe it's just deceiving us. Mr. 3 also felt that it was impossible to be discovered. After all, the enemy is in the open, and they are in the dark, so how could they be easily discovered? Really, 4 little mice, do you still want to play Lion Majesty? Seeing that they didn't come out, Reka snapped out a finger, and with a whoosh, a sunburst shot out. Advertisement. It landed in front of Mr. 3 and others, and a strong explosion erupted with a bang. The terrifying explosion drowned everything. Small patches of trees have been completely bulldozed. B********D. Do you want to kill us? During the explosion, several figures walked out in a state of distress, and Mr. 3 stepped out first, cursing loudly. All the hiding places were razed to the ground. They wanted to hide, but they didn't know where to hide. Sure enough, it's you. Seeing this, Reka was somewhat disappointed, seeing that it was Mr. 3 that he guessed, somewhat disappointed with the sand crocodile. Not to mention that you have to come in person, at least you should send Mr. 1, an expert with an original bounty of 75 million Baileys, to come. This is the result. Forget it, since you've been discovered, let's spend more effort to take you down. Anyway, the Titan has already fallen. The rest is nothing to worry about, Mr. 3 said with an excuse. In fact, an attack has already been launched secretly. 1. White's candle, like a soundless wave, spread directly towards Reka. In the eyes of Mr.3, of course, the higher the bounty, the more dangerous, and he was the first to discover them. Then you should control this guy first. Didn't notice? Seeing that Reka didn't respond, Mr. 3 was slightly happy in the depths of his eyes. At this time, Sanji and Zoro, Nami and Usopp also came here. After all, Reka is here, so is Titan, and they want to see the Titan up close. What? Are there any other guests? Buggy and Dory regained their composure, and stood up with their hands supporting their bodies. 2 people were injured, but more importantly, the consumption was too great. Oh, Nami. Usopp, what's the matter? Didn't you say that you would wait for us on the boat? It seems that you are also very adventurous. Luffy couldn't help grinning when he saw Nami and Usopp. Shut up. Nami was furious when he saw Luffy's heartless look. This is the real warrior of the sea, Reka-san, and Uncle Titan. They are really great, Usopp said excitedly. Although it is a battle, every blow is aimed directly at the vital point. This is a battle with the honor of a warrior. Don't let the water go until one of them lies down. Titan. Sanji and Zoro, each dragging a bigger dinosaur, looked at the 2 titans in front of them at the same time, feeling quite emotional. What a pity. This is not a prey, otherwise, if anyone catches such a big guy, it will be a real giant. Buggy-san, do we really need a year to fully store the magnetism here? After seeing that Reka is really fine, this is what Nami cares most about at the moment. Yes, have you seen those, CBBG, skeletons before? Those are people who came to this island before and died because they could not persist for a year. Some died in the mouths of dinosaurs and beasts, and some couldn't bear it. The heat in the environment, and because of the volcanic eruption and the desire to snatch our eternity pointer. Is 1 year, for you humans, really too long? Buggy nodded and said. For Titans, who generally have 3 times the lifespan of humans, 1 year is equivalent to 4 months for common people. It's not short, but it's an easily affordable amount of time. How could this happen? If it takes 1 year to leave with full magnetic power, I don't know what will happen to Alabasta. After learning about such things, Vivi was in despair. If it is in other islands with commercial trade, they may still be able to buy suitable permanent pointers, so they don't have to stay so long. Advertisement. But this is the island of Primordial, and there are no villages or shops behind. Where can I find the permanent pointer? In the past, there was a human who left without fully storing his magnetism. Dory also remembered something. What happened to that person? Luffy asked curiously. I don't know about that. If you're lucky, you might be able to reach the next island, Giagiaga, Dory said with a smile. Ha ha ha. That's exactly what you said. Seeing Luffy laughing together, Vivi's mind was full of fog, and he didn't understand what Luffy was thinking at all. D. Don't ignore us. Mr. 3, Mr. 5 and others watched the StrawHat Pirates chatting to themselves, as if they had completely forgotten about them. Who can bear this grievance? Huh, are they? From Baroque Works. Nami noticed them. Mr. 3 she didn't know, but she had seen Valentine. Hey, chasing soldiers. Oh, the reaction is quite fast. Now is the time for me, as a knight, to carry forward the spirit of a gentleman. Don't be afraid, everyone, I will protect you. Sanji put down the prey in his hand. Volunteered to say. It doesn't look very strong. After Zoro took a look, he felt that they didn't seem to be particularly strong. Ha ha ha. I caught you, but at this moment, Mr. 3 suddenly laughed wildly. The situation is not good. Miss Golden Week, looking at the calm man, an innate intuition told her that something seemed wrong. But she can't be specific. Surging white candles, covering Reka's legs, seemed to hold him in place. When, you be *****D, what have you done? Usopp was startled when he saw this. These guys, as Sanji Zoro said before, belong to a criminal group. Don't worry about not having a recording pointer, someone will come to our door, Reka said, with a slight force on his thigh, and for Mr.3, a candle that was comparable to the hardness of metal broke apart like this. Seeing him stunned, it's a lie. Did you break free? What a joke. That's right. Hearing Reka's words, Zoro, Sanji, Luffy and others all cast nuclear-friendly eyes on Mr. 3 and others. Those malicious and aggressive gazes made Mr. 3 and the others suddenly feel their hearts jumping. What do these guys want to do? They're the ones looking for trouble. Can you stop showing that look? And these auras have gradually become terrifying. Choose an opponent each, and just play around. Now that Zoro and the others are here, there's no need for Reka to fight these miscellaneous fishes himself. Let's play. Stop looking down on people. Mr. 3 was furious when he heard that. What are you kidding? He is the chaser. Then leave the candleman to me, Luffy said eagerly. Hey, Luffy, this one looks like Mr. 3, it should be the strongest among them. I can't give this to you. Mr. 3's hair is very sleek, each big, 3, character. But I chose first. There is no reason to choose first and then choose in this kind of thing. 149. Decide on the opponent. All members have an overwhelming advantage. In that case, let's make a decision on finger guessing. Sanji proposed a fair solution. Not bad. Luffy agreed. After all, it sounds fair. Then who wants to come? Zoro also felt that this was a way. The timid duo of Nami and Usopp shook their heads quickly. As a result, Reka directly made the two of them show pitiful expressions. The two of you are a group and you must go. These are just trash fish, but to you, they're trash fish with some strength. They can just exercise what you have learned. But. No but. Reka resolutely rejected the pleading of the two and was very pitiful. Sometimes, there are some things, but there is no good result if you are soft-hearted. Then let's choose that little girl. Nami looked around and decided to pick the weakest opponent. After all, fighting head-on means risking their lives, and they are not monsters like Luffy. How bad it is to risk your life at every turn. I've been underestimated. Miss. Golden Joe glanced at her mouth, and it was obvious that the two of them regarded her as the weakest among them. Nami-chan, that little girl is the partner of Mr. 3. I have heard rumors about her. No matter who falls into her hands, she will be in control. Even the original bounty of Mr. 3 is not there. She's tall. Vivi leaned close to Nami's ear and said. What? When Nami heard this, it was fine, so wouldn't it mean that he had chosen the strongest one? He was obviously a brat. She didn't know that this little girl was a miraculous painter. She could mobilize people's 7 emotions and 6 desires just by painting paints, and manipulate them in the palm of her hand. The original bounty of Mr. 3 is 24 million Baileys, but she is a little girl with a bounty of 29 million Baileys. Then I'll choose the one with the umbrella. It seems to be called Miss Valentine. Yes, it's you, Usopp you go. I'll cover you. Nami chose an opponent who was really not that strong this time. Ah, shall I go first? Rock paper scissors. I won. Then, leave the candle to me. Zoro smiled slightly, and Luffy looked disappointed. Then I'll choose the afro. Luffy didn't expect to choose a weaker one. Hey, then I don't have to fight. I don't know how to do it to a lady, let alone such a young girl. Enough. Mr. 3 could not help but get angry when he heard that he and others were being looked down upon and divided up by the Straw Hats like being prey. What a joke. As an advanced agent of the Baroque Agency, in this sea area, I have never been so underestimated. Especially this is still a rookie pirate group, how can they bear it? Let's go together, kill them. Mr. 3 called everyone to go together. Being looked down upon like this, you have to use your strength to swell their faces. Seeing that they are upset, go to hell. We are the advanced cadres of the Baroque Works. Don't think that you have won once by chance, and think that anyone can fight us. Let these soft-legged shrimps make a move. Don't wait for them. If you die, you will regret it. Mr. 5 also felt that he was looked down upon. In this case, let's get rid of that woman in long nose, who don't look very powerful. Nasal phantasm. Mr. 5 took out a booger bomb and ejected it.
Your opponent is me. But as soon as it was ejected, Luffy blocked the bomber.
Advertisement inadvertently, the booger bomb landed on Luffy. Boom. The flames of the explosion engulfed Luffy. Idiot. You actually ran over to pick up the bomb yourself. You're dead enough to not even leave a residue. In order to revive his glory, Mr. 5 concentrated enough explosive substances in the blow just now. This explosion is many times stronger than a cannon, and it is not surprising that people are blown into bones and dust. Ah, it's hot. But in the explosion, Luffy was still alive, and shouted quite vigorously.
Although Luffy's rubber can bounce off the cannon, booger bombs, which explode when touched, and shock waves are not lethal to Luffy. The only thing that is useful is the burning of the flames. Luffy, who has not yet mastered the Fire Fist, has relatively low resistance to flames.
In the flames, he yelled and danced in pain, but when he jumped out of the flames, Mr. 5 and others saw that Luffy's clothes hadn't even been burned. Impossible. Damn it, you bombed me with booger. Rubber pistol. Luffy blasted out with a heavy punch. Air explosion. Mr. 5 took a deep breath, then let it out fiercely, and the air in front of him exploded instantly. Pung. But Luffy's arm, enduring the high temperature, hit Mr. 5, knocking him out. Luffy followed closely behind and chased after him. He must be so fat, and punch him a few times. Candleman. Zoro drew his sword and rushed to Mr. 3. That's right, not everyone is qualified to be my opponent. You will regret choosing me as an opponent, because I will let you melt a little bit under the candle and remake it into a wax figure. You will be very painful. Mr. 3 cold channel. Really? That sounds interesting. Zoro didn't feel scared, but a terrifying smile that made Mr. 3 feel uneasy. I'll see how crazy you are later. Candle shackles. Mr. 3 waved his hand, and candles on the ground rushed towards Zoro, fixing his feet in place. It has to be said that the attack he launched along the ground is difficult for ordinary people to resist. Extremely fast, especially when fighting, the attention is usually on their position and upper half, especially the eyes. With the change of eyes, you can often guess how the enemy wants to fight back. It's not that Zoro didn't notice it, it just felt that there was no need to avoid it. With the knife in his hand, he gently stroked and pulled, and the candle wrapped around him was easily cut open. My candle can compare to steel. How could it be? Another one who can break free from my candle. What is going on with these guys? The battle has already begun. If you stay in a daze again, don't regret it if you die. 3 sword style, tiger hunting. Mr. the Third may not be a big deal to Reka. But Zoro and Luffy are not instant opponents. Especially he has a lot of tricks in his heart. After all, cleverness is also a kind of cleverness. If it wasn't for him, the current Titan should have fallen into the calculation of Mr. 3. And Zoro, Luffy and the others will be defeated one by one under the Mr. 3 strategy, and even Zoro is at risk of breaking his leg. In this world, as Mr. 3 said, there are only pure warriors like the Titans. Advertisement for many things, just a little wisdom is enough to level a seemingly impossible mountain. Candle wall. Mr. 3 was startled, facing Zoro's onslaught, his arm melted into a white candle, and then swung towards the front, a candle wall rose flat. Asking for flowers. Stupid swordsman, rushing so fast, hit the wall, and die miserably. Pung. But Mr. 3 was only complacent for a second. This hardness, comparable to a candle wall made of several layers of steel, was cut off by the swordsman in front of him. The sharp blade brushed past his ear, bringing up a stream of blood. Mr. 3 screamed strangely in fright, and then turned around and ran away without the slightest hesitation. After running for a certain distance, he turned his head to see if Zoro followed. Seeing the result, I don't know if I don't know, but I was shocked when I saw it. Zoro was close behind him, and he raised 3 knives again. Don't. Mr. 3 was so frightened that his pupils dilated and his heart went into cardiac arrest. Under the intense life and death crisis, he exploded with unprecedented potential. The speed suddenly increased a lot, and he ran a longer distance all of a sudden. Damn it. What's the matter with this rookie pirate? Isn't this guy a millionaire? He should be the weakest one. Why did he cut open my steel-like candle so easily? Mr. B was still in shock. He expressed his incomprehension. He is an advanced agent of the Baroque Works agency. Although his own bounty is only 24 million Baileys, so far, many pirates with a bounty of 50 to 60 million have been folded in his hands. Zero, how could a guy with a bounty of 30 million Baileys bring such a sense of crisis to himself? But no matter what, since the opponent is difficult to deal with, then introduce him into the trap he set up before. Did you run away? Or did you have another plan? No matter what it is, you are my prey? Zoro continued to pursue the past without fear. Smelly woman, you looked down on me just now. Look at me not crushing you into pieces. 10,000 kilograms. Holding the umbrella, Valentine flew into the air, aimed at Nami, and was about to come over with a heavy mountain, and directly make Nami a human being. Gunpowder star. Seeing this, Usopp quickly shot out a gunpowder star, but Valentine easily dodged them. Slingshot. A kid's thing, don't take it out to make people laugh, ahahaha. No, seeing this, Nami said with a terrified face. Seeing Nami like this, Valentine was even more disdainful. Isn't this a coward? Letting myself, an advanced agent, deal with her is a little too much talent. Water dragon. But when Valentine fell down, Nami formed the stick in his arms into a long stick, swung it suddenly, and a water dragon the size of a bucket rushed away. He bumped into Valentine head-on. Valentine couldn't use her strength all of a sudden, and couldn't break free from the current, so she was carried by the current and hit a big tree. Hee, I'm sorry. Nami had no fear on his face at this time, but a mischievous smile. Seawater. How is it possible? How can someone with abilities control seawater? You can't be hit again. Valentine, who is a person with abilities, is terrified of everything related to water. Kill, Toad Oil Star. But at this moment, Usopp's Toad Oil Star shot over and hit Valentine. She was just about to use her strength to jump into the air when her soul slipped and fell to the ground with a thud. Hey, you fell down. Then I won't be polite. Shine the light of the past in the present, and with your bravery, turn it into a spear and a thunderous spear. Nami chanted at a high speed. Crackling. Lightning rang out, and a thunderbolt as thick as an arm was like a long spear, falling from the air, splitting Valentine into a scorched black, and passed out all of a sudden. Solved? Vivi froze for a moment. Solved the loss? 150. Strategies are useless in the face of absolute strength. This Vivi and the agents of Baroque Works agency were a little dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, it was this timid duo who were able to decide the winner the fastest. Damn it, that guy is clearly a capable person, possessing extremely powerful power, yet pretending to be weak. Not far away, Mr. 5 watched his partner Valentine being eliminated so easily. I can't help feeling uneasy, obviously not weak, but pretending to be so weak and so scared. Valentine is completely careless. This woman is too insidious, pung. But as soon as Mr. 5 finished complaining, he was punched out by Luffy. This guy is a lunatic. Facing his body exploding, he attacked again and again without any hesitation. And the terrible ability that could blow up huge rocks to pieces when it exploded on this man. It turned out that it just made the other party, 393, a little bit embarrassed. This made Mr. 5 feel panicked, turned around and fled. Especially the StrawHat Pirates' two trash-looking crew members who were able to take down Valentine. What about the others? A feeling of fear is pervasive. This pirate group is too powerful. Is it really the rookie pirate group? Mr. 5 didn't know, but he knew that if he was hit by the captain again, it would be a disaster. Escape first, and then think about what to do when you escape. Such a cute little girl, she should be able to cry for a long time with one punch. Seeing that no one wanted Miss during Golden Week, Reka clenched her fists and walked over step by step. Golden Week looked around me uncertainly. There was no one else. This is about me, right? It's not good. Golden Week silently took out a biscuit and took a bite, then backed away silently. Reka saw some circles painted with various paints on the ground at a glance. Knowing the abilities of Golden Week, Reka didn't step in rashly. Tell me, what should I do with you after I catch you? Reka grinned grinningly. His appearance was extremely evil, and Vivi Nami was taken aback when he saw this. Even though he is an enemy, he may be very powerful, but to scare a little girl like this is somewhat evil. Advertisement. No. Looking at Reka's terrifying eyes, Golden Week couldn't help backing away. She felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. You are really like an ability derived from observation hockey. Reka felt the handwriting she left on the ground, and the way she was holding the pen, ready to fight. She may not have noticed it herself, but Reka is curious about her ability to use it better than many devil fruits. So use an offensive posture to force her into a combat posture, so as to observe the source of her strength. And the fluctuations in her body now are very similar to observation hockey. Observation hockey has many derivative capabilities. Hockey, what? But even Golden Week himself didn't know what was going on. You don't eat people, do you? As Reka approached every step, every time she avoided her and stayed on the ground, the circles that ordinary people should not notice, she became more and more restrained. He seems to be more aware of his abilities than himself. What's going on? Judging by his ferocious appearance, he must be some kind of ogre. Golden Week suddenly panicked. That's hard to say. Reka's evil voice sounded, and Nami was speechless. Even if you pretend to be a villain, your acting skills seem a little exaggerated. But the little girl seemed to be convinced, and when she heard Reka's words, her body trembled slightly. Hold the pen, attack not, back off. She has backed off several times. Immediately afterwards, Reka suddenly disappeared, and suddenly appeared next to her, shouting, I ate you. Don't. Golden Week was so frightened that he closed his eyes and drew something on the air indiscriminately, screaming in horror, and then his mind buzzed, and he fainted from fright. Vivi, this is the advanced agent you said has a higher bounty than Mr. 3? Nami was a little skeptical for a while, and she suddenly felt the illusion that she could do it herself. That. It should be. Vivi is not sure either. When she was working in Baroque before, she heard a lot of rumors about the Golden Week, saying that she is a witch who manipulates human nature. It was terrible to say, and she was warned not to judge people by their appearance, and not to underestimate her just because she was young. In the end, this is not worthy of high praise. Such a powerful agent was so frightened that he passed out. Sure enough, no matter how strong she was just a little girl after all. Others should solve it soon. Remember to check if there is a record pointer on them, Reka said lightly. Advertisement. Hearing this, Nami's eyes lit up. Will they have a foothold here, a base camp or something? I'll look for it. Sanji, who hadn't played much, volunteered. After he went into the jungle to search, he really found a candle house, met an unlucky duo, and solved the two agents who were very strong in collecting intelligence, and got the record pointer. At this time, K-Lock Deer called, watching the phone bug bulu bulu ringing non-stop. But after hanging up the phone at the end, the suspicious clock doll immediately guessed that the mission of Mr. 3 should have failed. So that they don't have to send chasers in the future. I did some exercise, I feel hungry again. Luffy came out from the jungle, and lying on the ground was Mr. 5, whose life and death were unknown. Instead of bringing them danger as before, after Sanji hesitated again and again, he still connected to the phone bug. And among them Reka is not really a shot. These wax figures have been colored by the Golden Week morning, and they look almost exactly like real people. Zoro, who was constantly harassed, didn't take it seriously, and slashed out with a knife, and the hovering sword energy swept out. Pieces of wax figures were swept away. All solved. Everyone is so strong. Vivi couldn't help exclaiming, how long did it take? And in a short while, the advanced agent of the Baroque Works agency was solved like this, which seemed a bit vulnerable. In the face of absolute strength 3.7, is strategy useless? Before Mr. 3 fell into a coma, his face was hopeless. The defeat was too complete, too simple. He himself can't accept this reality. Even with Mr. 3, the whole person was swept into the sky, covered in bruises. Now Zoro is looking forward to arriving in Alabasta, to try and see how strong 7 warlords of the sea is. Mr. 3 hides in it and keeps attacking Zoro secretly. They are not eligible. Yufeng swordsmanship. 3 swords tornado. Then Zoro struck again, and a swirling tornado hurricane swept away the surrounding area. Barely warmed up, Zoro calmly withdrew his weapon. Now their strength, with Mr. 3 alone, can only warm them up. Self-declared Mr. Prince, and lied that he had solved the Straw Hat Pirates. Is there only these little tricks? It's so disappointing. 72 troubled phoenixes? Zoro was lured by Mr. 3 to an area covered with his wax figures. Looking around, there were lifelike wax figures of Mr. 3. 151. Leave Little Garden and go to the next island, the same scenery. Jigegai. Kabababa. The 2 titans laughed loudly. Although I don't know what the situation is, it seems to have been resolved satisfactorily. Sanji also got a permanent pointer. They don't have to stay here for a year. Even if the scenery here is very good, there are still titans to see, but if you look at it for a year, who can stand it? It's been a long time since I've met guys as interesting as you guys, but I didn't expect these guys to have our wanted warrants on them, just now when Nami was collecting things from Mr. 3 and them. Dory and Brogy's bounties were found on him. I also forgot that we are still being rewarded. Kabababa. Blow laughed. It seemed that they were weak. Indirectly saved by the Straw Hat Boys, although their duel was also caused by Reka. But a duel is a duel, and if other people made trouble for them and exchanged their heads for their lives, that is another matter. But it's also my fault, because the regiment attracted the pursuers. Vivi felt a little guilty. I started to think too much again. Do you look around and anyone will blame you? Nami 21 patted Vivi on the shoulder and said. Usopp and Luffy were having a great time there with the 2 titans there. No one cared about that. Even because of yearning to become a brave sea warrior like them. Usopp takes it upon himself to recognize Buggy as his master. By the way, they gave me some wine before. Let's drink together, Buggy said suddenly. Wine, that sounds really good. It's been a long time since I've had a drink. Dory listened, looking forward to it. Oh, by the way, they may have secretly put explosives or booger bombs on that wine. If you want to drink it, check it again. Reka heard them talking about wine. Just a reminder by the way. What, did these guys let it go? It's too insidious. Fortunately, it was discovered early, otherwise I don't know what will happen, Luffy said angrily. If I had known earlier, I should have killed that exploding booger man. I'll go check it out. Sanji volunteered, and finally found a big piece of booger in one of the remaining barrels of wine. This is also more reasonable. If it is simply filled with gunpowder, the taste is too strong. Advertisement and the booger bombs are actually tasteless and not very eye-catching when they are put in. Since only 1 barrel was placed, it could easily not be mistaken for some sediment after brewing. But he was found out by Sanji. Although he was very reluctant, the booger-soaked wine can only be wasted. And the rest that can be drunk, we share and drink together. By the way, you haven't forgotten about the hunting competition, have you? Sanji suddenly asked when Zoro passed by. Don't forget, I won this game, and I caught a super big rhino, Zoro said confidently. Rhino? Do you think that's edible? Of course. Hunting competition? Hearing Zoro and Sanji's words, Buggy and Dory looked up thoughtfully at the same time. This word seems to make me very concerned, Buggy said, feeling like he had to remember something. Me too. Dory felt the same way. Then, Uncle Yuan and Uncle Titan, we are leaving, Luffy said goodbye with a smile. You seem to be in a rush, so I won't keep you, but your country is safe and sound, Dory grinned. Thank you. Vivi nodded. Fortunately, she didn't have to stay for a year, otherwise she wouldn't know what to do. The strong of mankind, one day, the world will change because of you. Make good use of your power. Although it is not appropriate to say this as a loser, you may have the power to overturn the world. Being proud and complacent and underestimating the people of the world. There are so many people in this world who are stronger than us behind the Grand Line. No, it's not me who wants to change the world, but our captain, Reka replied calmly. Changing the world is such a troublesome thing, Reka will not do it by himself. Just follow and fish in troubled waters. That's right, I'm the man who wants to become One Piece. However, I don't want to change the world. Hahaha, Luffy said confidently. One Piece. Roger is such an amazing man. He made all the pirates in the sea rush to Raftel by himself, Dory said with great emotion. Over the years, ships have arrived every year, and they know the basic situation outside. Don't you think that One Piece is the villain of the times? Vivi froze for a moment. Their attitude seemed to be different from the mainstream attitude in the world. Advertisement, a villain? Maybe it is in some respects, but if there is no so-called era of great pirates, many pirates will occupy one place, and the damage caused may be more serious. At least in our opinion, the current sea is more serious than the sea 100 years ago was much better. The ages of the 2 titans run through from the time when there was no Roger to the time when Roger ended. They may be more qualified than most to judge the impact of the era of great pirates. There is no target, only pirates who kill and plunder, the greatest threat to each island. Is that so? Okay, pack up and let's go. There is a monster in the Western Sea. People who try to leave here have been eaten by it all the time. However, if you are here, there should be no problem. Buggy looked at Ka with a smile. Can't it be a tie? Boom, suddenly the volcano erupted again, and they saw two unarmed titans fighting again on the island. It shouldn't be a particularly dangerous monster, Usopp said to himself. Go to Alabasta, Luffy said expectantly. Soon everyone returned to going merry. My friend is going to sail. It's a short but pleasant time, Kabababa. Buggy felt a little lost. It's just a matter of letting go, but the way the two of them look at each other now is indeed becoming more and more unconvinced. But it was two prey of about the same size. Sanji and Zoro are still arguing about whose prey is bigger. This time it is bigger than last time. Some scenery will never change for many years. One day sooner or later, I must beat him. Uncle Titan said that where we go out along the river, there will be monsters. I don't know what kind of monsters they are. Can they be eaten? Luffy asked curiously. Usopp, what do you think? My prey is bigger, isn't it alright? There's so much meat, and we can't carry all of it onto the boat. Cut off the parts that are needed and edible, and take them away. We're going to sail soon. Seeing that the two were arguing, Nami reminded with a dark face. Master, take care. I will definitely go to Elbaf in the future. Usopp waved goodbye. It's been a long time since I met such a powerful and interesting human being. I'm not interested, Usopp said dismissively. He didn't want to be involved. Perhaps, 10 or 20 years later, they're still here. 152. Nami is still sick. Nervous Reka, please subscribe. Uncle and the others are here to see us off. The Mei Li followed the west direction, directly entering the sea from the canal. On both sides of the canal, Dory and Buggy stood on each side, looking at the Mei Li, and greeted with a smile. Most of the people who come here, the most important reason why they can't leave smoothly is the front, so be careful, Dory reminded. They were holding broken weapons. Although they felt that there should be no problem with Reka, they still came to see him off just in case. If something goes wrong, they will try their best to deal with it. Learn, is there any serious danger? I said it again, Usopp wondered. The answer was soon revealed. The sea area in front was suddenly arched like a mountain. What is that? Everyone on the boat was shocked. The area of the bulge was too big. Giant sea kings. It's an island-eating beast. It is said that when it grows fully, it can even swallow an island in one bite. What? Hearing these words, Luffy, Zoro and the others immediately turned pale and swallowed an island in one gulp. This is too outrageous. Even many giant sea kings may not be able to do it. There are still such monsters in the waters near Primordial Island. In this case, it is not so easy to leave here. During their conversation, the island eater just surfaced, revealing its full form. A monster has appeared. What is this? A goldfish? Luffy looked at the bird eater in front of him and asked curiously. Great goldfish, I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Usopp felt that the name seemed similar. He once told Kaya such a story and how big her shit was. Turn the rudder quickly, you will be eaten, Nami horrified. Don't worry, just drive straight ahead. Reka jumped onto the mast and said calmly. Oh, guys, listen to Reka-san and drive straight ahead, Luffy said, waving his arms. Go ahead. Wait. This monster is much bigger than the Titan. Is it really okay? Vivi looked at everyone who took it for granted. Don't be afraid, and rushed forward, and suddenly hesitated. Is this really all right? This is a monster that claims to be able to devour islands. As a princess of a big country, your vision seems to be very ordinary, Reka said bluntly. Advertisement, Vivi was speechless, unexpectedly being despised. I am a princess of a big country in the Grand Line, but a pirate from a small place in East Blue says I have no experience. This is too shocking, but is this a matter of knowledge? No, this is a question of whether you can survive. The Holy King of the Sun, let your arrogance explode. Reka proved it with facts in the next moment. A huge sun was chopped out by Reka with an axe. The sun exploded, piercing through the whole body of the bird-eating beast, leaving nothing but dust and disappearing into the air. Are you really human? Vivi stared at Reka blankly and asked. Of course. Reka replied in the affirmative. Sure enough, with his strength, even the island-eating beasts can't affect their sailing. Dory was not surprised. But it wasn't just the size of the monster that was surprising, it was the size and length of the feces it pulled out after eating all over the surrounding islands, recalls Buggy. I remember, it was a huge feces called Barren Island. I remember I mistook it for land landing, gag. Dory recalled the past and couldn't help but sigh. What an unforgettable adventure. After seeing them, it reminds me of the past. I seem to remember why we fought. I also remembered the hunting competition. It seems that I won it. What? It must have been my prey that was bigger. Then let's continue to decide the outcome. Just now, to send off a friend, the duel has not yet been decided. Then come on, Kabababa, Giajajia. After the two titans looked at each other, they both laughed. On going merry. Everyone, one day, I will definitely go to Elbaf Warriors Village, Usopp said with great yearning. Yes, we're going to see a lot of Titan warrior. Elbaf, Usopp and Luffy hooked their shoulders and danced in sync. A warrior who has fought for glory for 100 years. How romantic. Sanji Zoro is also looking forward to it. Only Vivi and Nami are a little confused. They can't get to the point at all. It's been 100 years. No matter what kind of conflicts there are, they should let go. Advertisement besides, it seems that the relationship between them is still very good, so there is no need to continue fighting. I really don't understand what men are thinking, Nami said flatly. Me too. Vivi felt the same way. Nami, why are you sweating? Are you uncomfortable? Vivi chatted with Nami for a while. After tossing around on the island for a while, I seem to be a little tired. Vivi, please help me to look at the record pointer. Nami gasped and said, leaning against the mast, not wanting to move. Fatigue, dizziness and headache suddenly hit, but at this time Nami still didn't take it too seriously. I think I should just sleep in. What's wrong? Reka's figure flashed beside Nami from the mast. Nothing, just a little tired, I should go in and rest for a while, Nami said weakly. Seeing Nami like this, Reka suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. This appearance is exactly the same as when I was sick. But, how could this happen? Leaving aside the time when they arrived at Lil Garden, there was a deviation from the original one. Things happened differently. How could he still be bitten by poisonous insects? Could it be that there is something special about Nami's constitution? Particularly attractive to poisonous insects? Or is it more attractive to such poisonous insects in terms of gender? But on this point, why is Vivi alright? But even if the constitution is really special and attracts poisonous insects, didn't you remind her to open the magic shield before? Reka touched Nami's forehead. It was hot. Didn't I ask you, Qian Lihao, to open the magic shield before? Do you think the jungle in the primordial era is safe? Poisonous insects and mosquitoes are everywhere. Who knows what viruses they carry, and you don't like Luffy and the others have such a powerful constitution. Reka blamed immediately, although he knew it was not the right time, but he clearly reminded him, but he still made it like this. My own products are very powerful, but there are no products to cure the virus yet, even if I spend arrogance to refresh them. There are so many items, whether you can brush them out or not depends on luck, Gia. This made Reka uncontrollably anxious. I forgot about it after the battle just now. I'm just tired, I'll just sleep. Hearing Reka's accusation, Nami shrank her head subconsciously and said pitifully. It's not that easy. After Reka calmed down, he began to refresh the items with his arrogance. What happened to Nami? Usopp and others also noticed that something was wrong. Sick. Reka said in a deep voice. Point 153. The princess carrying millions of people on her back. Steadfast on the course, please subscribe. What to do, what to do? Nami is not going to die. Luffy immediately panicked when he heard this. It's a lie, wasn't it fine just now? Why did he suddenly get sick? Usopp said that he couldn't understand why he fell ill suddenly. Vivi sat on the side of Nami's boat with a towel and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Nami's consciousness was gradually blurred, she was panting in pain, and it seemed that the situation was serious. Otherwise, Luffy, who was always optimistic, would not have said what he said just now. The first difficulty that the sailors who come to the Grand Line will encounter is the disease caused by abnormal weather and unknown creatures. No matter what sea area they're in, how famous and strong the pirates are, it is not uncommon for people to die suddenly due to this reason. Even a little symptom, careless, will lead to death. Vivi said, extremely worried. What? Nami, she. Is there anyone on this ship who knows a little bit of medical skills? Vivi looked at everyone and asked. Usopp and Luffy point to Nami lying on the bed. For a long time, Nami is the only one who knows a little bit of medical knowledge. Eat meat, give Nami some meat. If she's sick, just eat meat and she'll be fine, Luffy suggested. In terms of diet, it can only play a role in nursing care. Besides, Nami Vivi's usual diet and nutrition is sufficient, and it may not be able to cure the disease. And in the current situation, Nami-chan wants to eat. I am afraid it will not be easy. Sanji looking at the high fever, the unconscious Nami worried. Is it such a painful thing to be sick? In Luffy's view, not being able to even try to eat more food must be very painful. I don't know, I'm not sick, Usopp Sanji Zoro said in unison. What kind of creatures are you? Vivi thought these people were so weird that they never got sick. Oops, Nami's temperature has risen again, it's 40 degrees. Vivi took out the thermometer and became more panicked. Reka has been silent for a long time, spending thousands of arrogance points in a row, and now the medicine has been refreshed. But none of them are the most suitable for the current situation. Eating them may not have any effect, but may worsen them. Nami's disease, instead of a regular symptom, was the bite of an unknown creature. Even if the refresh continues like this, it is undoubtedly looking for a needle in a haystack if you want to find the right medicine. Because the items of the product will only be kept after being refreshed, and it is impossible to perform point-to-point searches. Try magic first. At present, magic is the only thing that can effectively cure various diseases and injuries. Advertisement Thunder, CBBD, card spent thousands of arrogance points, and directly bought the advanced tome of magic. Everyone, stand back a little. Reka said to everyone, too noisy atmosphere is not good for patients. Healing of light. Reka pressed Nami's forehead with one hand, and the hazy white light enveloped her whole body. Even the people next to me feel refreshed many times. Looking at Nami, who is usually strong, but now is extremely weak, Reka knows it and follows the current route. They will arrive at the Drum Kingdom, and there should be no danger to their lives. But seeing her in pain, he still couldn't calm down. Under the advanced light healing magic, Nami's painful face gradually improved, and her heavy breathing gradually calmed down. His eyes also slowly opened. Big, what are you doing here? I just want to take a rest. Nami said, struggling to stand up. Lie down. Reka pushed her back on the bed. Na Yanzi. That's great, Luffy shouted happily at the current situation. Stupid, don't yell, you're scaring the patient. Sanji kicked Luffy on the head. The symptoms have eased, but it still can't be completely cured. The poison of this poisonous insect is so fierce, but it seems to be able to suppress the pain now. This is a good thing, but we still need to find a doctor as soon as possible, Reka said thoughtfully. The most outstanding part of light healing magic is in healing injuries. For this kind of poisonous insect disease, it has the effect of purification and containment, but it still cannot be eradicated. Magic is not absolutely omnipotent. Even if you get the medicine that can be cured later, if everyone gets sick in the future, if you do this every time. The cost is too high, so we still have to find Chopper and let him get on the boat early, which is the kingly way. But now every time the light magic is cast, the healing time is also limited. Okay, let's go to the doctor, Luffy immediately agreed. No, Nami sat up and said. Advertisement, in the drawer of my desk, there is a newspaper, right? Hearing Nami's words, everyone felt something was wrong. How could it be? This is impossible. Vivi's expression became ugly when he got the newspaper. What's wrong? Is it about Alabasta? But if you don't see a doctor, Usopp feels that Nami's condition is still not serious. The 300,000 King's army defected and joined the rebel army. It was originally a suppression war between 600,000 King's army and 400,000 rebel army, but now the situation has completely reversed. Vivi said in disbelief. Alabasta time. It seems that the riots in Alabasta are coming to an end. That's the newspaper from 3 days ago, I'm sorry. Even if I let you read it, the boat can't go faster. I'm afraid you will worry, so I hid the newspaper, did you understand, Luffy? Nami's worst fear is that Luffy doesn't understand the priority of things. I feel the seriousness of the situation, it's great that you're smarter than I thought. During this period of time, if Nami's illness didn't go to a doctor, what happened? Keep looking for a doctor. As for Alabasta, Vivi, do you trust us? Reka suddenly said. In this case, if the outbreak of war is not prevented, Alabasta will be finished. There will be rivers of blood at that time, and the kingdom will be taken away by Clock Dar. I can't wait. I must return to the country safely. We must race against time, go back as soon as possible. If it's too late, a million citizens will start killing each other senselessly. Vivi's heart is full of pain and contradictions at this moment. All her life she could never forgive herself. This responsibility is heavier than they thought. The war has completely broken out, or she has become a subjugated princess, these are all possible. Within a week, it is difficult to reach Alabasta. There are 1 million people. Luffy was shocked, he had never seen so many people in such a big age. You are shouldering such a heavy responsibility, Vivi, Sanji sighed. The lives of millions of warriors, millions, or even tens of millions of citizens are tied to her alone. It's all right, it's the thermometer that's broken. However, how could she ignore Nami's life and death? This made her anxious, tears well up. 154. The man standing on the sea is approaching the Drum Kingdom, please subscribe. I believe it. But, of course Vivi believed it, and these people were willing to risk their lives for a stranger like her. She has no reason not to believe them, but it is one thing to believe, and it is also a fact that the domestic situation is getting worse and worse. Then find a doctor first. I assure you that your kingdom will be fine, and you won't let millions of soldiers kill each other. Even if it falls into the hands of Clockadar, I will help you get it back, Reka said firmly. Vivi was shocked, what does he mean by this, not just sending himself back? But is this really okay? They don't have any reason to get involved with Alabasta. He would be satisfied if he could send himself back, but now, he offered to help him. Vivi's tears became more and more violent in an instant. Carrying a kingdom by herself, no matter how hard she tried, how she gritted her teeth and faced difficulties, she always felt that it was a quagmire that made her sink deeper and deeper. She wants to struggle out of it, and she has to tell everyone not to fall in. But she was already inside, and it was very difficult just to get out. In this situation, it is even more difficult to help others. What she can do is to use what she has, her life, to fight for a future, even though it is slim and suffering. But she has no way out, she can't just watch millions of soldiers kill each other indifferently because of someone's ambition. What a sad and sad thing that is. But now, someone is willing to stretch out his hands to her in the mud, willing to give her a hand. The only thing she was worried about was whether they would also be pulled into this quagmire. Reka-san is right. We will definitely help you, however, Nami can't be bothered. I told you that it's nothing. Nami was about to refute, but when he saw Reka, who was looking at him like a torch, his voice gradually diminished, completely lost his confidence, and shrank his neck, trying to hide my head in the quilt. Vivi pondered for a while, looked around everyone again and said, I have something to ask everyone. I got on your boat. It may be too much to say this, but now my country is facing a huge crisis. I want to hurry up, click back. There can be no delay. So I hope this ship can go to Alabasta as fast as possible. Of course, I promised you. Nami smiled slightly. Advertisement Luffy, Sanji, Usopp and others fell silent. Then, let's go to the island with a doctor right away. Get Nami's illness cured as soon as possible, and then go to Alabasta. This is the fastest speed of this ship. Vivi said affirmatively. Yeah, nothing faster than that. Luffy grinned. Is it okay? As a princess, you should be worried about 1 million citizens, Usopp said. That's right, so Nami's illness must be cured as soon as possible. Then it's decided. Let the patient rest quietly for a while. Reka was about to kick everyone out of the room and let Nami have a good rest. Wait a minute, the direction of the airflow seems to have changed. Nami has improved a lot and is no longer in such pain, but compared to usual, she is still weak, and there is a gust of wind blowing from the window at this moment, but Nami feels the wind is different. There's a strong wind coming. We have to change the course immediately. Nami sat up in shock, and hurried to the outside deck to feel the change of airflow more clearly. What's going on here? It's completely different from the storm, but it has changed a lot. Everyone, let the boat move. After feeling it, Nami quickly ordered. Yes. Everyone acted according to Nami's command. As soon as the direction was adjusted, a strong wind suddenly hit, which increased the speed of the ship a lot. Not long after that, dark clouds covered the sky ahead, and a super terrifying hurricane with a diameter of more than a kilometer connected the sea and the sky together. It was as spectacular as the end of the world. Lightning strikes the size of small mountains fell around the hurricane. Oh, what's that? Luffy cried out in fright when he saw this hurricane. He had never seen such a huge hurricane. That direction is the direction we sailed just now. If we didn't change the course just now. Usopp was trembling in his heart. Fortunately, there's Nami. Cracking. A thick lightning strikes the sea, illuminating the surrounding area. It's so dangerous. This is really saving a life. Luffy said in horror. If this hits the hurricane, they will all be wiped out. It's amazing. It is said that the hurricane on the Grand Line has no warning, but this person not only predicts the weather by theory, but also uses his body to perceive the weather. Vivi looking at Nami, he said with sincere admiration. With Nami's command just now, Going Merry did not hit the hurricane, but bypassed this terrible natural disaster from the side. Asking for flowers. After bypassing, they seem to have entered the climate range of a certain sea area. Heavy snow fell, the wind subsided, and the speed of the melee also slowed down. With a plop, Nami collapsed to the ground again. Advertisement. Nami, how are you? Are you okay? It's so hot. You have a fever again. Vivi wiped Nami's forehead and found that it was a little hotter than before. You will be brave, Vivi. Please help me look at the record pointer. I will take her in to rest. Reka picked up Princess Nami. Nami greedily grabbed Reka's sleeve like a baby, and couldn't help but bury her head in Reka's arms. There is a sense of safety in him. Zoro, who was in charge of the lookout, suddenly saw a strange person standing on the sea not far away. You said that there was a female crew member who sneaked up to you in the middle of the night wearing sexy clothes. You thought she was here to assassinate you, so you beat her up? But no weapons were found on her. Then she called the other pirates took your power? The Mary sailed quietly. Yes, but I suspect that it may be poisonous. The smell is too pungent, and it must be mixed with poison. Can you fall asleep? Don't worry, you'll be fine, I'm right here. It's fine if you don't dislike it, it's not a good memory. Reka talked about how he formed the pirate group and joined the pirate group. Should be able to. How about you tell me a story about your past? Nami said softly. Her face was reddish, the quilt was pulled by her, covering her nose, leaving only a pair of pitiful eyes looking at Reka. Well, why, should, can't be, drink some water. Have you ever thought that she might just want to have something to do with you? Well, I feel so bad. Nami saw that no one else was there, so he showed his vulnerable side. We folded wet towels to cool down on a physical level. Watching Reka holding a wet towel, carefully wiping the sweat off her face, and then she was covered with a light element healing technique, and her condition improved. It's just that it doesn't last long, and it can't be completely cured. Hey, let me ask you, do you think people can stand on the sea? Zoro looked at Luffy Usopp and asked Ren. Point 155. Attack on the StrawHat Pirates. Where did you get the courage from? Hunter Praise Swap, please subscribe. It's okay to stand on the sea, Reka-san can do it, Luffy said as a matter of course. Luffy, you are wrong to say that, Reka-san is a minority, how can a normal person stand on the sea? Zoro, are you reading it wrong? Usopp added. He's not Luffy, who doesn't even have common sense. So, what is that? Zoro didn't quite believe it at first, but he took a telescope and looked back and forth several times, and he could see clearly. Even the bow and arrow carried by the opponent is clear. He stood on the sea and remained silent. People who don't know think it's a statue that doesn't move. Hearing Zoro's words, Usopp and Luffy also looked in the direction Zoro was looking at. Then Luffy and Usopp rubbed their eyes together, always feeling that it was too cold and had hallucinations. It's really cold today. Woo, 440, Thorpe suddenly said to change the subject. It's really cold today, Luffy replied somewhat unnaturally. It's so cold today. Usopp nodded. Really? The person standing on the sea responded subconsciously. This response completely broke the self-deceiving Luffy and Usopp, and even Zoro raised his vigilance to the highest level. Not statues, not hallucinations, talking. What's the situation? But the next moment, they understood what was going on. Under the sea, inside a submarine, someone suddenly gave orders. Floating. Pung. Under the person standing on the sea just now, there is a huge ship that floats up quickly. It is huge, and the alien is like a big watermelon. It looks very luxurious. Ships are coming out of the sea, Usopp exclaimed on the spot. What's happening here? Is this thing a ship? Advertisement. What's going on? Why is it shaking so violently outside? Reka looked at Nami, who had finally fallen asleep, and was suddenly awakened. His face gradually became gloomy. I'll go and have a look. Sanji put down the food and ran outside quickly. What's going on outside? Nami worried, is it another sudden Grand Line weather? Rest well, no matter what happens, we can take care of it, Reka said calmly. I know. Nami nodded obediently. Kachacha. The watermelon-like submarine, which is completely sealed from the outside world, has metal parts that move. The hippopotamus-like bow rose, and after the surrounding iron walls fell, a pirate flag with a skull and a crown fluttered in the wind. The pirate ship, when we are so busy, Zoro frowned slightly, and he found that the number of pirates on that ship was unusually large. After the iron wall came down, it was densely packed. Ah, I was shocked. I was surprised by this large diving sailing ship, the White Iron King. A rough-looking, fat man with deep purple hair and a huge mouth stood at the bow, gnawing on the meat block, laughing wildly with confidence. What's wrong? Sanji asked, running out of the master bedroom. We were attacked, Lu truthfully said, at the moment when the ships were in contact with each other. Many of Whitebeard's subordinates jumped over, pointing guns at Usopp, Zoro and the others. Zoro Luffy disagrees. Usopp honestly raised his hands. Hey, looking at the situation, I think it's the same. Sanji calmly lit a cigarette. Are you really pirates? You really are a bunch of strange guys. Waldo asked, a little puzzled, chewing with his big mouth, seeing that they were obviously surrounded, but not panicking at all. He wondered if they were pirates for a while. How come there is no decent resistance at all? Have you caught 4 people, Kacha? Wobble said. The dagger with the piece of meat stuck in it was also chewed and swallowed. Hey. Luffy felt a stomachache, even if his teeth could crush a knife, but he wouldn't eat it. This guy has really nice teeth. What's the matter with that guy? Why did he eat the knife? Usopp felt his mouth ache, just looking at it. One can imagine how terrified he was at the moment. Advertisement. No matter how you say it, it's impossible for the pirates to only have 4 people. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Listen to me. We're going to the Drum Kingdom. Do you have permanent pointers or record pointers? Wobble asked with a sneer. We don't have that kind of thing, and we haven't heard of this country, Sanji said lightly. Okay, we don't have that kind of thing. You go back quickly, we are in a hurry and don't have time to play with you, Luffy said, very disgusted. If it wasn't within this distance, they would have driven all these guys away for fear of damaging the melee. Of course, there is another point. They're in a hurry. If they can solve this matter without wasting time, that would be even better. Why should life be so hasty? If you don't have it, you can't help it. In short, your ship and treasure belong. Wapple was about to announce that the ship would become his personal property. But it was a voice more arrogant than his. They have doctors on board, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji. Take them down for me, blockers, all lucky. Reka came out with an axe on his shoulders. Since he met Wapple, the king of the magnetic drum kingdom, you're welcome. Luffy and the others didn't know that there was a doctor on the other side's ship, but Reka did. Doctors from all over the country are on board. Maybe there is a doctor who can cure Nami's disease. Where did you come from, arrogant brat? Do you know your current situation? You are the one surrounded, a pirate sneered, really confused about the situation. Being approached at such a short distance, and even being boarded by them, you still want to resist? It's a fool's dream. What, they have doctors on board? Sanji, Luffy, Zoro and others' eyes lit up when they heard this. They didn't want to waste time on this group of people. Now that I hear it, there is a doctor, so why hesitate? Just do it and finish 4.0. Hey, it's bad luck for you guys. Zoro looked at the pirates surrounding him, and immediately showed an evil expression, and a terrifying aura pervaded the air, making the pirates around him shiver subconsciously. They felt that this swordsman, who was supposed to be harmless, suddenly became extremely terrifying. No, not just them, but the one with the straw hat and the curly brow. They all seemed to have ecstatic expressions on their faces. This is not right. That is a pair of eyes looking at the prey. What are you kidding? They are the hunters. Just a few pirates. Treat them as prey. It seems that you have chosen a path that is the worst for you. Wobble smiled coldly. He is the king. These guys dared to show their fangs to themselves. They must be killed to make others like others. 156. The insignificant Wobble pirates. Destroy. You are already surrounded by us. Sanji knocked on the ash, and then everyone jumped up like lightning at the same time. Sanji raised his long legs, like a lightning whip, kicking all the pirates around him flying away. 3 sword style. Bull needle. Bang bang. Zoro slashed out 3 sword auras, and the sword aura passed through the nearest pirate and sent it flying. The sword energy passing through the body flew towards the crowd of pirates, exploded with a bang, and splashed out, causing greater area damage. All the pirates were swept away by the sword energy and lay down screaming. Kill them. Wapple was furious, and the pirate group with only a few people dared to resist him. Did he think they were monsters like Blackbeard? Bang bang bang. Intensive gunshots rang out, shooting from the neighboring ship. Reka just clenched his fist and shook it suddenly. There was a loud bang, and an air cannonball was blasted out by Reka. A hole was punched out of Whitebeard's huge submarine in an instant. But I dare not penetrate directly, lest I will kill the doctor inside, otherwise, Reka will use an axe. But even so, all the pirates 21 in that place were blown into the sky. Fire the cannon. It doesn't matter if the ship is damaged. Wapple still gave the order, and he himself became a cannon. He is a munch fruit capable person. As long as his mouth eats, no matter what it is, he will have it corresponding characteristics. It can be completely understood as the ability to copy fruits. Pung. The shells are aimed at the melee to attack. Rubber, shoot randomly. But Luffy's fists blasted out, covering the sky, and the people around him were easily knocked down, and they were not his opponents at all. Facing the incoming cannonballs, Luffy didn't even have a single shot left, blasting them all over Karakura. You are not allowed to sabotage the melee. Definitely kill, Gunpowder Star. Usopp pointed at the cannons and began to shoot accurately. A shot of gunpowder is within this distance, and all of them are accurately shot into the enemy's cannon, although the explosion is not as good as the shelling. But blasting the chamber is enough, the enemy's artillery is being scrapped one by one. We don't have much time to play with you. If you don't surrender within a minute, all of you will go to hell. Reka pinched a fired cannonball with his bare hands, moved his fingers up and down, and pinched the cannonball directly exploded. Oops. It seems to have been kicked on a steel plate. Wapol looked around and saw his once excellent king's army. When facing these pirates, they are overwhelmingly weak. How is this possible? Advertisement. If he had known this earlier, he would not have taken the risk. He is a man who can abandon a kingdom and run away without hesitation when he knows that the other party is strong. With such a big danger, he would not have chosen to get so close before. Now it's hard to get off the tiger. At such a distance, it is simply unrealistic to escape. Super shells. Wapol had no choice but to shoot Reka, trying to kill him with one shot. As a result, the shell was still crushed. Whoosh! Reka stepped forward and appeared next to Wapol in an instant. What? Tuntun Factory. Seeing this, Wapol was taken aback, and prepared to launch a castle posture to fight back. It turned out to be too slow, at least for Reka. Pung stepped on Wapol's head with a big foot, and stepped on it directly under his feet. Stop talking about trash. Master Wapol. The pirates all around suddenly exclaimed. Their almost omnipotent and multi-abilities former king, Master Wapol, was captured by the enemy. So fast. How is this possible? The strength of these guys is too strong. Stop, stop. He will do what he says, and he will give what he wants. Did you hear that? Wapol quickly shouted at his people. It's interesting. No wonder you survived until now. You should have heard it. Reka slammed Wapol's head into the boat with a kick. Blood flowed out, like trampling an ant to death. But no direct kills, because Reka does need their doctors' cooperation. Even if those doctors were forced at first, they have been under the domination of Wapol's group for a long time. They are used to it and become slavish. Reka has no time to awaken their awareness of themselves. They just need their medical skills. If Wapol dies, the other accomplices will get angry and kill all the doctors first, then such a good opportunity will be missed. Master Wapol. The expressions of several cadres changed instantly. They thought Master Wapol was dead. No matter how despicable a person is, as long as he still has something to gain, he will still have so-called loyal ministers to follow him. Advertisement. They all know that Master Wapol only needs to return to the Drum Kingdom again. With a high probability, he will definitely be able to become the king again. At that time, these people, it will be a great achievement. But if Lord Wapol dies, all the hard work has been in vain. Alive, but if you can't satisfy us, then, not only him, but all of you will die. Do you understand? Mainly Reka, Luffy, Zoro stood around, eagerly watching them. Obviously they are the one with the superior number, but seeing this kind of look, they feel that they have become little lambs waiting to be slaughtered. But their hope for prosperity and wealth is still there, and no one has gone to extremes for the time being. I got it. Despite all their displeasure, now they want to live, and want Wapol alive. Then you must listen to them. Soon all the doctors came to going merry. They were a little scared and cautious. This is a C-000 thief ship. No matter whether it can be cured or not, there will be some danger. Healed, the pirates may have hacked them at the beginning, as a celebration. If it can't be cured, then it's easy to understand, and I'm so ashamed that I killed them and buried them with them. No matter how you look at it, this is not a good job. The doctor with the best medical skills came to Nami, took the equipment and began to check, but with the check, cold sweat slowly broke out on his face. Although just now, Reka told him that Nami was infected like this after being bitten by a poisonous insect. But after careful examination, the doctor found that this was a phenomenon of insect toxin infection that he had never seen before. He didn't dare to take medicine indiscriminately. If he didn't get cured, it would get worse. Then don't think too much. Falling into the hands of these pirates, he will feel worse than death. What's the matter? Vivi asked quickly. It won't be serious. Sanji suddenly had a bad feeling. The doctor's expression actually told them the answer. Reka also frowned slightly. Couldn't even the most excellent doctors in the country be able to treat such a disease? Noticing that Reka's face became unfriendly, the doctors suddenly fell to their knees and begged for mercy. We have never seen this kind of insect infection before, so we dare not treat it lightly. I'm sorry. Please, don't kill us. 6 Saw 157. Accidents and tomorrow never arrive as expected. Nami's confession. Going merry keeps going. I didn't expect that group of doctors can't even cure this disease. They are really useless things. Sanji stood at the bow, looking at the ship that was bombarded by Reka-san, full of uneasiness said. Since even so many doctors can't do anything, even if they really arrived at a certain island with people. Can Nami's disease really be cured? In order not to waste time, they race against time and continue to advance at full speed. No, it's definitely possible. These are just the common doctors of the pirates. There must be better doctors on an island with people. Sanji could only look forward to this. What to do? What to do? Why is Nami not recovering yet? Luffy was anxious, but sometimes, for many things, strength alone is not enough. As the sun sets, they follow the pointer and they don't know where they are. The sky is full of red clouds, which is a beautiful scenery, and it is still snowing heavily, but no one is in the mood to appreciate this scenery at the moment. I feel like nothing is wrong. Nami woke up leisurely and said. No, Nami, it's Reka-san who has been using magic to heal you. If you stop for a while, you will become delirious again and can't stand up by yourself. Seeing that Nami wanted to stand up, Vivi quickly stopped him. At this time, Reka came over with a bowl of white porridge with various rich ingredients. What do you think of doing? Lie down, come, and open your mouth, Reka said blankly, scooping up a spoonful of white porridge. A gust of cold air drifted over, and the temperature was just right. Seeing this, Nami felt extremely warm in her heart, and even suddenly had a feeling that being sick seemed to be quite good. Nami did as she said, feeling that the food was even more delicious than usual. She obviously didn't have much appetite, but she ate mouthful after mouthful. I'll leave Nami to you, I'll go and check the course. Seeing Reka coming, Vivi said with a smile, her eyes full of envy. That's great. Nami has someone who cares about her so much, and a group of friends who care about her. Thank you for your hard work, Reka replied politely. Vivi just shook her head lightly. In terms of hard work, she just helped take care of Nami, which is nothing. The one who really worked hard must be himself. Just because they thought there were doctors on the other side's ship, they took them all down. If it weren't for Nami telling Reka not to embarrass the doctors. I'm afraid those doctors really have no good end. Now she takes care of Nami all the time. Advertisement. Night fell soon, and although Luffy and the others were equally worried about Nami, Reka stood by Nami's side. They thought Nami should be fine. There's a vigil outside tonight with Zoro and Sanji because of the attack not long ago. Prevent any pirates from approaching and attacking them. Luffy and Usopp stayed up until midnight, and gradually couldn't make it any longer, so they went back to the cabin to sleep. Vivi was standing beside the boat with Runkue. She couldn't sleep, she had to find a doctor as soon as possible. Only in this way can I rush back to Alabasta as quickly as possible. I don't know what's going on with the current domestic situation. Nami fell asleep and woke up in the middle of the night, feeling much more refreshed. But as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Reka, who was still awake, sitting on the ground like a statue. Reka just sat quietly and every once in a while, cast a healing spell so that Nami wouldn't wake up in pain in her sleep. With Reka's strength, even 10.5 months without sleep will have no effect at all. I was scared to death, I thought it was a nightmare. Nami looked at Reka and said with lingering fear. She was in a daze just now, thinking that she woke up in her own room, and then found that someone was staring at her in Fang Li. She almost subconsciously took out the stick and made a set of combination sticks. It was only later that I realized it and remembered what happened to me when I was sick. Of course, the most important person to see is Reka. The reason why Nami sleeps on the bed in the meeting room is mainly because it is convenient for Vivi or others to take care of Nami when Reka is away. Once the situation changes, it is best to make adjustments at any time. Am I a nightmare? Reka felt a little speechless, looking at Nami with disheveled hair, sick and extremely weak Nami. He is still a little unaccustomed to it, but he is still used to Nami bossing around and commanding everyone as a matter of course. No, I'm not that momentary. Thank you, Nami quickly retorted. It's just that when it came to the end, the voice became smaller and smaller. You're welcome, you are the navigator on the ship. If something happens to you, it will be very troublesome. Actually, you are worried about me, you are really dishonest, Nami said mischievously. Well, that's sort of it. Reka didn't deny it, which surprised Nami deeply. Advertisement, but at the same time, I also understand that this illness really made everyone feel uneasy. I'm sorry, but I fell ill at a very important time. Nami felt guilty when she thought of Vivi rushing back to Alabasta and shouldering the future of millions, tens of millions of people. No, I should apologize. I knew that this kind of thing might happen, but I still didn't pay enough attention to it, which made you suffer unnecessarily. Stupid, who can expect this kind of thing, and I don't feel very hard, just a little weak. Nami smiled and looked at the man. In his heart, he must have his own. This sea is too dangerous, except for the way they want to go. In addition to this dangerous and severe environment, maybe when an accident strikes, they will die. At that time, if there are still many things you want to do, then. Heavy truck corner start. What's the matter? Are you in a hurry? No. You wooden idiot. Well, it's good to be energetic, but it's late at night, so it's better not to make too much noise. It's not you to pay back. Money is good. Then what do you want to say? Drink water? Or are you hungry? I love you. What? Reka was stunned on the spot. Did he hear what Nami said just now? I said I like you the most. Nami plucked up the courage to say it again, and after she finished speaking, she quickly covered herself in the quilt, too shy to look at Reka again. After the words were spoken, the whole room became as quiet as a needle could be heard. Under the quilt, Nami could clearly hear the sound of her heart beating, so fast, and as loud as thunder. There was no movement for a while. Nami became more and more uneasy, and her blushing became hotter and hotter. What happened? Why didn't Reka say a word? Did I scare him? Is the person gone? It feels like there is no movement at all. Nami couldn't help but slowly pull down the quilt. Her head popped out of the quilt, but she was startled. .158. Hug. Enter Smoker and Tashigi in the Grand Line. Reka is so close at hand, it seems like she's right here waiting for her to emerge. Reka kissed Nami's seductive lips. This is what you owed me before. Nami didn't resist, just lowered his head shyly. Reka was also silent for a while, and then held Nami's palm. Don't worry, we won't die. At least we won't die so easily before we accomplish what we want to accomplish. Reka saw Nami's frail fear of life. After all, compared with other people, her body is indeed fragile. Fear of life, but fear often means that we cherish the life now. Hearing Nami's words, there is only a sense of security in her heart. With him, even if the time is only for a moment, she is satisfied. Nami hugged Reka from behind, and confided his heart with a fascinated face. It's really great. What's wrong? Reka could feel Nami's fluctuating mood, but he didn't know why. It's really great to meet you. Before, I thought that my life was to buy Kokoyashi village, so that everyone would not have to live a precarious life. I never thought about the life now, but I am very happy. Happiness, even if I die now, I am satisfied, I can freely draw the charts I want to draw, and I have cherished 223 friends and partners. I really hope that we can never be separated. Nami leaned drunk on Reka's shoulder. She never told anyone how happy she was with everyone. She has never been a hypocritical person, but her feelings have been brewing in her heart for a long time, and she can't help but confide it at this moment. If she hadn't met Reka, she would still be alone in East Blue stealing the pirate's treasure. Maybe it's okay many times, but as long as the evil dragon doesn't keep the promise, she will have to steal again and again, and there will be no end to such days. If she is lucky, she may be able to live for many years, but if she is unlucky, if she makes a mistake, she will fall into a world beyond redemption. Fortunately, when I first met them, Reka was unreasonable and regarded her as the navigator of their Straw Hat Pirates. She also used devil fruit to seduce her, and now this devil fruit is still in her room, like a token of love. This is the beginning, we will go further. Reka patted Nami's shoulder, without too many words. This kind of behavior is enough to prove that he is also taking care of her. No one can bully her. Well, definitely, Nami nodded heavily, she was willing to believe in such a future. I also feel that the future will definitely be better, as long as there is him, all this can be realized. Advertisement. Well, what kind of relationship do we have now? Nami leaned into Reka's ear and asked softly, shyly. Dong dong. But just when Reka was about to answer, there was a knock on the door. After knocking, Vivi pushed the door open and entered, but happened to see Nami and Reka embracing each other. Sorry, I will leave immediately. Seeing this, Vivi panicked instantly. She came to ask Reka if she needed to rest, and she could just replace her. I didn't expect to see this scene, did the two of them just now. The more Vivi thought about it, the roots of her ears became blushing and hot. I have nothing to do with us. Nami hurriedly let go of Reka and explained in a panic. Reka didn't understand, so why panic? I didn't do anything to overstep. Even if it were to be done, it wouldn't be in the master bedroom. The more flustered you are, the more suspicious you look, you idiot. So Reka is still very calm and composed. Take care of her, I'll go out and watch the wind, Reka said flatly. Let Vivi stay in the room to take care of Nami, in fact, watch her, and tell him in time if the condition worsens. He stepped up his efforts and brought a healing magic to control it. Okay. Vivi nodded seriously. Watching Reka go out, Vivi leaned close to Nami's ear, whispered a few words, and then Nami's coquettish voice came out. The Drum Kingdom, it should be almost here. It was also the first time for Reka to take the Grand Line. And in Grand Line, if there is no record pointer. Even for a strong man like him, CBBC, once lost in a storm, it is very dangerous. As for the more detailed nautical chart, they don't have it now, and they don't even know where the Magnetic Drum Kingdom is. But since I met Wapple before, the distance should not be far. Looking at the moonlight, the full moon is almost approaching tonight, the sea is bright, and the voice of Vivi and Nami talking in a low voice can be heard from time to time. Listening to Vivi's laughter, Reka knew that at this moment, she forgot all the troubles in reality. Advertisement. This world is not bad, Reka sighed, he never thought that there would be such a change with Nami. But he doesn't hate this feeling, if possible, it's not bad to continue like this. Good times are always short. As night goes by and day comes, the sea in the early morning is shrouded in mist, and fish can be seen active on the water. As if after a night, they also woke up and desperately needed oxygen. Don't worry, there's no need to send pursuers anymore, everything has been done. This is Sanji's voice. Listen carefully, this is the radio wave of the conversation between two men that was intercepted and deciphered before, Smoker said, and pressed the play button. Tashigi, hello Inky, and on the Grand Line, other seas, a warship was sailing against the wind. Although I can't hear it very clearly, I can find 4 key words from the conversation between these two men, Smoker said honestly. What is it? Smoker asked calmly. That is, a phone bug for tapping. Tashigi looked over, and immediately saw a marine holding a black phone bug. I'm Mr. Zero, Princess Vivi and Straw Hat Crew, ZZZ. The rest of the conversation is unintelligible, Marine officer said. Intermittent calls came out. Further orders will be passed through the order book as usual, that's all. Hey, Tashigi, can't you hear me, you knife idiot? Smoker's voice gradually became louder, and his blood pressure also rose. Yes, what do you want from me, Colonel Smoker, do you want some coffee? Tashigi, who finally heard Smoker's words, ran out of the room in a hurry. Okay, come here, let's listen to this together, Smoker said helplessly. As a Marine, it is really rare to be so clumsy. But Tashigi in the cabin is immersed in the joy of getting a famous sword at the moment. What a beautiful sword pattern, good business, Wajo. As expected of the Grand Line, you can encounter such a famous sword just after entering. She was just clumsy, and when she was going down the stairs, she tripped and fell to the ground, and she rolled straight down. The famous knife came out of her hand, and landed next to her head with a clang, which made her break out in cold sweat, almost thinking that she was going to die up. Colonel Smoker, the radio waves we captured before have now been deciphered, a Marine officer hurried to Smoker and reported. 159. Arrive, Snowy Drum Kingdom. Divide into 2 groups, please subscribe. Princess Vivi, Straw Hat, Instruction Book, Mr. Zero, Smoker's eyes sank slightly. This should be the code name. In this case, it should be related to the suspicious swordsman we captured on Loon's Island 2 days ago. That man, he said his name is Mr. 11. Tashigi pointed at a man tied to the main swordsman under the mast to analyze. That's right, the criminal organizations that refer to each other by numbers. You carry out the tasks according to the arrangement of the instruction letter, isn't that right? Smoker asked the swordsman. HMPH, Mr. Zero Criminal Organization. I don't know anything, don't say such baseless things. The swordsman's eyes flickered, and he directly refuted without thinking. Then, what happened to the instruction book in your pocket? Hearing Smoker's words, the swordsman showed a look of horror. His instruction book should have been burned. That is. The swordsman subconsciously wanted to find an excuse to evade it. That's it? You don't have anything in your pocket? Smoker said Mr. 11 immediately. Princess Vivi. I remember this is the name of Princess Alabasta. I heard this name when I passed by Alabasta before. It should be missing now. As for Alabasta, civil strife seems to be breaking out now. Could it be that this criminal organization and the Straw Hat Boys are also involved in this incident? Tashigi immediately remembered some information about Alabasta. I don't know, but now this is the only clue that can determine the whereabouts of Straw Hat crew. Smoker exhaled smoke rings, already paying attention in his heart. Turning to the officer beside him, he said, contact the headquarters quickly and ask them to send you a permanent pointer. Yes. Let's go and see, Desert Kingdom, Alabasta. It's still early morning, going merry on. Speaking of which, don't you think it's too quiet and warm? Sanji said looking at the calm sea. Yeah, the sudden calm is not normal. Could it be the cloudy and sunny weather on the Grand Line? Usopp was knocking on the damaged part of the melee. The canopy is down. That's not necessarily true. It means that there is an island nearby. Sanji, please pay attention to the horizon. Vivi came out of the cabin and said at this time. Vivi sauce. There should be a winter island near here. Winter Island. Advertisement. In terms of meteorology, the islands of the Grand Line are divided into 4 categories: spring, summer, autumn and winter islands, and then each island has its own 4 seasons. That is to say, sailing on the Grand Line usually goes through 16 seasons, such as Sha-Tien in Spring Island to winter in Winter Island, and of course there are many strange islands that cannot be classified at all, Vivi explained. So, it is because of so many seasons that there is such a weird and changeable climate, Usopp suddenly realized. Yes, so if the general climate stabilizes, it means that we must be approaching one of the islands. Indeed, I saw it. At this time, Sanji, who was holding a telescope and listening to Vivi's words, suddenly said. Just on the horizon, the outline of an island looms in front of you. I saw the island, Sanji yelled. It's the island, that's great, Nami, it's the island, I found the island, your illness can be cured, it's the island. Luffy sat next to Nami, shaking her legs with joy. Go and see, you don't need to manage here, Zoro said helplessly. In the next second, Luffy came to the bow. Wow, it's an island, Whites, that's Snow Island. Luffy said excitedly looking at the White Island with many columnar peaks. Luffy, I can tell you first this time, we don't have time for you to go on an adventure. After you go to the island, the top priority is to find a doctor. Of course, but, it's Snow White, I like it so much, Luffy said intoxicated. Get ready to land. Sanji's voice fell. Reka came out holding Nami at this time. He couldn't wait, he couldn't drag it any longer. I'll take Nami to the island to find a doctor first, and you will also go to the island to find a doctor. If you find it, you will send a signal, so that you can split up and act faster, Reka said. Understood. Luffy and the others felt that it was no problem when they heard it. After all, Reka can fly and has super maneuverability. Although they have also practiced the 6-style moonwalk, they are still not proficient. And acting separately is indeed the most efficient way. Of course, the main thing is that Reka knows where to find the witch doctor. And the other doctors on the whole island are the same batch of Wapple. They are useless, only Chopper and the other 2 doctors are left, but she may not be in the castle all the time. Advertisement, maybe they went down the mountain to treat people, so they searched separately, and whoever finds them first will take Nami there for treatment. Buzz. A thin transparent fire cover spread around Reka, enveloping the 2 of them to avoid the wind and cold. Then it soared into the sky, like a line of fire, and flew towards the island. Is this okay? This is a completely unfamiliar island, and we don't know what's on the island, Vivi asked worriedly. It's okay, with Reka here, everything will be fine. A lot of snow, I'm so happy. Luffy acted like a southern person, and after seeing the whole island covered in snow, he was very excited. Zero, but as soon as the ship approached the port, it was surrounded by Dalton and the villagers. Someone's here, Luffy said, looking around, but it looks like the atmosphere is bad. Usopp was already frightened, trembling. Of course, we are pirates. Zoro thought it was normal. Listen up, pirates, get out of here quickly. Go right away, said Dalton, who was physically strong, carrying a weapon that looked like a big fan and had an unusually sharp edge. We're here to find a doctor, Luffy said directly and simply. We won't be fooled by this, despicable pirates. This is our island, don't let pirates step in. That's right, that's right. It should be on one of these columnar peaks. The higher the wind and snow, the stronger it is. Reka felt a little bit of difficulty. At the height, the cold wind and ice and snow roared strongly, blocking the sun. Let him be somewhat powerless under normal circumstances, natural disasters, people can never underestimate them. Don't worry too much, as long as there are people on this island, we will be able to find a doctor. Nami gradually began to feel uncomfortable again. Reka can only continue to allocate a little magic power to cast healing magic. I see. As Reka continued to fly high, he saw a magnificent castle covered in silver on a huge cylindrical mountain peak. Let's just hope that Chopper and that witch doctor are safe in the castle at this time. Point 160. The country without a name, the Blackbeard pirates appear. Luffy and others were surrounded in the port. We can't let you enter the island. Before, a group of pirates entered the island to wreak havoc. We don't know if they left or not. We can't make things worse. Please leave, Dalton said in a deep voice. Not long ago, the invasion of the Blackbeard pirates brought huge losses to the Drum Kingdom. But it's not all bad. At least King Wobble heard rumors that this guy was the one who killed the crew of Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, and managed to escape. Without fighting, they were frightened and fled away in a hurry. In this way, the tyranny that has been ruling the Drum Kingdom has finally come to an end. But for Dalton and the civilians, the fewer pirates, the better. It's really annoying, it's the first time we've met, Sanji said. Although pirates are not popular, Zero, but as a group with a huge base, as long as they don't come here, they will show aggression. Usually don't suffer from such a bad attitude, even many people like to do business with pirates. Although high risk, it also means high return in many cases. Don't talk back, a villager said excitedly, and pulled the trigger nervously at Sanji. The bullet hit the deck, creating a crater. Shot! Usopp exclaimed immediately. Sanji's face darkened immediately, and he was ready to teach these villagers a lesson. Shooting and not shooting are two completely different concepts. Accumulate strength in the legs, prepare to be strong, no matter what, you must find a doctor as much as possible, and you can't put all your hopes on Reka. What if Reka can't be found? Then Nami's life is in their hands. Slow down, Sanji, don't do anything. Vivi stood up in front of Sanji, preventing Sanji from doing anything. If you choose to do it at this time, things will only be more troublesome, let alone whether there are people stronger than them on this island. Even if they don't, as long as these people don't cooperate, they will still be unable to take a single step, and even need to conceal some key information. They will have no choice but to fall into a very passive situation. So no violence. Bang. But just as Vivi stepped forward, another shot was fired from the shore, and Vivi fell down immediately. The faces of Zoro, Sanji and others changed drastically. Vivi. Advertisement, bastards. How dare you? Luffy was instantly furious. Get ready. Aim. Seeing this, the villagers on the shore knew that there was nothing to be done. They all raised their weapons and prepared to fight. Damn it. Luffy rushed out, and was directly hugged by Vivi to prevent sleep. Wait a minute. Fighting is not a good way to solve problems. My injury is nothing to worry about, it's just a scrape on my arm, Vivi said. Kneeling directly towards Dalton, expressing his sincerity. Then we won't go ashore, can you please call a doctor, we have a partner with a patient, and enter the island first, if there is a doctor if he comes, we can call him back. Vivi. Zoro, Usopp and the others looked at the kneeling Vivi, and were greatly shocked. Obviously a princess of a big country, but because of Nami's illness, she can bow her head. Vivi. Luffy was also stunned. Luffy, being a captain is not that easy, being brave and ruthless can solve all problems. Even if you beat them, but if they don't treat Nami, what will you do then? What will happen to Nami? Like? Vivi said in a deep voice. Luffy was completely stunned. At this moment, he learned the extremely precious quality from Vivi. Our companion is suffering from serious illness, please help us, please, Vivi begged. Sorry, I was wrong, I'm sorry, please call the doctor, please save our partner. After regaining consciousness, Luffy also faced Dalton's direction and knelt down directly. She didn't even drop her straw hat for the first time. Pick it up for a while. The atmosphere suddenly froze, and everyone present looked at Luffy and Vivi who were kneeling. Dalton looked at the two in silence for a while, then put away his weapon. I'll take you to the village, come with me. Dalton waved everyone to put away their weapons. Although there are risks, Dalton is too kind after all. Also, he didn't think they were lying. You see, they understand our difficulties. Vivi smiled, this is at least a good start. Vivi, you are really amazing, Luffy also said sincerely. Luffy, Sanji, Vivi and others quickly followed. Leave Zoro and run fast to watch the ships. A group of people are walking in the snow, the destination is Dalton's village. Let me tell you first, there is only one witch doctor in our country, Dalton said, which is why he couldn't let doctors go to the coast, but let them into the village. Advertisement, Which? What's going on here? Is there only one doctor in a country? Sanji said he couldn't understand such a big country. If there is only one doctor, how can it be used? By the way, what country are you here? Usopp asked curiously. This country doesn't have a name yet, Dalton said truthfully. Is there such a country without a name? Even Vivi felt a little unbelievable. Faced with such a question, Dalton was just silent after Wobble fled. This country is temporarily taken over by him, a sinner, and none of them want to recognize the previous kingdom. Only when that kingdom has been destroyed, they will be born again. Just like that day, the man who was called a quack. Although the country is hopeless, as long as someone pretends to be sick and asks for help, he will come foolishly and eventually perish. This is the person who truly hopes that the country will become better and stronger. All he has done now is just atonement. Ah, it's a bear, play dead. Usopp was startled when he saw a huge white bear coming towards him and the others. That's a hiking bear. It's not dangerous, don't forget the climbing etiquette, give him a nod, Dole said calmly. Of course the other villagers knew about this kind of white bear, and Chi-Chi nodded towards the excursion bear. Bai Shang also nodded politely towards them, and the two passed each other in peace. This makes it embarrassing for Usopp, who immediately lay on the ground and pretended to be dead. And just when they were about to reach the town, suddenly a villager covered in blood ran over. Lord Dalton, something is wrong. The Blackbeard pirates have appeared and are in the town. Old Joseph clashed with them and was killed. What? Dalton's face changed drastically when he heard that. He thought the Blackbeard pirates had left. Unexpectedly, it appeared again. Gather your people and rush over there at full speed now. We must not let this group of pirates go on rampant again, Dalton said in a deep voice. Yes. 161. StrawHat Pirates vs Blackbeard Pirates, head to head. Loguetown, this town in the original timeline, will be destroyed by the Blackbeard Pirates sooner or later. Disaster is also ushered in at this moment, because of Reka's reasons. The magic power of the sun is used as energy from time to time on the way. Arrive at the Drum Kingdom faster than originally scheduled. Thief, hahaha, what a nice town. I heard that in your kingdom, there was once a munch fruit capable person who left important information. I want to borrow it. The old man is disobedient, so I can only use he slaughtered it. I got accurate information. This thing is in the hands of one of you. Hand it over obediently. Blackbeard looked at the villagers who were surrounded by fear with a grin. With a proud face, he can't stay here for too long. Or Whitebeard's pursuers will catch up. It is not in Blackbeard's plan to have a direct confrontation before getting what he wants. We don't have what you want, even if we did. You killed my father, I won't give it to you. Go to hell, pirate. A middle-aged man roared with anger and despair. As he spoke, he raised his gun and shot at Blackbeard. However, the bullets fired by Fan Oka smashed his sub-21 bullets into pieces. They are the descendants of the strong man who used munch fruit back then, and they do have some relevant records. There are some working theories documented in it, but it will only work if used in conjunction with the long-lost dark fruit. If this group of pirates are easy to talk to, it's okay to give them information that is useless to them. But as soon as he came up, he killed his whole family, leaving him alone. Even if he died, he would not give it to these guys. Never let them have their way, Captain. This town is really boring. Why don't you destroy it? Anyway, there are poisonous things, and after it is razed to the ground, you can definitely find them, Badger said fiercely. He has a strong physique, is a famous fighting champion. But it's also deadly. No problem, I can roughly guess where they will put things. Hiccup. Poison Q said, lying on a horse that was also weak. What an ignorant man. Lafitte held his hat and leaned on his cane, smiling arrogantly. Hey, little ones, don't say that. I really like the snow scene here. Blackbeard grinned loudly. Fools, let me give you a choice. If you don't want to die, help me find the things and submit them respectfully. So how about I let your town go? If you choose no, then let the darkness swallow you all. Let's go to town. Thieves, hahaha, Blackbeard said, billowing black smoke from his body. The black smoke spread along the ground, and his whole body was also entangled in black smoke, with his palms empty, controlling everything. He has demon fruit power, the surrounding villagers said in panic. In the Grand Line, the most common thing to hear is that a certain fruit-capable person caused some damage on a certain island, became a criminal, and was wanted by a bounty. Advertisement, too strong. They are all too strong. That guy is a monster from the Whitebeard Pirates. Why is such a guy here? Their Drum Kingdom is not the center of the Grand Line, but a relatively remote island in its infancy. It shouldn't attract such a monster. They had no doubts that Blackbeard was going to destroy their town. I know that guy, he is a poisonous Q called Shinigami, and the bounty is as high as 72 million Baileys. A villager recognized the poisonous Q, and his face turned pale immediately. Even the crew bounty is so high, how terrifying is this Blackbeard? How? No one wants to help me, then I will be very disappointed, and you, all of you are going to die, Blackbeard said, pointing to the villagers holding weapons and defending their homes. Long before, Blackbeard has already dealt with a group of people, and they are all lying on the ground at this moment. The villagers showed embarrassment. They had gone through many difficulties together under the oppression of Wapple. Therefore, you will not easily betray the people in your own village. And let alone watch your homeland be destroyed. Everyone living in this world has a spirit and bravery. Because of the times, the law of survival of the jungle has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Trying to reason with the pirates, talking about benevolence and righteousness, is useless, and it can't even change anything. It's better to resist to the end, they've had enough of tyrants. Wapol finally left, and now Blackbeard is going to force them again. Do you want to fight to the end? In fact, I don't hate guys with backbone. Then I will help you, Blackbeard said, condensing even more majestic darkness. Stop, pirates. Get out of our island. But at this moment, Dalton, Luffy and others arrived. Dalton looked at the villagers lying on the ground, his eyes turned red all of a sudden. Roaring and roaring, he transformed into a strong bison, waved the metal shovel in his hand, and rushed towards Blackbeard. Oh, zone fruit ability user. Interesting. But, it's not good to be overconfident in ability. Dark water. Blackbeard's right hand was filled with black smoke, and he grabbed Dalton. Dalton was directly absorbed by a terrible gravitational force, and when he got close to Blackbeard, he was horrified to find that his orc state had been lifted. It's like not having devil fruit. Advertisement. Don't be so surprised. The world is huge. Pung. Blackbeard said proudly and confidently, and then he clenched his other hand into a fist and punched Dalton away in one fell swoop. Dalton snorted and was instantly severely injured, blood spattered, and his face was bloody. Lord Dalton. Damn. Damn pirates. Kill them. The villagers who respect Dalton very much immediately said furiously. Ignorant fools, since you are in a hurry to find death, I will fulfill you, starting with the people you respect the most. Fanoka raised his gun indifferently, aiming at Dalton who flew backwards. Bang. He pulled the trigger decisively, straight for Dalton's head. Sanji hastily resisted, but he was knocked away. Whoosh. But Luffy suddenly stood up and stood in front of Dalton. The bullet hit him, and was bounced back by Luffy. Is it over? Dalton looked at the incoming bullets. The speed was too fast, he couldn't dodge at all. The first meat kick. Sanji kicked up and went straight to meet him. Whoever they are, blockers, just kill them all. They look a little strong, so let me warm up, Badger said, without waiting for Blackbeard to agree. It always seems a little familiar. Blackbeard looked at Luffy who stepped forward and said to himself. It seems that not long ago, there was a quite famous rookie pirate group, I think. It seems to be called Straw Hats or something. Poison Q looked up at Luffy and others. Although I don't know what happened, this uncle still wants to help us find a doctor, but he is a good man. You are not allowed to take action against him. Luffy looked at the Blackbeard pirates with firm and fearless eyes. Pung. Fists and feet collided in midair. There was a stalemate for a while. The wind was violent. Sanji. You guys. If you are sensible, leave as soon as possible. My uncle has 80,000 subordinates. Usopp said tremblingly. That's right, Sanji. Usopp and others heard the words, and stood beside Luffy together, without fear or retreat. Throw a punch at Luffy. Too fast. If ordinary bullets are useless, he can replace them with special bullets for capable users. Oh, curly brow, good foot strength, but it's not enough. Undulating elbow punch, Badger said, and blasted another fist. Stronger. Ability person. It's a bit of a surprise to meet two ability users in such a small town. A look of surprise flashed across Fanaoka's eyes, but that was all. You. Dalton froze for a moment. 162. Dark fruit ability versus rubber fruit ability? Please subscribe. Luffy and Usopp exclaimed slightly. As strong as Sanji, he was blown away with a punch. The enemy is so powerful. Pung. With blood on his face, Sanji jumped up from the rubble and kicked away the stone slab that was pressing on him. Oh, you're still alive. Let me send you home. Badger stepped forward and hit Sanji like a gust of wind. Damn. Stop it. Seeing this, Usopp directly pulled the slingshot and fired a shot of gunpowder. Boom. The gunpowder fell on Badgers and there was a deafening explosion. Hit. Usopp was startled. At this moment, he thought he had killed someone. After all, don't look at the little gunpowder star. After his exploration during this period, it is all concentrated strong gunpowder. As long as it is just a little bit, the explosion and lethality produced cannot be underestimated. Now it is such a precise hit. No matter what, it can't be any better. B********. D. It hurts. But after the smoke from the explosion dissipated, Badgers maintained a blocking posture with one hand, and there was still heat rising from it, but he was completely intact. You're lying. The faces of Usopp and Vivi changed slightly. He didn't seem to be injured at all due to such a strong explosion. How did he do it? Bang. At the same time, there was a gunshot. Usopp's pupils dilated sharply, and a fatal crisis struck. Usopp's eyes flashed the shadow of a sharp bullet flying by. Someone shot him. At the critical moment, Usopp rolled on a donkey and escaped the shot. The bullet fell to the ground, and with a bang, a pothole was directly blasted out. Usopp was so scared that his face paled. Almost, he died just now. Did you hide? Fanoka still maintained the posture of holding the gun, and shot 2 consecutive shots, but failed to kill the target he wanted to kill. This makes him somewhat dissatisfied. Straw Hat Pirates, newcomers? Although Blackbeard knew that Ace had always had a younger brother, there was no arrest warrant when Ace set it on the boat. He didn't recognize Luffy. Boy, when a pirate meddles in other people's business, it will not end well. Blackbeard said with a smile while looking at Luffy. I don't care about that, Luffy told Blackbeard, looking at him too. Among this group of powerful pirates, this man should be the strongest. How capricious. Advertisement, aren't pirates free? Don't you know? Luffy said unceremoniously, holding his booger while talking, looking at Blackbeard with a little contempt. If pirates are not free and self-willed, then what kind of pirates are they? Blackbeard was stunned for a moment when he heard the words, and then laughed loudly. That's right, thief, ha. Are you here for the big secret treasure too? Of course. I'm the man who is going to be the One Piece, Luffy said fearlessly. One Piece. Hearing this, Blackbeard's face darkened, and a pair of hot eyes full of ambition stared at Luffy more seriously for the first time. Saw the same firmness, Fanoka and other pirates showed a mocking smile subconsciously. But Blackbeard did not. In this sea, not everyone has the courage to say such words. Is it ignorance, awareness? Legendary after over 20 years, many people don't seem to take it seriously anymore, but he isn't. This thin-skinned monkey-like man doesn't seem to be either. At this point, he, Blackbeard, cannot retreat. His decades of planning are all for this goal. If you want to become the One Piece, you shouldn't meddle in other people's business, it will kill you, Blackbeard said with a grin. No matter what it is, as long as it is killed, there should be no trouble. It's up to you. Anyway, you are not allowed to take action against the kind man. Luffy put on a fighting stance, even though Dalton stopped them from landing on the island just now. But in fact, they can understand. After all, pirates are not welcome in this sea, but in the end they took a huge risk to let them go to the island. During the conversation on the road, Dalton said that he would find the only witch doctor in the country for them. From Luffy's point of view, this is a good man. How could he be allowed to die? Blackbeard. Dalton also got up from the ground, just as embarrassed as Sanji. Usopp was so frightened that he still hadn't recovered from the breath, but he also pointed the slingshot at Fanoka. Good eyesight and concentration. Have I been locked in? Fanoka looked at the long-nosed man in front of him, and said with a little emotion, this is a good seed for learning sniping. Fanoka hadn't felt this feeling of being locked in by the sight and being locked in by the indistinct breath for some time. Leave that cow to me. Lafitte, the man known as the Sheriff of the Devil, came out and looked at Dalton and said. It must be more fun to kill such a strong big guy. And he has already seen that the battle will definitely break out right now. Advertisement pirates and pirates, even if they don't meet each other in normal times, once they meet, bloody battles will inevitably erupt. Now the two sides are even more unwilling to give in to each other. The goals of the two are different, and they will definitely not be able to be kind. Then let me take care of this curly-browed guy. Badgers felt the force of that kick just now, and it feels good, so he should be able to play well. Big guy. Sanji lit his cigarette calmly, but his heart was quite heavy. This guy gave him a ferocious aura like a beast. I am afraid it is a rare strong man. Boy, let me see if you're talking big, or you got some real skills. Blackbeard also came to have fun with the newcomer pirates. It's really boring. Poison Q lay on the horse, glanced at it, disapproving, still drinking, drunk. Vivi is full of worries, but also takes out her peacock chainsaw, ready to fight anytime. There is only one person left, she needs to be vigilant. You are not allowed to shoot, Luffy said to the outraged villagers around him. He could feel that these guys in front of him were in unprecedented danger. The words of these villagers are not only useless, but also more troublesome. Rubber pistol. Luffy didn't hesitate, the opponent's fighting spirit was already obvious, and he couldn't just sit back and watch Dalton be killed. Rubber fruit. From just now to now, Blackbeard has shot Luffy twice, and basically judged Luffy's fruit ability. After all, in this world, there is no one who is more familiar with the Devil Fruit illustrated book than him. Dark water. Seeing this, Blackbeard immediately showed a disdainful expression. These, Wang Zhao, ability users are too childish. That's why he wants to get the dark fruit ability at all costs. Because of this ability person's nemesis, the whole world, many strong people, will surrender. What is this? Luffy obviously swung his fist, but when black smoke filled Blackbeard's palm, he was completely sucked by the terrible gravity. Pung. Luffy sensed something was wrong. He stomped his foot on the ground and inserted it into the ground, trying to prevent himself from being sucked away. But Blackbeard disappeared in an instant, and appeared in front of Luffy the next moment. What? Luffy was startled, this speed is so fast. Rubber. Huh? Luffy wanted to stretch his arm and counterattack quickly, but found that he couldn't stretch it, and was shocked. But just in such a surprise, Blackbeard slapped out with a mountain-like heavy palm, and with a bang, Luffy was beaten until he vomited blood and flew backwards. Luffy. Sanji and Usopp were startled. How could it be possible? Luffy was blown away. Now you don't have time to worry about other people. 163. The StrawHat Pirates will be annihilated, doomed to lose? Loin kick. Sanji tapped his toes and kicked towards Badgers like a sonic boom. Pung. Badgers lifted the arm with the wrist guard, pressed down, and changed the trajectory of Sanji's kick. The kick that was originally kicked at Badgers stomped heavily on the ground, crushing the ground to pieces. Badgers took the opportunity to rush forward half a body quickly, and bumped into Sanji with his domineering body. Sanji retreated a few steps before stabilizing his body with strong legs. But he couldn't help a mouthful of blood. The moment he was hit by Badgers, he felt that what hit him was a huge iron body. Hard to despair. First-class ground meat, secondary ground meat. Grade 3 ground meat. Sanji frowned, and then launched a full-strength attack on Badgers. The enemy is very strong, and he must go all out. The series of kicks like a torrential rain burst the airstreams. Footsteps all over the sky, covering the sky and overwhelming the earth. Not bad, Badgers grinned, and put up his hands to block. He could feel that every kick contained more force than he had expected at the beginning. He blocked all of Sanji's attacks, and the ground he was standing on gradually collapsed under the impact of Sanji's terrible foot power. The ground had already cracked, and the broken stones splashed with 833 terrifying force. Easily penetrated the surrounding walls. Damn. Why is this guy's body so hard? Sanji couldn't help frowning when he saw that his onslaught had no effect. At this time, Usopp and Fan Oga also started to snipe. More precisely, it was a game of cat and mouse for Fan Oga. Bang. The gunshot sounded, and Usopp's eyes gradually turned white, and there was some development in the direction of white eyes, and in observation hockey, there were still some gains. Although I haven't mastered observation hockey, but in terms of perception, it is indeed sharper than before. Once again at the critical moment, he escaped Fan Oga's blocking. The bullet hit the ground, blasting a deep hole. Damn, what to do, I'm going to die, Usopp fled in a hurry and hid behind the wall. The result was another bang, and the bullet went directly across the wall without any normal vision, piercing through the wall and flying out of Usopp's shoulder blade. With a scream, Usopp quickly rolled over on the spot, sensing the location, and a terrifying penetrating bullet flew towards him again. Advertisement, Luffy, Sanji. This is Usopp's most difficult fight, and he hoped that it would be the same as usual. Luffy, Sanji and the others would come, CBCB, to help him. But looking up, their situation is not much better than their own. You can only rely on yourself. Damn, everyone must not die. Gunpowder Star, Pepper Star, Toad Oil Star. Usopp raised his hand and shot several bullets with different functions. Bang, bang, bang. One of the gunpowder sparks collided with Fan Oga's bullet again. Isn't it a coincidence? Does this guy also have motion capture vision? Fan Oro quickly shuttled between the houses. Because Usopp can't do anything else, but he is very professional in running around in the house. Interesting, then give me some more surprises. Fan Oga calmly reloaded. Bang. Another shot passed through the wall and shot straight at Usopp. Usopp noticed it, but had no time to react. Fortunately, the snow-covered ground was extremely smooth, and blood dripped on the ground. Usopp was very lucky, and it was a slippery day. Fell to the ground. Dodged this fatal blow. But Usopp is still full of panic, although he can fight back occasionally, but if this continues, he still doesn't have a chance of winning. This spear technique is too powerful, and the shot is killing people. This is simply killer. Damn it, it hurts. Luffy was beaten out by Blackbeard, and in the eyes of Usopp and Sanji, Luffy, who was almost never afraid of any blows, was crying out for pain. This made Sanji and Vivi wonder, how could the rubber man be afraid of pain? What happened to that just now? Luffy looked confused, and pulled his mouth with his hand. It's not right, I'm still rubber. Why couldn't it be used just now? Luffy, who was full of doubts, looked at Blackbeard with a heavy face. What's the matter? Without the fruit ability, don't you know how to fight? Blackbeard mocked mercilessly. Rubber bazooka. Rubber storm. Luffy slapped out with both hands, but was easily blocked by Blackbeard with one hand. Even without the fruit ability, Blackbeard's physical skills are not comparable to the current Luffy. Seeing this, Luffy frowned, and launched a more violent attack, bombarding Blackbeard continuously with rubber fists. Thief, hahaha. It's useless, rubber man. Let you, a frog in the well, see the real darkness. Blackbeard laughed wildly triumphantly, and he was quite satisfied with Dark Fruit's ability. As Blackbeard said, he slapped the ground heavily, and the surrounding buildings, stones, weapons, corpses, everything was swallowed by darkness. This weird scene made everyone nearby and Vivi feel their scalps go numb. Advertisement, what is this? How does it feel like hell suddenly appeared in the world, covering everything around? Release. After devouring an unknown amount of things, Blackbeard slapped Luffy with a palm. In the surrounding darkness, these items that have been devastated by the darkness are released immediately, and they are scattered in all directions, and there is nowhere to escape. Boom. Buildings fell heavily towards Luffy, and in the blink of an eye, Luffy was buried alive inside. The ruins were piled up as high as a hill. If he doesn't move, he doesn't seem to move, and if he moves, he will definitely not let it go and just look at it. Vivi looked anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Luffy, who was red all over and smoldering with terrible hot steam, looked at Blackbeard with eyes like torches after smashing the ruined hill. I will not lose. Boom. Blackbeard kicked Luffy hard and sent him flying nearly 8,000 meters. Second gear. Pung. The ruin-like hill was suddenly blown apart by a terrifying force. Luffy flickered and dodged in an instant. Suddenly remembered something. By the way, signal flares. Now buried alive. Has the speed increased so much? Interesting. Dark water. Blackbeard sucked Luffy through the air with both hands. Luffy is still trying to break free, but Blackbeard is approaching quickly. Stop talking big. This is not up to you. Black light. Hearing this, Blackbeard stepped forward, raised his hand and threw a ball of black light as fast as an arrow. Luffy. Sanji Usopp was horrified when he saw this. Luffy, who is usually so powerful, is a bit vulnerable in this man's hands. Could it be that Luffy and the others are going to be defeated? What to do? What to do? His body smashed into dozens of houses, his body was covered in blood, and he was extremely embarrassed. The weight of his foot made him almost unable to get up. No one even suspects that even a mountain can be swallowed and smashed out. Is a guy like you worth 50 million Baileys? Marine is really getting better and better. How could it be so powerful? Vivi was also a little desperate, but she didn't dare to make a blind move at all. The half-dead Shinigami Poisonous Q was staring at her. Ahem. Luffy coughed up blood again and again. The fruit ability disappeared again. Just entered the second gear state, it's gone. 164. 8 inner gates open. Blackbeard, have you had enough of your mischief? Please subscribe. Chirp. Swish. A signal flare goes off into the air. But no one cares, including Poisonous Q, even if they call reinforcements? So what? No one here can be their opponent. Ms. Doriel, is this the real pirate? Among the angry crowd, many residents attacked Blackbeard and his gang. But the results are not good, although they have some strength, once they are involved in this level of battle. Before they had time to react, they were sent flying out of the hospital. And a little farther away, among the crowd, a reindeer with one head on all fours, looked a little aloof to outsiders, looked excitedly at the inhuman battle in the field and asked. Looking at Luffy and his gang who are fighting righteously, he is extremely excited. Is this the true meaning of the skull flag that StrawHat said? Obviously they are not opponents, but whether it is the one wearing the straw hat, or the curly brow, or even the long nose. No matter how many times they get knocked down, how many times they get hurt, they still can stand up and fight. Just like Master StrawHat, even though he failed medical treatment again and again, he never gave up his dream. He wants to become a doctor and save sick people, even this sick Schwangguo. This is the unwavering will, maybe. But, the gap in strength is too great, Dr. Gulva said in a deep voice, holding the wine bottle and drinking it with a bit of worry. Although she has some strength, it is strong enough for ordinary people, but it is against this kind of monster, especially the holder of the devil fruit. Totally not enough to watch, only to die in vain. Meaningless. Is this the era? Roger? Will there really be a man who inherits D's will to bring joy to this sad world? Will the man in the straw hat and Dalton die? Chopper asked nervously when he heard the words, and in desperation, he stood upright, like a cute little civet cat. I don't know. Why? Why do good people always die? Chopper's eyes were full of tears, and he looked puzzled. Gu Lewa was just silent. She had thought about this question too, but until now, she still hadn't found the answer. She didn't tell Chopper that not only good people will die, but also fools. Right. StrawHat. Quacked, trying to save a sick kingdom. It's not enough, it's too weak. What you want to protect, you have to protect it well. Only this little determination and this little strength are not enough. Lafitte stabbed out with a cane. Straight through Dalton's thigh. Dalton screamed, bleeding profusely. Lafitte was cruel and arrogant, and his words and deeds were full of contempt. And the battle against Dalton was a joke, a brutal battle. If Dalton wasn't an animal ability user at this moment, he might have been stabbed to death by Lafitte. Advertisement: the members of the Blackbeard Pirates are not equal in strength and bounty, far exceeding their current bounty. Many people were approached by Blackbeard not long after they heard the rumors. Even in the New World, the real strength was not comparable to the powerhouses of Common. In the first half, almost no one is their opponent. Lord Dalton. Seeing this, the villagers rushed up one after another, but they were all swept away by Lafitte's kick. Damn it! Dalton roared angrily. His physique swelled suddenly, became stronger, and gradually became fiercer. His eyes were blood red, as if he had gone berserk. It seems to be a bit of a sight, but you won't lose your mind. Lafitte walked gracefully, holding a cane, like a swordsman who kept advancing. Every attack will bring blood on Dalton's body, even Zone, who has a thick skin, if he continues. Death is just a matter of time. Not far away, two figures kept colliding. This battlefield has a more primitive rage, fists and kicks against each other again and again. You have really good feet. Let me give you a little compliment. Maybe you are the guy who should be offered a reward of 30 million Baileys. But that's it. Undulating elbow. Badger stood firm and suddenly slammed with a charged punch. The air roared and exploded, and a terrifying shockwave shot out from the hole in his armguard in an instant. Sanji kicked it with all his strength, but there was only a click. There was a crisp sound of broken bones. Sanji's face was full of pain. The big guy in front of him, his fist was too hard. I'm afraid it will be impossible if he doesn't try his best. It didn't shatter. It was just misplaced and folded. But listening to the sound of the bone, Badgers was surprised. This blow was so powerful that even steel was hit by him. It will also collapse. His bones didn't shatter. In his expectation, once this blow is released, the bones of this curly brow will be shattered starting from the thigh bones, and then spread to the whole body, and he will die in an instant. I didn't expect to cause only this level of damage. This guy's body seems to be different from that of common people. HMPH, big guy, you should feel honored. I'm afraid you won't have this kind of chance in the future. Sanji lit a cigarette, pulled his leg violently, and reattached the misplaced bone. It's just that the severe pain caused cold sweat to flow out of Sanji's face. But now there are even greater difficulties to overcome. 8 inner gates. The first gate, open the gate. Sanji roared suddenly, and a terrifying wave and force was released from his whole body in an instant. What he releases is the potential that belongs to the body. Through the 8 inner gates, the potential in the body is restricted, and a gate is opened at this moment. Let all the potential and strength that originally belonged to him be released, as well as the limitations of the brain region, and be able to fully exert the current physical ability. Overload consumes body energy to increase attack power and speed. This is his biggest hole card so far under the guidance of Reka in the recent period of time. Boom. Sanji's whole body seemed to be shrouded in a burst of red light, a surge of power and heat erupted like a volcano. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. The feet are especially obvious, as if they are like red-hot soldering irons. Devil Wind Kick. Light Speed Kick. Sanji shot out like a thunderbolt. What? Badger's face change. The speed is so fast. Pung. Badger's only came in time to set up his hands to block in a hurry. The red-hot black feet, like a heavy bomb, kicked off with one kick. It was like the sky was falling apart. Bang. Click. There was a sound of bone breaking from Badger's arm, and a mouthful of blood could not help but spit out from his mouth. His face changed drastically. This guy, how can he still have such strength? Boom. The ground he stepped on was also suppressed by gravity, and within tens of meters of Fang Yuan, it collapsed. I'm the champion, there's no way I'll lose. Badger stomped his feet fiercely, his strength surged, and he resisted the blow forcefully. Just the ground exploded and shattered. Sanji was sent flying. Is it still not working? Is this the only result of my practice? After Sanji broke out, his heart sank to the bottom. This is his strongest move. If this doesn't work, what else can he win? 0. The strength and physical strength exceeded my expectations. I can't play anymore. You're weird. I will send you on the road immediately. Badgers felt a little uneasy, raised his arms, and fully charged, ready to kill Sanji. Is it over? Sanji's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Usopp was also almost one-sided, cornered. Got you, little mouse. Van Oka found Usopp, pointing the close-range gun to Usopp's head. Everyone. Damn it. Luffy felt that Sanji and Usopp were in a bad situation, and was very anxious, but this guy was completely suppressing him. It gives him the feeling that he is as powerful as Reka. Is this the grand line? The practice of myself and others is still not at home? If Reka is here, all problems will be solved. Damn. You have to become stronger, in order not to lose anyone. Luffy's desire for strength has never been so strong. Because he has a partner he can't lose. Second gear, jet machine gun. Luffy roared, and fired dense air cannonballs at Blackbeard from a certain distance. Shadow. Blackbeard slapped a palm, and a piece of shady rose up, crushing all of Luffy's attacks. Then he repeated the same trick again, using dark water to affect Luffy's ability, appearing behind Luffy like a flash, and stepped on him, forcibly released Luffy's devil fruit state. How does it feel to be knocked down without going all out? Don't worry, after they die, you will follow them on the road, and you can take risks together, but it's not on the grand line, but in hell. Thief hahaha. Blackbeard laughed wildly. Have you played wild enough, Blackbeard? But just when Blackbeard was most proud, a cold and arrogant voice suddenly sounded. 165. Sun Tyrant, suppress the Blackbeard group, please subscribe. What to do, Madame Doriel? Chopper looked at Straw Hat Crew, who was in deep danger, and couldn't help becoming more and more anxious. Don't do stupid things. Gulva solemnly reminded that perhaps many people in the town would regard Chopper as a monster. Especially the prejudice left over from the past is not so easy to get rid of. Every time Gurva took Chopper to various towns to treat people. Even if they know that Chopper has been tamed, they will still feel fear, after all, animals that can turn into humans. Just thinking about it, not many people can accept it. But who would have thought that Chopper, known as a monster, is kind and gentle in nature? Chopper was silent, but when he finally saw the long nose and curly brows, he was about to be killed. At that critical moment, he still couldn't hold back, spread his limbs and rushed over, at an extremely fast speed, and ate the blue wave ball. Ran into Fan Aoka from behind. Fan Aoka's perception ability was extremely sharp, even if Chopper was extremely fast, 067. But with a light jump, he jumped onto the roof. Just now, he sensed some dangerous aura. Although he failed to attack Fan Aoka, this sneak attack gave Usopp a breathing space so that he would not die from the shot just now. Usopp gasped, staring blankly at a crazy reindeer, or civet cat. Animal. Civet cat. Fan Aoka frowned and said, it turned out to be him who was attacked by this thing just now, how strange. I'm a reindeer, not a civet cat. Chopper looked at Fan Aoka and said indignantly. Idiot. Ji Ulewa said, and walked out with steps, walking towards the crowd. If you will die, then die. The reindeer has spoken. Usopp was also shocked. Is this a snow monster? But even if it is a snow monster, it must be a good snow monster. If he hadn't come to the rescue just now, it would have been troublesome. Talking animals, is this one of them too? Forget it, no matter whether it is or not, let's take you on the road together, Fan Aoka said, aiming his gun at Chopper. Pull the trigger. Jump enhancement. After eating the Rambo ball, Chopper has transformed several times. At this moment, he has human arms, reindeer long legs, and a thinner form. One jump is like a spring. Leaping over 10 meters high, escaped the gunshot. Advertisement and jump towards where Sanji and Badgers are. Weight boost. While jumping, Chopper turned into a tall and mighty human again, and punched Badgers with a punch. What? Badgers raised his hand and easily blocked the punch, which is normal for ordinary people. The power of Chopper's punch is not to be underestimated, it is enough to crush rocks, but to him, that's all. Oops. The fur is strengthened. Chopper saw that his fist was easily blocked, and immediately knew that something was wrong. Sure enough, Badgers raised his other hand and blasted out a fist with a terrifying shockwave. Chopper turned into an animal state, with thick hair all over his body, as if he had turned into a ball. With a loud bang from Pung, Chopper was sent flying, hit the house, and sprayed blood from his mouth and nose. Even if it was strengthened with fur, it removed most of its attack power. But this punch is still very heavy. A pet. You know how to be grateful. Badgers took it for granted that this was a pet brought by Sanji and the others, otherwise how could he come out to protect the Lord at this time? It's a pity that nothing can be changed, at most it is to buy a few breaths of time for my master. The most advanced ground meat. Sanji took the opportunity to launch an extremely powerful series of onslaughts. It's useless. Badgers punched and sent Sanji flying again. Badgers is pushing towards Sanji step by step. Now Sanji has already been seriously injured. Strengthen the wrist. Carved hoof Sakura. Chopper rushed out from the ruins and made his strongest blow so far. Chopper turned into an orc, his arms puffed up, full of strength, his palms were like reindeer hooves, and when he put his hands together, he exploded like a heavy bomb. Come again. Badger's face froze, he didn't think so, but he felt that this blow had extraordinary power. Undulating elbow. Badgers blasted out with a powerful blow, colliding with Carved Hoof's hands. Not surprisingly, Yinba was flown out with blood dripping all over his body. Hey, are you okay? Sanji staggered up from the ground and said worriedly. It's okay. Although he wanted to cry loudly at the first moment of pain, Chopper still said bravely, but he couldn't get up for a while. Sanji is silent. What a strong reindeer, but what can he do now? This guy was rescued by my reindeer. I can't let you kill it casually, let me show you the doctor's methods. Looking at Fanoka who wanted to kill Usopp. Advertisement Gulva appeared in front of Fanoka and took out many needles from her body. You can't beat it, but maybe you can buy some time and let everyone escape together. Another one who is not afraid of death. Today is really interesting. Fanoka watched indifferently. Grandma, thank you. Usopp was very moved. The people in this kingdom are so kind, but they met this group of powerful pirates. Brad, what are you talking about? I'm a 139-year-old girl at the perfect age. Who cares if you call me an old woman? Gu Lewa said dissatisfied. 139. Even if the situation is not good now, Usopp is still extremely shocked, and Fanoka is no exception. Really, this old woman has lived for so long. But in the next second, Ray 4.5 was stuck before the bullet burst, and with a flick of his finger, the bullet shot passed along the original trajectory at a faster speed. Stupid. Fanoka was about to mock it, but it was an explosive bomb. He got angry and wanted to kill all the prey. Fanoka didn't know the situation, but he quickly distanced himself. Gu Lewa started, throwing out many needles. Fanoka raised the gun, and fired several bullets in an instant, smashing all the flying needles. What? Blackbeard stared angrily, with an unbelievable expression on his face. Even if he couldn't be caught off guard, he could deal with his two powerful partners at once. This is not something ordinary people can do. But at this time, Reka's voice sounded. Have you played wild enough, Blackbeard? Poison? Fanoka frowned. Even if they were powerful, if they were poisoned, they might not end well. And, now, he appeared in front of me again. He punched me. Pung. Fanoka's famous gun exploded in an instant, and his shoulders were immediately covered in blood. If it wasn't for his head leaving the scope just now. After a successful blow, Reka's figure flickered and disappeared again, and in the next second, he suddenly appeared in front of Badgers. A bullet was fired, aiming straight at Gulva's head. But when the liquid inside touches the air, it instantly diffuses like a mist. So fast, Badgers had no time to respond immediately afterwards. Reka's figure appeared on the bullet track, pinching the flying bullet with one hand. Then he raised his hand and shot out, aiming very accurately, and in this open space without obstacles, it was his world. Go to hell. There's nothing to say, the one who blocked him from killed him together. It's just a seedling with some potential. Logically speaking, he should have been killed long ago, but he didn't expect someone to interfere with him again and again. Pung. He kicked his stomach, his bones shattered, and his whole body was shot out like a cannonball, knocking down countless buildings, and he still didn't stop. It should be his head that exploded now. 166. King versus King's rivalry. Isn't this a rookie pirate group? Who are you? Blackbeard felt a terrible, rare sense of oppression rushing towards him, even though he was fearless. The opponent attacked him first, and he had no time to counterattack effectively at this moment. You can only raise your arms to block. Bang. There was black smoke wrapped around Beard's arm. Reka punched down, and the ground where it was located, with Blackbeard as the center, collapsed within hundreds of meters of Fang Yuan, like a localized strong earthquake suddenly erupted. Blackbeard blocked, but not completely blocked the punch. His whole body was knocked into the soil, his hands were numb for a while, and his flesh was damaged. Even if he wrapped his arms with his abilities at that moment, he still couldn't completely prevent them, and the blood surged. Oh, it hurts so much. UB*******D. For ordinary strong people, although it is an injury, it is not a wound that is enough to lose their composure. But for Blackbeard, it seems to be an extremely painful injury. He was originally an alien, a strange existence among humans, when he was able to control two demons at the same time. There are also other costs to be paid. His pain perception is several times that of others, so this injury, to him, is painful, too painful. It's a pain that makes people lose their minds. Captain 21. Watching Blackbeard being punched into the geography by this sudden man. Poison Q's originally calm expression was instantly stunned. How could this be possible? Could it be that the person who came was a certain four emperors? In just an instant, experts like Badgers and Van Oka, as well as Captain Blackbeard, who was as strong as a monster in his opinion, all suffered a loss. B*********. D. Who is it? Badgers stood up from the ruins. The self-proclaimed champion couldn't accept being blown away by such a punch. Although this feeling is much better after seeing their captain end up in the same way. But the anger still couldn't help rising up. It's just that as soon as he opened his mouth to say a word, he suddenly vomited crazily, feeling as if his internal organs were about to burst open at this moment. The strength of the blow just now has not been completely released, and there is still a very strong heartache in the vomiting. Badgers was terrified in his heart. This guy's strength is too strong. Almost died. Van Oka was terrified. At this moment, his shoulders were only bloody from the blast. If his head hadn't been behind the barrel of the gun just now, he would probably die with the power of the bullet reflected back. This is something he never thought of. Advertisement. Died in the first half of the Grand Line, or even the beginning stage. It would be too funny to let old acquaintances know about it. Where did such a monster come from? While the bullet was running at high speed, he not only grabbed the bullet, but also bounced back with stronger force and faster speed, and was also under the track. If such a monster also becomes a sniper, I am afraid that few people in this world can stop his assassination. And the reaction of the members of the Blackbeard Pirates was different. Luffy, Sanji, Usopp, and Vivi all looked happy when they saw Reka. It's a good thing we caught up. Vivi was even more relieved, although he didn't know if Reka-san was their opponent. But judging from Reka-san's ability to win against two titans, even if he is not an opponent, he should be able to save everyone's life. Let's retreat calmly. It's the signal flare from just now. Poison Q stared at Vivi with a gloomy face. He didn't expect that it was just a signal flare that he didn't care about at all, and he summoned such a powerful reinforcement. But against Captain Blackbeard, it shouldn't be enough. The disadvantage just now was just that the incident happened suddenly. As long as Captain Blackbeard reacted and dealt with it calmly, there would be no enemy that could not be dealt with. Reka-san. That's great. But, where's Nami? Usopp glanced around, but didn't see Nami that Reka was carrying. That's your partner? Gulva looked at Usopp curiously and asked. Yes, as long as Reka-san is here, we will not lose, Usopp said confidently. When Chopper heard the words, he immediately believed and showed admiration. So that's how it is. That's amazing. It's hard to say, but anyone who has used this ability is a well-known strong man in the world. Gu Lewa was not so optimistic. Even if the arrival of Reka did change the situation in an instant, none of these guys are easy to mess with. Do you know anything? The embarrassed Dalton approached, and Lafitte was full of vigilance. He was far away just now, and he was not implicated. It's all in the past. Decades ago, I was a ship doctor on a certain ship and saw this fruit ability full of darkness, Gulva said calmly. The pirate group she was in at that time was killed by two guys, Roger and Garp. But it's not a pity, it was originally a short-lived habitat. It was just the reappearance of that ability that filled her with uneasiness. Advertisement boom. As soon as Gu Lewa's voice fell, she was hammered into the ground by Reka, and Blackbeard, who was screaming again and again, suddenly roared. The darkness surged out of his body like a tide, wrapped his land, and was swallowed instantly. Where he was, a big pit appeared. Release. A sheet of black smoke appeared above Reka's head, and the swallowed earth and rocks shot out in a frantic burst with a speed that was fast enough to pierce through the iron plate. It's like a downpour of rain, only now it's clods and stones. It doesn't matter whether you are a traitor or not, it is absolutely unforgivable to kill yourself and others. Watching the huge mountain peak fall towards Reka, covering a wide area, there is nowhere to escape. Blackbeard's anger once again turned into a smug smile. 667. Just be crushed into meatloaf like this? Thief hahaha. Boom. The entire Blackbeard pirate group felt an unparalleled and terrifying coercion falling from the sky, making them want to kneel down from the bottom of their hearts. As he said that, the black smoke all over the sky condensed into a big corrosive hand, pressing down on the mountain peak, speeding up, increasing its strength and falling down. At this moment, it is suppressing Reka with the trend of destroying heaven and earth, like a natural disaster. Bang bang bang. Every thumb-sized clod and stone shot out, there will be a booming explosion sound when it hits the ground. It's just that a stone of this size is as powerful as a cannon. At this moment, Conqueror's Haki, the magic fire of the sun, and magic power spewed out from Reka unscrupulously. Just like the waves of the tsunami, endless. Watch as Sanji, Usopp, Luffy and more are on the verge of danger. You actually have such a terrifying and powerful Conqueror's Haki. Are you kidding me? Blackbeard's face changed drastically. This guy is probably more dangerous than he thought. He doesn't care why Blackbeard is still here. Boom. Accompanied by Reka's anger, the three-color sun magic fire exploded. The entire climate has turned into a dark golden sky because of the various terrifying forces released by Reka. And the largest clods and stones here must be as high as hills. Reka stood calmly on the spot, staring at Blackbeard. No matter what the reason is, if you attack my partner, you must have already thought about the color of the coffin, Blackbeard. Reka's heart surged with rage. Isn't this just a rookie pirate group? It doesn't matter if this is the person Ace is looking for. 167. Blackbeard wants to fool Reka into a companion. Please subscribe. Boom. A substantial Conqueror's Haki entanglement shockwave that soars into the sky. The mountain that would crush Reka is smashed. Even after being compressed by dark fruit, Blackbeard's expression fell. Even this conqueror's haki can't match Whitebeard. You have to know who Whitebeard is and who this guy is. Whitebeard, there is only one in the world. If the information about Poison Q is correct, this group of guys should have just come to Grand Line from East Blue.
Now with such a thick conqueror's haki. This really surprised Blackbeard. Are all the newcomers so fierce these days?
As for the conqueror's haki that broke out now, Blackbeard knew it immediately. Even if it's me, I can't ignore this kind of strong man, and I have to treat it with caution, otherwise, it's really possible to capsize in the gutter. At the thought of such a possibility, Blackbeard felt that it was outrageous. Haki from conquerors, Poison Q is not young and has a lot of knowledge. Looking at Reka, who is shrouded in the fire of the sun and looks like a god descending from the world, his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. His mood was similar to that of Blackbeard, and he felt that it was outrageous that someone among a group of newcomers could master conqueror's haki to this extent. But judging from the flames rising from his body, he should still be a capable user. As long as it is a capable person, no matter how powerful it is, Captain Blackbeard should be able to deal with it. Give back that kick that kicked me just now. B*******D, unsinkable. New style. Badgers, an impulsive reckless man, doesn't know much about hockey and the like. I also realized that this man is not easy to deal with. But he suffered a loss, he must get it back. Badgers quickly approached Reka and punched him. Stop. You are no match for him, Blackbeard said hastily. But Badgers has already struck out bravely, and it is impossible to stop. Rumble. Badgers blasted this punch at close range. Since you know the enemy is very strong, you must ensure the strength of the force and pour it all on him. After a shockwave shot out first, his fist also blasted towards Reka. Ants dared to shake their fists at me. You want to die? Reka's eyes widened, his killing intent soared, and he greeted him with a simple and unpretentious punch. Advertisement pung. Click. The two fists collided, and a shockwave of destruction exploded, blowing away the surrounding villagers. Only those with a little strength are qualified to watch. At the moment of the collision, the anger on Badger's face gradually turned into a look of pain, and with a bang, his entire arm was instantly torn apart, and the bones were shattered. The wrist guard was also shattered. Without this wrist guard, I am afraid that it is not impossible for the whole arm to burst into blood mist. Afterwards, it flew backwards at a faster speed. It hit the ground and was not right. Let's send you on your way, ants. Reka was even more insolent than Blackbeard and the others. Once he succeeded, he wanted to pursue the victory and kill Badgers. Your opponent is me. Dark Water, of course. Blackbeard couldn't just be killed by his own subordinates who worked so hard. Although he didn't care, but if it really happened, where would he put his face? This young man was very strong. But not strong enough to make him surrender without a fight. Maybe even this guy can be brought under his command. Although he is just a newcomer, he is arrogant and unruly. Might as well be an out-and-out villain, and to ambitious villains. Blackbeard knows how to seduce better than anyone. And this is just a rookie pirate group. Even if the strength is strong, but the knowledge is limited, it should be easy to sow dissension and persuasion. Blackbeard moved towards the direction of Reka with one hand, released the darkness of the dark water, and the irresistible gravitational force spread out. Capable person. The stronger you are, the more confident you are in your abilities. Now is the time to pay for that confidence, but unfortunately, Reka is not capable. As soon as Blackbeard's dark water comes out, the instinct has an almost inescapable gravitational force on the ability user. Forcibly eliminate the ability of the ability user. Just like Luffy did just now, although entering the powerful second gear state. But it hasn't shown its true strength yet, because it is affected by Dark Fruit's ability. It's useless. Blackbeard was dumbfounded when he saw that Reka was not affected. Dark Curtain. But Blackbeard reacted very quickly. He once made the red-haired Shanks suffer. Even in unexpected situations can be responded in time. Advertisement. Reka was rushing towards Badgers, but a dark curtain suddenly appeared on the way. He blocked his way. Reka swung his axe, and a terrifying line of fire flew across the void. Tangled with Conqueror's haki. With a scoff, the curtain of darkness, which is not an entity, was split open by Reka just like that. But it did block the Reka moment. Boy, it's too wasteful to stay in this kind of pirate group with your strength. How about following me and making a big fuss in this world? Where the black smoke passes, the earth corrodes, the air distorts, and depressive and suffocating energy fills the surroundings. This is the very destructive side of Dark Fruit. Although it was an invitation, Blackbeard did not take it lightly. Dark Claws. His figure flickered, and he appeared in front of Reka very quickly, and the 10 claws directly grabbed Reka's head. Armament Haki's paws are filled with a dark color, even if it's in the air. I haven't touched it yet. Reka can feel it too. This is extremely advanced armament haki. In Wanakuna's words, it's emission haki. Grab it with one claw, and it grows rapidly, entwined with darkness enough to corrupt the earth and steel. I won't be with a born loser. I can't afford to lose this person, Reka said disdainfully, and chopped out with an axe. A scorching sun with a diameter of more than 100 meters. Hanging high in the air, it exudes a feeling of Jingdong temperature. Get out of here quickly, don't get too close, Dalton, let the villagers take refuge. With just one glance, Gulba saw that this battle would be extremely terrifying. Maybe even the entire island will be affected. Yes, Dole, Wang Hao, said quickly, and everyone panicked. Stay away from this place as much as possible. A born loser. Kid, it's not a good habit to talk nonsense, let me show you what real power is. Blackbeard strengthened his strength again, and the claws of darkness swelled to a height of hundreds of meters. Even a titan will look like a boy under the claws of darkness. After all, ordinary titans are usually only 20 or 30 meters high. Sun and darkness? Who can win? Gulva said in a deep voice. Boom. The two collided, and the sky collapsed and the earth shattered. The terrifying shockwave wiped out the entire town. Those who had no time to escape were all blown away. Even strong men like Luffy and Badgers can no longer get close to the center of the explosion. The terrible wind pressure pushed them out sideways. Aren't you a capable person? Blackbeard asked angrily. A black light flashed at a high speed in the explosion, and continuously impacted with another hot and dazzling golden light. Fighting. 168. Fiery battle, darkness and sun, who is stronger? Blackbeard tried many times to use Dark Fruit's strongest characteristics to influence Reka. Trying to suppress his destructive energy to the end, let him know that he thinks he is invincible. What a hopeless thing it would be to meet yourself. But he never expected that now he himself feels this way. In the terrifying explosion, Blackbeard tore through the flames and shockwaves, and collided with Reka head-on, and his limbs were already in contact. But after the dark water was activated, the three color flames on Reka's body did not go out, but were still burning fiercely. With such a momentary illusion, Blackbeard thought his Dark Fruit had failed? After all, anyone who sees this man manipulating flames will definitely regard him as a capable person. It should be a person with ability, but I can't affect his ability. What's going on? The corrosion of Dark Fruit and the black mist that can engulf everything are still pervading, gradually turning the surrounding area into a dead zone. It kept eroding into Reka's body, but every time it touched Reka's side, the sound of hissing sounded. All the nearby black smoke was burnt to nothing by the terrible temperature. Even if he is powerful, it is impossible for his Dark Fruit ability to have no effect on the ability user. Blackbeard couldn't accept it, so there was only one possibility left for 013. That is, this guy is not a capable person. He is not a capable person. How could his body be in this state, surrounded by three color flames, controlling a similar but even more terrifying ability to Mara Fruit? Who do you think I am? Pay the bill for your actions just now. If you commit suicide, before you die, I can tell you why, Reka said arrogantly, swiping with an axe, and a fan-shaped shockwave blasted out. Darkness devours. Blackbeard's face darkened, and the energy shockwave covered an extremely wide area. Even if you dodge it, it will still be affected. Fortunately, Blackbeard didn't dodge. With one palm, a huge black hole with a diameter of more than tens of meters stood out of thin air, absorbing all the incoming energy shockwaves. I'll give it back to you. Blackbeard moved his hands, another black hole appeared in the sky, and a compressed and corroded energy shockwave shot out from the surface. Advertisement. It seemed to become more terrifying, like a flash of lightning, smashing towards Ka. Reka turned the axe and made a clean vertical chop. With a loud bang, the rebounding shockwave was chopped into pieces. Die. Blackbeard took a whole black hole and rushed towards Reka. Even if Reka is not a capable user, he still feels a strong gravitational force acting on him at this moment. Make him a little bit hard to move. It seems that Blackbeard is going to use this huge black hole capable of devouring everything to swallow the bottle of Reka. Don't think about it. Once it is really swallowed, I am afraid that life and death can only be controlled by Blackbeard. Blackbeard's strength must not be underestimated. Even if he is only a single fruit ability user, his strength may not be comparable to the real Marine Admiral and 4 Emperors, but it is definitely not far behind. Maybe it's just one step away, or even half a step away. In terms of strength level, he is not weaker than Reka. Sun King. Arrogant explosion. Reka's whole body boiled, like a bright sun, shining on the whole world. Under Reka's constantly boiling power, the void made a roaring sound. A huge sun that has been compressed and extremely rich, like the Doomsday, condenses in front of Reka. Under the sunshine, the snow scene of the entire magnetic drum kingdom gradually began to melt. Darkness or the sun, who is stronger? Let me try. Blackbeard didn't have the slightest fear, and still went forward. Boom. The entire town was completely razed to the ground, revealing a huge crater tens of meters deep. After the two figures blasted each other with all their strength, it was like two bolts of lightning, one black and one gold, were constantly bombarding each other. Ordinary people can't catch their figures at all, and every collision will cause new damage to this earth full of holes. Fortunately, the onlookers had already evacuated far away after being reminded by Gu Lewa before. Just looking at the fierce battle between the two, CBBI, flashes, the scope of destruction is constantly expanding, and everyone's heart is full of uneasiness. Is this really a human battle? Dalton had never seen such a terrifying human being, and the battle had already destroyed an entire town. The scope of the disaster is still spreading. If this continues, the entire island may not be safe. Advertisement. Are you still alive? Poison Q was weak, and asked the Badgers who was carried by him on the horse. At this time, the others did not fight anymore. If you fight within that range, once you get involved, no number of lives will be enough. Of course. Damn it, I'm going to kill that guy sooner or later. Badgers was bloody and miserable, and he couldn't even move at this moment. However, he couldn't think of anyone in this world who has such ability. Even Garp, world government, may not be able to cultivate such talents. I didn't expect to meet this kind of guy in this remote place. That guy just now is Conqueror's Hockey. Maybe this guy has some amazing origins. Ordinary people don't know what hockey is, let alone train conquerors to this extent and still so young. Lafitte said in a deep voice, originally arrogant, with a look of disdain, no one looks down on. He knew how incredible it was that the enemy in front of him could master Conqueror's Hockey. Can we win? Dalton, who is in charge of the country, is full of worries. Once Blackbeard wins, with their reckless behavior just now, I don't know what kind of purgatory this country will become. On the opposite side of them, Luffy, Sanji, Usopp, Vivi and others also gathered together with Chopper, Gulva and others. Also, I'm not a civet cat, I'm a reindeer. Look, one with horns. Chopper then corrected Sanji's address. No, that must be me. At this time, he became extremely dignified. He used to be the security chief of a certain kingdom, and he knew many intelligence and news that ordinary people did not know. We can definitely win, Luffy said affirmatively. He was just a little embarrassed, but Sanji and Usopp suffered a lot of injuries. But is this guy a raccoon? Tanuki-san, thank you just now. Sanji looked curiously at the raccoon that had been hiding behind Gulva's feet and thanked him. And this level of battle, he can't even understand it, and he has no idea who is stronger now. Looks so happy, Luffy and Usopp said in unison. Have no idea, if he dies, I'll be the captain. Lafitte and Fan-Oka, whose shoulders were pierced and bleeding blood, also came to Poison Q. Even if you praise me like that, I won't be happy. You be ****** D. Chopper immediately swayed his body and said cheerfully after hearing this. Can the captain win? Fan-Oka asked indifferently. 169. Angry burning. Reappear the sun in your heart. Fight to the death. Reindeer. Luffy and others suddenly realized that they prolonged the tone. You are also pirates. Why do you want to get involved? What are you doing here? Gulva also saw the identity of Luffy and the others. This question is full of vigilance, but it is only vigilance, judging from the help of Luffy and the others. This group of pirates is quite different from the one named Blackbeard. Hearing Gu Leiwa's words, Dalton only remembered Luffy's business at this moment. She is the only doctor in front of us in our kingdom, who can treat your sick partner's disease. Really? Luffy, Sanji and the others were very pleasantly surprised. The doctor was right in front of them, which is so lucky. Are you here for treatment? Gulva asked. Yes, please, save my partner, Luffy begged sincerely. Okay. For the sake of being pleasing to the eye, this time, I will give you free treatment, but you have to survive. Gu Leiwa smiled slightly. Chopper hid on top of her, and carefully looked at Luffy and the others, with a burning longing in his eyes. Hylaluk, he once wished that he would go out and see the outside world more often. There from outside. I don't care, Reka-san will definitely win, Luffy said as a matter of course. Our practice is still not at home. We have just entered the Grand Line, and we have met this kind of opponent. I don't know which one is stronger between them and Barlock, Sanji said in a deep voice. That's right, we must become stronger, Luffy also touched his fist. With the current strength alone, there is no way to become one piece. I'm going to work harder too. Usopp doesn't want to be a permanent drag on everyone. I hope that one day, I can really help Luffy and help him become the One Piece. And now the battle in the city is getting more intense. The darkness and the sun occupy half the sky each. On one side, the black smoke turned into all kinds of beasts and monsters. Under the control of Blackbeard, they opened their teeth and danced their claws to crush Reka. The dense black smoke beasts were blessed by his dark top-level warm-colored room air. Looking at the whole area, it is like hell reappearing in the world, with demons dancing wildly, and every beast is extremely terrifying. On the other side was the golden light all over the sky, and fireballs covered the sky and smashed towards Blackbeard. The continuous, deafening explosions made everyone's ears temporarily deaf. The sky is a ball of fire, hot like Lil Sun's advertisement. And on the ground is a billowing wave of flames, like a tsunami, crazy and ferocious, slapping the darkness that wants to spread and swallow it. Even many sun magic fires covered with conquerors turned into golden heavenly soldiers and generals. Slay the monster created by that dark fruit to your heart's content. The two were at a stalemate, and both hoped to turn the surrounding environment into their main battlefield. In this way, whoever takes the initiative will be more likely to win. Both of them were injured in multiple collisions. I can hear Blackbeard screaming every time he gets hurt. Reka sneered, but he was not very optimistic in his heart. Blackbeard is indeed very powerful. Although Reka had expected it, but when they actually faced each other, they still rarely felt pressured. Moreover, the Magnetic Drum Kingdom has a snow scene all year round, the sunlight here is not very strong, and there is still a long time before noon. Of course, there is not much difference in strength between the two at present, if there is no external interference, if they continue to fight like this. Not to mention persisting until noon, even if it lasts for 2 or 3 days, it is entirely possible. At that time, whoever makes a mistake first will be the loser. But Nami still needs to see a doctor, and Reka doesn't want to fight a protracted war with Blackbeard. What a brat. When I win, you will become my subordinate, the Blackbeard thief laughed wildly. From the current point of view, the strength of the two is about the same, although they can't take advantage of Dark Fruit's ability to eliminate their opponents. But if things go on like this, they will fight for a long time, and when the time comes, the one who wins must be himself. This brat is certainly strong, but Blackbeard believes that his combat experience is richer and his vision is broader. When he was on the Whitebeard ship, he met many powerful enemies, and he also saw the 4 emperors and admiral fighting. The time to live is several times that of this brat. In terms of experience, it is more advantageous for him to be himself. He firmly believes that he can have the last laugh. This guy is strong, but he's too young after all. Our captain will win in the end. Poison Q's eyes were vicious, and he could see the battle at once. In the end, it might be a protracted battle to decide the winner. Asking for flowers. Advertisement, it's really underestimated, you need to pay the price for your arrogance, Reka said. His eyes gradually became disgusted. He's brewing his own rage, draining his sanity, hypnosis himself. Think of Blackbeard as the culprit who wants to kill Nami, Luffy and the others. Don't think too much, just remember, if he loses this battle, what consequences will Nami, Luffy, Zoro and the others suffer? With Blackbeard's personality, it's either killed or kept as a companion. Luffy, Zoro and their strength and potential are definitely enough to make Blackbeard's heart beat. But the problem is, Luffy and Zoro are absolutely impossible to surrender to this kind of guy, they must rather die than surrender. Zero in other words, once you lose the battle, you will die. Unforgivable. Blackbeard. When Reka combined the facts and hypnosis himself to such an extent, his whole body was like a great fireball, the sun's magic fire permeated the sky, rumbled in the sky, all around, all explode. Becoming more and more violent and destructive, even Reka's eyes were ignited with raging flames, as if the sun god was furious. The body is also rapidly expanding. What made Blackbeard even more terrified was that Reka's aura was stronger. Are you crazy? Blackbeard screamed, although he didn't know what had happened to the heavy truck. But that method of using life force to turn it into combat power is a way of fighting to the death. Such a strong man, want to fight with him to die together? Is he crazy? Did I do something to make him so angry just now? Is this necessary? The madman. Even if he really wanted to kill these unsightly newcomer pirates just now, it was only second to none. People in the sea, such things often happen. It is impossible to die with myself because of this kind of thing. Let's decide the outcome and see if you die or I die. Reka grinned, but cold sweat broke out on Blackbeard's forehead. He doesn't want to die. In the previous battles, he felt that he had a higher chance of winning, so of course he wouldn't mind playing with Reka. But now, the situation is completely different soil. Point 170. Crazy Brawl. Decide the winner. The winner is. Please subscribe. Any strong person of the same level is usually forced to a desperate situation, and even has no choice. Only when you know that a gentleman is bound to die, will you do this kind of fight. But their battle has just begun, and they even only know the outline of their current strength. This guy not only wants to fight with him, but wants to die with him. This man. Crazy. Blackbeard had to rebalance the pros and cons. In fact, there is no direct conflict of interest between them. Is it really necessary to fight to the end? He doesn't interfere with his plans. Under this thought, Blackbeard's thinking of counterattack slowed down for a moment. Reka is like a god of war, wielding the axe, bursting out thousands of energy beams, plowing through the hell of Blackbeard and tearing apart the darkness. The continuous release of high explosive energy shattered the energy field around Reka. Under the tearing of the powerful force, lightning stopped and defended Lays. 463, card. Dark Gold's Conqueror's Hockey, the sun's magic fire, the source of arrogance, like bursts of dazzling holy light. The cards set off extremely terrifying. Take a step, the earth is roaring, as if the earth dragon turned over. Pung. Blackbeard only hesitated for a moment. Reka was in front of him, chopped down with an axe. Blackbeard condensed the dark claws to resist. It was like the sound of the sky collapsing, forming a terrifying sound wave, floating around. Peefed. Then a stream of blood spurted from Blackbeard's body. Ah! Blackbeard felt the terrible flames burning continuously in the wound, as if it was going to burn him up, and he just gave up. The bone-piercing, soul-deep pain made him scream miserably, just listening to the sound. The other members of the Blackbeard Pirates have an extremely uneasy feeling. Dark acupuncture point. Blackbeard stretched out his hand quickly, endured the pain of being burned by the flames, and used the dark fruit to swallow all the flames attached to his wound. But he didn't have time to catch his breath. Reka split the axe again, like opening up the world, accompanied by thousands of small suns. Laser field. Whoosh whoosh. When the small sun fell down, it shot out laser beams that could melt steel. Countless laser beams were intertwined together, like a dense net, covering Blackbeard. Advertisement let him have nowhere to run. You want my life? It's not that easy. It's a dark day. Blackbeard was frightened and angry, but the current situation does not allow him to fight a protracted battle. He roared suddenly, wrapped his hands in the darkness and shot out. One black hole after another appeared above his head, and countless lasers shot down. Be swallowed by his black hole, but not all black holes can defend against it. The laser light can still devour it, but when the little suns come into contact with each other, there will be continuous explosions. One after another, the black holes were exploded, and at the same time, the sun also exploded. The terrible explosion was concentrated in this town, and the deep pit that had collapsed tens of meters had become more than 100 meters at this moment. The common people stood on the edge of the deep pit and looked at it. Such a vertical depth made them panic. What? Why is the counterattack so weak? Do you want me to kill you more easily? Reka continued to attack fiercely, slashing with one axe after another. Each axe exploded with destructive energy, Blackbeard vomited blood again and again, and the wounds on his body became more and more. However, his strength is still very strong. Even if Reka activates the angry sun in his heart, his combat power will be rampant towards the limit. Blackbeard still finds occasional opportunities to fight back. With a scoff, Reka was also hit by Blackbeard, and the sharp claws grabbed his chest. Even if Reka has advanced 6 forms, his physical strength is not to be underestimated, but Blackbeard's body is upgraded. More tempered, not weaker than Reka, especially when it comes to taking hits. I don't believe I can't kill you, I don't have time to play with you. Reka felt that even if he was seriously injured, he should give Blackbeard an unforgettable memory. It's best to kill him. This guy will definitely become the biggest obstacle in the way of the StrawHat Pirates in the future. God's Wrath. Remnant flames shine. The small suns all over the sky condensed into a string, like a holy spear. Reka, as the spearhead, slashed at Blackbeard with a sharp axe in his hand. Ghosts of the underworld. Blackbeard fought back vigorously, and the black smoke condensed into a solid body, like armor covering his body, and a pair of sharp horns emerged from the darkness above his head. The sharp horns pointed towards the sky, and 2 black lights shot out from the sharp horns. It collided with the God's Wrath spear and opened a hideous gap in the air. As this the sky collapsing. Those who watched this scene seemed to have stopped breathing. The sky actually split open. Advertisement, kneel down, you. After the 2 terrorized the bombardment, each launched a crazy and swift attack. In just a split second, the 2 of them exchanged hundreds of blows, and every move was fatal. Every blow was enough to make a strong man like Badger's beyond reach. If they were to fight against each other, I'm afraid no matter which one of the 2 opponents. It only takes 1 blow, and they are either dead or maimed, and such a series of attacks is enough to easily kill them. Blackbeard had to force himself to calm down again. His dream of world domination hadn't come true yet. Originally, Blackbeard didn't plan to go shopping like this to the end, even if he had the possibility of winning in the end, but once the opponent wanted to pull him to the end, it would be too easy. If the next blow is still this kind of full attack and cannot be stopped, then his body will be disintegrated. On the other hand, although the little devil is also covered with scars, he looks insane. Get rid of you, enough, Reka sneered, arrogantly looking down at Hamian. Occasionally, a blow that surpassed the limit broke out. The time to decide the winner, compressed in a very short time. Both of them had blood spattering on their bodies, and they both had ferocious and crazy smiles. I don't believe you can maintain this state forever. The winner, it must be me. Blackbeard laughed wildly, even though he felt uneasy in his heart. He believed that this burst of power must be instantaneous, as long as he survived. He couldn't understand why this situation lasted for so long, damn it. You still have a chance, however. Blackbeard also became angry due to successive injuries, and fought back with all his might. You're done. At the moment Blackbeard was distracted, Reka in the sky suddenly disappeared, and in the darkness, the real Reka appeared behind Blackbeard, thrust an axe into Blackbeard's back, and emerged from his chest. The whole figure seemed about to be crushed live, split in half. Originally, it required a protracted battle to decide the outcome. At this moment, because Reka burned his life, every blow was full force. A few minutes passed, and Blackbeard couldn't bear it any longer. If you continue to fight, if you make a mistake at any time, you will die. His body 3.9 has already suffered enough injuries. Such a high-intensity battle is an ultra-extreme challenge for both of them. After a while, both of them were covered in scars. How could you hide in my darkness? Blackbeard's face changed suddenly, completely incomprehensible. The fear of death made him forget the pain for a moment. How can I continue to take such risks here? I have tried it just now, but the result. 171. The embarrassment of the loser. Alien species among humans, terrifying vitality. Please subscribe. The axe pierced through Blackbeard's chest. Even though Blackbeard was tall, the axe had a large area. Once the axe is pulled out, Blackbeard is in danger, and the wound is too big. If there is no accident, many organs in the body were ruptured by this blow. It is impossible for ordinary people to survive. Everyone was stunned watching this scene, especially the members of the Blackbeard Pirates, who couldn't believe it. No way, Blackbeard lost. How is this possible? With his strength, ambition and experience, how could he lose? Badgers also had difficulty accepting this fact for a while. They still have dreams and ambitions that have not been realized. How could they just die like this? Finally, there is an existence that can accept them, but it is about to die in the hands of a newcomer pirate. Are you kidding? Lafitte frowned. They were once attracted by the future in the world depicted by Blackbeard. But it's just the beginning, and it's about to end. Damn it. Blackbeard was full of unwillingness, and at the moment his body was pierced by the plow, he also made a final counterattack. A piece of black light emerged from the wound in his body, and it couldn't reach Reka and slashed towards Reka. At this distance, it is impossible to dodge, and Reka's attack has just landed, and there is no time to recover it. As a result, blood splattered on Reka's body, and the wound was extremely deep, but it was better than Blackbeard after all. The body was not penetrated.
Reka-san. But Luffy and others are still very worried. Such a person, who is dying to fight back, must not be underestimated.
Can you still talk? The only way is to cut off your head, Reka snorted, seeing the axe embedded in Blackbeard suddenly pulled out, accompanied by Blackbeard's unprecedented scream. Blood poured out of Blackbeard's wound unstoppably. Why? Blackbeard asked Reka in disbelief over his shoulder. The ability he manifested before has nothing to do with darkness at all. Why can he appear in his own darkness without sound? I didn't realize it until I got close to myself. If I don't understand this point, even if I die, I won't rest in peace. Because you are too arrogant, Reka didn't explain clearly, but said mockingly. The work in hand did not slow down, and once again raised the magic axe Rita, and was about to chop off her head with one axe. Such a cunning and insidious guy must be beheaded, so that Reka can truly feel at ease. Advertisement Reka is indeed the strongest combat power of Sun Demon Fire, but don't forget, it was used to heal Nami before. He upgraded his magic again, although he is not good at black magic, it can even be said to be the weakest point. But if Blackbeard is in the fight, forming himself will only be the sun magic fire this calendar. The heart will definitely ignore his ability with Tongyuan. After all, as far as common people's common sense is concerned, two energies that may conflict are unlikely to be mastered by one person. For this reason, Blackbeard didn't even bother to watch out for it. So when Reka said he was arrogant, he wasn't talking nonsense. I will remember this loss. In the near future, we will definitely meet again. At that time, our accounts will be calculated slowly. 11 Blackbeard has not been able to release information about the renewal of the store at this time. This made him feel very sorry. He thought that he looked like he was going to die now. The winning Reka must be very high-spirited, and maybe he will tell how he got close to his own dark field when he is proud. Unexpectedly, he was as calm as water and kept silent. This guy is really difficult to deal with. Speaking of this, do you think you can still survive now? Reka yelled violently, carrying the overwhelming wave of flames and pressing towards Blackbeard. Remember it well for me. The road ahead is full of despair. Next time we meet, unless you surrender to me, you will be a confession to hell. Thief hahaha. Darkness, shadow escape. Blackbeard's words fell, and his whole body suddenly exploded, turning into millions of black smoke, like a giant black firework, bursting open. Little ones, go. Came Blackbeard's voice. Wisps of smoke flew towards Badgers and the others. Before they had time to react, they were engulfed by the black smoke, dived into the black smoke that filled the sky, and scattered in all directions. Heavenly fire meteor. Seeing this, Reka immediately burst out countless clusters of flames, covering a range of kilometers, carrying out intensive bombardment, and plowing the surrounding area. But when the bombardment of Skyfire Storm stopped, Reka's face was slightly gloomy, and there were no corpses of Blackbeard pirates and others anywhere. Ran away. This is the first time Reka tried to kill, but failed to kill. Blackbeard. Reka didn't look very good, but he wasn't too frustrated. Blackbeard can't beat him now, and it's even more impossible to beat him in the future. Now Reka's performance value has reached 26%. As for the arrogance value, although it cost several thousand for Nami to refresh the medicine and upgrade the magic. Advertisement, but recently Reka has earned a lot of arrogance, and he also exchanged advanced Conqueror's Haki before. After going back and forth, the current arrogance value still has 18,000 points. Save a little more and Reka can get the perfect Conqueror's Haki. In this battle with Blackbeard, Reka understood a truth. In this sea, strong men of all abilities emerge endlessly. Maybe at some point, it's not surprising that someone with the ability to restrain himself will appear. After all, Dark Fruit restrained himself a little this time. The defeats that Luffy and the others suffered today gave them their own opponents. The more you know, the higher your error tolerance. He is still testing himself. Want to know how he gave him the fatal blow? Win. Luffy and others cheered. If the shock fruit falls into his hands, I'm afraid it will still be very troublesome in the future. Since it is an enemy, there is no reason to let his enemy go well. If you regret being an enemy, you will show your arrogance, Reka whispered to himself. Reka. In a trance, Nami's voice could be heard calling him. Moreover, this guy's means of escaping is really 927 points, and it is also extremely cunning, even in the situation where everyone thought he was going to die just now. He actually won. He won the devil fruit, isn't he an ability user himself? Gu Lewa stared blankly at the situation on the field. Usopp, Sanji, Luffy will work harder. Shrouded in darkness, there is not much magic power from the sun. Because I know there are powerful opponents in this world. Only with the move of the sun in your heart can you win or lose. It seems that I really escaped. Reka's observation Haki spread all over the surrounding area. After waiting for a long time, he didn't notice that Blackbeard went and returned. No, they should be targeting the Blackbeard pirates. The Blackbeard pirates escaped, although what Blackbeard said sounded good, in the eyes of Gulva. Since then, Blackbeard has his eye on them, and he has his eye on Blackbeard. That kind of injury, even if he escaped, would definitely be fatal. 172. Blackbeard screaming, can I be saved? Wake up? In the sea area, on a raft, Blackbeard covered in blood is howling in pain and roaring with anger. Damn B*********. D. It hurts so much, Poison Q. What's the matter, is there any help? Blackbeard screamed, although he escaped with the help of Dark Fruit. But this kind of heart-piercing pain caused him to pass out several times. Poison Q is doing emergency treatment. Even if Blackbeard knows that his body is different from ordinary people, he is not sure whether he can survive. The heart is cracked, the lungs are fine, the kidneys are severely damaged, and almost annihilated. This kind of injury, replaced by any normal human being, no matter how powerful they are, will undoubtedly die. To be honest, Captain, you are still alive now, I feel very strange. Poison Q looked at Blackbeard in disbelief. If he can't be saved, Poison Q wants to dissect himself as the captain thoroughly. Why are you still alive with injuries that everyone else is bound to die? But seeing that Blackbeard could still be rescued, he resisted the urge. Stop talking nonsense. Get treatment quickly, don't miss the golden rescue time. I see that you are still in good spirits. I will suture you and use some strong medicine. With your current state, I don't think it will be a big problem to save you. It will just hurt a little. Poison Q began to heal Blackbeard as he said. Don't give me anesthesia. Blackbeard was very afraid of losing consciousnness. Once he lost consciousness, he would not be able to mobilize his body's potential without a strong desire to survive. It feels more likely to die that way. Good, B******** D Poison Q. You call this a bit painful. Damn it, damn StrawHat Pirates. I will never let you go. Wait until Lousy gets the shock fruit. You are all going to die. Blackbeard cursed in pain. From going to sea to now, he has never suffered such a big loss. All along, others underestimated him, who was low-key and suffered a big loss. I didn't expect that I would have such a big loss from others one day. I underestimate this group of guys. It's just a rookie pirate group, but there are guys with this kind of strength. It's too unreasonable. If they don't fall, it won't be long before the whole world will know their names. It's so miserable. You won't die, Captain. If you think you're going to die, appoint me to be the next captain. Hahaha. Badger said disapprovingly. I'm not going to die. Just follow me honestly. It hurts, Blackbeard said stiffly. Find a doctor and treat Nami first. After saying this, Reka passed out. Advertisement. His injury recovered quickly, but after he fell into a coma, no one could relieve Nami's symptoms. And it just so happens that Gulva is here. As long as they take action to treat Nami's illness, he can be cured. When Reka woke up again, he found himself lying on the hospital bed, looking around the castle building. It seems that this is the current residence of Chopper and Gulva. There is also a hospital bed next to it, on which is Nami, who is sleeping soundly, and has no self-healing magic. But the complexion looks pretty good now, and Reka immediately understood that Nami must have been treated. Wake up. Chopper, who was grinding the medicine, looked at Reka, who sat up from the boat, and exclaimed. Then he looked terrified and ran out in a panic. What? Am I so scary? Reka didn't quite understand. As a doctor, shouldn't you check your body first? As if hearing Chopper's exclamation, Nami frowned and woke up leisurely. At this time, Vivi came in with a basin and a wet towel. Seeing that both of them woke up one after another, they immediately smiled. Great. You finally woke up. You have both slept for 2 days and 2 nights. Waking up now proves that you have passed the dangerous period. What? It's been 2 days already. Nami's face changed drastically when he heard that. They have been here for so long. I don't know what Alabasta has become now. Vivi must be very anxious. They shouldn't waste so much time. Are Reka-san and Nami-san awake? Great. Luffy and the others who were playing in the snow outside saw Chopper running and shouting from the corridor. After worrying for 2 days, the bored Luffy and the others quickly came in to check the situation. Reka-san, Nami-chan, what do you guys want to eat? I'm going to prepare it now. Sanji's first words when he came in were to prepare a hearty recovery meal for the two of them. Reka-san, is your injury healed? Eat more meat. Much better. Nami, do you still hurt? Eat more meat too, Luffy said happily. Idiot. The patient has just woken up. How can he eat all meat? You need to match nutrition well, and you must also consider better digestion problems, so as not to stimulate the stomach all at once. Sanji kicked Luffy on the head. There's really nothing you can do about this idiot, Captain. Advertisement, great. Usopp heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone can wake up, that's good. I heard that you all lost. What a pity. If I were here, I would definitely not lose. Zoro looked at Sanji and said proudly. With such a big commotion, you actually fell asleep on the boat. After waking up, you went for a winter swim and almost froze to death, Sanji said disapprovingly. That silly duck, can't it swim? Why did it follow it into the sea? Zoro was puzzled. Quack. Running quickly to the side, hearing what Zoro said, it quickly quacked. Zoro and others couldn't understand. But Chopper, who was hiding at the door and turned his back, understood. It said that it thought that the green-haired one fell into the sea and was going to drown, so it jumped down to save him. It's still because of you, idiot Chlorella. What did you say? Anyone else can say anything, and when Sanji said it, Zoro's face was full of displeasure. The raccoon has spoken. Luffy was shocked. Are you just realizing it now? He said it several times in the past 2 days. Usopp was speechless. It understands what animals say. It must have been an animal. What are you all arguing about? This is a resting place for patients. Everyone is quiet. At this time, Gulva, who was walking drunk, with money, held a bottle of wine, drank and shouted at everyone. Everyone, including Luffy, was quiet at the moment. In the past 2 days, they have learned the tricks of the witch doctor. The method of intimidating people is top-notch, and everyone is stunned by her. Now is not the time to be so leisurely. Reka-san, how is your injury? Nami felt that she was fine, so the only thing she was worried about now was Reka's injury. There is no problem. Reka said honestly that his physical fitness is very comparable to others. Although his body is still a little weak, it is the sequelae of burning vitality. In the future, as long as the performance progress is improved, it can be recovered together. As for the wound, there are basically signs of healing, so there is no big problem. Then let's go. Nami was very worried about Vivi, and knew what she was carrying on her shoulders, and wanted to help her get back to Daxia as soon as possible. No. But as soon as the proposal came out, Gu Leiwa rejected it immediately. 173. If you are a monster, then we are all monsters. Invite ship Dr. Chopper aboard. Do you know that I just walked around the gate of the Ghost Gate, with an injury like yours? If it takes another 2 days at night, you will be completely relieved. Gulva looked at Nami and said. Will you be okay in 2 more days? Nami asked naively. No, you will die in 2 days. This kind of bug is called Casquia, and it should have died out 100 years ago. Fortunately, I kept some antibiotics before, so I can come in handy. Useful. Where did you come from? Could it be that you were walking in the dense forest of Primordial Island with your stomach exposed? He. How could such a thing happen? Gulva said as she spoke. I laughed first. Nami froze for a moment, thinking of Little Garden. Hey, isn't it? There really are such idiots. Gu Leiwa is a genius, and she can see Nami's expression immediately. Immediately, he showed an expression of disbelief. As for the other one, it seems to be a physical injury, but it feels that a lot of vitality has been lost. If this continues, even if the physical injury heals, I'm afraid I won't have many years to live. Speaking of this point, Gu Leiwa also revealed a rare sadness. In the end, they, a pirate group, fought against a terrifying and powerful pirate group like Blackbeard in order to save their town. What? Reka-san, are you going to die? Hearing the words of the professional Gulva, Luffy, Zoro and others were shocked. Unbelievable that this is true. Nami's face turned pale even after she heard that if she came 2 days late, she might die. Her face was never so ugly. My constitution is different from ordinary people, it will be fine after a while, don't make a fuss. Reka was speechless, but had to explain, so as not to be treated by Nami and the others as someone who was about to pass away. But on the other hand, I also admire Gu Leiwa's medical skills. It is obviously not a physical injury, but a change in vitality, and she can even diagnose it. Are you really aware of your physical condition? Gulva still expressed doubts. Of course, this is not the first time, Reka said calmly. But they found that Luffy, Zoro and the others bowed their heads in silence. It's all just because they are too weak that Reka risked his life to fight against that kind of enemy many times. Advertisement, I can't go on like this, I have to become stronger. Since you know it yourself, I won't say anything more, but with injuries like yours, you have to recover for at least 10 more days before you can act normally. Don't think about leaving. Let me tell you, those who have been able to leave me so far, there are only 2 kinds of people, one is cured people, and the other is people who cannot be cured and died. Just lie down. Gu Lei, CBBE, pushed Nami and Reka down on the bed one by one. 10 days? No, absolutely not, Nami quickly refused. She felt that the fever had subsided, and the problem should not be serious. Because of her illness, they have been delayed for several days. If Vivi returns to the kingdom in 10 days, she will become a princess of subjugation. Along the way, knowing that Vivi is a strong and considerate princess, Nami couldn't help but want to help her. They have had similar experiences. I don't care about this. I'm a doctor. I only care about patients. Patients who haven't recovered can't leave me. Besides, you still have follow-up treatment. If you want to die after suffering a lot, you can try it, Gulva said this. The surroundings became quiet. Vivi just bit her lips vigorously. She didn't know what to say at the moment. Don't care about Nami's injury. No, it's impossible. But Nami's illness will take 10 days. 10 days, for a country that is fighting internally, let alone 10 days. Even 1 or 2 days unimaginable changes can occur. She was in a tangle and didn't know how to deal with it. If it doesn't work, let's split into 2 groups, send Vivi to Alabasta first, and then we'll come back to pick up Nami. Zoro made a very good suggestion, and so far, they have made a promise. It's all just sending Vivi to the kingdom. After all, as long as she is sent to the kingdom, she knows the truth, and if she tells the truth to the public, the problem should be solved. At least judging from the current situation, it is indeed the case. If there is really no way, this is indeed a way. Usopp also thinks this is a way. No, but Luffy disagreed. He felt that helping others should help to the end. Vivi has gone through a lot of things with them along the way. Her strength and kindness made Luffy subconsciously regard her as half a companion. No matter how bad they are still friends. My friend's country is in trouble. How can they not help? If Nami is here, if something happens, who will pick her up? And more importantly, the people in them are very weak in navigation skills. In the Grand Line, even Nami is an excellent navigator. Advertisement in the beginning, sailing on the vast sea was also full of dangers. With their technology, can they really come back here and find Nami? It's too difficult. Then what should we do? After thinking for a while, everyone understood what Luffy was worried about. What nonsense are you talking about? INIR. Monsters. Chopper was in a turmoil, thinking of the past of being persecuted by humans, thinking of the first ray of sunshine that appeared in his life, Dr. Shiruluk, thinking of the past that has been rejected by people and called a monster. Don't worry, if you are a monster, then we are all monsters too. Luffy, I will leave this matter to you. Reka smiled. Everyone was silent when they heard the words, and they didn't know how to choose for a while. I'm not joking with you, I don't know that man. He said there is no problem, maybe it is really no problem, but the injury still needs a few days of treatment, and this little girl will definitely relapse once the follow-up treatment is stopped. Yes, it will be a very painful death, Gulva said truthfully. Leave it to me. Luffy said confidently. In the eyes of ordinary people, Chopper, the reindeer who ate the human fruit, is a monster through and through. For a long time, not only was it not accepted by humans, even the former reindeer of the same kind could not accept a heterogeneity like Chopper. You be ******D. Even if you say I'm a doctor, I won't be happy, hee hee hee. Chopper immediately wriggled his body and danced, overflowing with joy inside and outside. That's right. He is my disciple, and I taught him all the medical skills, Gu Lewa said quite proudly. And Luffy thinks he is a partner, so he shouldn't leave. At this time, Reka looked at his hands hiding inside and his body outside, and Chopper, who was hiding upside down, asked, this reindeer was grinding medicine just now, so it must be a doctor, right? Obviously very happy, Luffy and others said speechlessly. So that's it. What a good idea. Luffy clapped his fists together, suddenly realizing. Gu Lewa and Chopper were stunned for a moment, a little unbelievable. They never thought that someone would take the initiative to invite Chopper aboard. Then we just need a ship doctor on board. Do you want to come to our ship as a doctor, so that we can continue to treat during the voyage? Reka smiled and looked at Joe. The sudden recognition made him feel confused, he said tremblingly, then turned his head and quickly ran away. So there is another way. Sanji also thinks this way is quite good. 174. Chopper's past, Princess Vivi's thoughts, please subscribe. So during this day, Chopper ushered in a nightmare and Luffy and the others were also busy. It's a good way, but he's never left here. Gulva looked at Chopper's fleeing figure and said with a sense of loss and regret. When the child grows up, he always wants to leave home and look outside, Reka said calmly. That's true, but can he really accept humans, or be accepted by other humans? You should have seen it, it is not human. No, that is not accurate, it should be said that he is not common creature. Gulva was full of worry. Chopper has a big quarrel with humans, even if Hiruruke and her have taken care of him.
But only the two of them can be accepted by Chopper.
In this way, even if he is a reindeer, his nose seems to be blues, and he can speak human language. Nami realized that this reindeer is indeed different from ordinary reindeer after hearing Gulva's words. Not only that, but he is also a reindeer who ate the fruit of Zone, since he was a child. Gulva told Chopper's past one by one. When he was a child, he was abandoned by the reindeer herd, and later he ate devil fruit by mistake and became a human being. He wondered if he could also blend into the human being. As a result, because of its blue nose and weird appearance, people took it for granted as a monster like a snow monster. Besieged and killed, when hatred and confusion gradually grew in Chopper's heart. He met the most gentle person in his life. Hirulik met Chopper for the first time. In order to show that he was not in danger and would not hurt him, he took off his clothes and approached Chopper in the snow. This made Chopper let go of his guard, and the two gradually established a relationship of trust, and then they lived together, and followed Xyriluk to shuttle through the streets and alleys to treat patients. It's just that Xyriluk's medical skills are really limited, and he often self-defeating, making them hide and seek, but more or less, he still cured some people. And it would be nice to have a doctor, even a quack doctor, to treat them. Since the new King Wapol came to power in the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, he has controlled all the doctors and only served him alone. Many laws and regulations of the whole country have been changed day by day, making life difficult for the people of the whole country. In the end, in order to awaken the conscience of some people in the country, after knowing that it was a trap set by the king, Hylaluk still went to the banquet. Just because he thinks that if someone is really sick, what should he do? Advertisement Gulva will always remember the man who said, "It's great that no one gets sick." Finally, under the tyranny of the king, he died tragically. He may not be able to change an already sick kingdom at that time. But not for nothing, at least, he planted a seed between Dalton, her, and Chopper. When he died, he had hoped that one day on this winter island, he could see the sakura flowers in full bloom. And because in the case of Hiruruke's death, Chopper picked a poisonous herb marked with a skull logo for him in order to treat the sick Hiruruke, which led to Hiruruke's death. Although he did it out of good intentions, Xylaluke's disease will cause death regardless of whether it is poisonous or not. But since then, Chopper has had less contact with humans, and usually goes out with Gulva, in the form of a cold reindeer. Perhaps, deep in his heart, he vaguely felt that he was unknown. So it's like this, that is to say, it's hard for him to accept other humans. Nami immediately understood the problem after listening to Gulva's story about Chopper. They are eager for a doctor, but if the other party is not willing, they cannot use coercive means. However, if it was you, maybe he would agree. Gulva said calmly, she would not let Chopper know these words. He will not encourage Chopper either, whether to go to the outside world or stay in the Drum Kingdom. This is Chopper's life, he should choose for himself. It's just that if you really want to leave, you may feel lonely. Leave it to Luffy and the others, they'll be fine. Nami said with certainty. She was almost forced to get on the boat at the beginning. As long as she got on the boat, she would definitely be able to mingle with everyone. And she thinks, people don't care if a reindeer can talk or have a blue nose. To be honest, apart from Usopp and Vivi, who run fast, the rest are more monsters than Chopper. Wait a minute, Luffy and the others are already chasing Chopper. We have to lie down for a while, and we have to get ready to go. Reka is also very confident about this. Oh, are you so confident? Gulva was a little surprised by the consistent confidence of the two. Although in the previous battle, Chopper felt that they were good people and helped them. Advertisement. Asking for flowers, but it's not so easy to get Chopper on the boat. The most difficult thing to get rid of is the inner grudge. Chopper also has a deep inferiority complex about his identity, that's why he tries to hide when he sees someone he doesn't know well. It's okay to leave this kind of thing to our captain. That Straw Hat kid is really the captain. Although after 2 days of getting along, Gulva already knew who the captain was. But it is still difficult to be confident. A young and powerful person like Reka is not the captain. I don't have any ambitions, as long as the people around me live well and I can live comfortably, although there will be a lot of troubles, but at least, I can have fun when I can play, and sleep peacefully when I can sleep. To have such a day, no amount of trouble is worth it. Reka smiled lightly. Not bad. Be such a pirate. Gulva smiled slightly. Chopper, maybe this is really a good group of pirates, how would you choose? Civet Cat, don't run away, be my ship's doctor. In the corridor of the castle, Chopper ran ahead, while Luffy and Usopp chased after. Zoro went to the snow to practice swords, and Sanji prepared food for Reka and Nami. Vivi is standing on a high place, looking at the snow scene, in a daze. After seeing Reka's strength many times, she had an idea in her heart. He is so powerful. With his help, the situation in the country will definitely calm down. But what do I really have the right to ask them to do? Whether it is funds or other things, the country in civil strife can't get anything out. And once they are asked, it is risking their lives. Are you qualified to let them take risks? But if begging them can help tens of millions of people in the country, it must be worth it. It's just that she couldn't pass that hurdle in her heart. If she asked them to help, she would have to risk her life together. If she refused to help, it would not be so easy to quell the domestic riots. Shut up. I'm a reindeer, I just said that. Chopper, who was sprinting, turned around and gave Luffy a fierce look. It doesn't matter, anyway, be my companion, hee, Luffy grinned. Companion. Hearing this word, Chopper's heart was turbulent and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Does he deserve to have a companion? 175. The dead most worthless king. Chopper goes out to sea together. I'm a monster. Chopper roared loudly. Monster. What's the matter with this kind of thing? Me too, you see, I'm a rubber man. Luffy didn't even think about it, and just ignored it, or rather, the more distinctive he is, the more excited. As he spoke, he pulled his rubber mouth. Chopper has never met such a person, even Shirulek and Dr. Doriel know they are monsters. It's not that they don't care, they chose a different path from ordinary people, they chose to believe and help. But the man in front of him just doesn't care at all. That pure look cannot be faked. Look, the one with the blue nose can still speak, and still do this. Chopper pointed to his own blue nose, and then suddenly transformed into a sturdy human being covered in fur. Oh, hiss, transform, Luffy's eyes immediately burst into gold stars. No, this guy is hopeless. Chopper tilted his head, and felt that this guy named Captain was simply a weirdo. However, he really doesn't care what kind of creature he is, what kind of identity he is. Don't run. Why do you run? Go out to sea with me and be a pirate. No, you're too annoying, Chopper retorted immediately. Don't be like this, the sea outside is very interesting, there is a 1,000-year-old dragon that can fly, there is such a big titan, and there are so many interesting people. Really, don't? Chopper longed for a while, but finally refused decisively. Luffy chased after him, but he ran out of strength after chasing after them, so the two stopped under the balcony. They looked at each other out of breath. If it wasn't for Chopper being Zone's human fruit, and being an animal, he might not be able to wear Luffy out of breath in terms of physical strength. It's almost time for you to stop. Why do you have to be your partner? Chopper didn't understand. Because, you also want to go outside, right? Luffy took off his hat, looked at it, and said seriously and thoughtfully. Luffy couldn't hide the eyes and expression that yearned for the outside world. In most respects, he is indeed an unresponsive idiot, but in some respects, he is extraordinarily quick. Chopper thought he would find some excuse to convince himself or to seduce himself, but no. He just saw the idea that he was not sure about in his heart. Advertisement. Chopper fell silent for a while, staring blankly at the man. Thinking of them who fought the Blackbeard pirates without fear of life and death in order to save innocent people. Has the will of a pirate that can be fulfilled no matter what Hyliluxan said. But, the doctor's wife won't agree. Chopper finally let go. He really wanted to follow them to see the outside world and learn better medical skills. One day, I can become a doctor who can cure any disease, so that the people I care about will not die again. He also wants to be a person who can heal even the sickness of the country like Dr. Shiruluk. Chopper, the outside world is wonderful. In a trance, he heard Zyruluk whispering. Although Hiruluk died in the end, but now the Drum Kingdom has also perished, and a new era has arrived. Even if Wobble comes back one day, it will not change anything, because what has changed now is the unanimous popular sentiment across the country. They are free from tyranny and will never let Wobble have their way again. Hiluluk, he finally ruled the country. Don't worry about this, let's go to sea. Luffy couldn't listen to any excuses, but directly raised his arms and shouted. Don't give Chopper any room for hesitation at all. So full of yearning, that, just when Chopper was about to agree to come down, Chopper moved his nose, and his expression changed immediately. It's Wobble who is back, why? You guys are so brave to plant that dirty pirate flag on top of my castle. Wobble and his subordinates appeared on this mountain peak, which used to be the palace of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. It's just that after they escaped, Gulva and the others regarded it as Shiruluk's tomb and lived here. The pirate's flag on the castle was the one that Hirulik used to take out to say the will of the pirates in front of Chopper. Master Wobble, yesterday I heard that the Blackbeard pirates appeared in other places. They must have left our island, a subordinate whispered to Wobble. Moo-ha-ha-ha, that's true. Then from today onwards, I will be the king of this kingdom again. First, let me blow down that flag. Why are you again? You really are haunted. Have you all come here? Luffy and Chopper stood on the balcony representing the Zyruluke pirates' flag. Looking at Wobble and his army, Luffy said with disgust. Advertisement. Do you know them? Chopper asked, looking at Luffy. Isn't it their first visit to Drum Kingdom? Meet on the road. You? Are the Straw Hat Boys? When Wobble saw Luffy, his face was full of fear, thinking of the terrifying monster that swept them all with absolute strength. The proud face just now was dripping with cold sweat, but in the end he forced himself to say calmly, last time I was just careless, just right, this time, I will go all out to avenge this revenge. Then I will kill the person who lives in the king's castle. Kill them all. Just right. This time I will definitely beat you up. Luffy clenched his fists, fearless. No, Luffy, leave this guy to me. I haven't been able to fight those guys from Blackbeard before, so let's use them. Zoro, who was practicing sword in front of the castle, took this opportunity. Reka is no exception. As soon as I came outside, I saw the flag standing under the pirate flag, which was bombarded and still standing, and Luffy. That would make him think of some quack doctor who laughed at him, the same quack doctor he mocked 4.1 and died. At that moment, Chopper was moved. Shirulik and I, maybe, are going to go to sea. They're a very good group of people. Sorry, I'll deal with them right away. The battle broke out just now, and Wobble brought a lot of people, and Zoro quickly cut down a group of people. As a result, shells still flew out. B********D. I want you. Boom! Reka and others who were in the castle suddenly heard a strong explosion. This is your precious thing, Luffy grinned. The Wobble Gang? This group of fellows have a lot of life, but this kind of tyrant is not qualified to live. Zoro, kill him. Reka's eyes turned slightly cold. The three knives slid through Waipol's neck, completing the beheading. Since then, there will be no more Wobble Kings in this world. Chopper first protects and resists, but he is not rubber fruit after all, and after being hit by a shell, he is unable to do what he wants. Three Swords Technique. Ghost Slash. Whoosh! Just when Wobble wanted to explode with full power and use the fruit ability to target Zoro. Wobble doesn't like the pirate flag hanging on his castle, so he wants to bomb this unsightly thing. Yufeng Swordsmanship. Big Tornado. 36 Annoyed Phoenixes. Zoro became fierce, and within a few slashes, all the enemies standing in front of him were chopped into the air. What happened outside? Sanji and others walked out. Reka is not a good person. This kind of king who makes life difficult for the whole country because of one person is really not pleasing to the eye. And the keen Luffy immediately realized the importance of this thing to Chopper, so he stepped forward, encountered many shellings, and still stood upright, full of pride and miracles. Why? Chopper stared blankly at Luffy. Zoro was reminded by Reka, and instantly exploded with all his strength, without even giving him time to struggle. 176. A man's going to sea, a sensational miracle, the snow moon of falling sakura flowers. As soon as Wobble died, his so-called king group was also smashed, and everyone else gave up resisting. Some people escaped, some people reintegrated into the kingdom, and many people followed Wobble, which was a helpless choice. Especially the group of doctors, they were coerced from the beginning. After all, for the common people, they didn't have the courage to resist the king's order. At night, the moon is high, and it is snowy. In Winter Island, this is the most common climate. The castle is covered with silver. After resting here for another night, the Straw Hat Pirates are ready to start again, but this time there is one more person. It was getting late and the weather was gray, so Imba followed Luffy and the others out of the gate of the castle. Turning back 3 steps at a time, Gu Lewa had just fallen asleep at this time. He left the letter, but he still looked back full of reluctance. Seems eager to see her from the castle balcony, but I was afraid that she would stop me from going out to sea, so I was very conflicted. Doctor. She won't be angry with me. Chopper stared at the castle that was gradually moving away in a daze. She has watched you grow up since she was a child, and knows that you are leaving. You see, there are many medical books on the sled. There were no such books on the sled before. Wrapped in a coat, Nami pointed to the books on the sled. After hearing this, Chopper looked down at the packed books. Ms. Doriel. Chopper was suddenly filled with the sadness of parting, and it turned out that the doctor had already known about it. I also talked to us about your past before. Don't worry, at this time, she may be somewhere in the castle that you can't see, watching you silently. She only wants you to be happy and find your own friends, Reka also said calmly. In the snowy weather, Chopper pulled the sled and transported them from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain along the cableway. Woo! Chopper couldn't help crying. He yearned for the outside, but couldn't understand the parting. After Chopper and others got on the ropeway, Gulva moved out the cannon of curry, the castle weapon. Dalton and others arrived not long ago, first to thank the Straw Hat Pirates for their help. The second is that when they heard that King Wobble came back, they were worried about what they would do to this country. But after seeing Waipol's dead body, they all understood that from then on, they never had this trouble again. They thanked them sincerely and stayed in the castle temporarily. At this time, Gu Lewa pulled her out to work as a coolie. Advertisement. I originally wanted to prevent him from leaving as much as possible, but I didn't expect to run so fast. That's fine. I'm getting old and I'm not used to the usual farewell. Hey, you guys, put that on the cannon. Get out of the castle. Watching Chopper and his team running along the cableway, like flying under the moon. Is this way of parting really good? Dalton said, looking at Gu Leva with reluctance in his eyes. Maybe saying goodbye in person will leave no regrets. I hate crying farewells. Let's go. When we go to sea, the formation must be bigger. Seeing that Gu Leva directed everyone to carry the shells, and loaded them with things they had never seen before. Dalton couldn't help being full of doubts. What are you going to do? Look carefully. Gulva gave an order. Fluffy. Many cannons roared at the same time, and when the unsuspecting villagers heard it, they thought there was another battle breaking out. What's wrong? Even Luffy, Chopper and the others turned their heads one after another. What happened to the dense cannon fire? Only Reka looked calm, only he knew what it was. All shells have been fired. Turn on the lights. Bunches of intense lights suddenly shone toward the sky, and everyone stopped in an instant. Under the illumination of the light, the things fired by the cannon just now were blooming in the sky, and things like pink petals were falling all over the sky. Looking around, it looks like the season when the sakura flowers are in full bloom. The colorful fallen flowers are bright and beautiful, and they are extremely dreamy. This is an unspeakable miracle for a country shrouded in snow all year round. It's amazing. Even Luffy, a nervous person, was stunned at the moment. For him, this was an unprecedented visual feast. This is a drug invented by Shirulik that can heal the country and anything. He succeeded, turning the impossible into possible. Hylalusan, you did it, Uhu. Looking at the charming scenery in the sky, recalling the past, I couldn't help crying anymore. Miracles exist. It's so beautiful, Nami said, and couldn't help leaning towards Reka's arms. Reka didn't refuse, but just held her waist and watched quietly. In this world, there are always fools that make people feel admirable. What a dream this is. Dalton was also dumbfounded. Haha, other people can't understand the idiot's thinking. Gyulewa said with a smile, remembering that idiot once said so firmly that the sakura flower should bloom in this country. Advertisement: when it comes to that time, the country will definitely be saved, and when people see beautiful things, they will definitely remember what is the most precious thing. And now, everything seems to be coming true. Go, idiot son. Gulva looked into the distance with tears in her eyes. The snowflakes are still falling, and the snowflakes are covered with pink dust, just like pieces of sakura flower petals. Not only them, but also many villagers were dumbfounded. This kind of scenery will remain in their hearts forever, and they will never forget it for a lifetime. Ongoing Mary. Is that guy Chopper okay? Seeing Chopper wailing, he fell into peace, his eyes were dazed, and he stared blankly into the distance. Usopp couldn't help but feel a little worried. He's experiencing what it's like for a man to go on a journey now. 007. Sanji lit a cigarette, understanding how Chopper felt now. He had experienced it before. After all, he's leaving the island he hasn't left since he was born, Nami said. Chopper sat on the railing of the ship, staring blankly at the huge mountain of the magnetic drum. I'm leaving, Dr. Lady, it's finally about to begin, my adventure. And when Chopper was immersed in the sadness of parting, Luffy and Usopp danced happily. Luffy put a short stick to his nostrils, put his hands on his hips, held a dustpan, and danced the Jong dance. Ha ha ha. Usopp and everyone laughed very happily. Since Nami and Reka's illnesses are fine, everyone is happy. Also, congratulations to the new partners. I said Chopper, when are you going to be in a daze? Drink it. Usopp directly gave him a glass of wine. Come sing. Sanji leaned over with a smile too. You should try sticking chopsticks up your nose too, Usopp suggested. Chopper was stunned at the time. This seemed to be different from the adventurous life he thought. The moon is out and the sakura flowers are blooming. It's a good time to drink. Zoro was in a good mood drinking the wine. It would be a pity not to have a banquet at this time. Let's go. Have a banquet. 177. Fire Fist Ace. Next stop, Desert Kingdom. Chopper was at a loss, and didn't know what to do in the face of this situation. This has never happened before. Did it scare you? Now you are also the companion of this group of crazy and silly guys. Nami put his hands on Chopper's shoulders and said softly. Companion. That's right, although they are all ignorant guys, we will all be companions in the future, so you must get used to it. Chopper, come quickly too. Chopper held the chopsticks against his nose, pretending to be Luffy. Idiot, don't do it. Nami was speechless, another spoiled child. Usopp climbed a stop, raised his glass and shouted, Okay, brothers, look here, I'm here to introduce a new companion, Tony Chopper. In order to celebrate the boarding of our ship, Doctor, you listen carefully. Sanji and Luffy are already fighting because of food problems. Vivi is trying to stop him from running, but Zoro tricks him into drinking. There are noisy noises in my ears. It's the first time I'm so happy. Chopper raised his hands and said excitedly, he had never had so many friends. No, it's a companion. Here's to our new companion. Oh, cheers. Under Sakura on a snowy night, the Golden Beauty embarked on a new journey. They should have already left the island. Dalton the reindeer, who has the most noble character and the most exquisite skills as a doctor, said looking at the sea. If the sakura flower that Shirulik devoted his life to research has caused any miracles, it is only that stupid reindeer that ran into the sea. That guy is actually so masculine this time, Gulva said with emotion. He will definitely become an excellent doctor. Dalton firmly believed in this. He was no stranger to Chopper. He stopped Chopper and rescued him on the day Shirulik died. One life. Also know about his relationship with Shirulik. What are you going to do next? Advertisement. I used to be the captain of the garrison under Wobble. I have to stay and forgive my sins. The new kingdom has just been born, in this way, so as to make up for the crimes I have committed, Dalton said in a deep voice. He thought about leaving, but that was just an escape, not an apology. What, don't you have a heart for the sake of the country? From now on, this place will count on you. A heart for the country? 10 years ago, a girl taught me this. Right, Princess Vivi? Dalton finally recognized Princess Vivi. After 10 years, he wasn't sure at first, but in the end he looked more and more like him, so that he was sure. After all, he is his idol. 10 years ago, he participated in the world government meeting with Wapple, because Wapple didn't like the king of Alabasta. When he saw Vivi who was still a child, he slapped him, and joked that he slipped his hands. The young Vivi didn't cry on the spot, nor did she accuse Wapple of bullying, but took all the blame on herself. Said that she herself accidentally bumped into Wapple, which made it like that. Because she knows that at this kind of world summit, some discord between them will turn into a country-to-country war at the fastest speed. At that time, all those who bleed and die are soldiers, and those who suffer are civilians. Dalton remembers crying in the arms of the guards after Vivi left the venue. She has been enduring it. That is a great princess with a heart for the country. That nobility has not changed until now. It is really getting more and more remarkable. Dalton sang, it's terrible. I suddenly remembered a very important thing. At this time, a villager suddenly ran over with a wanted warrant and said, "What's up? Look at this." The villagers spread out several arrest warrants for Zhang Tong in their hands. It was the wanted warrant for the three of Luffy, Reka, Zoro. 100 million, 50 million, 30 million Baileys. When Dalton saw the bounty, he was shocked for a while. Oh, is that a very powerful villain pirate group? Gulva smiled slightly. Advertisement. Where did you get this? Dalton asked hastily. Well, I completely forgot to report this to you. About a week ago, after the Blackbeard pirates attacked our kingdom for the first time and disappeared for a few days, in the town of Roll suddenly there appeared a man who looked like a traveler. It was a rare day without snow. I don't know where he landed from, and he said he was after the Blackbeards who attacked our country. But at that time, there had been no news from Blackbeard for several days. We said we hadn't seen one, and then asked us if we had seen a pirate wearing a straw hat. We didn't know who he was talking about, and then gave us these wanted warrants. He said he met him, so he told this pirate wearing a straw hat that he would wait for him in Alabasta for 10 days. By the way, he said his name was Ace. The commoner hurriedly told the story. Waiting in Alabasta for 10 days, Dr. Gulva, what's the matter? What are you in a daze for? Seeing that Gulva stared at her without saying a word after receiving the arrest warrant, Dalton couldn't help asking curiously. Do you know Gordy Roger? Gulva asked. D? Are you talking about Goldie Roger? Do you call him that now? It seems that our family's reindeer has been taken away by a group of incredible guys. Are they still alive? D's will. The night passes and the day comes. On the calm blue sea, going merry sails. Chopper sat next to Luffy's sheep-headed throne. He looked at the sea and said with emotion, "It's amazing. The sea is so wide." Of course. Pirates are going to take risks in this vast sea, Luffy replied. Really? Pirates are really amazing, Wang Dahao. Chopper said full of yearning. And at this moment a shadow bigger than the melee flew across the sky. Chopper looked up curiously and asked, "What is that?" "It's a seagull." Luffy replied GN directly. "Stupid, that's not a seagull. How can there be such a big seagull?" Usopp was speechless on the deck. "Hey, seagull." But Luffy called out to the big bird flying by. When the big bird heard Luffy's voice, the figure that was flying forward suddenly turned upside down and rushed towards Luffy. "Look, isn't this a seagull?" Luffy said with a smile. "Idiot, now is not the time to talk about this. Who told you to call it over?" Nami, who was commanding the ship, immediately panicked. "It's amazing. It's a big adventure." Chopper was still feeling emotional. However, a black shadow flew by, and the bird immediately took Luffy away. Chopper was thrown to the ground. 178. The organizational structure of the Pakistan Lock Work Agency. All staff gather Alabasta. The big thing is bad. Luffy was taken away by the big bird. Chopper ran to the deck in horror, and told the matter to the three Zoro, Sanji, Usopp who were aboard playing cards. It's just that facing the panicked Chopper, the three of Usopp seemed much calmer. No, it should be said that they didn't respond. Chopper couldn't understand at all. Now is not the time to play cards. I told you Luffy is in trouble. Did he call for help? Zoro asked calmly. No. Chopper, who was circling anxiously around the three of them, suddenly stopped. Then it's fine. Just leave him alone. Since he didn't ask for help, Zoro didn't bother to deal with Luffy's affairs. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to relax at the end of the day. But, rubber, propeller. Luffy twisted his hands into a twist, then grabbed the big bird. His arms bounced back, and kept spinning, dragging the big bird directly to the deck, and knocked him unconscious. It's just that the wings are still outside the deck, and this big bird can't fit at all. At the same time, the three of Zoro were rushed out. Hey, Sanji, I'm back with meat. Luffy got out from the body of the big bird, and saw several people lying on the ground who were thrown into the air. Can't help but be very puzzled. What's wrong with you? It's not your fault. The three angrily shouted in unison. What are you doing? I have a good hand, Usopp said regretfully. Is that so? Sorry. Luffy grinned heartlessly. This bird is so big, now we have decent food. Sanji said happily, looking at the prey in front of him. Do you want to eat this? Usopp was a little worried. This big bird has never been seen before, is it really alright? Chopper. What's the matter with you? Luffy couldn't help asking, looking at the dumbfounded Chopper. That pirate, really amazing. Chopper wriggled his nose, expecting and excited. Really, is it amazing? Advertisement? Ha ha ha. Luffy laughed with his hands on his hips, and Zoro, Sanji and others also laughed. I tell you guys, this ship will arrive at Alabasta soon. There is no time for you to play, come on. Nami walked over and said. I said, is Alabasta? Chopper still didn't know much about Vivi. Oh, country ruled by Vivi's father, now there is a villain named K-Lock-Dar who wants to take Alabasta. He's one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Sanji added. Shichibukai? Chopper was puzzled. They're pirates recognized by the world government? Pirate recognized by the government. That's right, because they have overwhelming power, they can easily defeat other pirates, so the world government recognizes them so that they can suppress pirates. Clock-Dar, I really want to see him soon. Luffy clenched his fists in anticipation. Clock-Dar is regarded as a hero in Alabasta, because he will defeat the pirates who attack the town, but that is just the superficial image of Clock-Dar. In fact, he is behind the scenes, causing civil strife in Alabasta. No one has discovered this. The same thing happened to the people, and so did my father, so I have to go back as soon as possible and tell my father the truth, and tell the people. Vivi said in a deep voice. In short, as long as we can kill Q*******, Lock. Luffy said confidently. Yes, if the civil strife can be quelled first, and the Pakistani Lock Work Agency can be kicked out of the country, Vivi nodded. Chopper. Ba Lock Work Agency. That's right, you don't know much about these things. In fact, I don't know very well either. The organizational structure of the Pakistan Lock Works is too complicated. Usopp rubbed his head and said to the Pakistan Lock little is known about it. The structure is actually very simple. First of all, on the top floor is the boss, Lock Doll, also known as Mr. Zero, the agent who directly listens to the boss's instructions. There are 12 people and 1 animal. They all act together with a female agent partner, Mr. 1 and Miss New Year's Day. Mr. 2 are the only ones who don't have a partner. Vivi told everyone the information in detail. After all, Luffy and the others are now on the locker list of the Lock Work Agency. Intelligence is often more important than strength. Mr. 3 is the candle-wielding guy the first met in Little Garden. Yes, he and Miss Goldenweek are partners, it's that little girl. Mr. CBBI, Point 4 and Miss Christmas are a pair. I don't know the situation of these 2 people. Mr. Point 5 and Valentine, you have also met, and Mr. 1 to Mr. Point 5 are from the work agency. Advanced agents. They are all demon fruit power, they will only be dispatched when there are really important tasks, and Mr. 6 to Mr. 13 are with common staff, responsible for raising funds for the company at the entrance of the Grand Line. Advertisement. Speaking of which, it seems that there are 10 songs Strange Birds and Sea Otters, Sanji said. You are talking about Mr. 13 and Mr. Friday, right? They are the punishment team, mainly punishing those who failed the mission. In addition, there are also the subordinates of advanced agents, billions of elders, 200 people, and the subordinates of pioneering agents open black lens bracket 1 million elders, 1,800 people, and an unspecified number of miscellaneous fish subordinates. This is the secret criminal organization Baroque Work Club. So, 1,008 plus 200, there are 2,000 elites alone, Usopp calculated. 2,000 people. Chopper was stunned. So many people, are they all enemies? Okay, I'm very clear. In short, just be Clock Doll away. Luffy didn't know whether he really understood or didn't understand. Reka leans more towards the latter. You definitely haven't figured it out, Usopp said, also looking at Luffy. If the final plan of the Pakistani Lock Work Association is to capture Alabasta, then the time is almost here. All the agents and billionaires will gather in Alabasta. Yes. As soon as these words came out, everyone's heart sank, which also meant that once they clashed, they would not have to face 1 or 2 strong men alone. But a whole huge criminal organization. Anyway, go get that guy named Locke. Forget it, just shut up. Before Luffy could finish speaking, Sanji interrupted. Reka-san, do you think we can win? How strong are they? Zoro asked Reka, who always knew something they didn't know. Probably not better than Blackbeard, but Desert Kingdom, after all, is his home stadium. No one knows what will happen, but personally, we will win, Reka said with certainty. No matter what, let's increase training from now on, Sanji volunteered. Yes. I will train you more strictly today. My strength has not fully recovered. Maybe this is the rare opportunity for you to try to knock me down. I'm coming. Luffy rushed forward, and then both Chopper and Vivi stayed where they were. Zoro, Luffy, and Sanji teamed up. It was okay at first, but Reka didn't recover, and they went all out. It is indeed a big problem, and even once gained the upper hand. Gradually, the so-called training turned into a beating on all sides. Reka-san, it's scary. Bujang was trembling. 179. Hero of Alabasta, K-Lock Doll, domestic situation. At this moment, Alabasta, inside the Rainfeast Casino. Lockdar, who was admiring the banana crocodile swimming in the water tank, suddenly stopped smoking and frowned. What? There are pirates messing around in the kingdom? Don't they know that I am in this country? I don't know Shah. Loc-Dar, a country in riots is an excellent target for pirates, isn't it? Are you going? Robin spread his hands, expressing that he didn't know what the situation was. Of course I have to go, and the superficial work has to be done, well. It's really nice to say. Of course, after all, 7 warlords of the sea are pirates who suppress pirates, and they are also heroes in the eyes of the people. Loc-Dal grinned. Port. Get out of the way, get out of the way, these treasures belong to my uncle, and all those who resist are slaughtered. A group of pirates rushed into the port, burning, killing and looting right here. The people felt incomparably terrified, they were not the opponents of these vicious pirates at all. They were extremely rampant, killing wantonly, the whole town was like a purgatory on earth, and all the people lived in fear. But more than 10 kilometers away, there is a regular army rushing quickly. It's Master K-Lock. Suddenly, a woman who was pushed down by pirates saw a figure standing on a clock tower with a back comb, biting a cigar, wearing a windbreaker and a golden hook on her left hand. Immediately revealed a look of incomparable surprise. Hearing this sound, both the victimized civilians and the pirates stopped their work at the same time and looked towards K-Loc-Dar in unison. The civilians were all happy, they saw the savior. Clockadar. Could it be Shichibukai? The pirate captain held his chin, thought for a while, and remembered that the name was a member of Shichibukai. Shut up, stupid people, I'm just here to take the head off that pirate's head. K-Lockadar looked down at everyone coldly. Although you say so, you will always come to help us, an old man said passionately. So handsome, another little girl was born. Long live Loc-Dar. Patron saint of Alabasta, king of the desert, Clock-Dar. Advertisement. Hearing the shouts of the people, Clockadar only felt that they were stupid, but he still laughed and responded. You can call it whatever you want, in short, don't come to this country to make trouble, pirates. I said, don't you underestimate us. The pirates immediately showed fierce faces when they heard the words. Do you want one to fight with all of us? Their entire pirate group is here, with a numerical advantage. The pirate captain also said angrily, you government lackey who sold your soul to power, what's the use of pretending to be a hero? Guys who don't want to die, just get down on the ground. Facing the noise of these miscellaneous fish, K-Loc-Dar just stretched out his golden hook and pointed at all of them. This idiot, we can just use him to try the knife, of course, the pirates can't obey obediently. Get rid of him. Then all the treasures in this city will belong to us, the pirate captain encouraged his subordinates. Oh, but before they could attack, Clock-Dar jumped from under the clock tower and jumped directly into the pirate group. It looked like he had thrown himself into a trap. Chi. As soon as he fell into the group of pirates, more than a dozen swords pierced Lock-Lock's body, front and back. Seeing this situation, the pirate captain couldn't help laughing. Is this the Shichibukai in Legendary? But that's it? But Clockadar just silently raised his hand with the golden hook. The pirates were horrified to see that the color of the sky changed to the color of sand, and a tornado circled around Clockadar for 10 seconds less than. When the Sharon swept away, everyone saw that all the pirates were buried in the yellow sand, their exposed hands and feet were as dry as firewood, and every death was very miserable. With one move, destroy the entire pirate group. You pirates are not at the same level as me, stupid pig. Loc-Dar looked at their corpses and said disdainfully. K-Loc-Dal picked up the treasures of the pirates and left. Looking at the departing K-Loc-Dar, the residents of the whole town spontaneously shouted K-Loc-Dar's name. When the king's army in charge of national security arrived, K-Loc-Dar had already left, and only the shouts in the town were heard. Is it K-Loc-Dar again? Moments later, Alabasta Palace. He took another step ahead of us. By the time we reached Rahana, it was already. Shan-Chi, a guard captain of the king's army, knelt down and reported to King Cobra. Asking for flowers, advertisement, yes, no matter what, as long as the citizens are fine, thank you for your help, King Cobra said happily. Since the domestic riots, the security work in various regions can no longer be as convenient as before. Cobra is happy to see someone who can stand up at this time to maintain order and reduce the losses of the citizens. Still no news from Vivi? No, going merry. That's right, this ship is heading towards Alabasta, Nami said with certainty after looking at the nautical chart and direction. I'll be back soon, Vivi thought, looking ahead. Hey, Luffy, don't lie, tell me everything you know. At this time, Sanji reprimanded from the deck, and Luffy, who made a mistake, fell to his knees obediently, with his head turned sideways, with a serious look on his face. Unnatural. Zero. Why turn your eyes away and look at me carefully? Sanji grabbed Luffy's face, willing to turn his head straight. I didn't lie to you, I really, don't know anything. Luffy continued to tilt his head, pouted his mouth, and said guiltily with sweat dripping down his face. Then let me ask you, in order to ensure that we can reach Alabasta, I divided everyone's food carefully, but why did all those food disappear overnight? Sanji asked helplessly. Stop resisting indifferently, you are a person who is not good at hiding your thoughts, Sanji said while pinching Luffy's mouth. Luffy was silent. Hey, there's something on the corner of your mouth, Sanji said abruptly. Ah, oops, I forgot to wipe my mouth after eating. Luffy was startled, and quickly wiped her mouth with her hands. Sure enough, you ate it. Sanji kicked the poor captain and flew him away. Really, Nami-chan, as you can see, the large mousetrap is no longer working. When will you give me the money to buy a refrigerator that can be locked? Sanji complained. That's right. After all, this is a matter of life and death. I will consider it, Nami said helplessly, and at the same time looked at Usopp, Chopper and Speedy who were pretending to be fishing beside the boat. They still have something to chew on in their mouths. Seeing the look in Nami's eyes, Sanji forgot about the past, and suddenly knew that they were companions, walked over, grabbed the two people on the left and right towards the one in the middle, and the three crashed into each other. 180. In the water vapor sea area on the sea, encounter the real man Benthammer. Point 2. In order to make up for his mistakes, Luffy and Usopp sat on the side of the boat fishing, waiting for the prey to take the bait, hoping to make up some food. Gululu, just after fishing for a while, Luffy's stomach growled. Luffy touched his stomach and said weakly, I'm hungry, I can't catch any fish at all. It's not because you eat all the bait. If there is no bait, the fish that could be caught will become uncaught, Usopp complained. Didn't you eat it too? I just ate what got on the lid of the bait box. Luffy, Usopp, did you catch anything? Vivi came over and asked, but before the two answered. 270. Vivi heard the familiar squawking sound. I took a sudden look, but saw two people on their fishing rods, one in front of the other, running fast, hanging on the sea, waiting for some big fish to take the bait. Wow, running fast, it's all right. I don't know if I can catch a shark. I'd rather catch sea kings, that's enough to eat. You too, what did you do to run so fast? Vivi pressed the heads of the two angrily, slammed into each other, and scored twice. But at this moment, Vivi saw thick smoke constantly coming out of the sea ahead. What is that? What kind of strange weather again? Luffy and Usopp felt slightly uneasy. I'll call Nami. Vivi didn't know what was going on, but she had great admiration for Nami's sailing skills. After Nami was called out, she looked at the sea in front of her, but she was not nervous. It's okay, nothing will happen, it's just water vapor. Advertisement. There is water vapor on the sea. Chopper was full of doubts. He just arrived at sea, and he is not familiar with everything. In fact, it wasn't just him, Luffy, Sanji, Vivi and the others were also stunned, seeing this for the first time. This is the hot spot. What is that? It's where the magma is generated, and there's a submarine volcano under the water, Nami explained. It's in the sea, but is there a volcano? Chopper asked while leaning on the side of the boat. Yes, in fact, there are more volcanoes in the sea. Like this, after thousands of 10,000 years of continuous eruption, maybe new islands will be reformed, Nami said. A few 10,000 years, can you live until then? Luffy said absently. By that time, you would have died a long time ago, as a human being. Cough. The ship quickly sailed into the sea of water vapor, within close range, also out of sight. The smell of sulfur is so strong, I can't see anything, there is steam everywhere. Be patient, you'll pass right away, and in their opposite direction, there is a ship with a swan head, which is about to pass by the sea area. Mr. 2 Lord Bentham, there is smoke at 12 o'clock. It's okay, rush over to me. A male voice sounded full of sissy, even with a hint of coquettishness. Yes. The subordinates responded in unison. Find Mr. 3 first, and see if they have really completed the mission. If not, get rid of them first. If the mission fails, there will be punishment. If I can't complete the mission, Mr. 1 will come hunt me down. This must not happen, Bentham ordered. Help me, I can't swim, I'm a landlubber. Bentham thumped in the water for help. Advertisement, keep sailing in a straight line. Waiting for the swan-headed ship to pass through the steam, the hundreds of millions of elders under his command. Immediately stunned, Mr. Fun Lay, who was clearly sitting in the seat just now, disappeared. I thought I was going to die. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm so sorry. I was rescued by a pirate I never knew. I will never forget your kindness. Bentham was wet all over his body, said drippingly. He is also a very rough-dressed ladyboy, which makes Luffy Usopp question whether he is a 4.0 person. What's happened to this fog? Can't see anything. Seeing this situation, Usopp Luffy didn't think too much about it. He rescued the man first, and he couldn't just watch him drown in the sea. Plop. But at this moment, Bentham, who heard the two people's words, was about to refute something, but his hands slipped and he fell directly into the sea. And on going merry, Luffy and Usopp looked at the things on their hooks, and they were also staring in their pockets in shock. They ran fast and there was no fish on their bodies, but there was a coquettishly dressed weirdo who took the bait. He looks like an uncle, but he is dressed in a very enchanting way, with lipstick on his lips, and a swan ballet costume with a pair of swan wings and a swan head. He is a proper ladyboy. Master Bentham. Master Bentham. Find me. He ran fast with his arms in his arms, lest he might fall into the sea. Yes. Sitting on the boat, he felt something hooking him when passing by the water vapor sea area. Is he human? Two ships, from different directions, entered this sea of steam almost at the same time. It's over. Why am I flying in the sky with a moderate-built duck I saw for the first time? Bentham exclaimed, completely unaware of what was going on. I don't know. Luffy asked. Usopp said he didn't know. They had never seen such a strange human being. 181. Clone fruit abilities. He's an advanced agent from Barlock. Also, can I have another bowl of hot soup? No, we don't have anything to eat ourselves, Luffy Usopp said honestly immediately. You're so cute, I really want to eat you, Bentham said, looking at Vivi at the door of the meeting room in the cabin, and winking as he spoke. Vivi broke into a sweat immediately. What a weirdo. She didn't think much of it for a moment, because she had never seen Bentham before either. And the subsequent order Bentham received was to confirm the mission with Mr. Point 3, because in Sanji's report to K-Lock-Dar, the Straw Hat Pirates were already dead. You can't swim, can you? Luffy asked. Yes, because I ate devil fruit, Bentham said truthfully. What kind of devil fruit? Usopp and others cast curious eyes. Reka just glanced indifferently on the observation deck. Nami, Vivi, did you leave something in meeting room 21? Although this guy is good, it's still a bit bad to think that this guy imitates the familiar women around him. Especially if he dares to imitate Nami. Reka let him try what Iron Fist justice is. Is there? The two turned around and walked into the meeting room in a daze. Well, it's useless to be in a hurry before the boat that picks me up, so let me show you. This is my ability, Bentham said, slapping Luffy on the face and knocking him down on the ground. Sanji and Usopp immediately became vigilant and prepared to counterattack at any time. Advertisement, what are you doing? Zoro even drew his sword out of its sheath directly. It cannot be ruled out that this guy came to their ship with premeditation and planned to kill them. In this sea, there are dangers everywhere, and there is nothing to be careless about. Wait, didn't I say it was a show? Bentham stretched out his hands and said quickly, his voice changed. I'm not kidding. When everyone looked at Bentham again, they all showed surprise, because he turned into Luffy. It's me. Hiss. Luffy jumped up, looking at Bentham's surprised face. 2 or 2 Luffy. Chopper Usopp was also dumbfounded, and Sanji Zoro was also shocked. This ability is really extraordinary. Scared. As long as you touch it with your left hand, you can restore it. Bentham's left hand touched it, and it immediately changed back to its original shape. This is what I eat, the ability of clone fruit, Bentham said confidently. The voice and physique are all exactly the same. This is too amazing. But I didn't actually need to touch you with my hand just now, but the imitation was more detailed. For example, you see, Bentham said, looking at the few people present seriously. Then it became Usopp, Sanji, Chopper, Zoro, Ka. Even the body is exactly the same. In the end, Bentham conjured up a strange beautiful woman and gave everyone a wave of benefits. In the end, Nami and Wei Wei, who walked out of the conference room, saw that Nami knocked everyone down with a punch. It should be enough for me. Well, unfortunately, my ability can only go so far, Bentham said regretfully. And at this time, a swan boat approached. From a performance point of view, it's really good. Advertisement, how about it, my grand finale show? Normally, I would never show it to others, Bentham said, and continued to perform. 080. Huh? Don't leave. Usopp, Luffy and others hurriedly begged to stay. You are really amazing. The 3 groups immediately hooked up with Bentham and danced in sync. Seeing their enthusiasm, Bentham said helplessly, I really can't do anything about you. If this is the case, then let you see some more. The friendship between several people quickly heated up on the show. It's boring. Zoro watched too much, but he didn't think it was interesting. I still have the function of memory, Bentham said, touching with his right hand. The imitated people have changed one by one, which is more exciting than face-changing dramas, because this change, even the figure and physique of a person can be completely transformed. But when a figure flashed past, Vivi's face changed slightly. That was her father, the king of Alabasta, Cobra. The applause continued immediately. It was all from the trio of Luffy, Chopper, and Usopp. You are amazing. One more, please continue. Usopp, Luffy, and Chopper sat in a row obediently, shouting and whistling for encouragement. Little ones, let's go, Bentham said to his subordinates. Mr. 2. Yes, Mr. 2 Bentham, the subordinate said, and the ship left quickly, leaving behind a mess of Luffy and the others. Don't be sad. Reunions and farewells are always indispensable in the journey, but please don't forget this. Our friendship will never change, even if we spend a short time together. Goodbye. After Bentham finished speaking, he jumped to the next page. On a ship sailing from afar. It's a pity that my people came to pick me up. It's time for parting so soon. See you soon. Take care, shouted Luffy. 182. Assembled ships, billions of elders appear, arrived in the desert kingdom. He is Mr. 2. Luffy and the others on the melee were suddenly horrified. They didn't expect that the person they met just now was the advanced agent of the Baroque Works agency. And he didn't seem to recognize himself just now. Vivi, don't you know what he looks like? Luffy asked immediately. Yes, I have never seen Mr. 2 and Mr. 1 and his partner, and I don't know their abilities. I have heard rumors about him. Mr. 2 is a tall ballerina, using a female voice. I like to wear a swan coat with Pen Mu written on the back. Vivi slumped on the ground. You found out earlier. Luffy, Usopp and the others were speechless. What's wrong with you, Vivi? But even so, Vivi's reaction now seems to be a bit too much. In the memory of the face he performed just now, there's my father's face, the face of Alabasta King Nefertari Cobra. Vivi couldn't help but feel his heart throbbing when he thought of this. If he turns into a king, he will definitely do a lot of bad things, Zoro said, which is obvious. And with this ability, if you want to capture Alabasta and imitate some key characters, it will be too powerful. Once such a person becomes an enemy, it is extremely difficult to guard against. After all, even the voice and physique are completely imitated. Let this tricky guy escape, Usopp said in a deep voice. Is that guy an enemy? Chopper only realized it at this time. Indeed, if he becomes our enemy, it will be very difficult. Nami agrees. Once he knows that we are his enemies, he will use the memory just now to pretend to be one of us. In this way, we will become untrustworthy of our companions. Nami added, if even the people around us cannot believe. Then how to unite against the enemy? This will turn into big trouble. Advertisement, really? I don't think it's dangerous, only Luffy said stupidly. I say Luffy. Nami was about to explain, but was interrupted by Zoro. Okay, wait a minute, this guy's opinion is really groundless, but he is right in that we don't have to be afraid of that guy. We should be glad we met him just now, so we can think about countermeasures. Zoro patted Luffy said over his shoulder. Reka just watched them discuss countermeasures quietly, and the ship and Alabasta were gradually approaching violently. Afterwards, it was agreed to make a mark on each person's arm, and then tie it up with a cloth belt, with the mark inside. Should be coming to Alabasta soon. Boom. Along the way, they encountered a huge sea beast like a beckoning cat. The sea beast sprang up, and before it could make a move, they saw a group of vicious guys, looking very hungry. Food after a 4-day absence. Zoro threw out 3 swords, as if he wanted to tear the sea beast into pieces. Food. Luffy also clenched his fists, his eyes were almost red. Seeing this, the sea beast silently took a few steps back. Hey, sea beast, don't try to escape. Sanji also rolled up his sleeves, ready to make a sumptuous meal after taking the ingredients. No, you can't eat it. In Alabasta, it is a sacred animal, but they were about to do it, but they were stopped by Vivi. The sea beast dived into the sea in an instant, and left here as if fleeing. Then tell me sooner. There's really everything in the sea, Chopper said with emotion. You're actually scared by that kind of thing, you're still too young, Chopper, Usopp said tremblingly as he dug his head into the barrel. Advertisement the sea beast just now was several times bigger than their boat. The food has escaped, woo. Luffy bit the edge of the boat and said with a heartbroken face. It doesn't matter, you can eat your fill right away, Vivi comforted. Vivi, the wind and climate have stabilized. Nay walked over and said. We have entered the waters of Alabasta, and the appearance of the sea cat proves it, Vivi nodded. Those guys behind the boat can also prove it, Zoro added. Behind the boat? Hey, so many boats. They're all Baroque Works. Everyone looked back, and there were boat shops suddenly appearing in the sea area where there was nothing. But it's not showing an enveloping posture, obviously not finding going merry. Instead, they gathered in Alabasta, Nuo how, from various places. There are so many ships, when did these all appear? Luffy asked. The staff of the company are starting to assemble. Those are estimated to be billionaires, and they are completely different from the bounty hunters of Whiskey Peak. They are all subordinates of advanced agents, Vivi said in a deep voice. Do you want to shoot them now? Kill them quickly? Usopp quickly adjusted the direction and height of the cannon. It's not how brave Usopp is, but the long distance, the first attack, the better chance. Once they get close, they will be in trouble. It's faster to go directly and knock them into the air. Luffy was also ready to fight, but his stomach growled in the next second. Not good, let's eat first. 183. Landing in Narahara, the curtain is opened, please subscribe. We're not here to play with this kind of miscellaneous fish. They haven't found us yet, so let's find a hidden place to log in, Nami suggested, regardless of what they will face next. At least they can't go hungry, because Luffy has eaten the food in advance these days, and they don't have much to eat. Even with Reka's strength, it is not easy to meet fish in the deep sea. Even if some people met, the speed was unbelievable. Besides, there were still a lot of people, and even Nami's orange orchard contributed a lot of oranges. The opponent this time is too mysterious. This thing must be tied tightly. As long as there is this thing, you won't suspect your companion. Nami raised his left hand, which was tied with a white cloth belt. Since you know there are such guys among the enemies, try not to act alone, Zoro suggested. Of course. Well, what should I do? Chopper asked, pointing at himself. Just do what you can. There is no need to force yourself. When encountering an enemy that cannot be defeated, just run away, Usopp said confidently. You said these words to yourself, Sanji said speechlessly. Is there something I can do? I understand, Chopper nodded solemnly. I saw the island, Luffy's excited voice came over. Alabasta is so big that you can avoid regular ports by finding any coast. Let alone 2,000 people, even if there were 20,000 people, it would be impossible to search every coastline. Stop the boat at that town called Narahara. We have to hide the boat, Vivi said, pointing in a direction. Okay, anyway, no matter what happens, this on the left arm is the sign of the companion. Under Luffy's words, everyone stretched out their left hand. Then, let's go, advertisement. Let's go to eat, and then send Vivi to Albana, Luffy said vibrated. The order is reversed. Luffy, you have to remember, this time our opponent, CBBC, is an assassination group, don't act according to your instinct, Nami told Luffy. She wasn't worried about the others, but the captain was too worrying. Yes, I see, Luffy nodded, looking totally confused. Do you really understand, Reka-san? Tell him about him too? Nami looked helplessly at Reka and asked for help. It's okay, it's just a Shichibukai, everyone can play as you like, don't put too much pressure on it, Reka said lightly. You idiot, this is a matter of life and death. We are facing a world-renowned strong man, more famous than that Blackbeard. Nami turned his gun and looked at Reka. It's fine. Hey. The tension that was finally brought up, Nami felt that it disappeared in an instant. When we meet that clock Dar, let me chop and see. Zoro has longed for a fight for a long time. Different from training, only with blood and fire can he truly become stronger. Especially under training, he felt that his strength was getting stronger and stronger, and he couldn't wait to find a strong man who could fight. Vivi looked at his left hand, touched it, and then showed a sweet smile. Companion, how nice. It's finally here, don't worry so much, but it's useless even if I say so, but do you have a way to stop the rebellion? Nay walked to Vivi and asked. There is, but there is no guarantee that it will be successful. Leave him alone, there will always be a solution. Anyway, let's eat first, Zoro said and followed, and Chopper followed. Advertisement. The ship gradually approached the coast, and everyone felt hot and dry, because they were approaching the desert kingdom. What should I do? Vivi worried. Where's the restaurant? Luffy has disembarked, and is running towards the visible city. Really, I wish he could realize the fact that he is a bounty offender, especially in such a big country. Nami had a terrible headache. That guy knows how to act on instinct. Usopp also followed speechlessly. Is this the street in Narahara? Some distance away from the city, the Golden Beauty was hiding in a secret place. Yes, Nami. Usopp, Sanji and others responded quickly. I can't go to the streets with Run Kue, because I'm easily recognized here. This is Vivi's country. As a princess, everyone knows her horse and her appearance. That's right. Everyone looked at the city not far away, feeling excited and heavy in their hearts. The person who should have listened to this sentence is gone, Zoro said, looking not far away. Every guy does that. That's good. Don't worry, just go to the busiest place to find him, he should be there, Sanji said, and jumped off the boat. Stop. Nami yelled angrily, but Luffy acted like he didn't hear it. Listen up, everyone, let me explain in advance, please don't act according to your instinct, Nami emphasized again. Well, actually I have an idea, you dress up as the way you first met us, and then I just ride and run fast, Reka suggested. 184. The calm before the storm of rebellion, destination, Juba. Reka-san, you are laughing at me again. When Vivi heard this, his face turned red immediately. Thinking about the previous image now, I am afraid that the contrast is really great. She didn't really like it, but there was no way, it was to lurk into the Pakistan Lock Work Agency. Anyway, you and I run fast, so we can't be together, and it's easy to be associated. In the end, Vivi dressed up a bit, and Reka rode and ran fast, touching the fast wings all the way. From the inability to adapt at the beginning to the adaptation now, I even started to enjoy it. A group of them came to the city and passed by the lively streets. The streets looked lively and there were no scenes of war. People come and go, each busy with their own affairs. They then came to a place with dilapidated buildings, which was sparsely populated. Here we can temporarily hide from our eyes. Let's go and buy all the things we need. Vivi. What's wrong with you? Nami was talking, but found that Vivi was preoccupied. Yes. Hearing Nami's shout, Vivi only realized it later. What's wrong with you? Nami asked worriedly. I'm sorry, I'm just feeling relieved because nothing seems to be happening on the streets. It's not a relief, but it should be enough time to prevent an all-out war from breaking out, Vivi explained. Indeed, the street looked peaceful just now. Usopp nodded. All of them are together, only Luffy has gone somewhere. Hey, Vivi, did you just say that there is a way to stop the rebellion? Zoro asked. Then what should we do next? What should we do? If there is still time, let's act as soon as possible, Reka said with a grin, eyes full of war and anticipation. Advertisement. Only when the situation rises can he earn more arrogance points, take that step from now on, and truly reach the level of strength of the world's generals. He has been looking forward to it for a long time. That's what I said, but we just agreed to send me to Alabasta. Vivi froze for a moment, she felt that they should part ways soon. Along the way, she didn't have the guts to beg them to help her further, didn't want to drag them into this chaotic Uzumaki. But as soon as he finished speaking, Nami knocked on the head. You still say such things. Nami. We've all come here together, how can we ignore your matter now? Nami said firmly, and what she believes will never change. That's right, don't say such outrageous things. Even Usopp didn't choose to back down. And I'm also interested in Shichibukai, Zoro added. Your words are redundant. Nami said angrily. Don't think about it so much. Besides, if this country perishes, then the reward for sending you back will be lost. Do you understand? Nami showed a terrifying smile. Understood. Vivi nodded hastily. It's good to understand. You give me 18 floors of hell. When it comes to remuneration, Zoro immediately has a bad feeling when he thinks of money. Thank you, Zoro. I haven't forgotten the money you owe me. You be *****D. It doesn't matter. How can someone who is lurking without being seen reveal their identity? Reka said to himself. Advertisement. Nami, Zoro, Usopp, Vivi and others stay here temporarily to wait for Nai. If you don't come back sooner, there will be more. Then I'll leave it to you. Everything you need is written here, and you need to buy some clothes. Nami handed Sanji a list. It's inconvenient for Vivi to go shopping with me. I haven't revealed my appearance, and I haven't been on the kill list. Let me go shopping with Chopper. You wait here, Sanji said. In the northwest of this city, there is an oasis called Juba, which is the stronghold of the rebel army. I want to go there first to stop the riots, but going to Juba needs to cross the desert, so food and water are needed. Collect here, Wei Wei said her plan. Don't worry. Reka stepped forward and disappeared in place immediately. Oxidized into a ghost, I will go to you to ask for it, 400,000 Baileys will be returned to me properly. Don't mess around, try to avoid causing a commotion now, maybe there are some eyeliners from the Baroque Work agency here. You devil. Asking for flowers. Are you alright? Nami worried. Reka has the highest bounty in the entire pirate group, and he is well known all over the world. Learn. Buy some clothes like the common people in this country, or we will be too noticeable. Thank you. Vivi said emotionally. Chopper and Rankue looked at each other and smiled. I'm going to get something to eat, said Reka. 185. Luffy Chopper's big adventure. The general attack of the rebel Kosha is decided. At this moment, Luffy, who had arrived in the city earlier than everyone else, hadn't arrived yet. Lost outside the city, I saw a house with smoke rising from it, so I ran to it as a restaurant. It's just that the door is closed, not to mention food, but not a drop of water, even if you were thirsty. Then I saw some bags containing something like flour, but in different colors. Luffy is a person who can eat flour and other things raw. He was so hungry that he tore open the bag and tasted it, but he was disgusted. In a fit of anger, the powdery thing was thrown into the stove and burned. In Luffy's view, inedible flour is no different from poison. Absolutely cannot stay in this world, this burning, billowing black smoke along the chimney, filling the sky. After a while, thick dark clouds accumulated, and suddenly it rained heavily. But only limited to this small area. Great, it's raining. Luffy quickly opened his mouth to catch the rain. Rain? Rain is something you can eat. In Luffy's opinion, something that can be eaten is food. What? Hearing this, the uncle who was hiding in the room couldn't help but rushed out. He waved his weapon at Luffy. My dancing fan, damn it, my dream. I was thinking of taking the opportunity to make a fortune. Chopper and Sanji are shopping here, but as time goes by, Chopper gradually feels the heat and strong discomfort. Because one of the famous specialties here is perfume. For Chopper, who has a relatively sensitive nose, the taste is too irritating. Coupled with the scorching hot weather constantly baking the earth, the fur-clad Chopper slowly suffered from heat stroke. Advertisement in Sanji was on the way. When he saw the beautiful woman, he ran over to strike up a conversation. Heat stroke is getting more and more serious. We must find a cool place to rest as soon as possible, and wait for Sanji to come back. Chopper said, looking at an open camel cart. Under the drowsiness, he didn't think too much, lie down directly. Just take a break, take a break. As a result, just after lying down for a while, the owner of the car sneaked back, quickly closed the door, and headed towards a certain place, quickly moving forward. After Sanji returned to the original place, he couldn't see Chopper, and he was stunned. After an unknown amount of time, Chopper woke up amidst the bumps in the distance. He was horrified to find himself in the carriage, and even found that the carriage was filled with rifles. Chopper's heart was beating violently in fright. What's going on? What's going on here? Where am I? What am I doing? I have to get out of here as soon as possible. No matter who the owner of this carriage is, it's definitely not easy to get along with. A guy who is easy to get along with will definitely not buy so many weapons, a box of weapons, what is this for? But just as Chopper was about to escape, the carriage stopped. Go get the stuff down. Hearing this, Chopper had nowhere to escape, so he could only temporarily pretend not to move, using it as food. Creak. The door is open. What, did you buy a whole deer? Thanks for your hard work. Well, the B***** D who sells weapons dares to sneak in and blackmail us. There is no way to do this. If they find out, it will be a big trouble. Where's Koza? Advertisement, inside. We also bought some food, let's move down. Yes. Chopper listened to their discussion, and could only continue to play dead. Koza, we have bought weapons, but not many. A rebel soldier walked into the room and reported to Kosha. It is said to be a room, but it is actually a large warehouse with a few cushions placed on it. This has become the residence of Kosha, the leader of the rebel army who now controls hundreds of thousands of people in Alabasta. Sorry, I asked you to do something dangerous. After saying this, Kosha fell silent. What's the matter? Why are you in a daze? Bu Genin couldn't help asking. This country is broken. Either it collapses from within, or there are problems because of outsiders or the current climate. In any case, it is impossible to maintain peace, and so are we. Although 300,000 kings are relying on us to barely make up number of people, but there are not enough weapons, not enough food, and physical strength has reached its limit. It's meaningless to shed blood in vain. The next attack needs to be stopped. Our rebel army needs to change this country, Kosha said in a deep voice. He knows what this decision means. The rebel army on the opposite side is also silent. Didn't you say there's venison? Why didn't you see it? The person who was about to move the goods didn't see the venison 3.0 meat. After communicating with the camel, Chopper leaned on the back of the camel. The clever camel stuck out its tongue to the owner, indicating that he wanted to drink water. The owner asked him to drink water by himself, and the camel could move freely. The Chopper, who was hiding on his back and covered with a cloth bag, was transported to the edge of the city. Saved, thank you. But why help me? Chopper thanked. When the camel heard the words, it chirped. Chopper started to translate by himself. There is no reason, am I handsome? Ha ha ha, you're so weird. Anyway, thank you. Chopper laughed, waved goodbye to the camel, and set off on his way home. 186. Artificial rainfall dancing powder, something prohibited by the world government. But having said that, what are those people doing? Forget it, it has nothing to do with me anyway, so which side is Rohara? Chopper said, moving his nose, and immediately smelled the perfume smell in the air in that direction. I have to rush back as soon as possible so that everyone won't worry. And Luffy has already brought down the outlaws who are going to do him. Ahaha. You are really strong, said the lawbreaker, rubbing his head embarrassingly with a bruised nose and a swollen face. Of course. Luffy said matter-of-factly, I'm so sorry just now. Where is it? I burned your important things, I'm sorry. Luffy bowed his head and apologized sincerely. No, it's okay, let's cancel each other, but can you please keep the matter of the powder a secret? What did I say about those powders? Luffy asked curiously. 21, don't you know? The uncle was stunned for a moment. It's really strange that there are still people in Alabasta who don't know this kind of thing. I don't know, because it's unpalatable. It's a rare thing called dancing powder. This thing can summon black clouds and make it rain torrentially, just like what you saw just now, the uncle explained. Luffy was dumbfounded. Well, do you want to hear more details? I don't understand after listening to it. Luffy's face collapsed, and he was not interested in it, after all, he couldn't eat it. Sure enough, you look like you don't understand. Ahaha. Luffy laughed out loud when he heard this, and then punched the uncle on the head. You are so rude. In short, these powders can be used for artificial rainfall. The uncle had to re-explain in more detail. That is to say, it is an incredible powder. That's right, you are so smart. The uncle clapped his hands very far-fetchedly. You're really rude. But why use this kind of thing to make rain? Luffy was puzzled. Advertisement, you don't seem to know anything about this country. Well, I just got off the boat. This country has been fighting against drought for a long time, said the uncle in a deep voice. Drought? Yes, because if it doesn't rain, the ground will dry up. I know this little thing. Luffy said speechlessly, does this guy think of himself as a fool? So the country has been short of water, especially since it hasn't rained much in the past few years. That's terrible, so many oases are gradually drying up. Then use your incredible powder, wouldn't it be good? That's right, but the use of dancing powder is prohibited by the world government. If it is discovered, it will definitely be sentenced to death. Some people say that it is because of this thing that it caused civil strife in the country. Really? I don't know about this. Oh, that's how it is, uncle. Your dream is to use this incredible fan to save this country. Luffy said, suddenly realized. Ahem, well, I don't want to do such a great thing, the uncle immediately said with a look of embarrassment. Then what are you using this for? Well, isn't it possible to make a fortune by producing water at this time, so? That's right, you're so smart, but it has nothing to do with me. I'll go on looking for restaurants. Luffy got up and was about to leave. Please don't tell anyone about this. I won't say it, I'm not interested anyway. As long as you don't tell anyone, I can give you anything. The next second, Luffy left here with his bento. Advertisement. Oh, by the way, in fact, if I want to tell others, they won't believe me. Why? Because I'm a pirate, huh? Is it this? Nami mischievously took out a bottle and sprayed it on his body, scaring Chopper back again and again. That's right, Mr. Chopper's nose is very sensitive. Several people spread out a blanket and had a leisurely picnic here, and no one seemed nervous. Wherever he went, he was like a plague god, and finally he bought what he wanted in the store. Chopper, what's wrong with you? Usopp couldn't help asking when he saw that Chopper was holding his nose. Call Yuba. Where we are going next? Nami looked at Vivi. However, the drinks bought are much more expensive than various barbecues. So sad, he was brought down by the perfume, Sanji said. Although the owner of the store looked familiar, it was not a place like a tavern where bounty criminals were often talked about, so he didn't recognize Reka. You stupid cook, you will go to hell sooner or later, Zoro complained. But why are the clothes you bought for them so beautiful? We look like thieves. Usopp looked at his clothes, then at Vivi's. A lot of things have happened. Chopper felt extremely uncomfortable, covering his nose with his hands. The city's perfume smell is too strong, especially when he walked all the way just now. He relied on the smell of perfume to tell the direction. In short, all the supplies are ready to go. After a while, Chopper came back first, and then Sanji 427. Where did you go? As long as the clothes of the smelly man can be worn, they are the cheapest anyway, Sanji said disapprovingly. He went to a restaurant and used Conqueror's hockey to bring down all suspicious people. The barbecue here is really good, however, the water is too expensive. In the remote place, Reka packed a lot of things. 187. Let's bet our lives together, Ace looking for his younger brother. Yes, of course we have to cross the desert. I'm afraid this journey will not be easy, and we don't know what will happen next. It's a desert land where one wrong step may kill you. To be honest, I am still hesitant to take you to that kind of place, but I want to restore peace to this country again, Vivi said in a deep voice. She doesn't care about her fate, as long as she can prevent the war, she will die in the desert in the end. That's a worthy death, but these people are really too cute, and she doesn't want them to take risks with her in her heart. But now the situation is very tense, even if Clock Dar is defeated, it may not be able to resolve the war. Therefore, to solve the war, we must start with the rebel army and the king's army. Let them know that this is all a conspiracy of others, and it is best to stop the war first and prevent more people from shedding blood, and then deal with Clockadar. You think your own life doesn't matter, but our life is very important, right? Reka said suddenly. Reka's words caught Vivi's words immediately. Reka actually admires people like Vivi very much. If she is a king, she must be an outstanding and qualified king in the future. To be able to sacrifice one's life for others, to be able to take risks without hesitation for one's own country. Switching places, Reka wasn't sure if he could do it. If there is enough strength, then these are small things. But if he only had Wei Wei's strength, would he still think of delusions to stop the war and change the country? Probably not. After all, what does life and death have to do with someone you don't know? I want you to remember one thing. From the moment we accept your entrustment, this matter is not your business alone. If you think that a person's life is not enough, then our life let's bet together too, Reka's calm voice. Advertisement but let Vivi's mind agitate, and bet their lives. Can I really have the qualifications to do this? She raised her head suddenly, eyes full of uncertainty. She looked around everyone, Reka, Nami, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Chopper. They all had smiles on their faces. Already prepared to bet on your life. In just an instant, the tears in Vivi's eyes could not help pouring out. At this moment, her heart, which has been floating these days, suddenly stopped in a safe and warm harbor. Thank you everyone. Please help me, it's finally said. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Nami gave Vivi a thumbs up. Only Vivi can say this is to regard them as real partners who can live and die. I don't know what will happen, isn't it just like the sea? Sanji and others smiled knowingly. Well, it's not the same as before, Zoro said. Well, I'm looking forward to what the desert will be like, Chopper said to the sprinter beside him. Okay. Let's get up and go to Yuba. Usopp clenched his fists and said loudly. Oh, everyone responded in unison. Everyone. Vivi was extremely moved. Don't you feel that someone is missing? Usopp suddenly realized something was wrong. Luffy. Has this guy come to town yet? That idiot? By the way, where did Luffy go? Zoro looked behind him, and then he saw Fire Fist Ace not far away, and saw the partly blocked mark on his back. Advertisement: the country is also full of chaos, and many things that the king does not do are also spread by those who want to. Eat one and live 1,000 years. That's right, and now it only costs 1,000 Baileys. People took up their weapons, and while roaring from the scorching earth, they were also surrounded by huge waves, and everyone was seeking change. Are you idiots? Don't keep looking for Luffy, Nami, my 1,000 years? But as soon as he left, the two idiots in the trio, Chopper and Usopp, were surprised by the golden apple of Chian's. It has been 3 years since the days when there was no rain in the Oasis Kingdom, in order to find hope from the turmoil. On his left arm is a ASCE tattoo, in which the S is marked with an X, and there is another tattoo pattern on the back, but he is carrying a single shoulder bag, which blocks the logo. That guy. Zoro's face froze slightly, and most people might not care much about it. After all, there are all kinds of tattoos in this world, but as a bounty hunter, it is absolutely impossible not to remember this symbol. Let's go out and find together. In the city. A figure like a traveler is walking. He is Ace of the Fire Fist, with black broken hair, Madara with TS on both cheeks, wearing an orange cowboy hat, with two expressions of smiling and sad. Sorry, I'm not interested in living 1,000 years, as long as I can live well today, Ace said with a smile, and left without making any stay rules. Hey, little brother, is this your first time in Alabasta? Would you like a golden apple? If you eat one, you can live for 1,000 years. He is a person from outside, and asked quickly while holding a gold apple. During the search, they learned more about the current national conditions of Alabasta. Really? Is it only 1,000 berries to live for 1,000 years? Bye. The two were so excited that they were beaten up by Nami and pulled away. ADVERTISEMENT 188. Encountering Colonel Smoker, the pacification and venting of national anger. In front of a fortune-telling booth, Ace put Luffy's arrest warrant on the table. Hi, I want to ask, have you seen this man? Monkey D. Luffy? I haven't seen it before. By the way, if you want to find someone, you can go to the restaurant in front and ask. The boss over there has a lot of contacts. Thanks, restaurant, I just happen to be hungry too. After thanking Ace, he walked towards the restaurant in front of him. Who is that guy? He looks so strong. Nami and the others were not far away, and they all heard Luffy's name just now. Why is he looking for Luffy? Usopp asked inexplicably, but it's usually not a good thing to be tracked down like this. More like bounty hunter behavior. That sign, as a pirate hunter, it's impossible for me not to know the sign. But before he could speak, Zoro suddenly saw a familiar figure. It's too expensive for you, such a weapon costs 200,000 Baileys. It's a fraud. I asked you if you have a license to sell it. Tashigi was questioning the small vendors on the roadside. Oops, it's hard to say that the Marines from Loguetown came here too. No way, Zoro couldn't believe it. He even chased here directly from East Blue. Hey, Tashigi. At this moment, Smoker walked over with several pirates on his left and right shoulders, and threw them at his feet. Colonel Smoker. Advertisement. It's some little pirates who dared to put on airs in front of me and act domineeringly, so they solved it smoothly, Smoker said lightly. Even in this far country, Colonel Smoker still hates pirates. Time to say these words, or hand them over to the local royal family. Yes. So far, there is still no news of Straw Hat Luffy landing in this country, but don't relax, they will definitely appear in this country. Smoker said in a deep voice. He had a strong intuition. At this time, Zoro and Nami hid behind the cargo, looking uneasy. Smoker, it seems to be Colonel Marine in Loguetown, Nami confirmed with his partner in a low voice. Does that mean he chased us all the way from East Blue to come here? That smoking man is also there, this is troublesome. Where's that idiot Luffy? They didn't want to do anything and cause a commotion. On the other street, Reka, Vivi and Speed are also looking for Luffy. Vivi had never heard Reka say so much about the situation in Alabasta along the way. Even from Vivi's point of view, maybe he never cared about her country's affairs, and she wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. It's just that Vivi doesn't quite agree with such a concept. Proper vending will kill people. Don't worry too much about it. A mere 7 warlords of the sea can't be more difficult to deal with than Blackbeard and the others. It's just that there are conflicts and misunderstandings between the rebel army and the king's army. With no rain all year round, they need to vent their anger. Dissatisfaction, looking for possible hope, appropriate venting, as long as it is under control, it is not necessarily a bad thing. Advertisement, it's up to us, Reka added. Until now, are you still dreaming that no one can die under the turmoil of the country? I admire your wish, but it is unrealistic. Even if it can prevent the war, whether it is anger provoked by others or long-term dissatisfaction, if the repressed public anger is not vented now, it will become troublesome in the future. But I didn't expect Reka to see the domestic situation so thoroughly. I'm just expressing my opinion. No matter what you do, we will support you. Reka didn't say anything more. Even with observation hockey, it's not easy to find one in the city. She looked at Reka's eyes, full of tenderness and some nervousness that couldn't be figured out. Reka-san, thank you for what you said in front of everyone just now, which made me muster up the courage to ask you for help. After Vivi put on the clothes of her country, it fits perfectly, making her look more beautiful and graceful, has the unique temperament of aristocratic girls. There are too many people, and when there is no explosive breath, under normal conditions, Luffy's breath is not much stronger than ordinary people. Well, do you think I can really save this country? As the two searched, Vivi couldn't help but speak out the deepest voice in his heart. You're welcome. Let's, CBFH, continue to look for the next restaurant, Reka replied disapprovingly. But, Vivi can understand this truth, but to her, those are her citizens, and she doesn't want to see anyone sacrificed. Vivi instantly understood. After all, the affairs of her country had nothing to do with them, but she had developed friendship with them. You can't do it. Hearing Reka's words, Vivi was stunned for a moment. Could it be that even Reka-san doesn't think highly of herself? 189, Luffy, Ace, Smoker, 3 parties meet. Suddenly, many people surrounded the entrance of a restaurant, and everyone had inexplicable worries and fears on their faces. Hey, what's the matter? Is something wrong? Someone who just came around didn't know the situation and asked quickly. It seems that there are customers in the restaurant who died suddenly while eating. Sudden death. That's right, I heard that he died suddenly when he was talking to the boss. This man is a traveler, and everyone wonders if he accidentally ate the desert strawberry. Everyone was discussing, and the store didn't know what to do for a while. The man's body was hard, with a knife and fork in his hand, and there was still meat on the knife and fork, but his face was buried in the fried rice. This is too miserable. Suddenly Ace's hand moved, and he sat up suddenly, with a dazed expression on his face. Resurrected. The onlookers were suddenly scared out of their wits. Are you okay? The waiter looked at him in horror. What a headache, I accidentally fell asleep. Ace picked up the towel next to him and wiped his face, and said with a distressed expression. Fell asleep? How is it possible? He fell asleep while eating, and continued to eat after waking up. Everyone couldn't believe it. Is there such a person in this world? By the way, what are you making a fuss about? Ace continued to eat, but he also noticed that there were too many people beside him. It's not because I'm worried about you that I'm making noise here, everyone said in unison. Advertisement. Does this store employ some kind of theater troupe? Ha, Ace said, pointing to the onlookers, feeling very amused. No, that's not the case. Anyway, it's good that you're fine. Just as the shopkeeper finished speaking, Ace plunged into the fried rice with a plop. Hey, you're still sleeping. The onlookers felt speechless, and then left cursing, not worried about anything anymore, just weird. What are you doing? You didn't die, you're back home. But as soon as they left, Smoker came back, and he was also looking for someone, so it is necessary to go in and ask about the situation in a place like a restaurant. After all, both pirates and marines need to eat. I'm full, I want to ask you something. Have you ever seen such a person come to this city? He is a pirate wearing a straw hat. Ace took out the wanted warrant and asked the boss. But the boss hadn't returned yet, and Smoker, who had just walked into the shop, saw Fire Fist Ace. You are so brave, you dare to eat in front of the public, Whitebeard Pirates, captain of the 2nd Division, Portgas de Ace. Smoker said in a deep voice, the people of Common may not remember all of the famous big pirate. But as a marine, remember, it is only the most basic professionalism requirement. Listening to Smoker's words, everyone in the restaurant reacted with horror and couldn't believe it. Whitebeard Pirates. The store owner exclaimed even more. That stupid boy turned out to be a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Speaking of which, I've seen the logo on his back, it's the logo of the Whitebeard Pirates. Then let me go. Ace smiled. What's the plan of the big and famous pirate coming to this country? Smoker asked in a deep voice. Advertisement. What a reason to be bored. Then, have fun. A battle seems inevitable to Ace. Ah, The people around were so shocked that their jaws dropped to the ground. Who is it? They knocked two seemingly strong people out just like that. 4. The other guests were quite nervous, they swallowed secretly. I want to eat. Luffy was running towards here at a very fast speed, his nose twitched, and after finally finding the city, he could smell the aroma of food. Why is he here? There was an uproar all around, not because they couldn't recognize them at first, but because they couldn't believe that the characters in Legendary would come to them. He was so hungry that he couldn't stand it, and the bento that the uncle gave was too small, and he ate it up in 2 or 3 bites on the way. Get caught obediently. Well, that's right, I'm looking for other pirates now, and to be honest, I'm not interested in your head, Smoker said truthfully. Rubber, bazooka. But just as the two were about to make a move, Luffy's figure shot out from outside the door. He couldn't wait any longer. All on Ace's Smoker's back. I refuse. I can't do this. The two people in the restaurant were looking at each other, facing each other at the moment. That's impossible. I'm Marine, and as long as you're a pirate, I can't let you go, Smoker said, clenched his fists. I'm looking for someone. My brother. Ace turned around and looked at Marine in front of him with a calm smile. Ah! Smoker screamed, and pressed straight towards Ace. With a loud bang, Smoker hit Ace, and the two of them were blasted out together, piercing through several walls in a row. Asking for flowers. So, what do you want? Ace still looked at Smoker calmly. 190. Found. The whole city is on the hunt. You chase me, I chase him. Ha ha ha, it's a restaurant. Great. I finally found it. These can be eaten. I'm starving to death. Luffy didn't realize it, only saw that it was a restaurant. Carried away with joy. Uncle, hurry up, eat, eat, eat. Luffy quickly sat down in front of the boss, holding a knife and fork, and knocked expectantly and impatiently. The shop owner looked at the big hole in his wall, facing this kind of guy who even flew into the Whitebeard pirates. The boss didn't dare to neglect at all, and directly gave Luffy the food that was supposed to be given to others. How come the food in this store is so delicious? Lou, 280. Faye started to eat happily, with a satisfied expression on his face. The store owner just had cold sweat on his face. Thank you for exaggerating, but you, hurry up. Why? Luffy stuffed the food into his mouth quickly with both hands, but he was puzzled why the boss made such a suggestion. Who do you think the man you just knocked into the air was? Crash. Who? Luffy was stunned. He felt as if something was blocking him on the road, but he didn't seem to see anything. It's you. Me? Who did I knock into the air? Luffy said puzzled, with his mouth full. The boss pointed to the wall where he had broken a big hole, and Luffy looked over. I don't know if I don't look at it, but when I saw it, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. What's the matter? This hole. This store is really strange. Is it your taste, uncle? At first Luffy didn't take it seriously because he hadn't seen anyone yet. Advertisement. You did a good job. Which B*******D is that, for real? Ace crawled out of the ruins, and so did Smoker. Are you kidding me? Smoker also felt too embarrassed, although his attention was on Firefist Ace just now. But it shouldn't be so easy to be attacked by someone. Ace walked through the streets and the houses that had been penetrated through the walls, and when he saw a family having a meal, he was terrified, stood up straight, and said very politely, "Sorry for disturbing your meal." Who made this mess, really? Ace walked towards the store angrily. Ah, hello, the way. When Ace walked along the chiseled hole and saw Luffy who was eating, his face was filled with joy, and he was about to run over, but he was grabbed by Smoker behind him, pressed on the ground. Straw Hat Boy. I finally found you. Smoker passed Ace directly, walked towards Luffy quickly, and walked in front of Luffy. Luffy, who was concentrating on eliminating the food in front of him, didn't notice anything unusual at first.
It's so easy for me to find. Straw Hat Boy, you really came to Alabasta. Smoker said, looking at Luffy.
Luffy glanced at Smoker, but his hands never stopped. Don't eat. Smoker was extremely angry. This B*******D is still so arrogant. That guy is. Luffy ate, watched, and then, cold sweat slowly poured out of his forehead. You were the smoking man at that time. Why are you here? Luffy realized later, and exclaimed dully, knowing that at this time, all the customers in the store had run away. B******D. Smoker didn't intend to waste any more words, and just took him down first. Advertisement. Sack of bridge beans. Luffy raised his hand to stop Smoker. Smoker was taken aback, not knowing what it meant. The next second he understood. Luffy took all the food in front of him with his hands, swallowed it in one gulp, then turned and ran away. B******D. How dare you play me? Stop. Smoker's anger grew even higher. Wait, Luffy, it's me. Wait. After Ace got up, he only saw Luffy's back. Eat the overlord meal. The shop owner could only stare blankly at them leaving. He couldn't stop them, and he didn't dare to stop them. So, Luffy ran at the front, Smoker chased behind, and Ace chased at the end. Tashigi. Smoker saw Tashigi in front of Luffy and called out quickly. Yes, Colonel Smoker, the weather is really hot. Do you need towels? Stupid, stop him, that's the Straw Hat, Smoker said directly. Yes. Tashigi quickly realized that the Straw Hat Pirates were really here, and the man who saved him but was a pirate himself was also here. 1.3 She drew her sword to fight, but Luffy hid and fled, and the whole person escaped along the wall. Seeing this, Smoker quickly turned into white smoke and chased after him, but left an order for Tashigi. Call Marine immediately, and find all the Straw Hat members hiding in this city. Yes, oops, I don't know if I can deal with that smoking man's move now, and even if I can deal with it, it will be very troublesome, so let's run. Logia ability users are still trouble for Luffy, so only run. The whole city soon became agitated, and a large number of Marines quickly launched a blanket search. It's lively. 191. Brothers recognize, collision of Logia ability users. Really, where did Luffy go? Everyone couldn't find Luffy, and got together again. But soon also noticed the commotion in the city. What a troublesome captain. Could it have something to do with Luffy? Nami immediately had a bad feeling. Straw Hat Boy, what are you here for? Smoker chased after him, but Luffy's speed was extremely fast, and it was not easy for Smoker, who had lost the opportunity, to catch up all at once. I'm just here to beat a guy named Locke. Luffy answered honestly to Smoker's question. Down with Lockadar. Why? Smoker asked, but before Luffy could answer, Luffy slipped his foot and suddenly fell down and disappeared in midair. It wasn't until he started running again that Smoker noticed. Stop. Luffy ran, and there were more and more people behind him. And soon Luffy saw a group of familiar figures not far away. Hey, Reka-san, Nami, 21, Zoro. I'm here, Luffy shouted loudly, waving his hands, and happily ran over. Oh, it's Luffy, he was able to find us this time, Luffy. Seeing this, Usopp also responded to Luffy, but soon realized something was wrong. Is there something following him? Marine, it's Marine, and it's that smoking man, that idiot. Sanji was startled when he saw it. Don't come here, Nami yelled in horror, it's too late. Run. Everyone quickly picked up the supplies and ran quickly. Reka followed suit, not because he couldn't beat him, but because there was no need to waste any time with Marine. Advertisement, I will never let you run away again this time, Smoker said, billowing white smoke from his body. There were so many people, it was better for him to keep them. If there is only one Straw Hat Boy, it is too slippery to catch. White Fist. Smoker blasted a white fist at everyone. As long as they can stop a few people from staying, with their personalities, probably everyone will be left by God to fight. Oops. Yang Yan. But at this moment, a gorgeous stream of fire suddenly shot out, hitting the smoke directly, and everyone was stunned for a moment. Reka didn't make a move. Where did the flame come from? It's you. Smoker's expression darkened. Stop it, even though you are smoke, I'm fire. We can't tell the difference between our abilities, Ace said confidently. That guy also has the ability of Devil Fruit, Zoro said to himself, after arriving at the Grand Line. Ability users who were extremely rare in East Blue are really too common here. Among other things, just take the Baroque Works agency as an example. All advanced agents are all capable. Who is he and why is he helping us? Usopp was puzzled. Ace. But when Luffy saw this, he showed an extremely happy expression. You haven't changed at all, Luffy, Ace said, turning his head and smiling. Ace, it's Ace, you ate Devil Fruit. Luffy felt incredible. After all, the previous Ace was not a person with abilities. Yes, eat Mara Fruit, Colonel Smoker, the encirclement has been formed. At this time, many Marines approached. It doesn't make any sense at all. You guys run away first. I will control this group of people, Ace said. Let's go. Luffy agreed immediately without thinking too much. Advertisement. But, Luffy, who is that guy? Everyone ran while breaking through the defensive circle formed by the common Marine. I can't figure it out. Why are you helping them? Smoker didn't continue to chase, because it was too unrealistic to go around this man and chase other people. If there is a naughty younger brother, a big brother will worry. Ace still smiled calmly. Brother? In other words, you're brothers, that's right? Get the hell out of here, Portgas d Ace. This can't work. Then take it down first, and then take down the Straw Hat Kid. Boom. The moment the White Fist and the Fire Fist made eye contact, the battle erupted, and Logia's powerful moment was vividly displayed. 527 The smoke and fire that soared into the sky wrapped around a huge pillar of destruction, and the encirclement of other Marines seemed to them to be non-existent. The powerful shockwave can be clearly sensed even by Luffy and others who are fleeing. It's just that they don't have time to stop and watch now. After all, they don't want to be surrounded by Marine, that would be too troublesome. And it's a pointless fight, and so is Reka, because the arrogance value was brushed from them in Loguetown earlier. They already know themselves and others quite well, and if they brush again, they probably won't get much arrogance value, so it's not worth a shot. The most important thing right now is to earn more arrogance in Alabasta. Who the hell is that guy? Sanji, Nami and others didn't understand at all. Well, he is my big brother, hee, Luffy said happily, showing his big white face. Huh? But everyone was stunned when they heard it. Big brother? Does this guy Luffy have a brother? 192. The next city, the Green City Almar. Bang. White Whirlwind. Fire Punch. Even if Luffy and the others have escaped a certain distance, they can still feel the strong impact. Looking back, I could see the flames wrapped in white smoke, like a tornado, circling the sky, but the surrounding area must have become scorched black. What the hell is that? It seems to be flames and smoke. That person just said that he ate Mara fruit, Sanji replied. But Luffy, is what you said true? That man just now was your big brother? Nami still couldn't believe it. Well, his name is Ace. Luffy nodded affirmatively. Although I'm not surprised that Luffy has a big brother, why did he appear on the Grand Line? Zoro asked in confusion. Because Ace is a pirate, he left the island 3 years before me to find the big secret treasure. Hey, everyone was very surprised. They didn't expect that the two brothers went to sea for the same goal. Anyway, go back to the boat first, run away before they catch up. Receive. Everyone ran towards the place where the ship was docked. Luffy ran, turning his head back and forth. Tien Fen said thoughtfully, but I really didn't expect to meet Ace here. There is a fork in the road, go left, yes, Nami-chan. But Luffy, who kept turning his head and walking backwards, separated from them again, and walked to the right. Reka has been paying attention to the battle not far away, and has not noticed this. In the battle between Smoker and Ace, if you don't fight until you are exhausted, it is extremely difficult to tell the winner. Advertisement with 2 Logias, there is a lot of room for change and manipulation. After fighting for a while, seeing Luffy and the others escape, Ace threw a fiery fist, and his figure disappeared into the flames. The first time I entered the Grand Line and met the StrawHat Pirates, Fire Fist Ace, you were really nosy. Smoker looked at the open space with only burning flames left, feeling very bad. It's about to set sail, act quickly, and the supplies will be brought up. Yes. Zoro weighs anchor, Usopp pine sails. Sanji at the helm. Yes, Nami-chan. When everyone rushed to the ship, Nami quickly issued various sailing instructions, and even Chopper and Vivi rushed to load the supplies onto the ship. Hey, we finally reached an island, are we going to sail again now? Chopper asked Vivi. Yes, the reason why I came to this city is to purchase necessary supplies. Vivi nodded and replied. Next, we have to go up the river and advance along the interior of Alabasta. On the next road, we will pass the nearest green city, Almar. Vivi explained that Alabasta is huge. Getting to Juba is not that easy. Ready, it's good here too. Okay. Get ready to sail. Everyone moved neatly and worked in a tacit understanding, and they were ready to sail in the blink of an eye. But, how does it feel like there is one less person? Usopp asked the question that everyone felt the same. I think so too. Chopper nodded. Just when everyone was ready to set off, they finally found that there seemed to be one person missing on board. Advertisement because after boarding the boat, they didn't hear the familiar voice that represented trouble. That stupid captain. Luffy was lost, but not completely lost. It's so strange, why am I the only one left? Are you all lost? Luffy ran into an alley, only to realize that there was no one around him. Really, it doesn't make sense to let you escape first, you still go your own way like before. But at this time Ace appeared on the roof. Ace. It's been a few years since I saw you, Luffy said happily. Yes. Ace jumped down, and the two clasped their wrists in a tacit understanding. Although you ate devil fruit, I was surprised, but other aspects have not changed at all. Luffy tried hard to break off Ace's wrist. For example, you used to run to the field and eat 100 watermelons, then spit out watermelon seeds like bullets from your mouth and escape. Luffy said very nostalgic. Idiot, the person you're talking about is yourself. Didn't you knock out a bag? That's you too. I laughed like crazy when I saw it, Ace said dotingly. It's the same for everyone, Happy King, ahaha. Luffy laughed, and in the end the two of them used too much force and crushed the oak barrel supported by their wrists. It's also a quotation. I really miss it, but then again, isn't your partner looking for you? Well, but Ace, how did you appear in this country? Didn't you hear my message from Drum Kingdom? On Drum Island? Well, forget it, it's nothing important. I came to this sea area on business. I also want to meet you here, Ace replied. Business? Luffy was even more puzzled. I'm in the Whitebeard Pirates now. Whitebeard Pirates? 193. Ace's shock. Blackbeard was beaten away by your partner? Look, what I have on my back is the logo of the Whitebeard Pirates, Ace said proudly, pointing to his back. Is that so? I seem to have seen this sign somewhere. You still don't care about anything, I said. Luffy, would you like to come to the Whitebeard Pirates too? Of course your partners will come too, Ace casually invited. No, Luffy refused without thinking. I knew it, I was just asking. Whitebeard is the best pirate I know. I want that man to be the pirate king, not you, Luffy. Ace's face was full of pride. It doesn't matter, just fight at that time. Anyway, I've calmed down one piece. Anyway, let's find your partner first. Ace didn't say much about what it was, because Luffy said such words, which were completely within his expectation. But what was the official business you were talking about? I'm hunting a trader named Blackbeard, and it's been reported that he's come to this island. Blackbeard? Hearing the 740 character name, Luffy immediately frowned, after the magnetic drum lost to Blackbeard. During training, Luffy swore to Reka that one day in the future, he would fight him again and defeat him. What? Have you met them? Ace asked quickly. He knew Luffy too well. With just one expression, Ace knew what was going on with Luffy. But with such a heavy face, could it be that something happened to Luffy's partner during the encounter with Blackbeard? Luffy's strength is very good, but that guy Blackbeard is even stronger and very cunning and despicable. Ace has to worry. Well, I met him. His ability is very weird. I am not his opponent now, but Reka-san beat them away. Damn, next time I meet him, I must beat them up. Luffy remembered this matter is very hot, and it is not reconciled. Advertisement Mingming, CBEB, hadn't really displayed his own strength yet, he was suppressed and had no power to resist, so he had to find a way to deal with this situation. Killed away. But he said it intentionally, and Ace was shocked when he heard Luffy say that. Even he was not absolutely sure that he could take down Blackbeard. Luffy's buddies beat Blackbeard away. I've seen your want to notice before. Did you really find a partner who is much stronger than you? Although in a pirate group, the most powerful person is usually the captain. But if it's Luffy, maybe it's different. Yes, Reka-san is amazing. I tell you. Luffy's mouth was like a cut in a bank, and he kept talking about what he had seen and heard since he went to sea. I have a partner who wants to become the world's #1 swordsman, and he usually wears a belt. And a navigator who likes maps, oranges, and gold. The sea chef who cooks super delicious food. By the way, there is also a liar, and now there is a ship doctor's reindeer. Your hobbies are really wide-ranging. Now Vivi and the duck are buddies too. Ace just smiled and listened, only to hear about their encounter with Blackbeard. Ace still couldn't help showing a look of shock, especially when he learned that Blackbeard's fruit ability is so weird. Ace also paid more attention. Because he is also demon fruit power. Say your boat stops there. Yes, but now I think I can definitely win, Luffy said with a smile. Advertisement on shore. Luffy sees the boat, and a rubber rocket catapults into the boat, knocking Chopper and Sanji to the ground. Is he strong? Chopper asked. You're the captain, can you forget this? It's really worrying, but the pirate group with only a few people is really your style. Next I want a musician. It's okay, Ace is very strong. Luffy lay on the side of the boat and watched for a while, but he didn't see Ace, and then he didn't take it seriously. Were you with your big brother just now? Vivi asked curiously. On the way to the port, they were targeted by bounty hunters, but the two brothers teamed up and settled easily. B******* D captain, hit me again next time. Be careful I get off the boat, Sanji said angrily. You can't have the consciousness of being a captain, stupid captain. Do you know how much trouble you have caused us? But this is already a routine operation, and everyone cursed and said a few words. I forgot. Oh, right, what about Ace? At this moment, Luffy remembered that he didn't bring Ace with him when he jumped over. Is it okay to leave him alone? That's right, I never want to fight with him when he didn't eat Mara fruit before. In short, Ace is very strong. Don't worry. Luffy is not worried about Ace's attack. As expected, the monster's big brother is a big monster, Usopp complained silently. Haven't you ever won? Before he ate the devil fruit? Nami was surprised. On the boat, apart from Reka, Luffy's strength was also at the monster level. Ha. Sorry. Luffy apologized every day. 194. Destroy 5 ships with 1 punch. Where the Shichibukai is, so are the Straw Hats. There is no basis for what you said. Sanji questioned Luffy's claim that he could win Ace now. I mean it. Ha. Luffy just smirked. And at this moment, from under the melee, a shuttle-shaped boat approached, and Ace jumped up. Who did you just say you could win? With a click, Ace landed precisely on the edge of the boat. Oh, Ace, these are the partners I just mentioned to you, Luffy said immediately. It's true, my brother is taken care of by you. Ace sincerely bowed his head and thanked him. No, nothing. Seeing that Ace was so polite, everyone bowed their heads in return. This kid is a bit uneducated. You guys think it's tricky too, Ace said with a smile. No, nothing, please take care of me. Anyway, you still have a lot to say. Come in and sit down, I'll pour you a cup of tea, Sanji invited. No, don't worry about it, Ace said, raised his finger, and lit a cigarette for Sanji in the air. It's a surprise, I thought he was a more independent guy than Luffy. Usopp was very surprised, said. It's a lie, how can such a common-sense person be Luffy's big brother? Nami also felt incredible. He is so considerate of my brother, what a good man. Zoro was even more surprised, because he knew which pirate group Ace came from. It's really unpredictable. Yinhai is incredible. Chopper also followed suit. At this time, there were many ships approaching on the sea, and the bounty hunters they defeated just now were all from the Baroque Works agency. Advertisement everyone on board noticed it immediately. It's the ship of hundreds of millions of elders from the Pakistani Log Work Association. Vivi's heart suddenly mentioned ultimate. Fire Fist Ace, Straw Hat Boy, don't think you've escaped from our grasp. A shout came from the opposite ship. It's them again, Luffy said helplessly. When they met in the city just now, they didn't kill them all. Unexpectedly, they will make a comeback so soon. Luffy, I'll clean them up. Ace volunteered and jumped off the boat. Landed on the boat. What does he want to do? Use such a small boat? Everyone was puzzled. In their view, slipping away now is actually a good choice. Let's see what the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' second squad does. Zoro was full of expectations. Here you come. Fire Fist Ace, if you have the ability, try to get past the 5 ships. The arrogant voice came from the opposite side again. Faced with such clamor, Ace just smiled lightly, then jumped up high, pushed the boat under his feet into the sea, and flew in the air, adjusting his direction. Fire Fist. Boom. Ace's whole body turned into flames, and the fire fist on his right arm rapidly expanded and became larger, and the punch blazed across. The fluffy. Only hear the 5 loud sound, full of violence, devastating huge fire punch. One punch directly runs through 5 vessels. It's amazing. Everyone was stunned. This kind of destructive power seemed to be no weaker than Reka's. Colonel Smoker, There is no trace of Straw Hat crew. Tashigi came over and reported. Tashigi, what do you think? Vivi is with them. Smoker mused. Asking for flowers. Zero advertisement. Nafiru Tailai Vivi? Princess Vivi is with the Straw Hat Kid. Is it a hostage? No. There may be other reasons. Tashigi originally wanted to judge directly, but then thought of Reka. Although they are pirates, they don't seem to be so bad as Ultimate, and they don't seem like people who would do such things. Looks more like their buddies. Partner. Sure enough, this country is about to undergo major changes, and their goal is Klokdar. Klokdar, 7 warlords of the sea. Tashigi was startled. You should know that I've hated Shichibukai since before, especially that man. Smoker's face is not very good. But in terms of position, he's on the side of the government and marine. In the past, he was always a pirate with a flexible mind, and he couldn't obediently listen to the government's orders. Tashigi, you remember, a pirate will always be a pirate, and it cannot be trusted at all, no matter what their identity is. Yes. Since they are with Princess Vivi, I can probably guess where they will go. Where is Lokdar? He will definitely go there, assemble the marine. Yes. Yo-ho, what a joy, Ace has become our partner. Cheers, Usopp Chopper and others raised their glasses and said with a smile. Stupid, who said I'm going to be your partner? Ace said with a smile. Then for the good wine, cup, ha ha ha. The Usopp Chopper Luffy trio had a great time there. Reka-san, have you ever fought against Blackbeard? Ace suddenly turned his eyes and attention to the strongest and most handsome Reka on the ship. 195. Unable to stop Ace, refugees gather in front of the palace. The situation is grim. Have fought. This Reka has nothing to deny. It's great that you guys are fine. With such a strong person by Luffy's side, Ace felt a little relieved. Do you want to do 2 tricks? Reka asked bluntly, carrying an axe. In Ace's eyes, there was a flash of fighting intent just now, and Reka just wanted to help Ace. No, it's not necessary. Although I'm really curious about the strength that can force Blackbeard away, but this is a meaningless battle. Ace shook his head and said, controlling his fighting spirit. You may not be his opponent. Reka didn't underestimate Ace, but told the truth. 3. Although Ace is powerful, looking at the world, he is also a rare strong man. But compared to Blackbeard, he is still a bit immature, especially in terms of being restrained by abilities, which is a big problem. Since I am a non-capable person, Blackbeard's ability is of no use to me. But once he confronts other ability users, it will be different, and he will be able to suppress most of the combat power derived from their abilities. As that, Ace pondered, but there were some things he had to do. He also didn't feel that Reka was scaremongering. At this distance, Ace could clearly feel that there was an extremely terrifying power in this man's body. And it feels like there is a sweeping and peeping feeling. Ace knew very well that this was the man just now using observation hockey to detect and sense his breath. But no malice. However, there are some things I still have to do, and don't underestimate me. Besides, you have fought against him, and now I have obtained a lot of useful information, and the winning rate is higher than before. Ace don't want Luffy to worry. Reka was not surprised by Ace's answer. Advertisement. Even Whitebeard himself can't stop Ace, and it's even more impossible for him to persuade Ace with a few words, telling him not to go after Blackbeard. That's unrealistic. If it's me, who would dare to hurt my partner in this situation? Even if he knew that he might not be an opponent, he would never give up. As long as there is a chance, the murderer will never be easily let go. Blackbeard, what did he do? Luffy asked curiously. He could faintly feel Ace's anger. He was originally a member of Whitebeard's second team, that is, my subordinate, but he committed an unforgivable crime on the ship. He killed his companion and escaped from the ship. As the captain, I must find him and send he gets rid of it, Ace said calmly. That's why you've been hunting him down. The purpose of my coming to this country is also because I received information that he appeared in Juba. Then your destination is the same as ours, Nami said in surprise. Hearing this, Vivi directly took out the map of Alabasta and said, now this ship has entered the Sandora River, we landed at Almar, and then went upstream in Alabasta, so that we can reach Juba. That's the headquarters of the rebel army. So that's it, then the next destination is Yuba. In short, in this way, everyone can walk together. Since it is Luffy's big brother, it is naturally a warm welcome, everyone readily accepted. Let's have fun together, Ace, Luffy said happily, holding a glass of wine. At the same time, the domestic situation in Alabasta has become increasingly severe. In the capital, in front of the palace, crowds of refugees gathered here. They lowered their heads and walked towards the stairs leading to the palace with despair on their faces. Advertisement. But as soon as he stepped into the stairs, he was stopped by the fully armed king's army. Stop, what do you want to do? Several soldiers of the king's army raised their weapons, blocked their way, and shouted sharply. This is the royal palace, so naturally not everyone can enter casually. Please let us meet the king of Daxia, a sallow and emaciated refugee begged bitterly. How long will this civil turmoil last? Because of civil unrest and drought, we have nothing to eat. Please save my child, there is no more milk, every refugee cried out. There were even attempts to clash with the king's army's defenses. Stop, don't squeeze in, the king's army kept yelling. Wow wow wow. The baby's cries were quickly mixed with the voices of the refugees, making it very confusing. Seeing that a chaos or bloody battle was about to break out, at this moment, the gate of the palace opened, and Cobra, The king appeared at the gate alone, looking at his subjects with a pitiful face. Seeing the appearance of King Cobra 0.1, the refugees were stunned for a moment and then exploded. Hey, tell me something, do you want to watch us starve to death? Are you still the king of a country like this? When the people are driven to despair, they don't pay attention to whether this is the king who used to be aloof. How dare you be so rude to the king? Seeing this, the king's army was very angry. Many of them have served the Nafarutali family for generations. How could they tolerate their king being accused like this? Guards, stand down. But Cobra stopped their anger in time and told them to stand down. 196. Krieg Dahl's kingdom plan, the mission of running fast. Cobra stared deeply at the civilians, then lowered his head slightly and said shamelessly, I'm sorry, because of my lack of ability, I caused you to suffer unbearable pain. Anyone who wants to talk to me is come in, tell me all your grievances. The only thing I can do now is to take your pain as mine and suffer together. Cobra invited all the refugees. Please be patient for a while longer, I will definitely restore peace to the kingdom, even if I lose my life, Cobra said sincerely. He couldn't help but think of what Princess Vivi had said to him before leaving the palace. Father, this must be someone's conspiracy. Someone obviously wants this country to perish, I will definitely find out what's going on. Cobra welcomed all the refugees into the palace. Listening to Cobra's words, the anger of 21 and the people's sincerity shown by him gradually calmed down. They all hope to tell the king what they have suffered, and let their king know what kind of life they're living now. Are you okay, Vivi? Cobra looked at the sky, full of worry. Rain. Lock Dahl was smoking a cigar, looking at the scenery outside the window with a calm face. He is calm, but gives people an extremely heavy sense of oppression. The Kingdom of Sand, Alabasta, built towns on this desert. Even after thousands of years of history, the desert is still filled with the breath of death. This country was shrouded in death as early as when it was born. Lock Dahl said with a little emotion. This is a country rich in history, but now the history of this country must come to an end here. I just received the news that the ship of the billionaire elders sent to Narahara was attacked by an unknown person and was completely wiped out. Now I am confirming the facts. Robin stepped forward to report. Hearing this, Lock Dahl frowned first, took a puff of his cigar, and then his expression returned to normal. There are as many substitutes as there are for billions of elders, but it's like a drop of water falling into the desert. My plans have no effect. But as long as anyone dares to oppose me, crush them. Lock Dahl's eyes turned cold. Advertisement. Learn. In order to get in touch, I have sent Scarf Runner there. Thanks for your hard work. Nicole Robbie, who cared for Locke, just smiled calmly. You really came to Alabasta, Straw Hat Pirates, Nico Robin said to himself with a smile after walking out of the room. Although the news is still not certain, but the inside report mentioned Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat, although the news has not been confirmed. But Robin has a hunch that the news is probably true. It's just that she didn't tell K-Lock the news. Even if he realizes it afterwards, she can still use the reason that the news is still uncertain. It's just that compared with the domestic situation, the Straw Hat boat is still a peaceful place. Hi, I'm Captain Onigiri Usopp. Who are you? Usopp ran his fingers through an onigiri, casting it as the character he wanted to play. I'm a rice snowman. Luffy responded holding a snowman made of rice. Sanji, who was cooking, picked up the pan and knocked on the heads of the two. Don't play with the food as a toy. If you are in a hurry, go wash the dishes, really. Obviously I'm still busy making Kawami's bento. Do you want me to help? Ace asked. No, after all, you are a guest on the boat, so you should have a good rest, Sanji said, brushing the pot by himself. Yeah. Ace just looked at Luffy dotingly and at his partner. Advertisement. It's such a comfortable wind. On the deck, Chopper lay in a corner and said very comfortably. After the heat of landing on the island not long ago, it is really comfortable to feel the coolness now. And Zoro is still exercising on the sidelines. The wind brought by the huge dumbbells is getting cooler. Oranges are ripe. Reka and Nami sat at a small table, enjoying native time. Nami drew the coastline they passed by as a chart, and Reka peeled the oranges and tasted them carefully. Looking at the serious Nami is also very pleasing to the eye. Nami pouted and stared at Reka quietly as soon as Reka sighed. Got it, Reka said speechlessly, and handed the peeled orange to Nami's mouth, and Nami swallowed it with her mouth open. Then I was very happy and continued to draw pictures with my heart satisfied. Nami-san, can you stop the boat here first? Vivi walked over and said. What's the matter? Nami asked puzzled. They were sailing along the coastline, and it was no problem to stop. Because I have something to trouble you to run fast. Vivi held a handwritten document in her hand. Trouble running fast. Trouble was puzzled. Lying under the mast at the moment, the runner who was drinking a drink quickly raised his head in a daze. The next moment, the boat docked towards the shore. Run fast. Now you go to the royal palace alone, and give this letter to your father, which contains the conspiracy of Crocodile and Baroque Works, and the results of my investigation with Ecolem. It's all here, and it also wrote about my return to Alabasta alive and the reliable companions around me. Can you do it? You have to cross the desert alone? Vivi said softly.
Gah. Hearing this, he ran quickly and raised his wings as a salute.
Wait. But then Reka said, 197. Log in to Almar and encounter the Kung Fu Manatee, except disciples. What's wrong? Reka didn't explain much, but proved it with actions. He raised his hand and cast several magic spells on the runner. But most of them are used for life-saving, such as magic to prevent Shisui from losing points, magic shields to protect safety, and even a few attack magic that need to be triggered by running fast. When in danger, use the left wing to slam this part of your body, you know? Reka pointed to a part of its body and said. Quack. Run quickly and nodded. Everyone just smiled. Everyone knew that Chonka liked the big duck of Shisong, but they didn't expect to cast a protective magic on duck of Shisong just now. Drink less water in the desert. Vivi stroked the fast-running wings and instructed. Run fast, come on. Luffy also waved. After running fast and getting ready, he swished out like an arrow flying off the string. Although I know that Shichibukai is in this country, the pirates want to count the power. This joke is too bad, Ace said from the boat, looking at the people on the shore. Zoro looked at the two subconsciously. The pirate wants to go to a place to anchor and sail down. He probably wants to settle in the king's position. There may be a deeper conspiracy behind this usurpation of power, Ace said thoughtfully. Shichibukai wants to be a king, even for a big country like Alabasta. In Ace's view, it seems that there is no need for this.
Of course, he is not very sure. After all, people's thoughts will change with the surrounding environment. Conspiracy. Pipe question mark quote. Zoro froze for a moment, not quite understanding the meaning of Ace's words.
Maybe there are other plans. The ship set sail again, and within a short while, they arrived at their nearest city, Almar. Advertisement. It's finally here. Finally we're going to go into the desert again, so it's going to be very hot. Chopper looked at the coast that was approaching again and said, he was dressed in fur, so he didn't like the hot weather very much. I heard that the temperature can reach 50 degrees during the day. Usopp added a knife. Really? Chopper exclaimed immediately. Let's drop anchor. Receive. Hearing this, Zoro was about to lower the anchor, but when he got to the side of the boat, he saw a shadow rising rapidly in the sea. Whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, a kung fu manatee with a turtle shell on its back appeared on the sea surface, raised its small arms and called out to the boat where Luffy was on. Turtle. It's a seal. Zoro said it was a turtle, but Luffy thought it was more like a seal. Kung fu manatees. But Vivi exclaims, and as an Alabasta, she certainly knows the animal. And one of the kung fu manatees is pointing at Luffy and saying something arrogantly. Chopper automatically took over and translated, if you want to go ashore, try to beat me, if you don't dare, go back to the opposite shore, coward, it said so. Hey, I can't accept being called a coward, Usopp said suddenly confidently. These guys, it's a good time to show off his heroism as a brave warrior at sea. I'm on. Usopp jumped straight down. I said, are you going to leave like this? Zoro looked at the group of younger brothers following Luffy, quite speechless. Advertisement, okay, everyone, I'll come, okay, like this, throw a punch. What's even more outrageous is that Luffy also started teaching on the spot. The kung fu manatees also moved neatly one by one and followed the training. This kind of thing. Next time, tell me earlier, Usopp said with difficulty. Kung fu is very strong. After Vivi said the second half of the sentence, Usopp was already lying on the ground with a bruised nose and swollen face, unable to move. I haven't finished talking. The number of disciples has increased. Vivi almost ran away, because there was only one manatee just now, and now a group of manatees by Li Hao has been defeated by Luffy, and all the manatees are bowing around Luffy. Very well, let's go to Yuba like this, Luffy said confidently. It doesn't matter if you win, Vivi said hastily. Oh, but Luffy also went off, but won. Very good, first this, then this, huh? Luffy became addicted to playing it. It's really a fighting school, Zoro said with emotion. This idiot. Everyone was speechless. If you lose the fight, you have to learn from that person. This is the rule of Kung Fu Manatee, Vivi explained. But it was too late, only a muffled bang was heard, and Usopp was knocked down by the leader Kung Fu Manatee. Wait a minute, Usopp-san. Wei hurriedly stopped her. The one over there won, Nami said. Before everyone had time to ask more questions, they saw the Kung Fu Manatee. The leader who was knocked down by Luffy, suddenly jumped up, looking at Luffy with admiration and bowing respectfully, just like a respectful teacher. What? Luffy looked confused. 198. The root of the turmoil, it should be no problem to bring a Kung Fu Manatee. That's right, can't you? Luffy nodded affirmatively, these are all his disciples. No, manatees can't cross the desert, Vivi said speechlessly with cold sweat on his forehead. The manatee hugged Luffy's thigh and begged. So cute. Vivi and Nami couldn't bear to see it. Why do I feel like I have done something too much? Vivi said close to Nami's ear, and Nami nodded in sympathy. Because Nami was also the first to refute just now. Then what should we do now? I don't know. The two women comforted each other together. Oh, that's right. Chopper suddenly took out a piece of bone and meat to lure the Kung Fu manatees, and finally, under Chopper's kind words of persuasion, the Kung Fu manatees were crying and waved goodbye to Luffy. The group of them set off on the journey again. I said, Luffy, do you understand what's going on? Nami said earnestly. What's the matter? Since they want to follow, let them follow 813, Luffy said indifferently. There are so many of them, they can't even enter any city, okay? But, advertisement, no but. Watching Nami accuse Luffy, Reka's expression is somewhat unnatural, especially looking at his left shoulder, a place that is slightly raised. It shouldn't be a problem if you bring one, cough cough. Really, if Chopper hadn't convinced them, the consequences would have been unimaginable. No, that Nami, actually I want to say. Luffy glanced at Reka and wanted to tell Nami something, but before he finished speaking, Nami interrupted him. Okay, stop talking. Oh, Luffy immediately said dejectedly. That's... After walking a few steps, they all stopped suddenly, staring at the city in front of them. They were all stunned. This is a city that was almost buried by the desert, dilapidated and uninhabited, with only parts of the old buildings protruding from the yellow sand. Everyone's originally relaxed mood suddenly sank. Is this Juba? Luffy asked. No, this is Almar, the place once known as the Green City. Vivi's heart was even more heavy. Green City? Everyone couldn't connect the dilapidated city in front of them with the word Green City. Looking at this city, you will understand what Alabasta has done to this country, and what suffering the people of Alabasta have suffered. Vivi mentioned this, with deep sadness in his eyes. There has been no rain for 3 years. This is an unprecedented event in Alabasta, but there is only one exception. There is more rain than ever before, and that is Albana, the capital of the king. Everyone says it is a miracle of the king, until one day that happened. The carriage to the king's palace overturned, and people found dancing powder in it. In the desert, such disasters are undoubtedly magnified many times. Advertisement, that's right, so the country that invented this powder had a war with its neighbors, causing many casualties, and finally the world government expressly banned the use of this kind of thing, Nami explained. There's nothing here. Luffy looked around, but he didn't even see a single figure. Although there is little rain here, there is enough water to collect and store it through certain methods, but in the past 3 years, there has not been a drop of rain here, Vivi said to everyone. Dancing fan? Chopper and others didn't understand. Yeah, can't the water be brought in from that inland river? Usopp also felt strange. But Nami has long understood, dancing powder, also known as powder that calls rain, is something invented by a kingdom that does not rain in the past. By burning powder, rain clouds are generated to achieve the purpose of artificial rainfall. In the beginning, it was indeed, so it was called dancing powder, because it was happy, but this thing has a fatal flaw, that is, other nearby places will become dry. To put it bluntly, dancing powder is when it is blown by the wind, it will originally become a rain cloud. The small clouds in the sky are artificially made to grow rapidly and form rainfall, and they are not created out of thin air. In other words, is this grabbing rainwater from nearby or neighboring countries? That's not something to eat. Everyone walked towards the city. 3 years? Is this, CBDB, long? Don't be in the desert, even in an ordinary place. 3 drops of rain are definitely not falling. Wait, since artificial rainfall is possible, isn't that a good thing for this country? In arid places, things that can rain, no matter how you think about it, are good things, so Usopp has doubts.
Although it is a ruined city now, not long ago, it was still a lush and vibrant city. Vivi also had some difficulty accepting it for a while.
Oh, it's that incredible powder, I've eaten it before, it's unpalatable, Luffy suddenly realized. But even if it's not raining, isn't there still the river we passed by? Zoro asked puzzled. The answer lies ahead. Vivi continued to walk forward with the crowd. ADVERTISEMENT 199. Weeping City, Angry Straw Hat Crew. When the dance powder was transported to the port capital in large quantities, in Alabasta, except for the city where the king lived, the abnormal weather that did not rain was attributed to the king's conspiracy, and all other places were deprived of water. The lack of food comes down to my father, said Vivi. What is it, Vivi, isn't it your father's fault? Luffy listened, and suddenly felt that the king was a big bad guy. Idiot, that was framed. Sanji kicked him directly. I was almost crying by this idiot captain. How could Vivi's father do such a thing, and it sounds too deliberate, after all, this is his own kingdom, and there is no need to use such self-destructive means. My father didn't know anything about this matter, but at the same time, in the palace, some soldiers of the kingdom also found dancing fans. Vivi said in a deep voice. Even in the palace. Could it be that there is an insider from the Baroque Work agency in the palace? It's not clear, but Baroque's agents are everywhere. What is this? As they walked, they saw a piece of land with deep dents, but it was all dry and cracked. This was originally the place where water was brought into the city from the St. Dora River, but the canal was also destroyed. If the canal is gone, the water supply of the Green City cannot be guaranteed. Even if the people are looking forward, praying, and waiting, but there has never been a drop of rain, and people have gradually distrusted the king since the dancing powder. Vivi told everyone why it was not possible to divert the river. It's all in Clock's hands. It's a pity, if it's a desert oasis, the scenery must be very beautiful. Reka held up a handful of yellow sand and said with a little regret. Then the war finally broke out, the exhausted people fled the war and went to other oases in search of water, the city was abandoned, and then the Green City dried up. Vivi's footsteps suddenly he stopped and looked down at the city where the yellow sand was flying. Everyone was silent, they could all feel the unexpressed sadness in Vivi's heart. A kingdom that was originally good, but because of some people's ambitions, the people suffered from this kind of suffering of being away from home, she was very sad. Hoo. Suddenly the wind picked up and they seemed to hear the humming sound of people. Advertisement all of a sudden, everyone shuddered and looked around nervously. Have the pursuers of the log workers come after us? Or the rebels? No, it's just the sound of the wind, Ace said, looking around. That's a human voice, coming from all directions. Luffy felt human. What should I do? Usopp looked around in a panic, fearing that the enemies would surge up, so he surrounded them. There's no danger, it's just that the wind blowing through the city reacted with the ruined buildings. After Ace's words fell, the wind seemed to be stronger, and the wailing sound produced by the wind blowing through the hollow was also stronger. Almar seems to be crying. Vivi said sadly. Suddenly a strong wind formed a small sandstorm and swept over. Everyone closed their eyes subconsciously. Although the wind was not strong enough to blow them away, it also made them feel uncomfortable. After the strong wind blew the yellow sand, the wind calmed down. And the wind seems to have brought something with it. The one in front is a person. Sanji saw a figure lying on the ground not far away. There are still people in this city, Vivi exclaimed. Everyone hurried over to check. It's just that when they walked in front of them, what they saw was only a human-shaped skeleton, which was obviously blown by the strong wind just now. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. Vivi froze for a moment, squatted down slowly, touched the skeleton, with tears in his eyes. What did father and the people of this city do wrong? Born in the kingdom of sand, while fighting against nature, but someone made a mess of his life, because of what? Does that guy have the right to do such a thing? At this moment, Vivi hated Lok terribly. This is absolutely unforgivable. And now he still considers himself a national hero. That man deceived the whole kingdom, but no one found out. It was like a nightmare. Why did it become like this? Tears slid down Vivi's face and dripped into the yellow sand, but was swallowed up in an instant. Wow. Luffy looked at the skeleton, and knocked down the buildings around him with an angry punch. Let's go to Yuba quickly. I can't help it anymore. Phew. Luffy was panting with anger, wishing he could beat Clock Doll right now. Although Zoro thought Luffy was childish, he didn't hate it. They dug a pit, buried the skeleton, and moved on. The rebel army is right there. Zoro asked. Yes, that's right. I will find the leader of the rebel army and convince him. Persuasion. Zoro froze for a moment. He thought he was going to deal with the leader of the rebel army. The disaster in Alabasta was caused by Clock Dar. I want to find the leader of the rebels and tell him all the truth to prevent the outbreak of all-out war. Understood. Everyone speeded up and walked on the vast desert. Time flies. It's so hot that I don't even sweat. Luffy stuck out her tongue and leaned on a wooden stick, begging from the heat. 200. Adventure trip above the desert, heating tool Tony Chopper. The scorching land seemed to be set on fire, the sand on the surface became hot to the touch, the sky was blue, and the venomous sun hung high. After taking the sweat away in the first place, everyone is now dry and their skin is turning red. In this endless desert, one can feel a strong breath of death at any time. If ordinary people cross the desert without proper preparation, the possibility of sudden death is extremely high. Here, water, direction, and the temperature difference between day and night are all fatal factors at any time. Even Reka's team can easily solve these problems. But there are also many poisons lurking in the desert. Along the way, they saw people standing up, creatures like small dinosaurs and small 257 lizards, bouncing on some kind of huge bones. Luffy, don't keep screaming, it's getting hotter. No, I'm not listening at all. Nami also kept fanning with her hands. I can't do it. Chopper was already dizzy from the heat and was being dragged by Zoro on a plank. Nami, don't you know magic? Come and give us a cooler magic. Usopp was also so hot that he kept sticking out his tongue. Idiot, I'm tired of walking now, and I still want to use magic, and I'll be even more tired then, and I have to save it for special situations, but the water pipe is enough. Nami replied, even in the desert where the water element is scarce the place. With her ability to control the flow of water, she can also extract enough water for everyone to drink from the air and underground, which has solved one of the biggest problems of surviving in the desert. As for Ace and Reka, the two people who can control flames, coming to the desert is like coming to home. The scorching environment is more like a hotbed for them. By the way, what are you doing with this little thing? Nami said to Reka speechlessly. Very cute turtle. Reka stretched out his palm and fighted with the Kung Fu Manatee on his shoulder. The Kung Fu Manatee challenged fingers, punched and kicked, all of which were blocked by Reka's fingers. It's really childish. Advertisement, Vivi, you seem to be okay? Sanji asked furiously. It's understandable that Reka and Ace have almost no influence. After all, they're monsters, but Vivi is a weak woman. I grew up in this country and I'm used to it. That's true, but there are so many sand dunes here. I thought the desert was relatively flat. If it was a flat desert, they might not be as tired as they are now. Climbing up and down is still full of sand, which is quite exhausting. Because this is an ancient desert with a long history, some of the larger sand dunes are more than 300 meters, Vivi explained. 300 meters, doesn't that feel like a mountain? Usopp gasped. It's so hot and uncomfortable, Luffy said weakly. Luffy, take a sip of water and put it in your mouth, it will feel better, Vivi said.
Luffy took a deep breath when he heard this. Idiot, don't drink so much, even if you have enough water, save some. In places like the desert, Sanji also had to guard against. You had at least 13 mouthfuls just now, didn't you drink it too? It's my turn next. Usopp took the hose from Luffy's hand. Luffy drank too much and couldn't help but spit it out. Stupid, don't waste water, the three quickly huddled together. Everyone, stop, fighting will consume more energy. Vivi hurriedly stopped. They're so physically strong.
Nami lifted his eyelids weakly, so he didn't bother to care about these over-spirited guys. Ace smiled and watched quietly. Time is still passing. Until night, they found a place with tall hills and rocks on the left and right to rest temporarily. The sand dunes on both sides can block many sandstorms. Advertisement. In the desert without sunshade, it will be scorchingly hot during the day, but it will drop to 0 at night, which is extremely cold. There are many unexpected dangers in the desert. Vivi explained. Ah, monster. Usopp yelled. The sky over Winter Island has always been covered by thick snow clouds, and it's the first time I've seen so many stars, Chopper replied. Didn't you see the stars in Winter Island too? Said Usopp. Chopper, don't get so big, it's not warm anymore, Zoro said. It's so hot during the day, what's going on now? Nami put on Reka's coat, curled up beside Vivi, shivering. Hey, don't lean in, Chopper was not used to such intimate contact. Ah, there are so many stars. At night, Chopper was completely refreshed, lying on the desert, looking up at the stars all over the sky. He was covered in fur, he was not afraid of heat but not cold, and he was born in Tudao. And beside him lay Zoro and Usopp. I'm not afraid of the cold at all. Don't act like you just got out of prison, it's still raw, don't eat it, Sanji shouted helplessly. Don't underestimate the reindeer, Chopper transformed directly. I'm not interested in looking at the stars. Usopp shivered from the cold. 5.4. Hungry. Eat, eat. Who called you hairy? You're wearing something so gentle after all. Usopp leaned directly against Chopper, warming himself with the fur. It's so warm. After being chased away by Sanji, Luffy also ran over to hug Chopper, who was forced to become smaller and became a heating tool. It will be ready soon, everyone wait. Sanji is the cook, and he is roasting the meat.